Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Can the Dogs defense get the stop on 4th and 11? Ewers takes a shotgun snap. He's back to pass. Pressure coming. Throws the fade.
We're going to
Elijah Jackson knocked it away. Elijah Jackson knocks the ball away. The Huskies are headed to Houston to play the Michigan Wolverines for their first national championship since 1991.
Whoa. Oh. Way to step all over the call. Who's a famous UW player who could have been the analyst?
Steve Entman.
Is it who it is?
I don't know who the analyst is, but I know he's a former one.
That is how we start. The Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ. Everybody is soon to be back together again on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Chapu. We got Pepe. We got Ryan running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby Belt will be joining us in 30 minutes, and hopefully everyone is back to work or out on the roads, so we're not doing this show to an empty Metroplex.
I think most people will be now. My kids are still out of school today and tomorrow, so that who knows that plays a role.
How long was that break
for them? They
over 2.
Remember my last day, the 13th or whatever, before I went on vacation. Before you did. So whatever day that was their last day.
Wow.
And then they go back on Thursday, and they think it's too short.
Yeah,
and I'm like, guys,
I thought my break was too short.
Yeah, I was like, guys, when I was in high school, we got out like the day before, the last work day before Christmas Eve, and we're right back on the 2nd. Like, you can manage this, man. This is great. So yeah, it's. I think we have like 2 more days of slight,
trickling in.
They'll make it in this weekend. Who knows?
How was Bobby last week?
Fine. What's that?
Which day?
Yeah, I know, right? Friday, he was useless. His voice was gone. He had no voice. And then Thursday, you could see it trickling in. But the other days, he was fine. He was fine.
And any other insult you'd like to throw out there? Or you're just talking about his voice?
Yeah, just his voice.
Okay.
Yeah, no. It seemed like Tuesday was fine, and then like he kept saying like it's gonna get worse, and I was like, no, you're just over dramatic like usual, and no, it got really bad.
It got bad. Like at the end, we had Craig Way on Friday, the voice of the Longhorns. And at the end, he was like, just say, here, ask him this. I can't talk.
Passing you notes.
Yep, basically. I felt bad for him because we all been there. You lose the voice. It's tough. This is a big show. This is a big clock. 4.5 hours. That's the big clock, man.
Oh, I thought you were saying it was like a big stage, like.
Well, no. It's it might be.
Yeah.
Because I do a BetQL show, Sean.
Well,
and one of the guys I was with, he had to fill in one night on BetMGM. And he goes, it's 4 hours. How am I supposed to do a 4-hour show? And I said, well, I do one every day. That's 4.5. And he goes, what? I'm like, yeah. He says, how many people do you have? I'm like, well, we have me and Sean, and we have this other guy. And we have 3,
shots
really.
fired, Peyton.
Yeah, we have 3. Sorry, Peyton. He goes, well,
3.25.
Yeah.
He says, well, this is just me and another guy. I can't talk to one person for 4 hours. I said, we did that too. We did that too for like 10 years.
Yeah, only time when Rick Carlisle liked us.
I know, right?
Got respect for y'all on the show. All right, good to be back. We'll welcome back Roberto in whatever form he's in coming up in 30 minutes. Our new best friend, Jerry Jones, live at 8:30. We're going to celebrate the demise and the meltdown in Filthy, but let's start with the Longhorns game last night that barely just ended. Washington in control. Michael Penix proving to many that he indeed should have been the Heisman Trophy winner. I felt like Washington was in control of this game. Done and over with about 3 minutes left. I tweeted it. And then, of course, Texas is alive with the final drive about 15 yards out and come up short.
And I hate the rule where if there's an injury, the clock stops. They don't start it up again. I mean, they should have just started it at the spot of the ball. I hate the rule of that, but it is what it is because that would have ended the game. That gave Texas a chance to win, so that's great.
And the special teams penalty.
Yes.
The special teams penalty combined with the injury timeout.
Yeah. So that gave them time and yards.
Yeah.
So it added about 30 seconds or so on the clock, and then it also added all the yardage that they were going to get, the extra 15 yards. So they got the ball around the 30 plus instead of at the 15. What a finish.
Pepe, you are one of the two kind of fake drive-by Longhorn
Right.
fans in here. So we'll go on over to you. Are you devastated? Are you angry? Or you're at peace feeling that Washington was the better team last night?
I mean, not devastated, but disappointed because the big thing this whole season was defense. Longhorns defense, and the defense did absolutely nothing for you. You know, I mean, you had turnover on special teams, but that was about it. And it just seemed like Texas was playing behind the whole game. It seemed like every time they got momentum, they couldn't just get over that hump.
Fumbles.
They needed a stop and then a score, and they only got one or the other. You know, it was like, we'll get a stop, then we'll punt the ball back to you. And then, you know, it seemed like that last drive, that injury timeout, that was the key, and it didn't go our way. But, I mean, we made the playoffs, you know. I mean, mission complete, kind of. I guess you won the Big 12, but we're going to the SEC.
Ooh. Wow. Okay. I wasn't expecting that.
Mission complete?
Yeah, the mission complete. I wasn't expecting that out of you today.
Well, that's what Craig Way said, you know. But I mean, it was like sure, everyone wants to win the Natty, but it's like, you know, from what we've been through, it's like we got to the playoffs, won the Big 12.
Yeah, I think it's a success.
I don't want to say it's like we're playing with house money, but you know, we made the playoffs. It's a successful season.
They were the underdog.
No, they were the favorite.
Well, they were the 3.
Yeah. They set them as a 4-point favorite.
Really?
Yeah.
As the 3 seed.
As a 3 seed, yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, like they, you know, the committee thought they were the underdog. They should have lost. Vegas disagreed, but the sharps bet more on Washington than the public did. The public was on Texas, but I agree.
I think it's a successful year. We didn't know what to expect from viewers.
Right.
Look, you faced a bad man.
Yeah, you did.
Not since Joe Burrow have I seen a guy throw with that type of deep ball accuracy in the college game.
Dimes, man.
He's a bad
Yes,
dude. I know he's 29 years old.
He is.
But props to Michael Penix because watching him throw is a treat. And he was unflappable.
By the time he becomes an NFL free agent, he'll be out of his prime. I mean, seriously.
Well, in his prime, the Flacco prime.
Yeah, he'll be at the Flacco prime, right? Yeah. But he is. He was good at Indiana when he was healthy. That was his issue. He never stayed healthy.
4 season-ending injuries or something they said last night. 4?
4.
He's already had to change his playing style from runner to thrower.
Yeah, and
that's a career.
That's a career, man. What a playing style change it is. Like, if you could throw like this, why wasn't he doing that all the time?
Yeah,
like that guy can throw it. But I, you know, you're right. He should have won the Heisman. He should have. They run defeated. I think that matters a lot of times in the Heisman Trophy. Just didn't this year.
He was deep into this game for a while, and he was at 30 yards a pass. It wasn't 2 for 3.
No,
it wasn't 3 for 4.
We're talking late second quarter, and he's that. Look, he's just tremendous. And now we got ourselves a defense first matchup against a guy who could sling it around with really, really good wide receivers and strong, decent, good offensive line. That's going to be a nightmare matchup, the Michigan D-line against the Washington O-line.
Truckwreck.com text line is open. Give us your Longhorn reaction. If you're content, if you're outraged, if you're exhausted, or did you just fall asleep? I mean, well, I'm so bitter.
Yeah, me too.
I'm so bitter. I'm sitting there. I wanna go ahead and get a good 8-9 hours. Your last day before coming in to wake up at 4:30, 3:30 in Peyton's case. And they start this crap at 8:30. I mean, it's imagine being on the East Coast.
Oh, I know. It's you blame the Rose Bowl. It's their fault. They hold the sport hostage, and they have for years.
Because they want to start it.
They want to start it at 4:00 Central Time.
Yeah,
so the Rose Bowl. That's their thing. It's like we will start our game is going to be January 1st at 4:00. And
why can't the Rose Bowl take the late start?
The Rose Bowl wants the parade to go right into the game. They want the parade of the sunset. That's what they want. They want the sunset.
1 o'clock, 2 o'clock parade.
Listen, they've been doing this for 100 years.
Like the West Coast Bowl should start later.
Yes, it should. It should. But they've been holding the sport hostage for decades, and no one's going to tell them no because either the Rose Bowl says we're either not going to be involved.
Okay.
And
no, I can't even tell you the other stadium. One's in New Orleans. Championship game is in Houston. No one, SEC in Georgia. Who gives a frying for free?
But the Rose Bowl is like, we are going to play our game at on January 1st at 4:00.
God.
And it doesn't matter who is going up there. And they also have where there's no other game that can compete with it. So they don't put other games on at the same time as the Rose Bowl. So you're holding the sport hostage. If they put the game on at 7 o'clock at the Rose Bowl, and then because that's 5 o'clock, you still get your sunset. It's just the sunset's at the start of the game instead of in the third quarter. It's the dumbest thing. So they always want the game at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock.
So they've destroyed every other part of college football in terms of tradition and history and all that. But we got to cater to the sunset.
To the Rose Bowl.
Sunset's got to stay.
A parade to sunset. and a dilapidated stadium.
That's right. Yeah. All right. So that was the late game. What about the early game? The number 1 seed advances. Was the committee proven right about everything? Kyrie is back as well. Star up, star down. Did the Detroit Lions get screwed? And so much audio of the meltdown in Filthy. It's the Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ back together again. Glad you're waking up with us. Let us know you're here on The Fan.
New year, new.
Quarterback run up the middle.
Yeah!
He's not going to make
Yeah!
it. Nowhere close as the Michigan defense stuffs Jalen Milroe.
And the entire sports world was asking, what was that? Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ back together again. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition with Peyton and Ryan. Bobby Belt is around the corner. Jerry Jones live at 8:30 to talk about possibly clinching the NFC East with the win in D.C. this weekend. We talked about the Longhorn loss, and now we talk about the number 1 seed, Michigan Wolverines, advancing past Alabama in the early game.
Ooh, man, that was a good one too. And the committee,
Not great football, in my opinion.
no, not great football, but entertaining from a hey, it's close, down to the wire kind of standpoint.
Yeah. And I was sitting there in the first half watching this, and I'm like, okay, this layoff is too long. Like, it's just unfair to these kids. Go out there not be rusty. Way too much on the line. It just, to me, the layoff is just taking way too long, and it affects the quality of football. Now those defenses out there and the NFL recruits and talent is going to affect the quality of play as well. But things were sloppy, drop passes, balls going through guys' hands.
Yep.
Special teams.
Special teams are terrible for Michigan. Man, for Bama, I mean, they were pretty darn good, especially the kicker, who was just nailed. That guy wouldn't even. I mean, he was like Brandon Aubrey. There wasn't even ones that were kind of to the side. Yep. I mean, they were splitting those uprights right down the middle. And there was a point in that game where it felt like Bama was just gonna they were gonna open it up right before the Milroe fumble. Now Michigan didn't get any points out of that. They missed a field goal.
Yep.
But Bama was on plus side of the field, and they had already moved the ball. They had just completed the 3rd and 10 or something, and all of a sudden, here it is. There comes the fumble. And if not for that, maybe they go down and score. It's a 10-point game. It's a double-digit game if they get a touchdown. I don't think Michigan's coming back from 10 plus. I don't think they're coming back from that. But there you go. There's your victory.
First half to Michigan, second half to Bama, ending to Michigan with J.J. McCarthy getting his love from Kirk Herbstreit, Blake Corum just taking over in the overtime. And then you have the final play call, season on the line, and they call Milroe up the middle.
Yeah, Milroe up the middle. That was the third different call. That was the third different call they had. And the jokes are the Notre Dame fans, because Tommy Rees is their OC. He was the Notre Dame OC. And they're like, man, every Notre Dame fan knew it was going to be a run up the middle from the quarterback. That's just, they all knew it. I didn't understand that one. It made. I get it, but come on, that's the play you're going to go with.
I'm fine with it if you throw in maybe a Tebow pass option at the end. Like it's only you want the ball in your. I don't know about best player, but he's the best athlete. He was their offense. That's what it was this year for Alabama. Part of the reason it drove Bobby crazy, and he's going to be wrong about Lamar Jackson winning the MVP. I'm going to get all my shots in before he walks in here. But they wanted it in Milroe's hand. Totally understandable. But to have zero pass option, if that thing got shut down, which it did, Nick Saban, after the game, he pretty much took accountability, and he's like, yeah, ends up being a bad play call. It was our third call that we had out there.
Third call. The first one was the one that they said they had the best look on. The Saban said they had the best look on the first one. Look, I mean, this is part of the problem. And this is why also, why didn't you give Milroe 2 plays? Why didn't you give him a second play? If you knew that there was an opportunity, especially when you had no timeouts, that you weren't going to get a look that you liked, why would he not have a play to check to?
I'm sad. I was rooting for Alabama. I don't like Michigan. I don't like Harbaugh. I don't think J.J. McCarthy is very good. So I don't like that Dave Portnoy from Barstool won $1 million off of this game. Just a straight millie. So I'm sad, and I'll be rooting for Washington in the championship game, even though they took out Bobby and Peyton's Longhorns. Pepe, thoughts on the first game?
Slow start. It just seemed like at any point Alabama was going to run away with it. I mean, it seemed like they were playing in front the whole game. Michigan, the special teams was a nightmare for Michigan. You had the missed extra point, the fumble that almost ended up as safety, I think, at the end of the first half. I mean, it was just awful. But Michigan, they can run the ball. Blake Corum is really, really good. J.J. McCarthy did just enough. And, look, they ground out a win against Alabama. I was one of the many. I'll raise my hand and say, look, I thought Alabama was going to win the game by 10 plus.
Ooh.
I thought Alabama was going to run away with it.
I thought Alabama was going to big boy them. I was just waiting to replay the video on Selection Day of the Michigan rooms groaning when they got Bama. And I was like, okay, now you're going to get the big boy SEC, and people are celebrating the demise of all y'all's conference with Tennessee and the Texas Longhorns. Paul Feinbaum was trending. Everyone's saying, F the SEC, get the big bad bully out of here.
Well, they're out. They're out now. And this is my nightmare. This is an all Big Ten final. That's my walking nightmare right there. But so they got it. They won. What are we going to do?
Did the committee win? Was the committee proven right with the Final Four, all the controversy with Florida State Georgia, of course, smashing them, or what was left of Florida State, in terms of not putting any players out there. 63-3. Committee got what they wanted with Georgia destroying Florida State, but you got to factor in how many guys missed. How's the committee feeling about this and looking?
Look, after
because could Florida State say we would have been sitting there? We could have we could have been in a 17-17 game
with a guy named Tate Rodemaker. No, they I don't think so. I think the committee, look, through 6 quarters, it was 41-41.
Oh, with the 2 games.
With the 2 games,
yeah.
It's really hard through after with the way these games finished. It's really hard to say the committee didn't do anything but get it right. They nailed it. They got 2 tremendous games, very very close. Could you have put Georgia in there? Absolutely. Would Georgia have been favored?
Not Ohio State.
Right. Would I mean, that's the thing. I don't want to look at the other bowl games because like everybody opted out. Like Ohio State, their quarterback had already transferred on, right? Like I don't want to go down that road, but I get it. But I think would Georgia have been favored to win the whole thing? Yeah, probably, or close to it. They would have been, they would have been right there with Michigan and Alabama. So yes, you can make that case. But how do you sit here after last night where one game went to overtime and then the other one was 12 yards away from being a 1-point victory for Texas? I don't know how you look at that and say they didn't get it right. I mean, they pretty much nailed it.
Kyrie Irving returns for the Dallas Mavericks only to lose by 37 in Utah. Jordan Clarkson is the first Jazz player since Did you see this stat?
I did not.
Okay. First Utah Jazz player since what year to post a regular season triple-double?
Since Darren Williams in 2012.
2008. I don't know who did it. Mark Eaton.
Mark Eaton did not do it in
with 12 blocks.
Wait. Mark Eaton was still in the league in 08?
Wait. Phil was the first in more than 40 years for a Jazz player coming off the bench. Okay. That was off the bench for Mark Eaton. 12, 14, and 12 blocks. But that was the first Utah Jazz triple-double since 2008 overall, and they smashed the Mavericks. And Jordan Clarkson came off the bench for the triple-double as well.
Yeah.
Mavs fall to 19 and 15. Kyrie had 14, 9, and 4 in 32 minutes. Luka had 19 and 14 assists. He shot 6 of 20 from the field. Ugly night.
Not the game you want when you bring your superstars back or your superstar back and you wind up losing by 40 points. That is not the day you want. But that's what's going to happen when you get an off night from Luka and Kyrie still working his way back. Look, I was at the Mavs game the other night, Sean, a couple weeks last week.
Against who?
Against Cleveland. The game where they blew it. They absolutely blew it. And, I mean, in that first half, it's like if it wasn't Luka, nobody was scoring. Like it was that's just kind of the way it was. And if he's not going to play great, they're going to struggle.
They shot 40% last night, 27 from 3, and 50% from the free throw line. That is ugly compared to Utah. 51 and 94% from the free throw line, going 17 of 18. All right, let's reunite the entire morning crew. Our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt will join us next for Star Up, Star Down, Detroit Lions edition. And did the NFL screw the Lions, plus all the audio? We have a ton of it already from the meltdown in Filthy and Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Glad you're waking up with us. Good to have you back on The Fan.
DFW's number 1. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
They're going from the 4-yard line. 4-2, snap to Goff, looking, throwing it to the left. It is dropped. Dropped by the tight end, Mitchell, and the Cowboys are going to have a 1-point lead in the ball.
And that is how the Dallas Cowboys would escape to set us up for a fantastic week and hopefully a magical weekend. Good morning, Metroplex, with the entire crew back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt.
I would just like to point out that you see what happens when I have to talk for that extra half hour for 2 straight weeks. I lose my voice after 2 weeks. That matters. That extra half hour matters, and I need my vocal rest, fellas. So,
well, look, yesterday afternoon, I was excited to see everyone again. Bobby, you know, and then the night came along, and Bobby started texting, and then 11 o'clock came along because of these freaking a-holes in college football making us stay up till midnight to watch this Longhorns loss, and that quickly went away. So I was feeling good, reuniting, everyone back together, a nice, warm, fuzzy feel, short week, and then it slowly dissipated.
Partly because of the way I was behaving on the group text.
Yes, definitely
Mainly because of how I was behaving on the group text.
No, it's good to have everyone back together again. And you, hopefully, Tolo, turning it on, leaving it on, truckwreck.com text line. That was the fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Let's get into it on the controversial play. Choppy and I were there.
Yes, you were.
And after
Bobby was there too. We didn't see him though.
That's right. Were you down on the field? Did you see us hobnobbing
I
with Jerry?
I was not on the field, Sean, as I had to put you in an awkward spot in the text earlier in the day. I was coming back from a funeral.
Oh, yeah.
So I did not get back until
I was talking so much smack to Bobby. I'm like,
he's like, oh, you're silent over here. Can't reply for 3 hours. I was like, well, yeah, that's called being at a funeral, Sean.
Yeah. I was like, let me find a GIF of my bad.
So, no, I was, I did, the energy in the stadium was, it was exactly what I was hoping it would be. Like, I mean, there was definitely it felt like a palpable energy of like, hey, this is a big night. This is a night that's important to everybody. And you know, the halftime setup was fantastic, but no, I was not down on the sideline hobnobbing with Jerry. You guys reuniting with Michael Irvin.
Yeah.
You know, taking pictures with Mr. Cowboy.
Yep. Steven.
Choppy's back there having drinks with Will McClay. No, I was not part of that.
Steven not knowing who I was, I'm pretty sure.
I think he did.
I don't know, or maybe he's not a fan. But let's get into it. The controversy, Choppy. Did the Detroit Lions get screwed? I want everyone's opinion going around the room. I went home. Well, first off, after the game, we were with freaking Bennett Glazer, who controls 50% of the alcohol supply in the country. And they're like, all right, here's your post-game suite. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
And we're just sitting in there for 20 minutes all watching television because I'm totally confused and baffled.
Yeah.
Then I go home and Amanda's like, you just watched this game. What are you doing? I said, I'm trying to understand this. I stayed until 1:30 like an idiot sitting there trying to comprehend everything that took place. I still didn't really form my... I don't even know if I have my hardcore opinion to start off the Tuesday show. That's why we go to you first.
Start with me. Screwed is a tough term because, like, you know, there's plays throughout the course of a game. Officials make calls or miss calls, like the trip, or that didn't happen. That Hutchinson actually threw the leg out and not Hendershot. So, like, screwed is a tough thing to say. But, I mean, that was a bad call. The officials made a mistake. Somebody is lying in this case, and I think it's the officials pulling CYA mode here, because
which those officials have been trashed throughout the season. They're the ones who screwed up the Valdez-Scantling call,
and they missed a Justin Fields late hit a couple of weeks ago against the Browns,
and they've apparently already been demoted according to Adam Schefter. They will not be working the postseason.
Right. So the NFL told you that they screwed up by demoting them. The NFL told you that they blew it, you know, and the coaches have meetings with the referees, which I had no idea about that. Did you guys know that?
I didn't know it was put on like a whiteboard before the game.
Yeah. I had no idea. Like, and first of all, and there's reports that Brad Allen wasn't even in there.
Right.
Why is he not there?
Florio said is not unusual, but
that that seems like it should be made unusual.
Right.
Like they should all be in the meeting.
So tell me what you think happened with this whole play.
I think so Goff sends Decker over, and then was it Sewell that went with him? I think it was Penny Sewell that went with him. And then Skipper comes running in. And the official, they were doing that for trickery kind of thing to confuse the Cowboys, which I don't know why they would have done that because they were going to announce who was eligible anyway.
So Dan Campbell said yesterday, yes, we were trying to fool the Cowboys, and you just hope the players don't hear the eligible announcement. So much taking place, crowd, rah, that number 70, which everyone used the fan radio broadcast. Props to Brad Sham and Babe Laufenberg, or really the engineer, I guess, or really just the referee, saying it on our radio broadcast that number 70 was eligible. And Dan Campbell says the hope is that the players, you just don't pick it up, you don't hear it.
You don't pick it up, you don't hear it. And what happened is, I don't know if the official just wasn't paying attention or he was looking at 70 but listening to 68, and he just saw the number that registered with his brain was the number that he visually saw and not the number that he heard. Who knows? That can't happen though. Like, an official has to get that right, and it's an untimed play, right? It's an untimed play. You as the official, you gotta you're not in any rush to run over there and announce it. It's an untimed play.
Yeah, but I mean, so I don't know the exact process of, does Taylor Decker say, I 68 am reporting as eligible, or does he just yell
hand
out?
motion.
He doesn't. He just swipes his jersey.
But I mean, he apparently said like he audibly declared himself or whatever, and so I'm wondering if just Brad Allen hears somebody declaring, looks over, sees 70, just gets confused, whatever else. This is the risk you run trying to be sneaky. Like, it was funny. We're standing I still was not, the game was ending and guys were going to the locker room, I still was not totally sure what happened. Like, I didn't understand what the call was, who had been screwed, whatever else. I knew Dan Campbell was furious. But as they're walking back, Chauncey Golston, runs up and catches up to Luke Schoonmaker and is walking right by me. And he goes, man, those MFers were trying to cheat. And so that was the Cowboys' perspective, is they felt like you guys were trying to be, you were trying to screw with us, and this is just what you have to pay for.
I don't like that terminology, though. Florio has been using it. You just used it. This whole devious thing. It's good. It's
gamesmanship.
It's coaching. It's not even gamesmanship. It's coaching. If Bill Belichick does this and gets away with it, he's a freaking genius.
No.
If Mike Vrabel does it, he's a genius. If Harbaugh does it, he's a genius. And we're calling them deceptive. I agree with you. It's a gamble that you take. The bottom, but who disagrees with this statement? The bottom line is the referees screwed up possible brilliant coaching by the Lions.
Yeah, and don't tell me that they were trying to cheat when every coach puts their play sheet over their mouth.
Anyone tries to.
Everybody tries to. Everybody tries to
deceive.
No,
I mean, play action is deception. I don't mean that in a negative way, but you're trying to be confusing. You're trying. So I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm just saying that's when you do that, you run the risk of confusing the wrong person, which you did. And so I just think that the biggest thing to me, Derek Eagleton at DallasCowboys.com had said this too. I don't understand that when Brad Allen says over the PA 70 is declared eligible, why didn't that raise flags to the Lions to correct it?
They may not have heard it. I mean, they may not.
Then they're the ones who should have been listening.
Let's hear what the audience.
Well, hang on, real quick. If the Lions had changed it in that moment, also that puts a red flag up to the Cowboys, is it not?
It does, but I mean, then you also get a chance at the actual play instead of getting called back.
Let's hear what it actually sounded like.
Here it comes.
If he had to make the playoffs,
70
maybe.
is an eligible receiver. Number 70 is eligible.
Okay, number 70 is eligible.
Which was Jordan Lewis's point, too, is he's like, we cover 68 if you tell us 68 is eligible. We didn't think he was eligible, so we didn't account for him. That's why he was wide open.
The Cowboys defended this like they heard the announcement.
They did.
And 70 has done this a lot. Skipper reported as eligible 6 different times against the Vikings the previous week. They said that 70 had reported a couple different times in this game. So maybe,
which I didn't hear any of those. I didn't hear that.
Well, we were drunk.
We were.
I was too busy trying to Dak troll Bobby.
No, that was my first thought. Was we're gonna drunkenly show prep here on the air.
Well, Saturday.
It was
I
Saturday.
can do it on Saturday.
It was Saturday. But even still, even
if Luke Skywalker Steele or whoever, I can't tell if he's a stormtrooper or a porn star, tweet me getting all mad and upset. Chill, shut up.
So 70 he was covered up on the line, so that was a legal formation if he was eligible anyway.
Yeah,
because I think they said and that's the other thing that Brad Allen is. That's why I know Brad Allen's a liar. Because in the pool report he said he lined up at tackle. No, he lined up at guard. Skipper did.
Yeah, let's talk about the illegal formation part of it now.
So Skipper lines up at guard, which if he's eligible, that's an illegal formation. He's covered up. Decker, because the guy to his left was off the ball, he's basically lined up as a tight end, so he's fine. He's fine. But it was illegal touching because the referees didn't announce him as
because it was
eligible.
Just who they had declared as eligible. Again, it's one of those things where as soon as they say 70 and they not, because I heard it in the stadium that they had announced 70 or even being in the tunnel, you could hear it.
Yeah.
And so
I think the key is, did Dan Campbell go through the detail before the game of telling these referees, look, we usually would throw it to 70. 70, we're going to try to throw them off. 68 is the eligible. 68 is the guy. Did he go to that extent?
Brad Allen was the one he wasn't even in there. So I don't even know if that would have mattered.
Well, the
and
other
I wonder
refs
what
were
that
there.
would have. Yeah, true. And I wonder if that was part of the discussion the referees were having. You saw them all discussing this after, as opposed to Brad Allen just saying, no, it's the guy. It's my call. I mean, he went and discussed with the other officials. I wonder if that's what they were talking about.
after all that happens, though, the thing Dan Campbell needs to do is he needs to kick it. And the fact that he went out there and that's on Dan Campbell at the end. Ultimately, losing the game is on Dan Campbell because he went for two. They miss it. They've got a chance to go into overtime and play this one out, and they didn't. And so that ultimately is on Dan Campbell.
I was looking at Choppy because he's Mr. Go for two, and even you were looking like, he's going to go for this again from the 7.
Yeah,
that was
stunning.
That was textbook meathead emotional decision. That was ignorant. That was a stupid decision.
That's ignorant.
From Dan Campbell. And
but once they went for two there, they had to go for two from the 3.5. Right? Once you were there,
unless you ran out of plays like Nick Saban.
Right, unless you ran out of plays.
Yeah.
Because that obviously their best 2-point conversion play was the one they drew up with the Decker play. That was obviously their best 2-point conversion play.
I mean, the play they threw out there on the third time was, okay, what are you're throwing it short of the, like you're running Luke Schoonmaker against the Eagles out here?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Mike McCarthy totally being let off the hook, which we'll get to. Did they ask him about that yesterday with the media session?
I don't know about yesterday. I know they asked him about it after the game. And he was just like, yeah, look, we're trying to make a play there. We're trying to end the game. We felt good about what we were doing. So he had got asked about it after the game.
Here is Dan Campbell seeing red afterwards, explaining what he thought should have happened.
What was the explanation you got on 2-point?
70 reported. I don't want to talk about it. All right? I explained everything pregame to a T. Okay? I did that. 70 reported, 58 didn't, or 68 didn't. We threw it to 68. That was the explanation.
So, did the Detroit Lions get screwed? 877-881-1053, TroutRec.com text line.
No.
Feels like Choppy, Jerry saying no, Choppy saying yes, Bobby saying yeah, but you really can't go too crazy because of the confusion that they introduced.
Yeah, it screwed you over, but that's the risk you run. Trying to cause confusion. Again, you run the risk of confusing the wrong person, and you did. And then ultimately, losing the game is on Dan Campbell. Getting the opportunity to go ahead, that 21-20 lead, you could potentially say is on the officials. I mean, it definitely is on the officials if Decker is the one who declared, but ultimately you ran that risk of the confusion. At the end, though, the next two plays that you call, and then you lose by a point, that's on Dan Campbell for not kicking the ball.
Yeah, I think he was looking at like, we have no chance. We're not going to win in overtime. I mean, he knows his team better than anybody. And maybe he just didn't think they had a chance. This was their chance to win. I don't know.
I don't know what would give him that feeling. They went right down the field. It was basically a coin flip game.
It was.
I mean, you could argue that the Lions were a little bit more in control than the Cowboys throughout the night. You could argue it.
Yeah, but especially it felt like a lot of the second half. But I mean, that's, again, I don't understand why you don't kick, especially if you're going to be so devastated afterwards, like, oh my gosh, this was such a massive game for us in terms of trying to go for the number 2 seed. Okay, well, if it's that important, kick it and then go play overtime. This was a Cowboys team that didn't look like they really wanted the game to continue. Again, they were trying to throw the ball with under 2 minutes to go, trying to put you away because they clearly didn't want to extend this game anymore.
He had a meathead moment. I think he had a meathead moment, but we'll take it. And one win away in DC from the NFC East. Why? Because of the meltdown, the absolute meltdown in Philadelphia. And have we gotten an apology from David Tepper for throwing the drink on the fan yet? Around the rest of the NFL with Filthy Spy Audio Part 1 is next. But
happen, Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
One more shot. Back goes Hurts. He loads up. He lets it go. And it is intercepted by Arizona, and the game is over. And the Eagles lose 35-31. And this is a bitter defeat. Bitter defeat. This is a devastating blow to this football team.
Ooh, thank God Jonathan Gannon doesn't like that organization anymore. Because I think he absolutely coached that team too. We're beating this team. If we're not beating anybody else this year,
doesn't know how to lose.
We're going after these Eagles, baby.
I wasn't even going to get mad at Gannon for going for the onside kick. Like, he was going for it. Philadelphia has a drive that starts to melt down the city. They only get 3 out of it. And my boy, James Conner. I love all my fantasy guys stepping up when I'm eliminated. Fantastic. But James Conner, you are a man. You are the man. And one of the shockers of the NFL season plays out. Yes.
I think Connor might be my favorite running back to watch in football.
I love him.
Like, he's so, just his style, like he's this big, he's this giant, like 6'2" running back. He's built like a truck, like he runs powerfully, but he's still like is really
like
nimble. I got a heart like a truck.
There you go.
He's still very nimble and quick, and man, he is so much fun to watch, especially when he's destroying Philly.
And I was sitting there watching this game. I'm like, Arizona is outplaying them. They've tripled the Eagles at one point in time in the game in time of possession. They were getting tripled on the scoreboard. This was 21-6 at halftime. 21-6. And then, and this was part, one of my New Year's resolutions. I was feeling all good yesterday in the afternoon. Bobby, you look really, really, really good and really correct right now. You look like a genius. Last year was your Brock Purdy take. This year, it's your Eagles take. Congratulations. We'll get to Jalen Hurts and how stupid you are about that later.
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar, sorry.
Yeah. The other quarterback, Sean. No, this
the other
is
running back.
Yeah, this is
go down that road.
I mean, this was what we talked about though for a lot of the season with them, is this was gonna catch up with them. They couldn't keep winning games the way they were. Like, it's just over the long term, it's not sustainable if you are fighting every game against good and bad teams. It doesn't matter. You're fighting in those games. It's not sustainable. And I'm stunned. Choppy and I were talking about this on Friday. The fact that they were 11 and a half.
Talking since you apparently didn't have a voice.
I mean, this was before my voice ran out. 11 and a half point favorites against
crazy.
Arizona. Philly should not be a double-digit favorite against anybody this entire season because they haven't done it.
No, they're not 11 points favored better than Air. They're not. And they're, stunningly, a 5-point favorite this week.
Boy, they're cracking. They are absolutely cracking there.
Oh, it's cracked. A.J. Brown, the new T.O., the modern day Odell, Bobby would call him. He didn't want to talk afterwards.
No, I'm not about to talk.
Not to talk today? Can you tell us why?
If it was to be talk, that would be talking. It's nothing to say.
So I think you'll talk this week? You don't know?
It ain't directly towards y'all though. So I just want to clear that up.
It feels like there is a mutiny towards Nick Sirianni. How could this fall apart so fast? You thought it fell apart quickly with Doug Peterson? After this is what they do in this city, though.
They do.
They unjustly, and a lot of people are saying, whoa, you want to preach accountability? You want to preach sticking together? And you drove the bus over our defensive coordinator for Matt Patricia? A.J. Brown's recent dissatisfaction, according to the Philly Inquirer, and refusal to talk to the media is not a jab at any teammates or the media themselves. It's directed at the coaching staff. And A.J., quote, isn't alone in his fury. He's just the least reserved. And Angelo Cataldi, who called this the king of meatballs, who retired from W.I. Payton, he said this would happen. And he also said after this loss, they're going to fire Nick Sirianni for screwing up Howie Roseman's roster. You messed up my roster, and you've got to go. as a mutiny is taking place. It sounds
that would be stunning. Like this is how on brand is it for them? This is the same city that tried to run off Jonathan Gannon last year with the number 1 ranked defense, and they were happy that he was gone.
Yeah,
and
it gives you more of a respect for the stability
of the
of
organization.
Jerry, patience.
Well, yes, but like, I think it's lunacy to even think that Sirianni would be on the hot seat here.
That's not how people in Philly are talking. People in Philly are talking like it's a legitimate question. This is a pretty serious collapse, and it's not just a collapse. It's a collapse where you're noticing culture cracks along the way too. The Sirianni bit is irritating enough as it is when you're going 13-4 and you're making the Super Bowl and in position to beat Kansas City. When your team's collapsing around you, it's really hard to tolerate it, I would guess.
4th loss in 5 games following a 10-1 start. They dropped to the 5. And they open up the door for the Cowboys to win the NFC East by beating the Commanders in D.C. on Sunday. You'll hear it on this station.
Which, you want to talk about a stunning betting line. The Cowboys are a 13.5-point favorite on the road against Washington. Same situation they were in last year. The Cowboys are 13.5 points better on the road than anybody, especially in colder temperatures when Dak's thumb with the plate in it is he can't throw. Can't throw.
Look at the last 9 games that they played. I mean, we're talking about 3 months almost for there because there's 9 games and a bye week in there. You go back to they beat the Commanders by 7 on the road, but the Commanders outgained them by 150 yards in that game. Like Washington for the most part moved the ball at will against Philadelphia. After that, there was the Dallas game, which it felt like Dallas outplayed them for a large chunk of that game. Kansas City, Buffalo games. Those were games where we all felt like Kansas City and Buffalo were better that day. And then you hit the losing streak. San Francisco, Dallas, Seattle, the tough game against the Giants, where if it's not for a 3rd and 20 conversion to A.J. Brown, that game's in serious jeopardy. And then you lose to Arizona. I mean, they are on a streak here where they legitimately could have lost 8 out of their last 9. They've been the worst team in probably 8 out of their last 9 games.
And then Devontae Smith leaves in a walking boot and crutches. They're saying that it's a mild ankle sprain. More additional testing is scheduled, but currently it's not considered a major injury right now. A.J. Brown, 1 second half touch. 1 second half touch. And Howard Eskin, nowhere to be found. The Burger King. I've been texting him nonstop. He doesn't write me back. My feelings are very, very hurt, but this is freaking hilarious. And they're going to Sirianni. All the analysts on TV, is it Jalen Hurts? Is he getting exposed? And they're all pointing towards coaching. They're all pointing towards scheme. And Shane Steichen is now someone that everyone in the city wants back. Oh, yeah, he's overachieving.
He's overachieving. I mean, look, Sirianni would be out of a job for what? 4 seconds?
As a head coach or just a job in general? I don't know. I don't know with certainty. I don't know with certainty that somebody goes and hires him again right away.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, if it's something where
Sirianni. It popped open on my.
No, I don't know that it's something where.
I mean, it's 2 years as head coach. He made the playoffs in a rebuild in the Super Bowl.
It does look ridiculous on paper, Bobby.
It does look ridiculous on paper.
28 teams would hire him to replace their coach tomorrow.
Okay, he'd have to be as douchey behind the scenes as what we see on television with his face.
But if you feel like culture matters a great deal to a lot of these owners when they're hiring, is like, what kind of culture are you building? If they feel like he built something that was toxic and fell apart, and if he's got a reputation around the league, and I don't know that this is the case, but it may be, if they look at it from the reputation standpoint of, oh, okay, you were made by coordinators. Like Gannon went in there and did things, and Steichen did things to put you in a position. As soon as those guys went away, you crumbled. As soon as it was on you, you crumbled. No.
All right, elsewhere throughout the National Football League, what happened this past weekend? San Francisco clinches the 1 seed. The Bears clinch the number 1 pick.
Because of Carolina.
Yes. And David Tepper, speaking of Carolina. RJ Choppy normally does not come out this strong. I want to see if he says it on radio, but the video is out there of David Tepper, the Panthers owner, who some people were comparing to Dan Snyder already, throwing a drink at a fan from his suite, his little high perch.
Get him out. Just kick him out of the league. Like you that is unbecoming of being an NFL owner. You cannot throw a drink on a paying customer. That is Absolutely unacceptable.
And this fool hasn't responded yet.
No.
I cannot believe he did not respond yesterday.
This guy is a loser. He's somebody who never had friends as a kid to check them of their idiocy. Kind of like Bobby.
Yeah, he's homeschooled.
He's probably homeschooled. 100% chance David Tepper was homeschooled. He's an absolute loser. Like, he fires coaches. He had 7 different coaches when you count interims in 4 years.
Yeah,
the guy's an absolute loser. He can't control his emotions. If he wasn't a billionaire, he'd be in jail. Get this guy out of the NFL. You can't have an owner doing that. It's absurd.
I would think other owners.
And get a better box. Why are you in that? What kind of that is a terrible box he's in.
Was that the
construction?
Is that the Chris Christie box?
No, it was a nice box. Governor Christie was in.
Yes,
it was a terrible box.
Maybe that's why he was so unhappy. He was just unhappy with the arrangements, the conditions that he was watching the game in, and it was less about the fan. This is something that I would think other NFL owners would push back against, because to them it's
a reflection on them.
There's no way Tepper's heard worse than what Jerry's heard for 30 years. And Jerry's never done this. Jerry's never done anything close to this.
Well, Mark Davis, he was sitting there going back and forth. He didn't throw some at the Raiders fans when they were trash talking him a few weeks back. Joe Pompliano, I think he's an aggregator, but I actually like some of the stuff that he does. He wrote, David Tepper paid $40 million to the ex-wife of his former boss for his Hamptons house, then tore it down to build a mansion twice as big. He also once said when a waiter is rude to him, he thinks, I could just buy this place and fire that guy. This behavior isn't new.
The first story
I would think that too if I had that much money. I could just fire you.
The first story I kind of respected. I like going to your boss's ex-wife and be like, hey, give me that. And then be like, I'm going to tear this down and build something twice as big on top of your. I kind of respect that, Petty. But I mean, this is somebody who the chatter out of Carolina now for a couple years has been he's really difficult to work with. And
you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Now this is something that the league, and I know Florio said it yesterday, but the league's got to address it. You can't do that. You can't have owners throwing drinks on paying customers. You can't have. I mean, that ultimately amounts to assault. But
all right, we had the college football playoff last night. Bobby needs to mourn his Longhorns, and why was Lank trending throughout the entire day? Little college football on Sean and RJ next.
New year, new you, right? We all head into it with the best.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Can the Dogs defense get the stop on 4th and 11? Ewers takes a shotgun snap. He's back to pass. Pressure coming. Throws the fade. Yeah!
We're going to Houston, baby!
Jackson knocked it away! Elijah Jackson knocks the ball away! The Huskies are headed to Houston to play the Michigan Wolverines for their first national championship since 1991.
Washington Radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. And our first shout out of 2024 to the 6 a.m. club, our best audience of the entire show. Entire morning squad is back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, Longhorn fan, fellow Longhorn fan, Peyton Russell, and Ryan has us live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
No, remember, Peyton is a Texas Tech Red Raider. He's already lost that.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa,
Yeah.
that was one day.
That's probably why he was also like, hey, moral victory. Things are great this morning.
All right, here's a true test. Do you tell Mackenzie not to bother you or text you during that game last night? Or was she with you, God forbid?
She did not want to watch it with me. She's getting work ready for stuff in school, so I let her do. We hung out all weekend, so I let her do her own thing.
Okay.
But I was like, okay, you don't want to watch it with me? That's fine. I still responded to her, but it was longer than the usual responses. We were like 15, 20 minutes apart every time I responded.
Bobby, it didn't look like you were watching very intently for being a Longhorn fan.
Criminal Intent was
No,
on.
yeah, that was sorry.
D'Onofrio.
I was watching Vincent D'Onofrio. It was a great episode of Law and Order SVU.
Did he figure out what happened at the end? He caught the killer?
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what happens.
It was the guy who was like packing boxes in the warehouse who they just kind of casually talked
It's always
to.
the famous person that does the cameo that's the criminal, too.
Yeah. It's like, I think I figured out exactly who's going to be the killer.
Why were you
in this
checking
scenario.
in on other programs?
What do you want me to say? We got less than stellar Quinn Ewers last night, and at the very end of the game, we got Sark just kind of peeing down his leg a little bit with the play calling. I have no idea what those play calls were on the final run. Like and
the one to the right side.
The first one was the first one. Yeah, that one was the little flip up.
And forget about Sark peeing down his leg. How does he have? Well, I know how he has legs, but how does he do that squat the entire game? I'm meaning to bring that up.
It will drop your blood pressure.
That drives me. I'm so jealous of that. Just squat down for 3 straight minutes
catcher?
and see how hard, like a catcher, see how hard it is to get up. And Sark is down there calling the offense and calling the plays from that squatting position.
You do that, you get up, you stand up too fast. Oh, man, you get a head rush.
Yeah.
I used to have to do that all the time to relieve my sciatic pain, but thanks to Chronic Pain Relief, CPRelief.com, I don't have to do that anymore.
So you weren't happy with the play calls?
No, I was not happy with the play call. Now, I will say Peyton did make a decent point earlier, which is the frustrating aspect of this was it did feel like you were never getting the stop and the score. Like you needed it. You were either getting the stop and then you were punting the ball away, or you were fumbling the ball away, or you were scoring and then immediately giving up a score to them. Penix was incredible. Just the way that he was able to drop the ball in a bucket from 50 yards away consistently. It was tough. It was frustrating to watch. I don't know why they didn't lean more on CJ Baxter in the run game, because Washington showed they couldn't do anything about that. But this is ultimately a successful season from the standpoint of you made the CFP. That was something we talked about week 1, I think, during one of Choppy's, hey, here's some hypotheticals, was I said, like, you got to be in playoff contention. If you just get to playoff contention, you're good. So this sets up nicely for Arch next year, and Texas being ready to.
Not Quinn Ewers?
No, we're done with Quinn after last night.
I agree with you, Bobby.
So do you think they're going to tell him to walk away?
I think that.
Or do you think he declares?
I don't know if he declares or not. I know that Quinn will do enough in spring practices or not do enough and show inconsistency like he has his entire career that it'll ultimately go to Arch.
Let's have a two-part discussion real quick. If Quinn goes out, he's drafted in what round? Because I don't think I'm not seeing first-round stud. He might get taken
third, fourth. I don't know.
Third or fourth,
something like that. Yeah.
Okay. And so that's part one. Where would he be taken? And number two, who do you want as a Longhorn fan starting next year? I did feel bad for Quinn with that media session picture.
Yeah, that was
that's an all-time photo.
That was bad.
What do you want him to? I mean, it's.
I felt bad for him.
But he's a starter. What are you asking Arch?
But
like what kind of clip? What the brand of the clipboard he holds is?
He's a New Orleans kid. Like Arch is gonna get the attention. That's his city.
Yeah, I get it.
Like Arch is gonna get the media crushing.
I didn't say I wouldn't have gone over there. I said I felt bad for him.
Quinn's gotten plenty of love at him. Like Quinn's gotten plenty of media attention back at South Lake Carroll, going to Ohio State. Like, I mean, just worry about throwing the ball consistently.
The photo of Ewers looking over his shoulder, no one's staying. It must be how McCarthy feels. Every single Sunday with everyone running on over to Jerry as everyone's lining up in front of Arch Manning. But no, rip it off. I know Peyton chose the old boring repeat of Quinn Ewers. That would be his preference next year. For the love of the Longhorns, rip it off and let's get the hype machine rolling.
So just a quick look at some of the big boards out there. One's got Quinn ranked as 61 on the big board, so that would be a second rounder. But from a quarterback perspective,
late second.
Yeah, but from a quarterback perspective, if your big board rank is in the second round, you're probably going to get drafted late first, early second. You're going to get overdrafted from your big board rank because of the position.
In years past, I don't know about anymore. Like there was a couple of years ago where the NFL just dug in and refused to and actually let guys slip further. It was Pickett winning the first round, late first, and then after that, it was you didn't have any quarterbacks going until 80, and there were guys who were considered to be second round picks. So I don't know necessarily that he'd get overdrafted like that. I just think that, yeah, there's going to be people who look at the pedigree and the talent, and he does have a lot of talent, but he's not consistent at all. And I think that's one thing that's going to keep teams away from him.
Who did y'all pick in these games last week?
Texas and Michigan.
I picked Bama and Washington.
Okay. So 1 for 2 on both ends. And Atolo remembered.
Which Atolo?
Mooney.
Oh, yes.
Mooney, the mayor, Michigan, the Mooney mayor. He's got a lot of M's in his handle, and he recorded a little X video for the station after his Wolverines beat Bama.
RJ Choppy, you said Bama would boat race us. Alec Mepper, Big Red himself today. Alabama's going to win. Mike Peasley, the Peas himself. Alabama's the better team. They're going to win. Well, as you can see, it didn't happen. Last year we lost to TCU. JJ said, we will be back. He did not write a check that his ass couldn't cash. Said with me, go blue.
He's got that.
Congrats, Mooney.
It reminds me of the old Dave Chappelle laugh. I do love the Mooney laugh.
And the first game, I was rooting for Alabama. It's just here. You're the most athletic kid in the playground. Take the football. Try to get us to a win. That's what Alabama's offense was. Everyone destroying the final play with the 3-yard scramble attempts. But this was an old school physical football game. Who was going to control the line of scrimmage? And Blake Corum ends up winning it.
There was 3 times where I thought like this game was going to get away from either team. I thought early on, obviously you had the interception at the very beginning that was overturned, but then after the muff punt, Bama scores and it's a 7-zip. It's like, okay, this thing they're gonna now it's on. And then Michigan seems like their offense was starting to click and Bama couldn't catch up to it. Okay, this is gonna get away from Alabama. And then at the really late in the fourth quarter, Bama scores. They got the lead. There's then they get the first down, and then Milroe fumbles. And at that moment, it's like, okay, maybe now Michigan. But then they missed the field goal. And they come right back down, and they just couldn't get that 7 points. They couldn't get that touchdown.
I understand he's a crazy athlete, and he had a couple of runs yesterday that were really impressive. Jalen Milroe's so bad. Like, he's such a bad quarterback. He's not good at all. And kudos to Saban and the Alabama coaching staff for the adjustment they made in the first half, because I thought Milroe was going to get sacked 20 times in this game when you watch the first half.
5 first half sacks.
And then the pass rush completely went away because they figured out a way to kind of neutralize it, and Jalen Milroe started using his legs a little bit. I still have no idea how the McCarthy pass to Roman Wilson on the final drive that got tipped. I have no idea how that didn't redirect away from Roman Wilson. That was a complete miracle, a complete miracle bounce there. But ultimately, I think the better team won. Michigan's better. Bama's just not got the same offensive line that they have in years past. They don't have the same sort of weapons. Milroe's just not very good, as much as he wants to try and dunk on Bill O'Brien last week, like we had talked about, where he said, well, who has the last laugh now? I'm here. You told me I was trash. Here I am. Well, you're still trash.
Well, that's
you're
part
a bad
of the
player.
that's part of the lank.
Yeah.
And that was the most viral moment in the sports world yesterday, as Reese Davis was sitting on the set of College Game Day trying to set up this pro. You don't speak or interrupt when Ernie Johnson, when Reese Davis, when they're setting up the story, when they're setting up a package. You're going to see it during the Olympic coverage, right? When Mike Tirico is talking about the athlete, the people on set are still there. You don't interrupt. Pat McAfee broke that rule.
Jalen Milroe often wears his own branded apparel reading LANK across the front. It's an acronym that stands for Let a Naysayer Know. Being told by his former offensive coordinator, Bill O'Brien.
That is not what I thought.
Is that not what you thought?
Boy, let a naysayer know.
Let a naysayer know.
Of course.
The professional's right in the middle of his lead. That's all right. I just keep going.
You almost lost me. It got real tight up here as you were. I just want to let you know.
Reese, you were too smooth with that. I thought it was going down. I thought it was going down out here.
Oh, sorry about it. Let a naysayer know.
Let a
naysayer know. That's what we thought the whole time. That's what we all thought.
5.5 million views.
Dude.
5.5.
That is all time. Like that is all time, man. I can't believe you went there. I can't believe it.
I know.
I can't believe you went there. But like that was like, I think Reese Davis, it took him a good 30 seconds to figure out what the hell they were talking about.
Oh yeah, Reese Davis, I don't think understood at all.
He was not in on the joke.
No,
at all.
People have the South Park cameraman saying it's going to be Joey Galloway, Desmond Howard peeking around the corner. This took over.
Are you embarrassed?
I'm surprised, honestly, that he hasn't caught any heat though.
I know,
but like
McAfee?
yeah. I'm not saying he should or shouldn't or whatever. I'm just saying I'm surprised that it didn't get any blowback of just stopping that down and putting that out there on the set.
The best is the Denzel training day meme. My naysayers. He's got the cigarette. He got the cigarette in his mouth, and the meme is just my naysayers. So now everyone's dropping naysayer, and it is the first viral meme of 2024 coming from the sports world.
Look, it's
Lank.
Yeah, Lank.
Ultimately, this is. I mean, the last couple weeks have shown still why, for all the talk about, oh, you overpaid for Pat McAfee, you did this and that. Like, I mean, he's given them that. He gave them the viral moment of calling the dogs and then picking Alabama in the game, and that was viral for several weeks.
Herb Street said, if McAfee leaves, I'll leave. He said that.
And McAfee almost dropped an F-bomb on the set this week. This was before the one of the New Year's Six games. It was still out there, but he almost dropped an F-bomb.
He's going to want to do well. Lad McConkey's playing. He's going to go for freaking.
Wow.
It's early training. It's early local. That's on me. That's on me. I'm an adult. I haven't been on the show.
Dude, that's got to be difficult. Because
going from his show to that.
He curses way more on ESPN than I thought he was going to do. Curses way more. See, Pat, we said something nice about you. Okay, you don't have to search your name in Twitter and X and come after us and get all worked up and get all sensitive. We're giving you some props. as McAfee took over yesterday.
Have either of you in your broadcast career
Shan just ripped our video.
had the F-bomb slip?
No.
Never?
Can't think of one.
I think I had it bleed over a mic at Fan Bowl, but that's it.
Yeah.
That's the only time.
I heard you had some things last week as well with this whole
Oh,
red,
yeah.
Don't do it.
Let's not go there.
red
Don't-
button that was not pushed.
Not go there.
All right.
Way to go, Peyton.
Is the curse over? Did Jimmy Johnson officially end the curse and will spy on Filthy for the first time at 7:20 during the Expressway? That's on next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here they come, 1st and 10, 2:12 in the game. Goff back, throws it left, Laporta. Intercepted at the 30-yard line by Donovan Wilson. He read it, he sat back, he jumped the route, and the Cowboys have the ball back. Play of the game right there.
Star up, star down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg. Good morning, Metroplex. We are back. Hopefully you are as well. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan. We're live on the Fan Can, Twitch, and YouTube. And in case you did not know, you're checking out radio stations for 2024 while you're, serious. Seeing if I can activate your phone again. Siri, wake up.
Yeah, oh, there it is.
There it is. While that expires and you're looking to renew, we're the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. No need to go anywhere else. Bam. We just saved you money. And on Saturday, the Cowboys pulled out the crazy win over the Detroit Lions. They're one win away from a Commanders on-the-road victory from winning the NFC East. Star up, Donovan Wilson. Bobby, who else did you have on that list?
Yeah, I think that, the defense had a really strong performance other than the final drive of the game, obviously. And the guys who stood out to me were Donovan Wilson, you mentioned one there. DeMarcus Lawrence, I thought, was fantastic.
Right, he was fantastic.
We were at halftime, and I was talking to Broadus, getting ready for the halftime ceremony with Jimmy, and we're kind of standing in the booth watching things down there. And D-Law had just made that play before the end of the half. We were both talking about, that's the player of the game right now, is DeMarcus Lawrence at halftime. And so,
he finished with 3 stops, all of them were tackles for a loss.
It felt like he had 8 of them. I thought he had way more than that.
It did. And so DeMarcus Lawrence, I thought, was absolutely fantastic in this game. Big star up to him. Another big star up to Jordan Lewis. Jordan Lewis played really, really well in this game. He's really come on in recent weeks. There have been a couple games where he's been really big. He came up big against Seattle, made big plays there. And so I think Jordan Lewis deserves a big star up and has really started kind of coming into his own. And this is why coaches like veteran players. They like smart, savvy players, no matter, how much they may have lost a step.
And that's, partly why I think, if
By
they
the way,
were
Dak gave him credit for equal film room study. He was crediting Jordan Lewis for putting in as much film room work as he does.
It's if they're going to play a Seattle in the first round, which is a possibility. They have 3 receivers. Legit, not like anybody throws a third guy out there. They got 3 legit receivers out there. And you're going to need that. You're going to need a Jordan Lewis to step up. You're going to need players to step up because, there's times where there's times when Bland has been cooked at times, especially in this game. He was not great in this one. So you need guys like Lewis to step up if you're going to have a team that's got 3 legitimate pass catchers.
And, of course, the biggest star up of the night, we need to start having some larger discussions about 88. Some real big, serious, big boy discussions. 13 for 227, a touchdown while I stood in line for beer, and a drug test after the game. NFL said, no. This ain't lining up. Go ahead and pee in this cup. CD Lamb, biggest star up, brought to you by the Big Green Egg.
That was huge. And that was that play, that touchdown, that's one of those things where that play doesn't happen. Dak's dead to rights there. He gets out of it. It could have been a safety for crying out loud.
Yeah.
He gets out of it, and he just kind of heaves one down. And there's CD. He had beat his man, and his man dives. That was the longest 60. I think I could have beat CD at the speed he was running, and I was running alongside full speed. I think there's a chance I could have beat him. That's how slow he was able to run because there was nobody there. He had nobody within 30 yards of him.
That's another example, though, just the ability to freelance and improvise and the sense that they have for each other. That's another example of Dak and CD are just at a point right now where they're one of the stronger connections in the NFL.
So now what? After the Eagles got stunned by the Cardinals, well, not stunning to some people, like Bobby Belt, the Cowboys winning the NFC East would clinch the number 2 seed. So you're getting one home playoff game where they're undefeated. You win that one, they get at least one more.
Yeah, you're getting 2.
You are guaranteed of avoiding the 49ers until at least the NFC Championship game if they make it. Now, we do have to look at the possible teams. Is this definitely the best case scenario, or would you have wanted to take on the NFC South winner with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for the better part of Sunday getting blanked. I'll go ahead and take this. Keep me as far away from the 49ers as possible and have me at home. A massive, humongous weekend. Fortunate and other for America's team.
Yeah, I mean, look, as of right now, the way it would shake out today, you're getting Green Bay.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah.
So you're getting a guy who's never he's a rookie. From a starter perspective, he's a rookie in Jordan Love.
Damn near the top of the league in touchdown passes.
My guy.
Okay. He's doing fine. They won, they won a game at Detroit on Thanksgiving. They controlled that game. They're not terrible. I mean, but I'd rather face.
But would you rather face Tampa in Tampa, or let me throw out two other teams that are possibilities: the Rams or the Seahawks in Arlington, or the Bucs in Tampa?
Oh, I'd rather face the Bucs in Tampa than the Seahawks. The Seahawks, that's kind of scary. That game kind of scared me.
Yeah.
The Rams. I was at that Rams game. Well, I was not impressed. I know they're a different team now, but they didn't play great this past weekend either.
No, I mean they were in a position where if the Giants can draw up something more than 3 crap plays in a row, setting up Mason Crosby for a 54-yard field goal, they maybe lose to the Giants.
So that was that would have been an interesting type game. But yeah, I would much rather have faced Tampa as opposed to Seattle or maybe the Rams. But Green Bay, and then you actually get to avoid the Niners, and then you're the 2 seed, not the 3, so you wouldn't have to go to Detroit. Ooh. I mean, so you would get right now, if chalk were to hold, you would get Green Bay and then Detroit again here. Now, Detroit put up a good fight, and they could have won that game. They probably are leaving that game feeling they left points in the field. I know the Cowboys feel like they left points in the field with the CD fumble. So I think that'd be a really good game.
If the Lions had won, this is everything that changed because of that call. The Lions had won, it would have secured at worst the number 2 seed with a win this upcoming week. If they had won and won again in week 18, and if San Fran lost one game, the Lions would have had the 1 seed. With the loss, now is expected for Detroit to be the 3. They would need significant help to have any chance of moving up. A potential divisional playoff game against the NFC East winner would have been in Detroit.
Yeah.
But now it's going on the road.
Yeah, so if the Cowboys lose, but the Eagles win, the Eagles still have, the Eagles would then have the Detroit would have it, but they need help. They need too much help, and there's just not really a chance. And who knows if they're even going to play anybody in the final week.
And, of course, we're talking about this because of the controversy that the Cowboys ended up winning on Mike McCarthy on the explanation, what he heard from the refs after the 2-point try.
Did you get any explanation on the 2-point play as to why the first one did not stand?
Yes, I was told that 70 was who they announced, but he covered up 68 is what I was told.
I can't wait to ask McCarthy about drawing up these plays beforehand to referees and officials, as Dan Campbell said he did. But with all those fortunate events going the Cowboys' way, people are thinking already that the curse of Jimmy Johnson has been lifted, and Jerry Jones finally made a move that can win the Cowboys a Super Bowl. Here is the condensed version, a little over a minute long, of Jimmy Johnson finally going in Saturday night.
I want to thank some outstanding assistant coaches and some great players. You weren't great when we were 1-15, but you know what? When we held that trophy up, you were fantastic. I know, and we talked about it a few minutes ago, Charles. At times you thought I was a tyrant and an a-hole, but you never turned on me because you knew we were on the right path. And I want to thank the Dallas Cowboy fans, the millions of Cowboy fans, and the millions that despise the Cowboy fans. Because all of you is what makes this game so great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I just got one more thing to say. How about them Cowboys?
We go, we get the drinks, grab a hot dog. Man, they're lining up on the field. We have to sprint back out there.
Yeah, I had to sprint back out there. I thought they were going to, set it up like, when you have a halftime show, like with Reba or with Dolly or whoever, Creed, it takes a little bit to roll the stage out. I was like, yeah, maybe they're gonna put some flags on the field. It's just gonna take a couple of minutes. We got time in to go get a drink and get back out there. No, we had no time. We had no time. It was like it was there. I didn't want to miss the food. I didn't want to miss the show.
Yeah.
So we had to run back out there, see the show, then go back in, and then go get our free food. It was amazing. Amazing. Shrimp. Fantastic. Chicken wings. Fantastic.
It was a great ceremony, and honestly, it was. I was surprised he didn't. He got most emotional when they were playing the video up on the big screen, where they're just kind of playing the cut up of all his different moments here in Dallas. He got pretty emotional there. I know he got emotional on the set of the Fox NFL Sunday thing yesterday, but I was surprised we didn't, in the middle of the speech, get a voice crack at one point, because this clearly meant a ton to him.
Well, we have our meme though, because it's kind of like our Cowboys Goodfellas meme, where, dang it, what's the name of Liotta's character? Ray Liotta's character in Goodfellas.
Oh, Henry Hill.
Henry.
Right, yeah.
When Henry's laughing like that, and now and then they said fly, he goes fly. And it's like Jimmy with Irvin and Emmett, and they're all laughing and holding each other back. So I absolutely love that. And we'll ask Jerry Jones about this moment at 8:30.
It was great
this morning.
It was fun. It was fun to see. I saw DeMarcus's this year, and then this one, and
saw DeMarcus Ware, DFW airport baggage claim.
Well,
yeah.
Well, did you?
One of the longest wait. Well, it wasn't that long of a wait. They've improved. They've improved over there. Good
Yeah,
job.
Good for them. Good for them.
My father-in-law, I'm like, there's D Ware. My father-in-law, no hesitation. DeMarcus, hey, how you? I was like,
And he was great though, wasn't he?
DeMarcus?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
he's always.
I could stare at that man for a long time.
You got to tell him, no, you can't go up to somebody like that.
We didn't go up. He walked by us.
Oh yeah.
And he walked by us. So
I always feel bad like outing somebody, like, because then like, what if not everybody knows who that is?
Well,
I mean, you're the one who said you'd stop and take a picture with OJ. So I mean, what's the big deal stopping DeMarcus Ware?
Other scenarios for this upcoming NFL weekend. We all focusing on the AFC East. Bobby, what are the other scenarios in play?
Yeah, so this is setting up for a couple of different opportunities. Specifically for the Cowboys, what they're looking at is they could run into one of it's several combinations that could occur. They've got the Rams, the Packers, the Seahawks, the Vikings. I think there's another one where they can get the Saints in a tight scenario. But a lot of what we're looking at here is the AFC South. That's going to be Texans and the Colts. Winner of that takes their division. The NFC South is going to be is still up for grabs between the Buccaneers, Saints, and the Falcons. The Falcons and the Saints actually playing that one. If the Saints win that one, they're in. They get that. And the Buffalo Bills, who we were talking about potentially missing the playoffs 4 weeks ago, they can finish as high as the 2 seed if they beat Miami.
Choppy's gambling ticket.
Yeah, it's still there.
Yes,
it's still there. So they can win the 2 seed with they get the 2 seed with a win over Miami. Can they be out? I think they can be out of the playoffs if they lose still. I think they could still miss. That's how crazy things are right now.
What a dream scenario for the NFL. Continuing to win with all the ratings and scenarios. You are going to win big with the beginning of this expressway. The expressway is commercial free for 40 minutes right after these few messages coming up, and it is the most, by far, the most spying on filthy audio that we've ever had in the 13 years of the show. Sit back, warm up the coffee, and enjoy spying on the Eagles during the commercial-free expressway next.
But let's get your car.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
This team doesn't know how to lose.
This team is abysmal.
I blame Nick Sirianni.
Go to hell today.
It needs to be boots in somebody's ass. I'm sick of it.
Peyton Russell with the new intro.
We finally got one right.
Getting it in. Well, I didn't say it was good.
Oh.
No. Good intro. Starting off 2024 correctly for the Expressway. Y'all, this is commercial free with the return of the entire morning show on the home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. And we got Ryan running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube for easily our largest selection of Spying on Filthy audio after they lost to Arizona. We had the extra day yesterday to compile. Bobby was going ahead and recording the post-game show. I'm looking at the video of this girl in the stand saying, what are we doing? How about the old man who couldn't get up? How about this one? Did you see this guy?
Oh, gosh.
No. Okay.
Stuck.
He was stuck. He tripped and fell next to this woman. This old drunk could not get off his rear end.
Yep.
And he's like cursing this girl, saying, move your fat ass and everything. So you got this fan, you got this Eagles fan in a green helmet cursing the defense. And I have the audio of the guy. The most viral Philly clip was the guy going off on Sirianni. I'll have that for you at 9 o'clock because we have way too much to get to. It's glorious.
He's they're cracking. The fans are. The team is. I don't know who's cracking more, them or the Chiefs. But man, it's this 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago was a completely because they went through the stretch of Cowboys, Bills, Chiefs, and it was like they had a nasty six game stretch, and they started it off. It's like, oh my god, they're gonna roll through this thing. They're gonna lose like 1 or 2 games, and then you expected San Fran, whatever. Then you expected the Cowboys loss because they were playing at home. I mean, you didn't see Seattle coming necessarily. You didn't see Arizona.
I did.
No, you didn't see Arizona.
Yeah, I see anybody going out there against the Philadelphia Crimson Vikings and beating those.
No, because
those
I asked if anyone wanted to bet that the Eagles would not win the NFC East, and I had no takers.
None.
So I'm not going to give anyone credit.
It's more about Dallas than Philly, though.
You still didn't bet.
Still didn't bet it.
I might give Patrick Walker some credit. I think he said the Eagles will lose 1 or maybe even 2 with that.
That's not a credit give. That's just blind faith.
Yeah,
that's what that is. That's
or homerism.
That's just homerism.
Yeah. So we'll talk to Patrick at 9:20, but let's get to the good stuff. This is Bobby immediately spying the amount of Tolos who get in the Odyssey app and want to participate in the demise. And the crying in Philadelphia is incredible. So props to you all for giving us the heads up. Bobby and Peyton with the audio. Number 1, WIP postgame show. They're saying this all traces back to San Fran kicking their rear end.
I mean, the Niners game beat them down so bad
I think so.
that they lost confidence that they could win football games.
I think that was the death blow.
And listen, they don't have the horses on defense. I think the offense is embarrassing for the amount of talent they have. Some point this falls on the head coach, and from this point on, for the rest of the season, for me, he's coaching for his job.
Yeah.
Like I know they won the Super Bowl last year. I know that they're in position to be in the playoffs with 12 wins, whatever, 11 wins. I don't care. I've watched enough. I mean, this is approaching Chip Kelly kind of like collapse here.
Damn,
this is bad. They could very easily have lost 6 straight.
They haven't started games well all year. They don't tackle. They are not creative with their play calling. They are not a good situational team. No. They turn the ball over. You know what every one of these things mean? It means you're poorly coached.
Boy,
so
they're going at Sirianni now.
That's okay. That's just
coaching for his job.
He's Chip Kelly.
Yeah. What that is that's just a bad sports talk show host. I hate to say that about somebody, but if you're that generic that your go-to is just fire the coach, which is what half of sports talk show hosts do, then you're just a bad sports talk.
Yeah, but in that city, it might actually play out.
Oh, because they
did it to Peterson.
That's totally different.
They named a street after him and they fired him.
That's pandering to a fan base. Again, another example of a bad talk show host.
Yeah.
Don't pander to a fan base. That's what that is. Like, that's just dumb. Like, Nick Sirianni is not on the hot seat, and if he is because the organization is dumb. That's what happens. You don't fire a coach who in a rebuild with a quarterback that nobody thought was any good went to the playoffs, and then again in the very next year goes to the Super Bowl, and then is 9-1 the following year. Which, go look at the history of teams that lose the Super Bowl. The history of teams that lose the Super Bowl over the last 25 years is not that they don't go 9-1. They don't even make the playoffs again. So,
what would have to happen for you to maybe see it? Like, what if they lose by 30 in round one?
I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't do it. It's a flawed team. Like there would be an obvious flaw to it. I can't. I'm not going to fire a coach who in 3 years there has gone to the playoffs all 3 times and a Super Bowl. I just,
even if there's a revolt from players.
Yeah, if there's a revolt from players, maybe. But I don't know. Do revolts hang over year to year? You know, do they carry over? We've seen them not carry over. We've seen it have carryover.
Number 2, they're going at some of the great young players, all that talent, including Jordan Davis, the big man up front.
All they've done is invest in the defensive line. And the defensive line's a joke.
It's incredible.
I mean, Josh Sweat can't sack Kyler Murray.
Hey, Josh Sweat wants to tell me all week how close he's been.
I know.
I don't give a bleep how close you've been, dude. It's about getting a sack.
Can't do it.
You're close.
Can't do it. Jordan Davis looks like a bust of a draft pick. I mean, Fletcher Cox has been their best defensive player again on the line. He's
hands down.
34 years old.
Hands down. It's not even close.
I mean, Jalen Carter has reached the rookie wall. Hassan Reddick didn't touch a quarterback.
Where's Jordan Davis been?
That's what I'm saying.
Jordan Davis has a 70 PFF grade. That's pretty good. Now Jalen Carter has hit the rookie
Yeah,
wall.
what was it? Everybody was all concerned about Jordan Davis and all these. Wow, look at how he snatched all these guys. And now the WIP hosts are already like, yeah, they're all busts. They're terrible.
Is Jordan Davis bad?
They're terrible. I mean, he's a 110.
I said he got a 70 PFF grade.
Yeah, it's
pretty good.
All right.
I mean, PFF doesn't know what they're talking about, to be fair. But, I mean, like, he's a one technique. Like, he's not going to be this big pass-rushing defensive tackle. I don't know what plays
that's
they're wanting.
That's what happens. People in Philadelphia, like, they just don't know football.
The studying one
the fans
techniques.
do. The fans do. The hosts don't.
Well, they're calling for Sirianni.
Again, these fans, they're emotionally unstable. They're teenagers. Everybody there has and I grew up there. Everybody there has the emotional capabilities of a teenager. It's when it's going well, it never can stop. It will never stop. And when it's going bad, I don't know how we're ever going to get over this, okay? Yeah. They have the same emotional capabilities as my 14-year-old. And my 14-year-old can't even stand in line, all right? Because you know what happens when you're 14 years old. You've got one of those every freaking minute of the day. You can't stand in line. You can't do anything, all right? That's what happens when you're 14. And that's what happens to Eagle fans, okay? They're emotionally unstable people.
And on the post-game show on Sunday, this is just from Sunday, Peyton has spied this morning. They've just been knowing that the Eagles have been a disaster for a while now.
That's an embarrassing loss against a team. Again, with Jonathan Gannon coming in here, he had them playing harder than the Eagles.
They did. They wanted it more.
This is what pisses me off about this team, is that they've essentially been getting their teeth kicked in for the last 5 weeks. I don't care you beat the Giants. That game was far too close. The 3 weeks before that, embarrassed. And to go out there again tonight, like, where's the heart on this team? Where's the heart? I mean, where's the leadership? Where's the toughness? Where's the winner stuff that we've been sold
culture
on? Well, they're 10-1. Why are you guys complaining about them being 10-1? Because they stink.
Yep.
Like, they're not a very good football team. That is an all-time Philadelphia sports.
Yeah, it is.
Where's all the winner stuff?
Yeah.
But by the way, 10-1. No, you were not saying how bad they were at 10-1. You were talking about how realistically it's us and the 49ers. Remember, we played that clip of WIP talking about it's us and the 49ers. I mean, screw the Cowboys. Like they're not.
They put out the poll question the morning after they got crushed. Who's the best team still in the NFC?
Yeah. Didn't even mention the Cowboys. Didn't mention the Cowboys. Didn't mention Detroit. Didn't mention anybody. Completely oblivious.
I mean, I've said 2022 Vikings. In a lot of ways, though, they are the 2020 Steelers. Remember that Steelers team that started like 10-0, and everybody's like, it's really not a good 10-0 football team, and then they lose a bunch of games at the end and were bounced early.
And
I don't know how they're going to win 10 games again. Pittsburgh.
Well, we say that maybe it's with that little brat Kenny Pickett crying and apparently reportedly refusing to back up Mason Rudolph, so they made him inactive. All this praise from Mike Tomlin. He looks like he has even less control of his locker room than Nick Sirianni.
Yeah.
But for the 16th straight year, Mike Tomlin finishes over 500. 1-6.
Unbelievable. With uncertainty at quarterback for the last 5 years, because even at the end of Ben's tenure,
He was rotting.
Yeah.
He was a rotten
Rottweiler.
I can't do it. All right, Peyton, were you spying? Even more on Filthy this morning.
Oh, yes. 94 WIP morning show where they were going back and forth. And the host got into it, too. They didn't start off, just taking phone calls like usual. They wanted to take that first segment and say, we're going to go after everyone. The quarterback, the head coach, and boy, did they go after Nick Sirianni here. The hosts here on the morning show at WIP, they are tired of the crappy play calling and the same old bull crap from the Eagles.
They never put the quarterback under center. They never run a bootleg. They never run a draw.
It just never looks interesting. Again, I said this a few weeks ago, but when do you ever watch the Eagles and say, oh, that's a cool play?
Yeah.
Never! Never. You say it 20 times a game watching the Niners or the Dolphins or whoever.
Right. Yeah. And by the way,
Chiefs,
and let me be clear.
Even though they're not good,
it's
there are
okay.
teams that do this.
It's okay to do the same things over and over and over and over and over again if it works.
Yep.
I guarantee you, if Vince frickin' Lombardi's, Packers sweep stopped working, he'd, do something else. I mean, my God, do something else.
Boy, gonna have to fire the coach.
Let's talk flea flickers.
Yeah.
I worked all day yesterday in these college football playoff games, these flea flickers that...
Did they?
They did not.
They didn't work.
They did
Michigan
not.
almost fumbled 2 of them.
Yeah.
I'm curious. They're all teeing off on the coaching, and Chop, you think that's that's misappropriated anger? Or,
I think it's
frustration?
an easy scapegoat because you can't get rid of the whole team.
What is their problem when you watch them? Is it just the defense is awful?
The defense is awful is number one.
I mean, what they put up 30 in this game? 31?
But here's the question no one is following up on. Jalen Hurts is getting a total pass in this conversation. Why is Nick Sirianni having and running out an unimaginative offense? That's the key question here. Either Sirianni's a dope. Mm-hmm. I'll use Howard Eskin. I was going to say dope because I don't feel like that's used. Either Sirianni's a total moron after last year helping them to the Super Bowl, getting Jalen Hurts paid. Nick Sirianni's looking like a genius for a guy that could not throw. Or Jalen Hurts is limited with what he can do. He took a step backwards to the norm. Or maybe Hurts is still banged up. No one else is talking about Jalen Hurts being hurt or Jalen Hurts regressing back to what we thought he was to start off his NFL career. No. Everything is just being thrown and directed at Sirianni. That to me is not taking it second or third level.
I mean, Hurts is 9th in QBR, and he's 13th in DVOA, which is per play efficiency. I mean, that's not like that. That's probably the low end of his floor.
That's with 15 1-yard touchdown runs.
But they count. You can't just discount that. I know you don't like quarterbacks and you don't believe they should use their legs, but you can't discount.
Chop, it's not that they can't use their legs. It's that when you're talking about the primary job as a passer, he's not good at it right now.
The primary job of a quarterback is to move the sticks.
The primary
job
not
to throw the football.
The primary job of a quarterback is also to win, and he's just not doing it right now.
Well, nobody has won more over the last 2 years than him for the most part.
I think what you're seeing, honestly, is just right now the best evidence we have, especially given what we're seeing in Indianapolis, is Steichen was a massive loss for them. That's the biggest thing I think you're seeing.
Yeah,
I think that hurts a lot of quarterbacks. When you have changes.
Well, I'm just talking about
the great ones.
I'm just talking about even the creativity.
No, you're right. The elite quarterbacks of all time, like the Mahomeses and the
Prescotts.
Sure.
Did that for you, Bobby. Happy New Year.
The elite of the elite of all time. It doesn't matter who the coach is. Doesn't matter who. They are the culture. Not the coach. They are the culture.
Hey, P, you got one more clip from this morning?
Yeah, we got one more clip, WIP morning show. Now they get to the callers here. And the callers, the few I went through, a lot of them were just depressed. They've moved on. They're done with the season. They're saying, you know what, 76ers ball time. We got the Phillies coming up in April. We're moving on. The Eagles suck. We're done with them. But yet they're still going after the head coach. And I mean, after this phone call, it might be time for Nick Sirianni to take a hike.
Happy to be back, although I certainly wish we were cranking it up with the belief in a playoff run that was going to, go into February again, and it just feels like they're blowing it in a lot of ways. Let's kick it off. How about this? Our guy, Tom in Dover, is the first caller this year. Hello, Tom.
Yo, what's up, guys? Sorry y'all had to come back to this bull crap.
Yeah.
Let me say this, Joe.
Yeah.
The team is broken like you and John both said.
Yep.
They need some coaching right now. Last year we had a whole bunch of talent. This year, them kids need some coaching. You got rookies out there on the field. They need coaching. And Sirianni isn't the coach for them. And people been calling you, telling you this, telling you that. You've been hanging up on them. Spreading and raving, man. Sirianni isn't the coach for this team, man. He's not. He's a yes man. We need a coach. We need a coach, Joe. We do, man. We need a coach. That offensive coordinator, that defensive coordinator, no good, man.
Get him out of there.
Got to be done with him.
That's just part one. Part two is coming up at 9 o'clock. Maybe the most viral clip in the NFL over the weekend. Definitely from a fan.
They're going through it.
Yeah,
Man,
they
are
are
going through it in that
cracking
city right now.
They are cracking, man.
Let's
not cracking like Seattle.
Yeah,
they're cracking.
Let's hold up a mirror real quick before we get to best and worst of the weekend, and let's talk about turn this crap off, please. Please get this out of here. Let's talk about Mike McCarthy's clock management, because this was a national storyline. The two national storylines after the big call was the Hendershot trip that the referees screwed up, but we got to focus on Mike McCarthy and what he did with 2:05 left to play. Lions had 2 timeouts, and
Plus the 2-minute warning.
Plus the 2-minute warning, and Mike decides to air this thing out. Threw the ball on first down. 2-minute warning was looming, which is fine, right? Because the clock is about to stop anyway. Hendershot then gets called for tripping. They move back 15 yards. You're on the brink of field goal range. If you have 3 runs from the Lions' 44, you maybe have a 50-yard field goal for Aubrey. McCarthy goes high percentage pass on 1st and 25. That moves the ball to the 33. Cool. Time for 2 runs, or maybe 1. Maybe just 1 run. No. The 2nd and 14 pass is what everyone lost their minds over. 2nd and 14 pass goes out of bounds. 3rd and 14, no. Going to throw it again. So, Amon-Ra St. Brown scores with 23 seconds left as the Lions drive the field in 9 plays. So, they got the ball back with 141, 0 timeouts, the ball at their own 25, down 7. They should have been down 40 seconds on that clock.
Yeah,
at
they
some
should have
point in time.
gotten
minute.
the ball back at a minute-ish, minute 5 instead of a minute 40. Which, as it turns out, the way they went down the field, it might not have mattered.
It absolutely would have, because it took them a minute 20 to get down the field. They would have had a minute left on the clock.
But how much did they kind of, they did take their time at times.
That's not the point.
That's not the point.
Yeah, the point is, go ahead.
I don't necessarily have a major issue with it because possession is more important than time. So, like, keeping the ball the most important thing in the Cowboys' mind was keeping the ball, not letting Detroit get the ball back at all. They wanted to get the first down. Once they got to the 1st and 25, they could totally change things. That's why they threw it. They knew they had to throw it to get the first down. Their goal was not to give them the ball back with a minute to go. It was not to give them the ball back, period. Like, they viewed possession more important than time on the clock. And I don't necessarily disagree with that. Would I have thrown that pass? No. You could have thrown another easy pass to CD that would have gotten another 7 yards, and then you would have set up a 3rd and 7 and another one. The one to Ferguson got them like 8 yards on the last one. It easily could have gotten you the first down. It was just a dumb. Who throws a fade route? Down there.
Well, especially when
Cooks was out of bounds.
Cooks read something completely different, because if that ball doesn't get thrown out of bounds, it's probably intercepted. And then you're looking at
you lose.
Yeah, now you're looking at a much bigger issue, because that's an interception, and Detroit's got a timeout too to play with. There were a couple different things that I didn't like there. 2:05, they run the ball with Pollard. Then there's the tripping call. If you want to throw the ball in this scenario, if you want to go for the throw it at the 2:05 mark, because the clock's stopping regardless. You're getting to the 2-minute warning. So whether it's an incomplete pass or it's a run play, whatever else, like, the clock is stopping after that play. So throw the ball there. I have a problem with running the ball there. If you want to throw it at 2:05. Then on the I don't have a problem with the throw that they threw to CD. It was he had to kind of thread it a little bit. But I have no problem with throw to CD, the one to Ferguson. It's the shot to Cooks that is the issue.
It's indefensible, in my opinion. It's gross mismanagement. And most importantly, it does nothing to decrease my concern and worry that they will butcher this type of moment in a playoff game. I've very little to no faith that Mike McCarthy will screw up something like this when we're at a 10 out of 10 in terms of panic and importance.
Yeah.
And not just the second and 14 is just indefensible, in my opinion. It's ridiculous. He got saved by Dan Campbell and the referees and the officials. And it's part of the reason why I love having him on. I hate having him on Friday instead of Tuesday when we had on Jason Garrett, or Monday. No, we had Jason on Monday. Because
I gotta watch tape.
Because, yeah, we got to watch tape. But going back to this topic, 5-6 days later, it sucks. And he's talking to the rest of the media about it. I'd love to have him on Mondays, but I think part of that is by design, right? Like, it's much easier to answer questions like this
5 days later
and do this show on a Friday where we're previewing. Previewing is much easier than recapping. Much, much easier. So I give Jason Garrett a lot of credit there, but this was ridiculous. And not only this, what Micah Parsons did too was stupid. Don't let Micah Parsons off the hook.
With the offsides?
Yes.
Yeah.
Giving them another chance. Look, the Cowboys lucked out in this game. I think we all feel comfortable in saying that. You can make a major argument. They caught a lot of breaks. But Micah Parsons doing that in that moment, and he had a nice game. Don't get me wrong. The moments, the little moments, the little details, they always butcher. They always screw up. And they're going to do it in a moment that maybe gets them eliminated again. That's my take.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting here trying to think of, what is it? Close ball games that they've played this year. They've played Philadelphia in Philly. There were massive little detail issues there. They had the same issue against Miami in a close game. Detroit, they win, but they had the same sort of issues. I'm trying to remember the Chargers game that they won. Did they have issues in that one? That may have been the one game.
Yeah, maybe.
That may have been the one game where, and it may just be that I'm forgetting it, but that's the one game.
They didn't have to. They faced your boy Kellen, so they were fine.
They were facing those Chargers receivers that wanted to drop the ball every other pass. I think the Chargers game is the only one where we've seen a tight ball game where it didn't feel like there were little things that they were, messing up. They are one of the most talented teams in the NFL. They're one of the most explosive teams in the NFL. They are bottom third in the league in terms of attention to detail.
Yeah,
they're one of the worst in the NFL on that. And that, to me, I don't want to just say only Mike McCarthy. There's a mess of assistant coaches that also work with these players. In general, coaching. It doesn't have to just be McCarthy. I don't want people to think I'm placing on him, but it does feel like a coaching issue. That's something you're responsible for, is the attention to detail.
Let's get to best and worst of, more than the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
You want to start with that? Or, we got to start with our outing. Got the text from Choppy. I talked about on the radio that Mr. Bennett Glazer invited us to the Cowboy game on Saturday.
Yeah.
And I said, Saturday? I'll go on Saturday. I won't go on Sunday. That's school day. But
a new school night.
Flew back from Maryland on Friday and got everything in line and in order. Lined up a babysitter and a cocaine heartbeat real quick in order to meet up with you and everybody else.
And it never fails when you go out there with little Bennett Glazer. It is a fun time. The service.
Well, we start with the parking.
The parking.
So Bennett. I
was a little disappointed.
I was disappointed in the traffic. What a nightmare.
Oh, it's awful.
What a night.
Great job, Arlington, by putting that thing in the middle of a neighborhood.
Why do they shut down Collins like that?
It's
like for 12 years when I did the pregame show, not Tim Collins.
Well, we also got there early, right?
So we got there like 4 hours, 3.5 hours early. But I was here like 3 hours early for this. Collins, they just put the police car, park it horizontal, shut down Collins, and then my GPS didn't get me to lot 6. I'm going around the entire. It was torture. It was absolute freaking torture. And getting out, even though these are like amazing parking spots, which everyone backed in for some reason. I was the only one who didn't. I don't know why. But you just park right there, 10 steps, bam. You are in the owner's club. Sweet, sweet parking.
Yeah, I did back in just so that way I don't have to back out and risk hitting somebody. I can just go right out. But, I was a little disappointed because these were about 10 spots further down than I had the last time.
Oh, man.
I had the second spot right in front of the door the last time. This one was like 10.
You hear that, Mr. Glazer?
I was a little bit disappointed.
You think maybe they had
great
to,
Jason Newman got the good spot. I don't know why he got the spot, not me.
Maybe there were some spots that had to be allocated for people like Troy Aikman and legends that were in attendance.
Maybe there were. I don't know, but we'll discuss this before the playoff game.
And I,
we're going. We'll get this cleared up.
Are we going? And I instantly walk in. Freaking Joe Trahan, smartass, is like White Trahan.
White. Yeah.
He's like, "What's wrong? You're in the most exclusive place in the whole stadium. You look worked up. What's wrong? What are you complaining about?" Because he used to be yelling at him or not getting his Des Bryant or and some of the other interviews in Oxnard. And I'm like, "Traffic, man." He's like, "Get here earlier."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Don't you have? Go handle somebody."
2.5 hours before kickoff.
Go get Jimmy's water. Get out of here.
It's 2.5 hours before kickoff. We were there in plenty of time. We get down to the Owners Club, and the first thing is they have 3 open bars, and all two buffets. Carving stations and
Sushi.
stuff that Bobby wouldn't eat because it comes from the sea.
Yeah.
It's fantastic stuff. And then you see, oh, look, there's Joe Buck.
I didn't see him.
I saw him. He was in the roped off part.
Okay.
But he came out to say hi to one of the Cowboy front office members.
Yeah.
So I said hi to them.
Jimmy Johnson having like a press conference as soon as we walk in.
They did the same thing with Marcus Ware. It's in that roped off part of the Owners Club where the players and families and big time sponsors can get in there. Like Bennett could have gotten in there if he wanted to, but not for us.
Yeah,
we were just guests.
Yeah,
we were just guests.
So we sit there, we eat a few bites, and then they're like, "All right, ready to go downstairs." And I'm like, "Ooh, here we go."
Why did he say that?
And for everyone else, the security's coming up to us, and they're like, "Move." Bennett Glazer's there, like, "Oh,
yep, never mind."
I'm like, "Do we not have different pass? We got same passes, same."
He didn't even
bracelet?"
have a pass on. He didn't need one.
Didn't even need one.
We the last time I was there for the DeMarcus Ware Ring of Honor induction, they kicked us all at the field, and Bennett was like, "No, they're with us." They're like, "Oh, they're with you? You guys could stay."
And I think we got legitimized in front of Bennett with the Tolos. Man, walking through that tunnel
where the players walk through the Miller Lite Club.
It's like this is kind of embarrassing because you're not supposed to be highlighted like this.
No.
You're walking through with all the VIP people next to Michael Irvin, which we'll get to in a second. People like, Chubby, you and Bobby get recognized a lot more than I do out in public.
I thought you got recognized more than me. I think I got recognized a ton.
No, it's like whenever you guys say you get at games and stuff, but. I think it was because of you leading the way, and as soon as we go down in the elevator, there he is. Old Mr. Elusive,
Mr. Playmaker,
88, Michael Irvin.
I'm gonna read you, Sean, the text that I sent Michael Irvin that morning.
Well, because Mike has disappeared on us since the Super Bowl,
so that's improvement,
and we still kept in touch here and there. But he used to text during the show. He would come on weekly. Now he's got the deal with Bayless, so he doesn't do the weekly interview anymore. But I lost contact with him.
Just sent him a text Saturday, just after 12. Sean and I will be at the game tonight in the Owners Club before the game. You going to be there? We'd love to say hi, introduce you to the fiance, all that stuff. His response, about an hour and a half later, "Who is this?" Question mark. Sorry, no contact. I was like,
wait. He said, "Who is this?" And you put my name in it too.
I said, Sean and I. I spelled your name S-H-A-N as well.
S-H-A-N couldn't be anyone other Sean.
Who is this? Sorry, no contact. And I hit back, "It's Choppy." And he right back immediately, "I will hit you guys when I get there, buddy." And I see him. I said, "Did you delete my number?" He's like, I got a new phone.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, so the new phone just completely erases all the contacts.
Right.
You got a new phone. You didn't lose Michael's contact.
I lost some contacts, but I went from Android to iPhone. He always had an iPhone.
But man, walking out there with Irvin, that is like a tidal wave of fame
Yes,
that he
it
got
is.
hit with. We go out on the field. Bob Lilly.
Mr. Cowboy.
I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to get my picture taken with him. And then it's like, all right, let's go on over here to Steven, to Jerry, to Jerry Jr.
Steven did the Trump handshake on me. where he grabs and he pulls you in.
Oh.
That's like the
He goes, I know who you are. He was on our first show ever,
He
right?
was on our first show ever, and he said how much he loved listening to us all these years.
Him and A-Rod both.
He said, love listening to you guys all these years.
Oh, yeah, I really love your show. It's
Yeah.
like, man, we just started an hour ago. But yeah, he did the handshake where he pulls you in. He like kind of rips you in, and it's like, here's my rotator cuff. Give me a break here.
But then I got our moment when I went up to Jerry, and every year I just try to do an interview recap with him. I'm like, we had another good year, man. And my wife got the picture of a lifetime as we're all giving Jerry like the bro high fives, the bro hugs. And that was a special moment. The
Very good.
smartest thing you ever did was ask Jerry about Bennett Glazer on this radio show, because that may get you in for life.
And look, if only it could, give me more money, but it can't.
Well, it's getting you some pretty sweet things. And then the multiple moments my wife did not believe. During the game, I kept turning around and head nodding, making eye contact with someone. Finally, she goes, who are you looking at? Who are you talking to? I swear on my children, me and Chris Christie, the whole...
No. Yeah.
I swear to God.
I kept doing the same thing.
The whole game, I'm just eye contact, reacting with Chris Christie right behind us over good plays, good calls, bad calls. I swear. I promise. And she didn't believe me.
Was it a good? It sounds like it was. So there are times, right, where Amanda's not impressed by the whole thing. Was this a night where you had impressed her? Like, hey, look, we got some pull.
Yeah, she was mad I didn't introduce her to Mike. But I
Bassick?
I kind of just blacked out,
Yeah.
She's like, I'm sorry, my husband's rude. I'm Amanda. But she was impressed. Walking through the tunnel, looking up in the stands. Jerry Jones right there, lining up for the picture. She turned to me. She goes, this is all because of me, right? And I said, whoa, hang on. I'm on the radio. Choppy
settle down just a little bit.
Invited us. He dropped Mr. Glazer's name. So I said, yes, sweetheart. It is all because of you. It was a special night. One of a kind night.
Great night. Can't wait to do it again. Hope we do it again soon. Hopefully the playoff game's a Saturday.
He's got 14 seats.
Yeah, 16, I think.
16.
It's a lot. He's got the whole. He was the first. He bought the first seats of the entire stadium. He got this pick of the litter of the whole stadium.
Yeah. Awesome. Bobby, I wish you were there.
I was there. I was up in the box looking down at you ants as a mere peon up in the press box, and so
you weren't down on the field at all.
No, because I wasn't working NFL Network in this game.
Oh.
So I was driving back from a funeral, Sean. So I wasn't here.
I think that's everything that we got. Peyton, did you have any FOMO?
Oh, yeah. I mean, when the pictures, I think it was the next day, Sean's story on Instagram was just nothing but Cowboys games. I was like, dang it, I really need to be a host. I really need to be a host. That's the key.
The hard launch has gone into full effect, though. He's like posting mirror selfies on New Year's Eve with the lady. They're doing videos of shots that Peyton's set up.
We'll get to that. All right, Jerry Jones is coming up live at 8:30 to talk about the golden opportunity of clinching the NFC East. But we got a special Tolo Tuesday edition of RJ's College Football Kegger after the CFP last night. The Kegger is next. But let me get you set up for the
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
College football!
Milroe puts a man in motion, empty backfield, low snap, quarterback run up the middle.
Yeah!
He's not going to make it! Nowhere close as the Michigan defense stops Jalen Milroe.
That was Michigan radio at the call in case you couldn't figure that one out. Well done, Peyton, putting the Kurt Cinetti call. I win. Google me. Good stuff there. Now, College Kegger here on 105 The Fan. Michigan in overtime, 27-20. Down late with 3 minutes and change to go. Gets the ball back, marches down the field, scores the game-tying touchdown. Almost blows it on a punt where they get the ball at the 1. I mean, that ball, think of how close Alabama was at that point. I mean, they almost got a touchdown or the ball right there at the 1 yard line.
How do we feel about J.J. McCarthy? College quarterback.
College quarterback. That's the perfect way to describe him. He's a college quarterback. He's going to be one of these guys like a Jay Barker at Alabama who just like is in lore of that school that nobody remembers anywhere else.
I mean, I think he's I hesitate to put him in any sort of a box just because he has grown so much as a passer from last year to this year. He was Milroe throwing the ball almost at times last year. And at the end of the season, it really started to click for him. And then he was really good for a lot of this year. JJ was the Heisman favorite for a lot of this year.
Which was lunacy because he never threw a pass in the second half of any of these games.
Yesterday
really
was
good.
the first time they trailed in a second half.
I know.
But the physicality, for them to push around Alabama the way that they did throughout stages of that game, That is mighty
Yeah,
impressive.
I'm gonna have to go back and look. I wonder, like, is Bama young on the O-line and Michigan's like grown men? Like, does Michigan have a lot of like 5th and 6th year seniors?
Bama's got a top 5 pick in the draft probably next year at tackle,
Yeah.
Latham. I mean, they're not super young. They've got some young players on there, but I mean, they've got some veteran players.
Yeah, Michigan though, look, they get the big run from Blake Corum in the overtime.
A lot of people were wanting him in the Cowboys' backfield yesterday.
Boy, him and Deuce together, what are they, about 8 feet tall? If you put the two on top of each other? Oh, that's tiny, man. He's a small guy, too. His legs don't stop moving, though. He keeps chugging along. But that was a really fun. It was a fun kind of bad game.
I'm a fun guy.
Fugly.
Yes, it was.
It's a fugly game.
It really was. But Michigan gets the victory. They beat Alabama. There will be no SEC champ this year. 27-20 in overtime, which brought us to the nightcap.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about that game.
Washington and Texas in a much more 2023-2024 type game.
Can the Dogs defense get the stop on 4th and 11? Ewers takes a shotgun snap. He's back to pass. Pressure coming. Throws the fade. We're going to Elijah Jackson knocked it away. Elijah Jackson knocks the ball away. The Huskies are headed to Houston to play the Michigan Wolverines for their first national championship since 1991.
So
you seriously can't have your headphones on to listen to that?
I've heard that call already 3 times this morning, and I hate it.
Wow, Peyton, try to get a second
So
clip.
Maverick's looking for some revenge today.
It's not even college football, Peyton. How about you pull that Saban cut?
37-31. Washington wins.
Yeah, call for it, Bobby. I got it.
Michael Penix, 430 yards passing. The dude's a monster. He throws a great deep ball. I mean, it's pretty. It's Warren Moon-esque.
Yeah. I mean, he probably doesn't have Warren Moon. Oh, he can throw it.
He can throw it, man.
Last night, it was just, he made 3 or 4 throws. It wasn't one. It was like, Bobby, you tweeted, they were dimes.
Yeah, I had texted a couple people yesterday just about Penix and, the type of player that he is. Obviously, there's going to be questions about medicals. He's an older player, everything else. But somebody else in the league had texted me back and said that is the most accurate deep ball college passer I've seen.
Wow.
He's tremendous. And I think he should have won the Heisman Trophy. I thought he should have won it.
Ticked off. He did not win it.
He showed it, man. Daniels won it at LSU, but man, there are very few quarterbacks that throw the ball the way he does, and he's probably not going to be he might be a late one.
I mean,
it's tough to say. It's tough to say with the way quarterbacks are drafted. You never really know based on what their big board is versus where they actually are.
Yeah, and man, he's the interesting thing watching him last night. It's that there were concerns about Texas's secondary, obviously, and they're well founded given how much Washington torched him. But these weren't just guys are open by 15 yards. Like Penix was throwing on guys who there wasn't a ton of separation.
No.
He was throwing dots all night.
And I love the aggressiveness and the ability to know you can fit it in there. But that's the guys. I mean, you can now. Yes, people are killing him because he's 25,
23, yeah.
or he's an old man, right?
He's 23.
That's what happens though when you had the COVID year.
Chris Russo is going to just lose his mind, just like he did on Stetson Bennett.
Quarterback. I mean, what are we doing here? Vander Griffin. What's his name?
Making fun of an older player?
Yeah, he did that with.
He killed Stetson Bennett last year. That this was unfair. You have an adult playing out there with children, so same sort of thing. I will say, obviously, I'm a Texas fan. Whatever else, the better team won. Washington's just a better team than Texas right now.
They were, I thought, the better team. I mean, obviously, last night, I picked them, but it would not have surprised me if Texas went out there and won. Texas is super talented, and I don't know who would give Michigan the better game. Because the physicality with Texas, but look, it opened at a 5-point spread, and it's already been bet down to 4.5. We're Washington, Michigan's a favorite, which is it's more than double what Michigan was against Alabama. Michigan was 1.5-2 against Alabama, and they're more than double this against Washington.
Bobby, did the committee get it right?
No, I mean they still didn't get it right. Bama didn't belong. Georgia's a better football team than Bama. Like Florida State, everybody's going to go to the 63.
Okay, so you're going to argue for Georgia over Florida State. You're not saying Florida State should have been in.
No, I'm saying
you were arguing Florida State.
Georgia, Ohio State, Florida, or Florida State, all had arguments to be in over Bama.
They had arguments, but like, okay, so you
I would have put all three of those teams in over Bama.
But I don't think that you could say that they didn't get it right. They were in overtime. Like that, Alabama losing doesn't not justify
But aren't you also like the king of styles make fights? Like a style doesn't tell me that the better team. Georgia's a better team than Bama. Would you agree?
I agree that Georgia, I think, would have beat Michigan.
But Bama's better than Florida State.
I don't think Bama's better than Florida State if Florida State's got everybody.
No, if Jordan Travis is there, right? No.
I can't even say with certainty like if Jordan Travis is there because like you're talking about Alabama themselves doesn't have a quarterback. Talent wise, like you want to talk about up and down the roster wise, like Florida State is right there in terms of talent with Alabama.
I agree that they are, but
Jalen Milroe played a lot better in the second half of the season. That's why they're there. I know you got to stick to your narrative.
Do you think that's a good quarterback?
Give the kid some credit. You want to be technical about him dropping back.
He
and
is
throwing.
hurt.
He is did he turn it up in the second half of the season for them at the position he played?
Did he play better? Yes. Did he play like near the top of one of the top quarterbacks in the CFP in college football? No.
Right. He improved.
He's a first-year starter.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's a sophomore. He's a kid.
Yeah. Look, I mean, like I would expect him to improve from
what he did,
skipping slants. Like I would hope that he's not still doing that at the end of the season.
You could not have put Georgia in over Alabama at the time. They literally had just lost the day before.
I understand why you can't. I'm just talking about the reality of who's better.
Okay, fine. Yeah, maybe Georgia gives. I think Georgia. I agree. I think Georgia, if they were in it, probably would have been favored to win the whole thing.
You totally dismissed the 63-3 Florida State loss.
I mean, Kirby Smart. Yeah, Kirby Smart even dismissed it.
Here we go. Let's play Kirby. This is Kirby Smart.
We don't have a ton of time here. Jerry Jones.
Oh shoot, you're right. Yeah. All right. So do you want to skip it? What?
Go ahead, play.
All right. Here's Kirby Smart, real quick, talking about college football having to change things.
Let me say something on that because you didn't ask me that question. And maybe I'm wrong here, and maybe this will be a bad soundbite. People need to see what happened tonight, and they need to fix this. It needs to be fixed. It's very unfortunate that they, who has a good football team and a good football program, are in the position they're in. And everybody can say it's their fault and it's all their own problem. All right? And everybody can say that we had our guys and they didn't have their guys. I can listen to all that. But college football has got to decide what they want. And I know things are changing. And I think things are going to change next year. And you know what? There's going to still be bowl games outside of those. People got to decide what they want and what they really want to get out of it. Because it's really unfortunate for those kids on that sideline that had to play in that game that didn't have their full arsenal. And it affected the game 100%.
It did. And it's going to affect the other 30 bowl games next year. The 12-team playoff's not going to fix the Citrus Bowl. All right, it's not going to fix all that.
Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30 right here on the home of America's team. But we've been praising Bobby for being right.
Yes, thank
about
you.
Philadelphia nonstop. You're correct.
Correct as usual, King Friday.
Bobby owns being wrong about the quarterbacky who's winning the NFL MVP. See if Bobby apologizes and owns it before Jerry. Next.
Good luck. Let's get
On 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Mar 5 yards deep. Fakes the handoff to Gus Edwards. Lobs to a wide open Pat Ricard. One hand catch for the fullback. And one hand Sunday continues with a Ravens touchdown.
Whoa. The most impressive 2-week stretch of this entire NFL season on Ravens Radio. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby with Jerry Jones coming up live at 8:30 on your home of America's team. We need to get an update on Tyler Smith, and are they shopping for any other offensive linemen on the waiver wire? But there's nothing left to argue right now over the Baltimore Ravens and what they did to the San Francisco 49ers and then the Miami Dolphins as Lamar Jackson wraps up the MVP as the best quarterbacky in the league.
All right, so I will give you the opportunity now. We've given me a lot of praise this morning. Go right ahead. You can praise me once again for having the Ravens as one of my top 2 teams in the NFL, dating back all the way to like week 6. So yeah, go ahead. The stage is yours, Sean. I'm ready to hear it.
No, the stage is yours to show.
I believed in Baltimore, I guess, because of the
when's
defense.
your next therapy?
This afternoon.
It is?
Mm-hmm. Really? Good
All right.
for you. I can't wait.
Did anyone make a major resolution for 2024?
No, not really.
Okay.
I mean, dry, healthy, whatever.
Okay.
All that's
We'll
crap.
see how that's going.
All that crap.
You gonna listen to my dad?
Yeah, I got to call the guy today.
You gonna let him down easy? Tell him he's fired?
No, I'm gonna get my meds. I got my the
blood thinners.
Yeah, because they were out last week. They were off the whole week.
Oh.
So yeah, I'm gonna.
So you told this doctor what my dad said you need to get.
I haven't told him yet. I'm gonna tell him today because they were off all week. So okay. I haven't been able to. So that's out to your dad.
Pay any resolution?
You know, I just told myself at midnight, it's like, I'll eat better, but that already went down the drain. So
okay.
No
well, January 1st doesn't count.
Yeah, but then,
Yeah, it's a holiday. So
so I can start today and be fine.
Yeah, and weekends are fine.
Weekends,
and
all right.
any day that football's on, you could drink or
There
do
we go.
whatever.
Okay.
And then if it's a Monday after a weekend, you can do that too.
And I'm hoping to see a little bit of growth out of you. Choppy has come around after 12 years. I am number one on the show to admit when I'm wrong. Choppy does it a little bit now. You're the worst. So this is your opportunity to show some New Year growth and talk about how wrong you were about Lamar Jackson since he's winning the MVP.
First off, I would say that I'm wrong the least. That's why I have to own up to the least. I guess I need clarification from you, Sean. What is it that I'm admitting to?
I'm not going to keep arguing about it. You know the basis and the premise. Yeah. I'm not going to fight today.
Is it he's a top 5 quarterback? No, he's not. He's not one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL to me still. Like, I think he's
2-time MVP at the age of 26.
It's impressive, and I've said before he's I would pay him when Baltimore was screwing around. I said stop screwing around, pay him. Like you as a weapon, he's great. I just think that when you look at the history of the Super Bowl and everything else, those guys, if you are not one of the elite passers, like if you are a guy who wins mainly on the ability to run and threaten that way with average arm talent, those guys have historically not won any Super Bowls. And so that still matters. Arm talent matters at the position. The ability to throw matters. He's improved. He's better. I wouldn't even say he's improved. He has better weapons now. He's got Odell Beckham Jr. He had Mark Andrews before Andrews got hurt. He's had the ability.
Those are awful weapons.
No, but what I'm saying is that's improved.
We made fun of Odell the whole year. Now
I know.
You want to compliment
No. This is not a criticism. This is not a criticism of Lamar or anything else. I'm just saying that he's got guys who are better players now, so you're able to see more of what he can do passing the ball. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And I think that he absolutely should win the MVP. I think in a normal year, he doesn't sniff MVP because if you look at statistically, this honestly is not his best year by any means at all.
Here's your problem. Well, one of them.
I have several.
You put these players, you're putting these quarterbacks in a box, and they don't fit what you imagine them to be, so you discount them, and Choppy just looks at, okay, this player plays quarterback. You can do multiple things in order to win at the quarterback position. You think that they have to be Warren Moon dropping back and looking picturesque while throwing all the time. And if they run or if they tush push, you discount them and hate it. You may as well have rejected Dirk Nowitzki. Because Dirk didn't fit your mold of what a power forward was. He wasn't going to bang underneath. He's going outside and shooting threes. And because Lamar Jackson runs around instead of just dropping back, throwing the football, you can't give him his credit.
No. If he's does what he like I said, he's a weapon. He's one of the probably 10 best quarterbacks in the NFL. He's like right there. But to me, it's weighted so heavily with the soft looks he gets with his ability to threaten on the run and everything else. What I'm saying is that when you look at the history of the league, those guys, if Lamar wins the Super Bowl this year, he'd be the first type like that to do it.
Who should win the MVP?
Lamar.
Okay. Now, a lot of Cowboy fans are saying, why is Lamar getting this over Dak Prescott? Look at some of these different numbers. And if you do look at the numbers, Dak hasn't beat in a lot of these different categories. Now, you're going to have the Ravens, of course, as the 1 seed, but Dak, more yards passing. We'll get to the run yards. They count. Dak, 8 more touchdowns throwing. Dak only has 1 more interception, and Dak's QBR, Choppy, is 5 points higher. When you look at all your nerd numbers that you calculate and tabulate, is it still clear that Lamar is the MVP, factor in the run stuff?
Yeah, I mean, look, they're both having tremendous years. Lamar's 4th in QBR, Dak's 2nd. Lamar is 3rd in adjusted net yards per attempt. Dak is right there. He is 5th.
Lamar has also run for 821 yards. Dak has run for 242. So he ran for 600 more yards. Dak has 2 rushing touchdowns. Lamar only has 5.
Yeah, and you add those together because that counts. Like, it's not, to me, it's a quarterback's job is not to throw the ball. It's to move the chains. It's to gain yards by any means necessary. Doesn't matter if it's by a tush push, by a 30-yard pass, by a 5-yard catch and run yak. I mean, it doesn't matter what it is. Like, their job is to move the chains and put their team in a position to win games. Like, that's their job, and Lamar does that. I mean, like, look, after a while, going into this year, he had I think he was 4th I think he had the 4th most wins in the first 5 years in league history. Like, again, wins are not the ultimate end-all, be-all. Like, it's like pitchers' wins in baseball, right? Like, you can have a 4 ERA and lead the league in wins, and you can have a 1 ERA and be 500. That doesn't mean you want the guy who leads the league in wins. You still want the guy who has the 1 ERA. But, when you're talking about over a 4 or 5 year stretch where nobody in the history of the league outside of Mahomes and, like, I don't know, a couple other guys have more wins, and Montana, like, sooner or later, you just got to be like, okay, this dude's got it.
Yeah, but I mean, like you weren't saying this dude's got it with Dak when Dak was like the winningest quarterback in the NFC for 5 years, because that's not the statistic that matters. Here's the thing: is that what you're telling me? Like when you look at Lamar, this is the problem that I have. You're a corner. Your primary job is to cover. If you tell me you're an average cover corner, but you're the best run support corner in the league, great. That's great. You help the defense in a number of ways. That's fine.
Close.
Your primary job, it is.
No, it isn't.
It absolutely is.
Terrible analogy.
When he wins a Super Bowl, we can come back
Fox
and talk.
Sports Radio.
Terrible analogy of Fox Sports Radio shots. I love it. All right, Jerry Jones live on Sean and actually Jerry Jones live with his BFFs after this. Yeah. But look, we've been talking about resolutions. Some people more. You know things are going well. You know he has to be in a fantastic mood when Jerry Jones tells Peyton, let's start this thing a little bit early today here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Your home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jerry Jones. How are you?
Well, y'all, as usual, we're starting it off, and you've got me figured out to the T. I've been sitting up here since about 6 this morning with bated breath waiting to talk to you guys. And man, what a way to start the year. How exciting. I'll tell you this, 23 was really a heck of a year for everybody involved in many ways around the Cowboys. I just can't wait to try to top it in 24. But when we get back at all for 23, might have gotten a little closer to that to be trite, but maybe we can get that accomplished early in 24.
Can you believe that you're sitting here in this position? Just try to put it into words, Jerry. If you win at the Commanders, you guys win the NFC East and sit there with the number 2 spot in the conference. Just try to put that into words in terms of believability.
Well, it certainly was yes, secured it, all these words way for us to end up in this spot. However, I will say this now, from the time we started training camp, you know what was printed on our forehead and what the goal was to get ourselves in the best way we possibly could to compete in the playoffs and compete for that ultimate prize. And that implies having this spot as we go into the playoffs. It just implies. Now,
Peyton, put him on hold real quick. Tell him we want to reconnect and try to get reestablished there because we have to hear the celebration.
Yes, we do.
And the eagerness of wanting to speak with us since 6 o'clock.
Since 6 o'clock this morning, up early, ready to go.
Yeah, he probably has a meeting at 8:40.
Yeah, whatever it is.
But seriously, look at the position that they're in.
Yeah, they're in a great spot.
It's
right
insane. I think we have Jerry back. Mr. Jones, you back with us?
Okay, guys. Yeah, you're in good shape with me. I'm hearing you well, and I'll try to be faster and clearer. But certainly we thought that this is where we wanted to be from the day we walked into training camp, be in a position to play hard and win a game and have it give us this kind of shot at home. So excited to no end. I just couldn't believe it when Philadelphia ended up losing that ball game this weekend and gave us this opportunity.
Did that feel like a playoff game on Saturday night?
Yes, absolutely.
Jerry, if the Eagles' loss to Seattle was marvelous, what was this one against Arizona? Jerry?
Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah. Are you there?
Hello. I'm with you guys. Absolutely.
Okay. Jerry, let's focus a little bit more on what happened in Arlington. What was your understanding? What were you thinking? And what is your final understanding of that 2-point conversion play that the whole sports world is talking about?
Well, I think it certainly there were many times in that entire sequence of plays, the plays before it, the one where we got the whipping or the tripping penalty, really impacted our decision making. We were obviously trying to score, and that was a critical play. There were a lot of plays that happened there, and I just can't believe the convoluted way that we ended up winning that ball game. I can believe it, but from the standpoint of the old adage that one play doesn't do it, in this particular series, it didn't do it. There were a lot of different plays that were penalties that were called there, starting with our tripping penalty that influenced that were questionable.
Jerry, is there anything the sport can do to, make the procedure of declaring as an eligible receiver easier or more concise so there isn't confusion on the official's part? Or is that just something you just can't really worry about?
Well, let me put it like this. First and foremost, the defensive team is supposed to know, it's clear, who the receiver is eligible that might not have been deemed eligible. That's clear. The rule calls for that. You're supposed to know that if you're playing defense. Anything you do to fuzzy that up can get fuzzied up, and that's what happened.
Jerry, you guys are now 20-5 when CeeDee Lamb goes for at least 80 yards receiving. I know you once referred to Ezekiel Elliott as the straw that stirs the drink on offense. Do you think Lamb has sort of become that for you guys, that proverbial straw on offense?
Well, unquestionably, in the sense that you have to have a lot more coordination between the quarterback and the receiver, Lamb and Dak, than it happens just the game between the quarterback and the running back. You have to have coordination between all of them, but that receiver combo has to do with confidence. It has to do with just complete each one of them probably getting in each other's shoes. That's happening here, and we're seeing it, and, boy, we're benefiting from it. Two great players, Prescott as well as Lamb, are in sync, and it's really been a huge asset embellishment, the fact that they're together as good as they are.
Jerry Jones brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you, every Tuesday here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, what were some of the other performances that jumped out to you from Saturday that led to that win that really impressed you?
Lawrence from the get-go, DeMarcus Lawrence, boy, he set the tone with the very first play, and he played that way throughout. It's consistent with how he's been playing. Sometimes the actual sack or pressure stat, even that doesn't give the impact in the game that a player is having, obviously. Well, Lawrence is such a player to deal with over on the defense. He's relentless, he's talented, and he's a pressure player. And, of course, he's just been incremental in the success that we've had stopping the run. As you know, we look at our defense and say, hey, how about a little more run support from the defense? Well, we all know that's a big answer and a complicated one. But Lawrence gives us that compliment that, boy, we would have an issue in the run game if it weren't for Lawrence.
And, Jerry, you talking about the run defense there, is it comforting to you that, following the Buffalo game and the trouble you guys had stopping the run, that you've been able to hold two of the top rushing teams in the NFL, the Dolphins and the Lions, really below their season averages? Does that give you confidence in where the run game is heading on defense?
It certainly does. Very impressive. Very impressive. And as you know, we do some things to put the pressure on the quarterback. And plus, we do some things in coverages with our type linebacker that we play with. They're a combination safe linebacker, so that we can stay with those tight ends and stay with those intermediate.
Jerry, while things have improved on the run defense side, you guys have failed to rush for 100 yards in 3 straight games. That's the first time that's happened in a season since 2013. Do you have any concerns about where your run game is at on the offensive side of the ball heading into the postseason?
Yes, I do. But that's the place to be concerned. And we should be. We should always be concerned about the run going into the playoffs. But do we have the ability to run the ball in the playoffs? Yes, we do. Starting with Pollard. But also, I like what's happening in our offensive line. We've played a lot of players lately. We've got a chance to benefit from those reps that those backups have been having as well.
Jerry, how are you feeling about the status of Tyler Smith?
Well, I don't know the status, don't know that anybody does this morning, but because of what happens with a plantar fascia injury, they really root for it to completely tear, just completely tear. And if it does, then it's apparently a lot more realistic to think that they can almost go right back out there. It's when it's in between there, partially torn, like our tight end had during training camp. Having said that, I'm going to be very positive, should be positive about it. It'll take quite a effort on his part to be there and productive for us.
Any chance you guys have, I know you're always looking, but any extra scouring out there on the market for some O-line help given Tyler's status?
You can imagine that's probably the most sought after asset anywhere this time of year in the NFL is to find a productive offensive lineman. They're rare, to say the least. They're rare availabilities, even almost impossible. But we certainly are at all times pounding it to try to improve it. And but the big thing is that we're going to count on Schumer. We're going to count on our depth that we've been building.
Votre correspondant Orange est en ligne.
Are you there? Well, what?
Can we get a translator for that last
there? Something that sounded French, but they said Italy. So I don't know what happened in there.
What was that? Yeah.
Jason Whitlock get a hold of Jerry's phone there or something? What was going on there?
I don't know. I've never heard anything like that in my life.
That's a good reference, Shelby.
Thank you.
That's a good reference. Very good reference. All right, we'll see if we can get Jerry back here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. Tyler Smith, what do you make of that? You're Dr. Choppy, along with Dr. Shaquille O'Neal. You guys got the same medical degree.
Apparently. They say, though, that you want the complete tear, the complete rupture of the plantar fascia. It makes it less pain. Not that it helps the injury. It just manages the pain a little bit better. So that sounds like that's what it is.
All right, Jerry, we'll wrap this up here shortly. We wanted you to go ahead and finish up your statement.
This may be better for us, but I'm really looking at the depth that we've been able to play over these last few games. That was a good outing by Bass in there. Chuma will be called on to help us out a lot here, but I don't in any way want to dismiss that Tyler could be out there as early as this week. We'll see how it goes, but it really has to do with dealing with pain.
Jerry Jones joins us here at 105.
The injury itself is doable. The injury itself is doable to play on.
Very good. Jerry Jones joins us here at 105 through The Fan. All right, I want to take you through this end-of-game scenario. Your last possession. This has been talked about a lot over the weekend. 2-minute warning. You come out. There's a pass on 1st and 25. This is after the tripping penalty. Complete to Lamb. Detroit takes a timeout. It's their second of 3. The next pass at 2nd and 14 was a deep pass to Cooks. Did you have a problem with passing in that situation, not running the ball, forcing Detroit to use their final timeout and burning another 40 seconds plus off the clock?
Well, the pass was designed, or the thought process was to go to a more of a flatter pass, not to the end zone. And that with has a high percentage completion ratio. The issue is whether you just totally put your mind on the clock and try to knock 40 seconds off that clock. That's speculative in and of itself. But Mike wanted to go for the win. The penalty, of course, that we got for tripping, which was really questionable. But the point is, we got that penalty for tripping. That kind of really frustrated, if you will, the situation. Having said that, the touchdown, of course, does it. Field goal we got, but more importantly, we didn't get the time off the clock. Hindsight, I'd like to have the time off the clock.
Jerry, we have to talk about the special moment at halftime. Could you just recap for us what it was like to have Jimmy Johnson go into that Ring of Honor?
Well, I think that you saw in the eyes of all the players of the time, and frankly, I was really, if you will, impressed or taken back really by the enthusiasm of the other Hall of Fame members, the Staubach, the Bob Lillies, the Tony Dorsetts. So it was a great time. More importantly, the right thing happened in terms of him being in the Ring of Honor. The rule is one, simply, it's not just about the coaching or the playing. It's about who has really made a major contribution to the Cowboy franchise. That's the way it was handed off to me by Tex Schramm, who invented the Ring of Honor, and I hold to that. I know that over the years, just by the nature of our relationship, the success we had, the way our time together ended as far as him being coach of the Cowboys, it became even more interesting, or if you will, a little more controversial. But none of that, in my mind, stood in the way of. He was always going in the Ring of Honor. He had 2 great Super Bowl wins as coach. He had a great 5 years here with the Cowboys. Our time together changed my life. I know from talking with him personally, it changed his. It was a great day for both of us.
Jerry, we obviously talked about the Tyler Smith injury. Are you any closer to getting Jonathan Hankins back on the field? And in general, how is your team's health heading into this game against Washington?
I think there's a real good chance, and this is really mirrored mainly not by how he checks out today, but the plan was for him to have a shot this game. Now, we didn't know we were going to be but we knew we were going to play Washington, but we didn't know the stakes that were going to be here, assuming, though, that it all hands on deck at all times. So I hope Hankins will be back in there. But Smith played pretty good, and so that we need him to continue to increase the level of effectiveness, Mozzie Smith, but it'd be good to have Hankins back.
Jerry, I wanted to get your thoughts on the David Tepper situation. He appeared to throw a drink on a fan in their game against Jacksonville this weekend. What are your thoughts on that? Do you expect the league to take any action against the owner?
Well, I wouldn't have a thought on that because it does involve the league and David Tepper. I know that from this standpoint, I know him well. He's individually, he's a credit to the NFL. And I do know that, boy, when you're not winning, and I can say firsthand how tough that can be, and it's pretty tough when you're on the road too. So, but the bottom line is you're dealing with a very, very high quality, extraordinarily high quality individual, and you're dealing with somebody that has put it all on the line. He didn't back away. He has got the whole show down there on his shoulders, and so nobody has the incentive to do it righter for the Carolina Panthers than David Tepper.
Well, look, the whole Metroplex has gotten a new shot of energy with this opportunity on Sunday. It's unbelievable. We had a night to always remember on Saturday, thanks to Mr. Bennett Glazer, and you made us look good in front of our ladies by catching them with us on the field. So it was great to see you, great to catch up, and let's keep the magic going.
Well, guys, I'm not getting off yet because you brought up a great subject for me, David Tepper. I mean, Bennett Glazer. But my fondest memory of Bennett was we went over to Kentucky and made a great traditional trip to one of the great distilleries over there, Maker's Mark. And, boy, we had quite a crowd with us. So big that David and I mean, not David and I, but Bennett, we sat in the floor. We sat in the floor and literally had our legs crossed with the other one, looking at each other, almost nose to nose. And that's the way we flew back to Dallas to come home from that trip. Now, you get to know each other pretty good in circumstances like that. And we probably didn't even need the airplane. We'd been over having a tasting for our Maker's Mark, great relationship, and having the owners blend and all of that with Bennett. But the point is that we really didn't need the airplane. We could have flown back under our own power. But he's really a great citizen of our area, and has done so much economically for our area. And so he's a pleasure. He's a real pleasure to be around. And he puts that wind beneath my wings as a real supporter of the Dallas Cowboys.
Well said. Thank you so much for the time. This is an awesome feeling. We can't wait for the next one. Go and get the division title. Thank you, Jerry.
Let's have a big week. Thank you, guys.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. I think that
We're going to another game.
We're going to another game. We're going to the whole playoffs, baby. Oh man. So that was Jerry Jones. What an interview for a lot of different reasons.
Yes, a lot of reasons.
that was here on 105.3 The Fan. Whew. Man. But yeah, so
I thought it was interesting that he flat out acknowledged it there, that he's concerned with the way the run game is right now. And I mean, it's hard to deny given the fact that they've struggled like they have. Like I had said to him there, it's the first time in a decade that they've gone 3 straight games without 100 yards rushing, and that's got to improve, especially if Tyler Smith is banged up. You're going to need everybody to step up.
What about the offensive line in general? It feels like Dak Prescott against Miami and in this last game has been scrambling for his life a little bit. Mm-hmm. Right? That's for the entire offensive line. Give us your star up, star downs, brought to you by the Big Green Egg on your home of America's team at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. PFF's biggest grades defensively: Donovan Wilson, Chauncey Golston, Jordan Lewis, Dante Fowler, Micah, and Tank. Highest graded offensive players from PFF: CD, Cooks, Dak, and Tyler Biadasz. You have any other ones on there, Bob?
Ideas. No, I mean, I think that pretty much covers the offensive side, just with the way that I think Dak played a good game. I don't think he was look, we've clearly seen in recent weeks him drop off from the all-time high he was playing at, and I don't think he played poorly in this game. I don't think he played poorly against Miami. I think it's just you're seeing him come back down to a little bit more of a sustainable level, but he played well in this one. I was really impressed with Brandon Cooks in this game. Just the fact that I think somebody had the note up there. I've got to check it because it feels odd when we've talked about how Brandon Cooks, it doesn't feel like, is being used totally correctly. That was a big discussion point earlier this season. Why can't you get them? Why can't you get him going? Like he's encroaching on a career high in touchdown receptions. He's at 7 now, so he's 2 off of his career high, which is wild to me to think after all the discussion we had early in the year about how he's just not being used the right way.
And now we're sitting here in a position to keep this streak going. I think of 19 straight years where someone has not won the division in back-to-back years.
Crazy.
Are you kidding? 19 straight?
19 straight.
That will never happen again,
I
right?
don't think so. I mean, the NFL sets up for something like that, but if you look around the league, I mean, Kansas City seems to have a stranglehold in the West for now. The East, I guess, in the AFC, you could have Buffalo and Miami trade blows for a while.
I mean, yeah, New England held that for 20 years.
They held that forever. In the North, I mean, Pittsburgh always has 10 wins. Baltimore is great. Cincinnati, I mean, that might be the one where you have 4. I mean, I don't say Pittsburgh. You have 3 really good teams that might just kind of trade off for a while.
And I think there's like an 8-year streak right now for the Chiefs winning the West. God, I was rooting against them bad. I was rooting against them, and I misspoke. I said 16 straight years, I think, for Mike Tomlin over 500. I think it's 17. So I want to give credit to the greatness
He's a beast.
Of Mike Tomlin playing with those bunch of brats that he has on that team. All right, speaking of whiners, speaking of crying, part 2 of Spying on Filthy. They are melting down and going crazy so much that we have a second batch of Spying on Filthy audio. Jerry's happy about it. We are as well. Next on Sean and RJ.
But new year, new you.
our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Back goes Hurts. He loads up. He lets it go. And it is intercepted by Arizona, and the game is over. And the Eagles lose 35-31. And this is a bitter defeat. Bitter defeat. This is a devastating blow to this football team.
Final hour, fist pump time as everyone is back, except for the traffic. How many vacation days is everyone getting? Good Lord. I was like, all right, Tuesday, got the family back together again. Everyone's going to be on the road. Not the case, it is Sean, RJ, Bobby. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube on your home of the Cowboys and the World Series champion Texas Rangers, and the home of Spying on Filthy. Because what happened on Sunday, as this was playing out while you're getting your New Year's Eve party plans ready, was euphoric. They lose to the Arizona Cardinals. They drop to the 5 spot. And they give the Dallas Cowboys a control your own destiny scenario where all Dallas has to do is go to Washington, beat the sorry Commanders. They win the NFC East. They're the 2 seed. They avoid San Francisco to the NFC Championship game and not just get 1, but possibly 2 home games for the playoffs. And what does that spread against Washington?
13.5. Wow. That's a big spread. That's a big number for a road game, a team that doesn't play well on grass, that doesn't play well in on the road. And, I mean, there's that the Dak thumb with the plate in it gets a little stiff in the cold weather.
The full-on meltdown is taking place in Philly. By the way, Josina Anderson with a very ominous tweet yesterday. Change is circling the NFC East. One potential move would be unexpected. ... Is she talking about Dayball, or is she talking about Sirianni?
Or Rivera, I guess.
That's not unexpected.
No, it's not. It's not unexpected at all.
What would be the most unexpected?
I mean, the most unexpected would probably be Sirianni, I would think.
No. He's alluding to here.
I'm just saying, we talked about this at the end of last week. Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano went back and forth. Graziano disagreed, but Fowler said, he's like, if they get one and done in the playoffs, like that job might be up for discussion.
Well, now if they do.
What a hot
Which,
take.
by the way, when did Josina tweet that?
Yesterday.
She was in Dallas this weekend. That's where she was covering games.
Oh.
Yeah, now, the way it is now, yes, I agree. Because that would mean they would lose a home game to the last team in. Probably right now it'd be Green Bay.
Yeah.
If you lose a home game to Green Bay with a rookie, I know he's not technically a rookie, but a first-year starter, they get his first playoff appearance, like, that's going to be a really tough look.
Nick Sirianni said that sitting key players on Sunday is a consideration since the Eagles are locked in the 5 seed unless the Cowboys lose in Washington. But I believe they're playing at the same time.
Cowboys play at 3:30. Let me check the Eagle one.
Sirianni said, I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no to sitting guys. I'm saying everything is discussed. They were up 21-6. They blew it to James Conner and the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, 3:25.
Same time. Yeah. They got to make the decision beforehand.
Maybe it just means he's going to sit A.J. Brown for crying and whining.
And not talking. A.J., for the second time, not speaking to the media, but the Eagles fans are speaking. Here is the fan clip that went viral. We broke it up into 3 parts for your absolute enjoyment on a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean and RJ. Here's an Eagles fan going off, wanting to fire the head coach.
Let's talk about how Nick Sirianni doesn't belong coaching an NFL offense or an NFL team at all. He sucks. Fired the f***ing Italian douchebag boy. Watch this. 1st and 20. Let's run a college play that everybody can sniff out. Whoa, let's run the ball. We didn't know we were going to run it with Jalen Hurts. Who would have guessed that? Meanwhile, you got 2 running backs sitting on the sideline that aren't doing that can actually run the football. Whoa!
So this is 1st and 20 in field goal range, and they got nothing but quarterback runs and screens. That was it. Sirianni was asked about that offensive series. He said 2 of the plays were unsuccessful. Jalen Hurts runs. They clearly needed a touchdown. This is what the fans were saying. You need a touchdown with the way Arizona was moving the football because Philly did not stop one drive in the second half because their defense is that horrific. Part 2 of this Eagles psycho going more at the play calling.
Now look what we come back with on 2nd and 16. Let's guess what we're going to do. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what we're going to do? Maybe we're going to throw it long. Maybe we're going to do a play action. Nope. Nick Sirianni, the Italian boy, he's going to tell Jalen Hurts to run it off the right end. And guess what? Oh, they knew. They didn't get surprised on that, you idiots. Woo! Then she has it all to say. I don't know what they're doing, lady, but guess what? It ain't an NFL offense because we got an Italian boy running a stupid offense. And guess what? He wastes a timeout that you're going to need at the end of the game. He wastes a timeout. Why? Because he doesn't know what the he's doing. The offense is all out of sorts. And then guess what they call? They call a bull play. I'm going to pause it, and then we're going to come right back.
I included that in there. So Seth Joyner, by the way, the guy, I just go and find what Seth Joyner, the former linebacker, says about the Eagles after all these losses. He said, quote, "This football team no longer believes in how they're being coached. They don't believe in what Sirianni is selling. That's pretty damn evident." And Angelo Cataldi, the former lead meatball on WIP, said they're going to run Sirianni. They're going to fire him because Howie Roseman and Jeff Lurie are going to say, you messed up our amazing roster that all of us were praising and envious of in the offseason.
If you are, let's say this job comes open, Nick Sirianni gets fired, whatever else. Why would you want to take this job at this point when Philly has established basically like, no matter how much success you have, the very first year that it's a little bit of a struggle, you're out.
Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl, had back-to-back seasons after that above 500, had 1 year where it went south and he was fired. I mean, it's a good question. Chip Kelly had his, as bad as things were with Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly had a couple of playoff seasons. 10-win season or something like that?
Yeah, I don't know that Chip may not have even had a losing season. He may have had one, but pretty quickly they ran off Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly, he went 10-6, then he goes 6-9 and gets fired. And so, they're pretty, the first sign of trouble, Philly shows they'll bail on you. I don't know why you'd want to walk into that job now.
You walk into it because it's one of 32, and it's a dream job.
Is this worse than New York reaction?
Yes. Yeah, it is.
Hosts and fans?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to think.
This guy went to the Super Bowl, lost both of his coordinators, got Jalen Hurts recognized as a legitimate MVP-type quarterback for also throwing the football. I would assume, helped Howie Roseman put together a roster of dream players, and they are sitting here talking about running him.
Yeah,
it's insanity.
It really is. And look, the team. Look, Sirianni is what he is, right? You say whatever he is. Like, the team kind of, he wants them to play with that sort of brash style that he has. And sometimes when it's going good, it's going to be great. And when it's going bad, that brash style really can be off-putting. I understand, the fans probably hate that when it's not going well. But my gosh, you want to talk about having a quick trigger? That's that.
And finally, this Eagles psycho fan not happy that weekend at Jalen's, this lifeless, emotionless Jalen Hurts, he was a little bit cold. He had the big overcoat on the sideline. Yeah. And Eagle fans are even unhappy with that.
Why do you need a coat on, buddy? It ain't that cold out, and you're playing football. You're going to come back and look at the down. It's 3rd and 20. And look what our genius boy Italian comes up with. Look at it. I want you to look at it. A screen pass to Gainwell? Are you stupid? And look what happened. You got Devonta Smith hurt. You idiot. What kind of stupid are you? Fire him now, Jeffrey Lurie. If you don't, we're going to pick it for months. Fire that. Look at him. He's too stupid to coach an NFL team. You fired the only chance we ever had at winning the Super Bowl, and that was Doug Peterson. You asshole.
Whoa!
Whoa. Jeez, Peyton.
We were so close.
So close.
We were
Gosh,
so
Peyton.
close.
Jeez. Wow.
That's the first time in my 13 years I've ever hit the dump button.
Hopefully it worked.
I know it works.
What's going on?
It was early in the morning.
There was no-
it was early. I thought I got everything.
I sent you
in.
that. I sent you this at like 4 p.m. yesterday.
We got it. We got it.
There was no Cowboy game to work. No excuse there. He left out the last AH.
Wow.
So now you look at since October, right? The last 14 weeks, the Eagles now have, in that time span, which is all but the first 3 games of the year, they have a negative point differential, a negative turnover differential, and a negative yard differential. They've allowed more yards, allowed more points than they've scored, and they've had more takeaway or had more turnovers than they have takeaways. Philly's just not been very good for about 14 weeks.
Who is this quarterbacky person, Choppy?
I have no idea. It's on Fox Sports Radio.
Okay.
That's all I know. Montse Bolanos.
Okay.
Love Montse.
She is a host, one of 2 hosts on the show, and she got roasted. And I do mean roasted. Now, across social media, but also by the Ravens. She's on with Dan Beyer and Montse Bolaños, and this is on Fox Sports Louisville.
Yeah. Oh. Now it makes sense.
Now it makes sense. Which I guess is very, very odd because she's, Lamar went to Louisville.
Well, Lamar's a Louisville hero.
Yeah. But there she goes. She's on Louisville football and Lamar Jackson. It appears that's who posted this 35KY Sports, but I don't think that's where she's on. They just simulcast her there. This is her take on Lamar Jackson and why you should not win the MVP.
I want my quarterbacks to be quarterbacky. And to me, Lamar Jackson's just a great athlete, and he's done a really good job, and he had a great game against the 49ers. Prisoners of the moment. He is not the MVP. Christian McCaffrey is the MVP, and he has been. I've been saying this for weeks. It's not like I just decided after this game. That's what happened with Lamar. After this game, he jumped up, but he wasn't even in the conversation. He was like an afterthought. It was always like Tua, Duck. No, it's Christian McCaffrey, and then 2. And I'm not a huge fan of Tyreek Hill because of what he does off the field, but it's a separate conversation. He's in the second one. If it's not Christian, it's Tyreek Hill. Those are the 2 that have stood out every week. Every week. Not Lamar Jackson. It's not that I don't like Lamar.
Very unique way to tell the world you're a racist.
Oh my!
Very unique way to tell the world you're a racist.
I was just
is
about to
by
say.
not calling him, by saying he's not quarterbacky enough.
Well, that's Bobby.
I don't say quarterbacky.
Bobby Bolaños.
But he didn't say quarterbacky.
Yes, he does say he's not enough of a
I don't
quarterback.
say quarterbacky though.
It's the same thing. You say he doesn't throw.
That's not
He's
the
not
same thing.
quarterbacky enough for you. I'm not calling you a racist. I don't know if this girl's a racist. But Bobby Bolaños.
Bobby Bolaños.
Yes.
There you go.
Montse Bell, and this was before
Montse Bell.
he puts up
56 or whatever on
56 and 5 touchdowns. And what did the Ravens tweet?
No, what the Ravens went back and they just posted a photo of Lamar's stats: 321 passing yards, 5 touchdowns, a perfect 158.3 passer rating, and they just wrote quarterbacky. Quarterbacky. Very good. Very
Boy,
simple,
they've been going
very
after
easy.
some people. They took out Florio last week.
Yeah.
They're coming for heads.
All right. Does Patrick Walker think? How much would you wager on Patrick's answer? Does Patrick Walker think that the Detroit Lions got cheated?
I'll say no.
Would you?
I'll say no.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com on the Lions debacle with the Cowboys benefiting and the Philly demise next.
Let's get you over to
injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
They're going from the 4-yard line. 4-2, snap to Goff, looking, throwing it to the left. It is dropped. Dropped by the tight end, Mitchell, and the Cowboys are going to have a 1-point lead in the ball.
Let's bring in Patrick Walker. DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Patrick. How was the new year?
Oh, the new year was fantastic. I mean, Cowboys took care of business, albeit a little bit of a cardiac event. Eagles continue to prove Bobby and most of us correct in that they are fraudulent. And Bama lost, so I'm solid. How about you guys?
Yeah, I think you deserve credit. I think you said the Eagles would lose at least one of that 3-game stretch, twice against the Giants, once against the Cardinals. Did you not?
I did, and I still think that the Giants could split the series, but I definitely had the Cardinals as the one that was circled simply because for all of the talk of the Cowboys losing in Week 3 to the Cardinals, this is a different Cardinals team in that Kyler Murray is back there, so nothing taken away from what Josh Dobbs was able to do in that game against the Cowboys. Kyler Murray is a much more difficult guy to wrangle up. So, I mean, Kyler Murray more or less moved the ball at will against what we know as the worst secondary in the entire league, which is now turning into one of the worst defenses as a whole in the entire league. And they were able to get the job done, if not for a couple of self-inflicted wounds like that arm punt that Kyler gave to Sidney Brown for that 99-yard pick six. I mean, that game would have not been in hand for the Eagles at all. So here they are, lost 4 of the last 5, and possibly because they still have at least something to play for, but the Giants might really want to make their weekend a poor one as far as the Eagles. So who knows? Who knows? Eagles might go in losing 5 of their last 6, and that's how you back into the playoffs. And typically, when you back into the playoffs, you end up with an early exit. So keep that good mojo going.
Patrick, give us your perspective on what happened with the Lions' 2-point conversion and who is to blame.
Well, first, let me say this, and I have to chuckle because for me, it's all about butterfly effect, right? If you call the tripping penalty on Aiden Hutchinson, which is who it was supposed to be on because he stuck his leg out, I mean, why would Peyton Hendershot want to trip his own running back? But if you call that correctly, then the game is pretty much going to be over on that particular drive for the Cowboys. But they didn't. It was an erroneous call, and that's what gave the Lions an opportunity to even go down the field and put themselves in position for the 2 points. So now that we're at the 2-point situation, I blame Dan Campbell. And for as much as, I give Dan Campbell credit for what he's done in Detroit, and rightfully so, on that particular sequence, it's a complete brain fart for Dan Campbell because, and he finally admitted it, he admitted after the fact that he was trying to confuse the Cowboys by having 3 of his offensive linemen out there talking to the official. But what's weird about that is they're going to announce it anyway. So why are you trying to confuse the defense when the defense is waiting to see or hear who's going to be eligible, if there's a lineman going to be eligible? So when Dan Skipper runs up, and Skipper had already declared eligible several times in the game, of course, Brad Allen, he's thinking to himself, okay, well, this is no different from the other situations where Skipper was eligible. He then gets on the loudspeaker, and we're sitting in the press box because I remember looking at Nick Harris, and I said, whoops, Skipper's eligible again because Allen said number 70 has declared eligible. And the audio is out there now for everybody to hear. At that point, Dan Campbell and or Jared Goff have an opportunity to either approach the official. I get it, play clock's going on, but they can either approach the official, make the correction, or Jared Goff can say, you know what, I cannot, under any circumstances, throw this ball to number 68 because that's not who the official declared as eligible. He throws the ball anyway. It's a penalty. Okay, so that negates that. And it would have been another penalty anyway if not for that because illegal formation. Now.
Wait, where was the illegal formation?
Well, the illegal formation was how the guard and tackle lined up. I'd have to go back and see exactly what Allen's explanation was, but his explanation was there was more than one infraction on that particular play, on that particular rep.
That's because of the mistake, though. That's because if they had announced properly that it was 68, then it wouldn't have been a legal formation.
Domino Domino effect. So that's the universe staring Dan Campbell in the face and saying, you know what, you might want to just go ahead and kick this ball. Now, here goes another opportunity. Jerry Goff throws the interception to Marquise Bell, but that's negated by Micah Parsons being lined up offside. Okay, well, you might want to kick this ball, and he still doesn't kick the ball to go into overtime and force some more reps. So I put that on Dan Campbell. I realized that Brad Allen made a mistake, but Dan Campbell was the one trying to use subterfuge against the Cowboys, and it blew up in his face because it also confused the official. They heard it over the loudspeaker, and no one can convince, it's a loud stadium. Well, the defense heard it, and that's why they didn't cover number 68 in the first place. That's why they were covering Dan Skipper. So ultimately, it broke in the Cowboys' favor. One of the few times something has broken in the Cowboys' favor. So if anybody's looking for an apology for me, you might want to get a new set of eyes because you're not going to find it.
What did you think of Mike McCarthy's game management that got thrown into the spotlight?
Oh, well, I mean, let me put it this way. We've seen McCarthy manage the game better, most certainly. But, again, I harken back to that tripping penalty because if that's called the correct way, then we're likely not talking about the clock management or the game management for Mike McCarthy. So, I mean, it's seen better days, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, we can still assess Mike for his decision-making in the moment, Yeah, it wouldn't have happened, but I can still assess his decision-making.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And what I would actually do is I would look at the totality of the play calling. And one thing that was kind of a thorn in my side was the continued willingness to try to get Tony Pollard involved in the game in which he was not going to be involved in this game. It kind of made me feel like the Michael Gallup situation against the Los Angeles Chargers. I know that the Cowboys, they were down Rico Dowdle. They're trying their best to establish the run and get Tony Pollard some touches. But I was charting Pollard's touches after the game, and he didn't have a positive gain until the fourth Cowboys drive. Wow. It's loss of 2, loss of 5, loss of 2, middle slant drop on 2nd and 12. I mean, like, it was not good. But as the game continued, they continued to try to get Pollard involved. I think this is a game where CeeDee Lamb is eating. You're finally getting Brandon Cooks involved as far as the game continues to go on. I know the connection wasn't necessarily there with Jake Ferguson. Deuce Vaughn didn't really give you much. He gave you an 11-yard run off of the flat on that quick pass, but nothing else outside of that, 2 rushing yards. So, I mean, it's the CeeDee Lamb game. Find someone else plus Cooks to try to move the offense. I just think it was a really bad day at the office for Pollard. So then looking at McCarthy, I would have preferred him to not try to shove that down Pollard's throat on that particular day because it just was not his day to be had.
Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby every Tuesday and Thursday. So what's happening with the run game? Is this more up front, who's not playing well, who's not getting it done, or is it more Tony in your opinion?
Well, initially it was a combination of the two. So you had, over the course in the arc of the season, first you had a bunch of offensive line injuries that kind of headlined the struggles in the run game. But you also had to mix that with the fact that Pollard himself, who recently admitted he wasn't necessarily himself completely coming off of that injury suffered in January. Pollard starts to feel more like himself, which goes right to the timeline of Tyron Smith playing 7 consecutive games. Running game starts to get going. Here we are, 100 yards a game, 100 yards a game, 100 yards a game. But then if you look at yesterday, because everybody has a bad day at the office, and not yesterday, I'm sorry, Saturday. Saturday was Tony Pollard's worst day at the office I have seen in a while. And I don't know that I can put that completely, if at all, on the offensive line because most of those negatives, most of his negative plays came before Tyler Smith ever exited the game. He didn't have a positive series until just before Tyler Smith exited the game. So it just looked like Pollard was a little bit more indecisive than usual. His vision was absolutely not there. There were times where he bounced outside when he should have kept it inside. There were times where he should have, kept it in, or should have bounced outside, or the opposite, right? So Pollard just didn't look like the normal Tony Pollard. And Tyler Smith was in the game at that point. Tyron Smith is in the game. Tyler Biadasz, Zach Martin, Terrence Steele, you have your guys there. And your offensive line wasn't necessarily getting beat up on the interior by the Lions. So, again, very bad day at the office for Pollard. We've seen him do better. I believe he will do better. And they're going to have to do better if they are going to win on the road in the playoffs. But thankfully, hopefully, if they handle business against Washington, they minimize the number of times they'll have to do that on the road.
Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com joining us. That game this weekend against the Commanders to try and get that number 2 seed, win the NFC East. Do you think they're going to have Tyler Smith for that one?
I think it's absolutely possible. And I'll say that if that were an actual playoff game, then I think the answer is unequivocally yes, Tyler Smith will play. I think you absolutely have to weigh it against the fact that while playoff seeding is at stake, you can secure the number 2 seed and the NFC East. It goes without saying that there's a lot on the line here. But TJ Bass has been solid, more than solid. So if I'm McCarthy and the coaching staff, I'm looking at it from that standpoint, saying, well, you know what? It's not a situation like we saw week prior in Miami without Tyron Smith. Chuma Edoga just really is not what you wanted. TJ Bass has been pretty solid, so I think TJ Bass can get the job done against the Commanders, which gives Tyler Smith another week to rest up, because you need him as close to 100% as you're going to get, because that plantar fascia is not going to untear itself in a week, but at least he'll probably have a little bit less pain management to work through. And the good news is that it's fully torn and not partially torn. So I think there's definitely a chance. If it were me, I wouldn't play him, though. Jonathan Hankins, that's a different story. I would let Jonathan Hankins back onto the field. I think he has a chance to do so, but I think it's for Hankins, it's about getting the rust off after missing 3 games. Tyler Smith hasn't missed any games, so in this this stretch that we're talking about. So I don't think it's a rust issue for him. Hankins, get him in, get him some limited reps, let him shake the rust off, and then get him ready for the playoffs.
Is Washington in full tank mode? Or there an uneasiness about this game?
You just never know with that POS organization, because it's a situation where they're staring the number 2 draft pick in the face. All they have to do is just lay down. Just lay down. Don't fight it. Just lay down. And bonus, you can piss off the Eagles in the process, right? But at the same time, everybody gets up, to play the Cowboys. And we saw it in Week 18 last year with that 26-6, I believe, was the final score. And Washington didn't have anything to play for there. So you just never know. So if you're the Cowboys, the task at hand. Don't listen to Nick Sirianni's weirdo comments about possibly resting starters, because that could be a mind game. Don't listen to that. Don't listen to the fact that the Commanders are, allegedly going to take that day off because they want the number 2. Don't listen to any of that. Go in there, run a hole right through their face, get a definitive win. You need it on the road anyway. You're 3-5. Don't go into the playoffs as 3-6 on the road. You're trying to sharpen some things, like Dak said after the loss in Miami, which was the loss after the Bills, 2 consecutive road losses. You need this win for a lot of reasons: morale, seeding, NFC East crown, bragging rights, home games. So just go in there and get it done.
Excellent stuff. As always, thank you, Patrick. We'll pick it Thursday.
Absolutely. Talk to you guys soon.
Patrick Walker, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's talk a little CFP and NYE. We crosstalk with KMC. Wicca next.
Let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roof.
Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
JJ takes the snap, hands it off to Corum, outside to the 15, hesitates to the 10. Blake Corum inside the 5. Blake Corum with an outstanding run. Touchdown, Wolverines. And John, that may be one of the best runs of Blake Corum's career. And Michigan takes a 6-point lead here in overtime.
It is now time for Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. What pained you?
No. I was just thinking, this is a great day, and last night was a great day if you're a special teams coach, right? Like, have you ever doubted the impact that special teams make? My God, just look at both of those games yesterday when Michigan tried to beef it like in the last 2 seconds or 15 seconds, too.
Yeah, and then Washington tried to screw themselves over early in that game, so... Special teams coaches today are like, look at how important we are.
And the late interference.
Yeah.
In addition to the injury that stopped the clock.
That Bama kicker's kicking on Sunday, by the way. No doubt.
What about that Michigan kicker?
I would think
The guy fielding punts for Michigan needs to never play football again.
Wow, at all?
Nope. That's you get cut for that. You try to fair catch and field something at the 5.
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
I'm going to ask a stupid question.
Good for him for getting back out to the 2 or
Was
the
that
1.
Was that Tashard Choice, who's the running back coach for
Yes.
UT?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was like, that looks like Tashard Choice to me, and I knew he was at UNT at one point, right? And I didn't know he had moved to UT, but he probably had a tough day yesterday and probably didn't sleep with his running backs forgetting how to hold the football.
Yeah.
Where's Charlie Strong?
USF, right?
Yeah, South Florida.
Okay. I thought I saw him on the Alabama sideline, but obviously I'm incorrect.
What do you suppose that is?
Because I wasn't watching closely enough.
Okay, Reese Davis said it down. I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah, that was quick. What's coming up?
Right out of the gate, the crazy 20 hours that put the Cowboys on the cusp of the number 2 seed. We'll get to that. Randy White, former
Manster?
West Shrine Bowl participant, will join us at 10:20 today.
Thought you were
Is that
saying
how we're
former.
teasing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought he was former Louisiana Tech power forward.
Wow.
No, it's not.
What would you
Hang
say?
on, you're right.
You
You're
did
right.
not think that.
I thought we were having the savior of the Mavericks in 1989 on.
I'm right about what?
That was Charlie Strong.
See?
He's a defensive analyst.
In your
he left,
face, Kevin.
He left South
Take it
Florida.
back.
Wow.
Paint me like
I
that.
just asked a question.
No, yeah. With intent.
It's not like he said his quarterback.
So that was
here or
Charlie
anything.
Strong.
Yeah, so he left South Florida. We left there 4 years ago, Bobby. He left in 2019. Then he went to Bama.
I left Charlie out of my mind about a decade ago.
Then he went to Bama in 2020 as an analyst. Then he goes to the Jaguars as their linebackers coach.
Oh yeah, I remember that. He was on a wrestling show.
And then he goes to Miami, the Hurricanes, as the co-defensive coordinator last year. And then this year, he's back to Bama as an analyst at the Nick Saban Career Rehabilitation Clinic.
Charlie's always been so like idealistic. I wonder if he could do things over at Texas, if he would go to that Texas high school football coaches dinner and say the whole little like, yeah, you entitled Texas high school kids and everything else that he ranted against that ultimately cost him recruiting here in the state of Texas.
What would you like to tell the guys about Randy White to maybe pass along?
That is the most scary individual I've ever seen in my life.
Or the definition of a real man.
He is an absolute man. If you were to like take and mold a man, all right, doesn't matter what age, but just make that man almost 70 years old. I've seen him in the gym in Frisco. And I used to go. This guy is. I've never seen somebody his age work out the way he does.
You think he could still stuff a run play?
I think Randy White could do just about anything he wants at this point. The guy's he's a neck tattoo. He got a neck tattoo in his 60s. Okay, that doesn't happen.
So, Sean, you have on a hat, and I'm just going to say what I think it means. North Texas Men's and Women's Division. What does NTMWD stand
I have the same hat. I almost wore it today.
North Texas is North Texas, right?
No, it's a
water district.
Yeah, it's a water district.
We got it from a Tolo at the Firehouse tour.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I just saw that it seemed gray.
North Texas Municipal Water District, maybe?
I don't know. We were over
Yes.
in, is that what it is?
You wore a hat. You don't know what it means.
I wrote a story about
Well,
that.
I know
at
it's
the
not
Plano Star
offensive as
Courier.
you try to get me for a second time here.
Okay, McAfee, calm down. There, that's a better reference.
Hey, I'm
What
with
did McAfee do?
Yeah.
Pat McAfee definitely thought that Reese Davis was about to say something yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
Live on ESPN.
Yeah.
Everybody thought it. Joey
Lank-
Galloway thought it
Lank
too.
has to be a hat
Do
soon,
you know what
right?
lank stands for?
Lank?
Lank.
No, like you're lanky, like thin.
Right.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Say it.
You guys do it on your show.
All right.
Let a
That's okay.
naysayer know.
Somebody told
That was it, Mike.
That was it.
Listen to
Play
it
it
again.
again?
Should we play the whole thing?
Let a naysayer know.
Let a naysayer know.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
you don't know the McAfee thing.
Pat
Oh, man.
McAfee got really nervous and he was like, oh, that is not what I thought you were about to say.
Okay.
Did the Detroit Lions get cheated?
No.
Would you feel that way if the Cowboys had that play?
Yeah.
Oh, you'd still say no, they didn't get cheated.
Yes.
Why did they not get cheated, Kevin?
I mean, because the worst case scenario, you need to run the play over again because they told the Cowboys the wrong person. Like, if you think the officials are terrible, agreed. But they were terrible to the Cowboys in that moment, too, by telling them the wrong person. They also told them the wrong eligible receiver. Now, does that mean they would have covered it correctly? Hell, I don't know.
Right.
But also that sweet tripping penalty that should have pretty much ended the game on the other side.
Okay, I'm with you on that. That's a good. I like that. I'm with you.
Yeah,
I haven't seen you all year, so you know what I'm saying.
Oh God!
The Lions
shut
also
up.
should have known that the Cowboys get the calls against them. So that's just
Yeah,
the way
remember,
it is, man.
remember when we pass
Deal with it.
interfered and then they picked up the
knew you
flag
were gonna bring that up.
and they're like, "Hey, guess what? Cowboys go the next round."
There was
Nobody
a
wants to see
holding call
Detroit
on the play before that too, Mike.
Yeah, he had a big handful of Anthony Hitchens' face mask on that same play.
Is that
God,
Pettigrew,
Anthony Hitchens, I
Pettigrew
think I
or
was gonna hear that
something?
name for a
I don't
while.
remember
Super
who it
Bowl
was.
champion.
Yeah.
Some loser Detroit Lion who nobody remembers.
What's
Was it
the
Brandon Pettigrew?
consensus about? Do they
Don't
get
remember.
jobbed? Like I saw the national consensus like that evening is of course they got jobbed, but
Well, of course.
Yeah, it's not like it's an unfortunate situation. They didn't get cheated.
It wasn't like they threw the penalty too after the play. They waited 40 seconds.
I
It
did
felt
too.
like
That's what I
Because, like,
thought too.
Like
Well, they
Buck
got-
is celebrating. They're going through. They're showing both sidelines, and then all of a sudden, 20 seconds later, they pan to
there's a
refs, like
penalty.
making having a meeting with a flag behind them.
I started
like,
having
when
a-
did this happen?
I started having a flash in my mind as they were showing the stands and all the oh my gosh moments of Mike McCarthy's getting fired. Like I was like he's not coming back this year after this year. Like this is the moment that broke it all up right there.
But if they did report,
Knuckleballs.
the guy who caught it,
I like Mike McCarthy.
then they did get cheated. If they reported 68
Well, they reported 70 over the loudspeaker.
over the
No, no,
loudspeaker, but
yeah.
Detroit is
That's the
saying
refs
no.
who said it.
Yeah, but that's not Detroit's version.
Of course it's not. They lost.
Well, yeah, I mean, like,
Well, I do think
but Brad
60
Allen's a liar anyway.
I
all
do
right?
think 68 did report. He got totally confused.
Yeah.
Brad Allen screwed up. He got totally confused on who reported. He reported that 70 is the eligible
Yeah.
receiver right before the play.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that Jared Goff cannot hear like over the loudspeaker as he's getting ready to call a play going, "Hey,
He's like,
you
what did
just
they
said
just
the
say?
wrong
Hold
number.
on."
I'm about to throw it to 68 and you
Right.
said 70. He can't do that. And they don't have a timeout to be like, "Hey, the dumbass just said
So
the
you
wrong
think
number."
the refs screwed up?
100%.
Okay, well then the Lions got cheated.
No,
But the Cowboys, I agree
got
with
screwed
Kevin,
over on that too.
is that the Cowboys now assume
If the
that-
Cowboys heard what Jared Goff couldn't, like yesterday, Dan Campbell was
Well,
saying
no.
part of our strategy was that the players don't
But the
always hear
Cowboys
the,
get told who is made eligible.
And you saw
Yes.
Brad Allen run after 70 sprinting at him like he's going to punch him in the face for putting him in the game. Like, because you see him sprint. He never gets close to Brad Allen. Brad Allen just sees at the corner of his eye a 320-pound man sprinting at him as fast as he can from about 10 yards away. That's when Brad Allen sees 70 and then leaves. And then he goes over to, I think it was DeMarcus Lawrence. I'd have to watch it again. But I think he goes to DeMarcus Lawrence, does this 3 times, and tells him 70 is an eligible receiver, then says it over the loud screen. So the Cowboys are assuming before the ball is snapped that 70 could go out in a route.
Yeah. I'm not saying that
And
means
maybe
they
they
would
don't-
have stopped it. I'm just saying they got.
Yeah, so then Dan Campbell being furious afterwards saying we went through this specifically.
That part's fair.
Either left out, either he didn't tell the officials that 68 was the guy.
No, they did.
Yeah.
I think 68 did. Decker went to the ref with 58. They
Yes.
tried to disguise it.
Yes.
If you watch also Decker's left hand, which I would say to do this too, don't do this a whole bunch. In fact, the hand that's closest to the Cowboys defense, don't even move the hand. And we're going to send over a similar number. We're going to send over 58 and 68.
Yeah.
And
Clever.
then 70, I want you sprinting at the referee. So now 3 guys, 70 never got close enough to say anything, but 3 guys now go to the referee and now go back to the huddle. And now we're hoping that there's confusion on the Cowboys, that they're not sure because 58 and 68 kind of look like the same number.
Yes.
70 has been eligible, and he sprinted at the referee. So they disguised it so well, they screwed up the referee.
But my point is, I don't like to see a lot of people are saying, deception, and you're trying to be tricky. I give credit to that. I give props to that. I don't like to see, like, if Belichick did this, oh my God!
But it's the risk you run.
He's a genius. But when you
run the risk of confusing the wrong person, and they did.
The refs got to get the call right. They got to understand.
But look, here's the one thing we know is that he claims that like 70 reported to him, whatever else. I know everybody can say Brad Allen's a liar. The fact is, like 70 is what was reported over the loudspeaker. The only thing we know for sure is that before that play, everybody had an understanding 70 is the one that was considered eligible, and that's the Lions' fault for missing it.
For missing the announcement.
For missing the announcement, which was repeated twice over the loudspeaker.
Stopping it down.
But again, if they stop it and stop down, then they kind of tip their hand, which they can't do. Now they could have.
But it's
but
then they can't complain that it's a penalty.
I know, but like either way, you're screwed. You're screwed either way.
I will say this. They weren't even running that play. When the Cowboys called the timeout 1 second before the ball was snapped, they had a tight end going in fast motion. The next play was no tight end going in motion from the left to the right. You know what I'm saying? So they were not running a trick play. The first time that they had their play, right before the Cowboys called the timeout, it was not a trick play to throw the ball to 68 Decker. And then after the timeout is when they decided to go to a trick play situation.
What I'm trying to say, Kevin, is I'm trying to think of the last time that we have said, oh, you were just too smart for the ref. Whereas the play wasn't executed. Remember the Belichick against the Ravens? Vrabel has pulled some of this, and they're geniuses, and they found a loophole and a trick.
So you'd think Dan Campbell's not getting treated the same as the other people.
Yes.
Because I understand what you're saying.
They're getting admonished for it being too confusing, but I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt that they explained it beforehand, and these refs are
Can I
stupid.
ask you a question then? Do you think...
I'm just asking devil's advocate questions.
That's a very fair question. Do you think people would feel differently if after they got, let's just say they got screwed on that play, they kick the extra point and go to overtime, and then let's just say they lose in overtime. Do you think then people take a step back and be like, well, they shouldn't have even been in overtime because the stupid refs screwed over genius Dan Campbell? Do you think he lost some points by being like, the hell with it, we're going for it no matter what?
That was so stupid.
Yeah.
That was a meathead, brain fart, emotional. I mean, back from the 7, me and Chopper are looking at each other. Are you serious? Is this really happening? They let McCarthy off the hook. They let Micah off the hook with the brain dead decisions that they decided to execute.
The Cowboys defense that has faltered late in games multiple times now.
I'm with you about McCarthy too. Is that one of the things we're going to kick around? I think it's at 12:20. How much the Cowboys struggle in the middle 8. And it is becoming a humongous problem for them.
Can I throw this out to you? Isn't that I don't agree. I do not like new school football. I do not like field goals are the holiest sin of all sins in football is to kick a field goal. He was trying to do what new school football says, and that's go score a touchdown. Don't let them have the ball back. I don't agree with it. I think it's you run the ball 3 times, you kick your field goal, and you give them less than a minute with no timeouts left. But in today's game, you're supposed to throw the ball every time and not allow – you don't even allow 5 seconds left in the game for the other team. I disagree with it, but he was doing what we consider the analytics in new school football. Throw it 40 yards down the field, even if the team has no timeouts to try to score a touchdown.
That part was – the 40-yard pass was dumb. They just did a 5-yard pass to CD like they did in the first play. Clock keeps moving. But the whole theory is possession. Having the ball is more important than time. So instead of just running it 3 times and giving them the ball back with 40 seconds, you just don't give the ball back at all.
I thought he went against his whole philosophy on that drive after the turnover. I'm glad he didn't do it, but why didn't you just go for it on 4th down? If getting the first down and running out the clock is so important and getting 3 points is the most horrible thing in the face of the earth in football to do nowadays, why did you kick a field goal on 4th and was it 5, I believe? with a minute and 45 seconds
I mean,
left?
I don't remember what the yardage was.
4th and 6. So why aren't you going for it on 4th and 6? If
don't
it's
do
so
4th and 6.
important
4th
to
and
score
4.
a touchdown on that drive or for Detroit not to get the ball back, and 3 is the worst thing in the world, I feel like you're going against your own philosophy. If you're going pass, when you can run them out of timeouts and run the clock under a minute, why are you kicking a field goal on 4th and 6? I'm glad he did, but I thought that went totally against his philosophy on 1st, 2nd, and 3rd down.
It's good to see you guys.
We missed you.
It's good to see you too, Sean.
Upset. That didn't sound genuine. The KMC masterpiece hopefully does sound genuine. Next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford. The crew is all back together.
For the first time this year.
But not a full week. It won't be a full week.
Corey, I haven't seen you
since last year.
Shut
up. Shut
Kevin,
up.
have you seen
up.
Have you seen
You
Kevin
saw
since
us like
last
2
year?
weeks ago.
When?
Last year.
That was last year, bro.
It's been
That's
a while.
2023. What's this year, Kevin?
It's been a while.
2020.
Last time we did a show, we were in Roanoke, Virginia.
No, it was that. Yes, it was Texas. The last time we were all together. Corey and I were on the next week. You and Reggie were on the week after that. Alex done like pretty much every show by himself for the last 3 weeks. It's been amazing.
Has Alec now done 24 hours of radio at some point throughout his entire career? It feels like he's done every shift on the station.
Yeah, I think the math checks out by now.
There you go. Kevin, your thoughts?
It's a new year. Let's see
but obviously not a new you.
Let's see how our chemistry is after missing so much time together.
877-881-1053. How do you think the chemistry's going right now?
Let me tell you. It took 10 seconds for Mike to walk into the prep room and beat me down.
Did you see his face when he did it too?
If we were three numbers, let's just say we were number 58, 68, and 70. Let's just say those are our numbers.
All right.
Which one would you say is the eligible receiver out of us three?
Oh my God.
I don't know. It's too confusing.
It's been 4 minutes. Okay.
Confusing.
So let's go into this and I know Alec and the rest of the fan team was holding it down yesterday, and we were live and local on Sunday. So a lot of this has been already talked about. But that 20 hours of football that started with Cowboys Lions and ended with the Eagles losing to the Cardinals was freaking crazy. I just wanted to get y'all's take on the highs and lows of the emotions throughout, because it looked like the Cowboys had lost that game twice, and then they didn't, and then they did, but then they didn't this time for real. And then the Eagles lost, and everything felt great again.
It was late in the game when I started getting that vision of Mike McCarthy's getting fired at the end of the season and Dan Quinn's taking over. And then I was thinking to myself, but why would you even give Dan Quinn the job? His defense is the one that failed twice. Well, McCarthy also put his defense in a bad situation late in that game specifically.
Agreed.
They did what they needed to do in the Dolphins game, but they didn't do what they needed to do to bury this team late in the game on this one. So I was like, oh man, I'm freaking out a little bit. And then all of a sudden they got a chance of life again. Then they get the win. I'm excited, exhausted. I'm exhausted at that point. Go into the next day. Kevin, we head to Six Flags. So I'm watching everything from my phone because it's my kids' birthdays, because all my kids are born at the same time for some reason. And so I'm looking at my phone watching this game, and I'm like, and the Cardinals aren't even going to show up because they were down, 21 to 7? 6 early in the game. I'm like, they didn't even show up to give us a hand in this one. This stinks. A few minutes later, I look back at my phone, and it's tied up 21s, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Had to go find a TV at Six Flags so I could watch the end of the game. I was like, I'm going to find a TV. Y'all can go ride rides right now. I'll see y'all in a few minutes.
That's where the sombrero that just goes up and down. There's like a bar over there with like 3 TVs.
And they serve nachos.
How is it that you immediately know that? That's amazing.
I've been to Six Flags plenty of times with my kids, and that's probably 5 years old at max, that area where they decided to kind of put a bar over.
You got El Diablo, and you got the pirate ship, and then the bobsled, which kills your back.
Yeah, it's not the bobsled anymore. It's like the snake.
Las Vibrillo or something like that.
What does that have to do with either one of these football games?
Well, I was exciid that I got a TV to watch it. Yeah,
he watched it near the snake ride, but he called it the bobsled, which it was originally the bobsled. But now it's, I always forget.
La Vibrillo.
It's red, yellow, and black. Yeah. And I don't know if it's poisonous, because when red and yellow.
I think the red has to be before the black, and then the yellow comes after the red. So that's where I was, Kevin. I was excited at that point.
I just assume they're all poisonous if they're red, yellow, and black.
I'm fist pumping and I'm walking around Six Flags feeling pretty confident now, and then as I'm reading through, because Kevin, I know you tried to explain all the playoff scenarios to me, but I didn't know where this one landed.
It's significantly simpler now.
So once
Just
I saw,
win the game
I
this
saw Michael
weekend.
Gelkin's tweet, and I was like, okay, thanks,
lose.
Michael Gelkin. And then that laid it all out. Mike, not right now. It's too early for us to talk
I don't
about
think
whether
Philadelphia is going to beat the Giants. They stink.
Kevin said that Tommy DeVito would, but I will say this, Kevin. A while back when we were looking at the Eagles and how they were falling apart, I said, I think the Cardinals are going to beat them down the stretch. And I was fingers crossing that DeVito could do it first. But the Cardinals did it. They had Kyler Murray, who had a really good game. I mean, Kyler Murray played well in this game, well enough to beat the Eagles, who I'd still think are falling apart from within.
Okay, I agree with you on that. Just to show you how much things change. We're not kidding about Alec, though, yesterday. Alec was holding it down the G-Bag Nation.
I got on with him at 4.
I know. So, as is usually the case, I waited until you got your shine on, and then I went afterwards. Is one of the things I told Alec, and we talked about, is how much things change. I was counting on Tommy DeVito, who's not even their starting quarterback anymore, to get the job done for the Giants. Now, you don't need the Giants to do anything this weekend, but you just need to beat a team that is awful and wants to lose this game. It's an amazing turn of events that I would not have predicted the first time that it looked like the Lions were going to win this game. Because there was at least 2 times that I was like, we've lost.
And I know that it's very early. This is the second year of 17 games. Am I correct about that? Is usually you have to win 13 games to be a 1 or 2 seed.
Okay.
And if you look at it, I don't think San Francisco's even going to show up for this last game.
But they're at 12.
Try and stay healthy.
12-5 this year is going to be the 1 and 2 seed. So I would have never guessed, as the Cowboys were, going into, let's say, mid-November football, that, man, if you go 12-5, you're gonna end up winning this division. We all thought that you were gonna have to somehow, some way get to 13-4, and now 12-5 is going to win the tiebreakers and win the division for you.
Which, after the Zach Martin signing, I did say that the Cowboys would win 12 games, and if they didn't, y'all could throw Sonic ice at me. So that is still up in the air.
I said 11-6, so I still got a chance.
All right, there you go.
Don't fist pump like that's what you're rooting for, though,
well,
right?
I'm still in the running.
Okay, I understand.
I think they're going to win easily, but go ahead.
Have you seen the point spread? I saw it open up at 13.5.
I don't know what it is right now.
It's
on the road, though, against a quality opponent.
Luckily, we're not playing Arizona.
Well, it's a quality because they're a division opponent. So that means
they exist.
That takes it up a little higher. Yes, that's a good point there, Kevin. They exist, and the Cowboys against teams that exist. You never know.
On the road is I know a lot of people still want to talk about the eligible receiver and everything like that. I understand that. But like in terms of things that I guess I feel are more particularly relevant to the Cowboys going forward, I'm not kidding about this. I know they didn't give up a lot of points, and they didn't give up a lot of points the week before, but that end of the game Cowboys defense, what is your concern level? Because this is now 2 weeks with the game on the line, and I realize you won the game, but it won because your defense shut it down.
In a way, highly concerned, because against Miami and against Detroit, they had good games. Overall,
for sure,
they're both good games. But I'm going to go back 1 week and then pass it to Corey here, is Dak didn't have, I won't say he had a bad game, but he didn't have a great game against Miami. But at the end of the game, with 3 minutes and change, he drives his team down the field, throws a great pass, gets a touchdown, and says, all right, we did our job. We are now giving it to the defense to hold the game. As long as you guys hold them to a punt, at any point they have to punt the ball, we will win the game. And they couldn't come close to doing that in Miami. And then you get the interception from Wilson. You have a weird drive, but you do kick a field goal to go up by 7 with less than 2 minutes to go, and the other team has no timeouts.
You have a weird drive.
And then you say, hey, as long as they don't score a touchdown, guys, I guess, or get the 2-point conversion, which I guess they succeeded at. So good job, defense. But as long as they don't go down and score a touchdown, we have nothing to worry about. And they scored a touchdown with still 20-something seconds left on the clock. So they have failed. They have gotten an F- to win games the last 2 games of the year.
Yeah, I look back, Kevin, and last year, a couple of weeks ago, maybe last year, I said, man, that was a great moment. I think it was against Philadelphia. That was a great moment to have this, hey, you can't leave any time on the clock for Dak Prescott. And it was right before halftime. and he scores the touchdown. That's a great moment for people to go, oh, crap, you can't do that anymore. And then with the Dolphins game, you did that. But now it is that question of why are you not getting to the quarterback late in the game whenever that's what you're best at? And the Cowboys couldn't get to Tua at all. Now, is he getting rid of the ball? Yeah, he is, but they're not getting there. Now, you need your secondary to make a play. They did it against the Lions a couple times, which was nice, but your defensive front has to be able to get to the quarterback late in a game. That's what you're relying on, and they aren't. And I don't know why. And I don't know if you look back at it and go, hey, look at all these holdings that are still being missed on Micah Parsons. How is this even possible? It still exists. You see the shots. You're seeing the pictures. You're seeing the screenshots of it all. All the videos are there. How is it still happening? I don't know. I feel like now he's in a state where he's just like, it doesn't even matter anymore. I'm going to try to do the best I can, but I can't get there.
Kevin, I'm going to ask you this question, which I asked Reggie, and he answered it. I would rather be winning by 2 to 4 points with the other team having the ball to have to go, let's say, 50 yards for a field goal or 75 yards for a touchdown. And I said with like 2 minutes to go and they have a timeout. So it's plenty of time. They can run the ball if they need to, barely. And he said, I trust the defense. I know it happened against Miami, but I trust the defense. Now back-to-back games, would you rather be up by 2 to 4 points with the defense having to win the game, or would you rather be down by 2 to 4 points, but you have the ball with 2 minutes to go and a timeout, and you have plenty of time to get into field goal range or score the touchdown?
Yeah, I think right now I'd rather be down, which is a shame because this defense has been really excellent. Well, actually,
historically with Dak, the reality isn't that you're going to score. I mean, the history of it, not just this year. Like, go back and look at against San Francisco, Kevin. We had 14 seconds left. Didn't work out. I mean, as you go back in history here, it hasn't worked out for the Cowboys offensively, but I see where you are, Mike, with that, because I don't trust the Cowboys defense in this moment, not right now.
Or at least just maybe don't play the most basic of prevent defenses could be a good way to start this off. But to your question, I think right now I take the 2 to 4 point deficit, which I realize like statistically is probably not the way to go. And so maybe I'm overreacting because the defense has played really well the last 2 weeks for the majority of the game. It's just what sticks out in my mind. Games on the line against Miami. You can win it, you don't. Games on the line against Detroit. You did win it, but again, as we've discussed, maybe not necessarily because of a defensive stop at the very end.
From the 806, I'm so happy right now. I love this dumb show. And from the 682, red and yellow, kill a fellow. Red and black, okay, Jack. So there you go, Mike. That's your, you know how you're always using things to put it together. Red and yellow, kill a fellow.
Hold on.
Red and black.
We learned something in the first segment.
Okay, and I do appreciate that. I'm not disputing the validity of that. What I want to ask you guys is, if a snake approaches, will you have the wherewithal to run that back in your head before you decide what you're going to do?
There's no way I want a snake touching me.
Okay.
So even if it's red and black, I'm like, well, we're okay. That's not a poisonous snake. I'm still going to go, that's a snake, and I want nothing to do with that sucker.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure about that.
Who are you pushing in front of the snake before it gets to you, though?
Who's with me?
Your kids.
Everybody who works at the fan. He's going to be like, I don't know this guy. He's going to go, I don't know this guy.
If it's my family, I'm like, get away. We still don't know. Somehow that snake could have picked up poison somehow, some way. I don't care if it's red and black. Somehow that snake could be poisonous, and we're not taking a chance. Let's go away as fast as we can. I have a couple nephews who love messing with snakes. Like, they'll pick them up, like, oh, look, a little snake, like a garden snake that's like a foot long. And I'm like, I don't know what you're doing, but you are messing with the devil right there.
Is there a little tiny part of you that thinks they get what they deserve if something happens to them?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
You shouldn't mess with snakes. They're scary.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're back. Coming up next, former Dallas Cowboy, Pro Football Hall of Famer, the Manster, Randy White, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now on the D&M Leasing Hotline. As if I need to explain this to, I don't know, anybody. It's former Dallas Cowboy, Pro Football Hall of Famer, the Manster himself, Randy White. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you all doing this morning?
We're doing fantastic. Did you get a chance to check out the amazing afternoon of college football? I know we have other stuff to talk about, but those two games were unbelievable.
Well, I watched the Terps. Have a little special interest in the Maryland Terps, so I watched the Terps game, and that turned out the way I wanted it to. That victory was good for them, so I was glad to see that happen.
You know, we saw you, Randy, down on the field on Saturday night for the Ring of Honor ceremony with Jimmy Johnson. What was that feeling like being down there and seeing Jimmy get that opportunity?
You know, I've been down there on that field for numerous inductions into the Ring of Honor and people getting their Hall of Fame rings. And I tell you, to be honest with you, that was the most emotional, energetic. I don't know what the right word is to describe it, but I was so glad to be able to be a part of it. And Jimmy was so happy, and I think Jerry was so happy that they got him in the Ring of Honor, and all his players were there supporting Jimmy, and my guys, the groups I played with, we were supporting him because we all respected what he did for the Dallas Cowboys and how great of a coach he is. So that was a great night. I was glad that I went out there, and I was glad to have the chance to be a part of that. That really was special.
Would you have played for like Jimmy Johnson? Like, would you have loved to have played for a coach like that?
Oh, I love to play for Coach Johnson. I just wish I was younger. I was too old when he got there. I wish I was in my first or second year. I would have loved to play for Jimmy. He was a great coach. He handled his players right. He really had a good handle on the players of his era. You know, when I played, there was a one attitude. When Jimmy came in the league as a coach, he had his finger right on the pulse. He knew just what to do. And well, look at the record. Look what they did. Look what they did. They just were phenomenal. And you know, he's got to take the most major credit for that for the job he did as the coach.
Hall of Famer Randy White joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Randy, your last year was in 1988. Tom Landry's last year. I know you just said you were too old. Did you just say, I have nothing left, I am too old? Or was there also a part of you going, we're losing a lot, and then the new coach is coming in? Was there kind of that going, I don't know if I want to go through that at this age too?
No, actually, my coach, Ernie Staudtner, he sat me down one day and he told me, he says, Randy, there's going to come a time in your career that you can't do it like you used to. He said, you're going to think you can still do it, but you're not going to be able to. And somebody's going to have to tell you. And I told my coach, Ernie Staudtner, I said, well, Coach, if I ever get to that point, you know, I hope you tell me. And sure enough, when Coach Johnson, when Jimmy took over, I went in and talked to him, and he said, Randy, if you were 5 years younger, man, we'd be all over it. But basically what he was telling me is, you know, he was moving on with younger players, and he wanted to get back to the Super Bowl. So, you know, that happened to me. I called Ernie. I called Ernie up. I said, Ernie, let's go fishing. And we went fishing. I told Ernie, I said, Ernie, I'm not a quitter. I says, but I'm going to retire before Jimmy cuts me. And he said, it's the right thing to do, Randy. So it was time for me to retire. But I always admired the job that Coach Johnson did with that football team and the way he turned that thing around and the way he handled with those players. That really was phenomenal.
Obviously, as you were explaining, you had a good handle on what you had left or what you didn't. With all the people you played with over the years, how difficult is it for a player to accept, hey, I don't have it anymore? Or do you fool yourself? Not you, but players in general fool themselves along the way.
Well, you don't ever think. I never thought I didn't have it. I still thought I have it. I still think I have it today. They could give me a uniform. I'll go out and play if they let me. You never want to give up. I love the game of football. I love playing it. I loved everything about it, the competition, the camaraderie, the winning, the losing, the feeling you have before a game. You want to cry. You want to break something. You want to fight. Where do you get that? Where do you get that emotion? Somebody had to tell me, hey, Randy, get out of here. You're too old. So but I loved the game of football. I loved it.
Now, Randy, we've been talking about this Cowboys team and the defense the last few games now. We feel like has kind of faltered a little bit. Late in the game against Miami, they give up a drive to set up a field goal to win the game. And then against the Lions, another drive down the field there. You see anything in particular with this defense that they might need to do a little later in those games?
Well, I think they just go and they study the films and they see what's happening to them. The thing I always say is you have to remember every guy that's out there on that football field was the best that you could be at what he did somewhere. So on any given Sunday, they're capable of having a great game. So they're all great. So Cowboys moving forward, get ready, study, get everything ready, mentally, physically ready, and then get out there on the field and just let it fly. Let it fly. And, let the chips fall, and hopefully they're going to fall in their favor, and they're going to win that fourth quarter, and they're going to be in the Super Bowl. That's what I'm hoping for. Oh. And I'm sure there's a lot of other fans like me that are hoping for the same thing. And I think they do have a legitimate chance to do that.
You've got three fans just like you right here, hoping that is exactly what plays out.
You're all on the same page. Huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. I am curious about this since we were talking about those last two games. How much do you and defensive players in general hate the prevent defense? Did you ever go like, hey, why don't we just do what's been working most of the game and go after it?
Well, that's a tough one. That we used to always say that defense prevented us from winning, but that's not necessarily the case. The coach has got to make a decision on what he think is the smart thing to do at that particular time, and you don't want to give up. You don't want to give up that big play, and so that's a coach's decision.
Randy, I love getting to talk to a Hall of Famer who gets to watch other defensive linemen. And I know Micah Parsons plays the game a little bit different than you, but when you watch Micah Parsons, who has an outside chance of being Defensive Player of the Year this year, what are you in awe of him or just love watching him do?
Well, I like his motor. He goes. That's what I like the most about him. I like his motor. He's got speed and he never quits. I mean that's what makes him a great football player. You never see the guy quit until the play's over, and that's what it takes. And that's what he will make big plays because the ball will get fumbled and he'll be there. He'll get tipped and he'll be there. He's a great player. I think he's learning. as he's going along, and I think he's going to do nothing but get better. But he's a great player, and I enjoy watching him play football.
And then, Randy, I know when you got drafted to the Dallas Cowboys in the 70s, they're in the middle of being an unbelievable team. Usually if you get drafted second overall, you're going to a team that's not very good at football. But you get drafted to a team that their goal is definitely to win the Super Bowl, and they're in the middle of it. If this Dallas Cowboy team makes it, let's say, to an NFC championship game, almost all the guys on the team have never played in a championship game. What was your feelings or thoughts when you got to your first ever NFC championship game?
I tell you, my first NFC championship game was my rookie year. And I remember our goal that year was to get to the NFC championship game and win it. That was our outstanding goal. Well, we did that, but we got to the Super Bowl and we didn't win the Super Bowl. The next year, our goal was to get to the Super Bowl and win. And Super Bowl 12, we got to the Super Bowl and we won. So I think setting them goals high, set them high and shoot for the stars. I say you want it all. That's what this game's all about, is winning the Super Bowl. They don't think about the team that come in second. They think about the team that wins the Super Bowl. And I think the Dallas Cowboys can do that. They just got to put believers. But like you said, they've gained a lot of experience, and they're getting more and more experience. And the more of that they have, the better it's going to be going into these big football games. You're going to be more comfortable, and they're just going to go out there and play football and win football games.
Now, he's too humble to say this, Corey, but Randy White was the co-MVP of that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So just in case you were wondering, he was the co-MVP along with Harvey Martin of that Super Bowl.
And deservedly so.
Yeah, just wanted to throw that out there for the people in case they didn't know.
Randy, go ahead.
No, y'all are talking about the Super Bowl and the first Super Bowl and going to the Super Bowl. I'll tell you the biggest story or my greatest thrill of going to the Super Bowl when I was a rookie. The police escort, the buses were all full, so we went through the police escort. Our PR guy put us, Burton Lawless and I, and we get up to the police escort car, and there's this guy in the back seat, and he's got long hair and a beard. And I tell Burton, I said, Burton, you sit back there with that hippie. I'm sitting in the front. We're riding down the road. The guy taps me on the shoulder. He goes, hey, Randy, he says, I'm Willie Nelson. I'm a big fan. I go, oh, Randy, you dummy, you. The biggest thrill of that whole experience that night, Jimmy Buffett, Jerry Jeff Walker, Waylon Jennings, and Willie were at our after party.
Holy crap.
Yes, and Bob Brunick played the guitar, our middle linebacker, and we got to get up on stage and sing Up Against the Wall, Redneck Mother with those guys. So that's what I remember of my first Super Bowl.
Unbelievable.
That's a pretty damn good memory right there. Pretty damn good memory for sure.
That's a good one.
Now the Cowboys at the Ford Center, or the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, they're hosting the East-West Shrine Bowl game, and I know Broadus and Woolchuck are excited to go see that. That's our afternoon show. Can you tell us a little more about how excited you are that it's here?
Well, I'm glad that the game's there. I played in that football game years ago. My football coach, Jerry Claiborne, was a big supporter of that game and all the children that they helped. Nobody paid for anything, and they helped so many people, and they still do. So it's a great football game, and it's a competitive football game because there's still a bunch of people of those guys that are going to be playing that are playing for a draft spot in the NFL. So it's going to be a great game to watch, and it's for a great cause. So I invite everyone to come out and be a part of that experience. It's going to be a good one.
Now, Randy, before we let you go, our morning show host, RJ Choppy, tweeted on Saturday night, Randy White might be the most masculine man I've ever seen. And that's a huge compliment because he thinks he's the most masculine man out there. That being said, since I've been a child, every time I've met you, every time I've gotten at a charity softball game or whatever event, you've always been the kindest person to me. And I know Kevin and I interviewed you a while back early on in our careers, and you've always been kind. So as much of a masculine man you are, you're also a very kind man. We always appreciate that, Randy.
No, and I appreciate it, and I hopefully I will always be that way, or my dad will reach down from wherever he is in heaven. He'll bop me in the head if I ever do anything any different. So it's an honor for me for people to come up and talk to me and want my autograph and say hello, and I'll always embrace that. I always will.
East West Shrine Bowl, the 99th edition, February 1st at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. You can get tickets at shrinebowl.com. Randy, thank you very, very much for the time today, good sir.
My pleasure. Y'all have a wonderful day, and we'll see you at the game.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Randy White right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, if you need another local Randy White connection, if you're a collector, I know in the past
I have one.
He has been at the Dallas Card Show. I know perhaps this weekend he was bouncing around to some local card shops that support my possibilities.
Really?
So he is a collector as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about that college football playoff. How amazing were those games? Did you have a favorite? And are the best two teams in the championship? Let's talk about it next right here in The Fan.
Can the Dogs defense get the stop on 4th and 11? Ewers takes a shotgun snap. He's back to pass. Pressure coming. Throws the fade. Yeah! We're going Elijah Jackson knocked it away. Elijah Jackson knocks the ball away. The Huskies are headed to Houston to play the Michigan Wolverines for their first national championship since 1991.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We were going to talk about the college football playoff yesterday, but real quick, maybe you'll love this, maybe you will not. Ian Rappaport is rapporting that La'el Collins is arriving in Dallas today to work out for the Cowboys, assuming he passes.
Hold on, here, listen to this last line. Listen to the last line.
Assuming he passes his physical, here's me editorializing, which you can never do. Dallas could sign him to the practice squad to work his way into football shape.
With one game left?
Well, I mean, obviously, it's like hopeful if Tyler Smith is out for a sustained period of time, can he play the left guard position? I thought Bass looked fine, actually better around the rest of those starting offensive linemen. I thought, he looks good next to Tyron Smith, and he can continue to work there. But Mike, yeah, they're like, hey, work your way back into football shape. And we've always been told it takes 3 games to be in football shape, and he's not going to have.
All right, so what's the problem? When we're in the NFC Championship game, he'll be good to go.
He doesn't love football, and he doesn't love working out.
Right.
So these are 2 things that really contradict who Lyle Collins is.
Hey, that's why it's the practice squad.
Well, and you didn't hear Jerry this morning.
He hates practice,
yeah,
too.
He hates practice. But Jerry this morning did say that is the most premium thing that people are looking at right now. When he was on with Sean and RJ and Bobby this morning, he was like, right now, at this point in the season, everybody's trying to find offensive linemen. So, yes, we're looking. We're going to do everything we can.
Now, we bring on Carter Freeman for perhaps the first of 2 appearances today, although he's already trying my patience as well, I can't imagine the college football playoff having played out much better yesterday, just in terms of entertaining games. And maybe as a side note, Florida State getting their doors blown off, but I think that's actually a lot more complicated than all that, and we'll get to that later.
Mm-hmm.
But just in terms of entertainment value yesterday, I can't imagine 2 better games back to back.
No, they're both awesome. And the last 4 semifinal games have all come down to 1-possession games. And it's kind of sad because I've loved this 4-team playoff model that we've had. But for the most part, it's been blowouts.
Yep.
But right here at the end, as we're moving towards a 12-team playoff, as the whole system's changing, it seems like teams have finally gotten in the groove of figuring out how to translate their success from the beginning of December to the end of December, beginning of January. So it's sad that it's going away, but yeah, 2 incredible games yesterday.
And it felt like, and I know I mentioned this in the crosstalk, it felt like special teams have never been more important or perhaps more neglected than they were in those games, because whether it's where to field a punt, where not to field a punt, how to snap the ball for a field goal, there was a whole lot of problems.
No, that's all you have to do is muff a punt, and you'll win the game, because both Michigan and Washington muffed punts, and they won. So,
and for Washington, and y'all might disagree with me on this, Washington, I felt like that one hurt maybe more so because it felt like they might be able to create some, or they were going to create some separation in that game. Like, I go back in that game, and I thought Washington looks better than Texas, maybe because Penix was playing out of his mind. But I thought Michigan and Alabama were playing like a lot more even for a chunk of the game.
When you say even, does it mean good?
Look, I understand it was not necessarily the prettiest. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Defense can be good.
I thought you said earlier it was a chomp of the game.
Yeah.
A champ of the game?
Chomp.
Remember that
You're
last
champing
year?
at the bit. Last year you said that.
Yeah, you changed it from chunk. That. So now you changed it back to chunk. In 2024, it's chunk?
Mm-hmm. Which one is it, Kevin?
We need to know.
That being said,
I had predicted
it was a great game.
I had predicted with Alec yesterday whenever I called in
through 24
that game could end up being like 10-7. So I kind of expected Big Ten football is boring anyway. So I kind of expected that. But they scored more points than I anticipated, and then we got some overtime, so I was excited about that one.
And I think that that showed that games that are lower scoring can still be really fun. Now, It kind of took a while for it to really get to the more fun part there at the end, but like you didn't need 40, 50 points for it to be a truly like super watchable, fun game. Like they showed that style of defense with enough offense sprinkled in can still be really, really fun.
Maybe this is not the most important, but just a logistical question. Why is it that Michigan and Jim Harbaugh did, in fact, call that timeout so they could run another play from the 1-yard line and try to kneel the ball down in their weirdo victory formation, even though it was going to overtime?
I have no idea.
I thought Alabama called the timeout.
No.
I thought they said Michigan
called
it.
In Michigan called it.
Really?
Yes. I don't think Alabama
Because I
had
assumed
timeouts left.
because I saw when Nick Saban was walking down the sideline and it was like, oh, he's not going to call timeout. I'd make him maybe run another play just in case there's a safety. I thought he walked down the sideline and then gave the timeout signal. Maybe I'm crazy.
The announcers were saying that it was Michigan that called it.
You're right, but you're right, Mike. If it was Alabama, that makes plenty of sense to me. If it was Michigan, didn't quite understand that. I also wanted to give you your props going back to the beginning of the season. You said Washington, look out for them to make the playoff. And now, not only did they make the playoff, they win. They're in the championship game. against Michigan.
Yeah, and like we were saying earlier, I thought they looked like the better team for pretty much the entire game, even until the very end where they decided we're going to do one of the dumbest things in CFP history and just give Texas a chance to potentially win the game.
Yes.
A touchdown would have won it there at the end. But yeah, they give them credit. They were going to stick to their game plan, which is have Penix throw the ball no matter what. And Dylan Johnson, the running back who got hurt towards the end of that game, he's a good player. He didn't have the best day because Texas has a great defensive line.
They do have a great defensive line.
But they stuck to their guns, which is throw the ball a ton to their awesome receivers. And that hurt them at times because there were a couple possessions late in that fourth quarter where they ran off maybe 30 seconds to a minute and a half when they could have run down a lot more if they'd run the ball. But they stuck to their guns and it ended up working out.
So we're both right. Here's the game cast. 1st and 10 from the 1 yard line. Michigan, Blake Corum runs for 1 yard to the Michigan 2. With 12 seconds to go, 2nd and 9. Alabama calls a timeout.
And that makes sense.
Next play, not even a play, then Michigan called a timeout because they needed more time to think about
kneeling the ball.
So Alabama called a timeout, and then before they even run another play, Michigan called a timeout, I guess just to make sure we're kneeling the ball here. We don't have to run another play. And then they kneel the ball and it goes to overtime.
The fastest
so they both
kneel down
called
of all
timeouts,
time.
but I guess Alabama, according to Gamecast, called the first timeout.
Okay, because that boggled the mind while I was watching it, almost as much as backtracking, fumbling the punt, fielding it. But good for that guy for getting back to the 1 yard line and not giving up the worst safety maybe in the history of college football right there.
Yeah, they were that close to losing probably the most heartbreaking game of all time.
I kept picturing that guy from Michigan where they lost the game to Michigan State on another special teams botch years ago.
He has trouble with the snap.
I just kept picturing him feeling his temples again and being like, oh my God, what is happening? Do you remember that guy with the glasses?
Dude, the memes and the stands are always the best.
I have a question for you guys. Let's just say on 4th and 3 for Alabama, real quick. And it's goal. They do sneak the ball in for a touchdown. Obviously, that play never came close to working, but let's just say they do. Do you think Nick Saban would have Dan Campbelled it? Because this was my thinking as they got 1st and goal on the 9. I thought, is he going to score a touchdown here and just say, screw it, we're going for 2 for a win or loss?
So.
I don't think so either. I don't think that's not Saban's style.
Okay.
Yeah, he's very conservative in that approach.
And he knows his team can just wear you down the longer they play. So I think he would have played for a second overtime.
Okay. I was wondering that, and you guys follow, Alabama more. I was just thinking, if you think you have the lesser team, you go for 2 there, right? But if you think you have the lesser team, and maybe he doesn't think that in that situation.
Yeah, I don't think Alabama is ever going to think they have the lesser team. And the talking about trouble with the snap, that was Alabama's problem the entire game. They finally have a kicker who can make long field goals, but their center struggled the entire game. It was low snaps. It was snaps to the left, to the right.
The last play of the game was a low snap.
And they had an option. It was a read option where he could have pitched it out to the running back running to the left, but the snap was low. Milroe freaks out, and he just sprints forward into a wall.
He actually made a great play at one point on the goal line, not right on the goal line, but the quarterback for Alabama caught an unbelievable snap to his right, was able to snatch it and still be able to hand it off.
I know we'll talk about this more as the week goes along, but this feels perfect to me for Washington. They are undefeated. They're second in the country, but they can still claim the disrespect card as they've been installed as the underdogs. Although I will tell you,
and their quarterback's older than Lamar Jackson, I think.
He has played.
It's only his 6th year in college.
Him and Bo Nix has just been hanging around forever.
He went against Patrick Mahomes when he was at Texas Tech, I think.
They're 4.5-point underdogs, but that is a closer game than it looked like going in. Going in, the theoretical point spread was 6. So the gap has shortened, and I think maybe finally people are respecting Washington. I guess not that much because they're still the underdog.
And that's like we've said, that's what they've feasted on. They were underdogs when they went to play at Oregon State.
Yes.
They're underdogs playing Oregon again.
They're 5-0 as dogs this year, I do believe.
Yeah, and so that's been their thing, and I think it's so perfect.
Because they're the Huskies.
They're the dogs, yeah. I think it's so perfect that we have Michigan, who's been at the center of the college football world with all their controversies, their coach getting suspended twice, and the dude who was filming the games for him, he was at the Rose Bowl. So my thought was, is he filming games for another team now? He's been, he's like a mercenary. He just went to, Washington. He's filming Michigan tape for them. But Michigan's been at the center of college football this entire season. They're here at the end. Washington, in their final year of the Pac-12, could potentially win a title for that conference as it goes out into the sunset. I think it's a excellent final two teams.
I'm betting we won't hear about all the adversity that Michigan's gone through leading up to this game or throughout.
We definitely will, as if it wasn't self-inflicted adversity. Like
I like that after the semifinal game, they only take a week off instead of 6 weeks.
Yes.
I find that the weirdest thing in football. Is like I do feel like there's a little bit of, I know we got to go. There's a hair of momentum lost. I was looking forward to yesterday's games, but I feel like there's a little bit of momentum lost when you're like, and the last time they played was December 2nd. And you're like, I feel like that's a good buy. Like, hey, man, we'll give you 30 days off till you have to play again.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It's our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Mickey. It's good to be back and know how to push my buttons. Mickey, I'm kind of curious. How many emails do you let fill up your email box before you start deleting? Or are you all constantly cleaning it? Because Mike has.
I try to keep up with it, and when I don't, it creates a long period of time to go through them all.
Yeah, Mike has 3,200 missed or unread emails. Is that unread emails right now? And
even in my account that I don't use much, where all the junk goes, when it gets to about 300, I start deleting them.
That is stressing me out so
not
much.
3,200.
Right now, I have.
It takes years of not looking at your email.
Well, it might have come in all last week since Mike was working so hard.
Oh, he was.
Oh, yeah,
he was
you
very
guys.
busy. He was
Yeah, Kevin says he loves working.
I have one email in my work account right now, and I have 15 in my personal account. They're all either about today or tomorrow's show.
Okay.
That is so many emails. All right. Talking about today's show is you put out a column that I was reading, and I agree with so much of it, trying to figure out these Cowboys. There's one particular part in your column that I did want to focus on if we can. I'm going to quote, they survive scoring no more than 20 points now in 3 consecutive games. A somewhat troubling trend this late in the season. We have obviously talked about the defense in the last couple of minutes, these last couple of games, but the offense, what has happened with this offense?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think number one, they've really struggled to run the football, and I think there's been a trickle-down effect by not being able to do that. Now, I understand they've played 3 consecutive games against teams with at least 10 wins. So chances are you're not scoring 30 and 40 points a game in those. But, how about 25 or 27? I don't know that the offensive line has played as well as it has previously. I don't know if guys are playing with different things, or if teams have basically decided that they can play their normal defense and stop the run, and now we're going to sit back and make sure 2 things: either sit back, make sure we don't get beat by Dak Prescott, or we're going to blitz the devil out of him and make sure he doesn't have time in the pocket and the ball's got to come out. And I think that's one of the things I've seen in these last few games. They were coming after him, and the Cowboys weren't doing a very good job of either countering the blitz or picking it up.
And that's why the Cowboys are getting Lyle Collins?
That's when did they get rid of him? Was it before the season started or a couple games in? I was trying to remember. I didn't have time to look it up after I realized that was happening. Are they worried that Tyron Smith is struggling, or are they going to put him in at guard if Tyler Smith can't play with the torn plantar fasciitis? Although guys readily play with that quicker than they do if it's only partially torn. So,
which is one of the weirder injury things in all of sports. To me.
Yeah, and so I guess at this point you're just looking to maybe cover yourself, pull out all the stops. To see where you go, because the next guy up, and I think they've maybe seen enough of Chuma, is Willetsko, and he hadn't played all year, and he didn't play last year, so but they've got him on the 53-man roster. So I thought Bass did a decent job coming in for Tyler Smith in the game, and
that's what you thought too, right, Corey?
I agree, yeah.
Yeah, and I thought and a few times he's had to come in on the other side for Zach. I think he's been okay and been bad. So maybe you just try to cover yourself however you can, but that would be very interesting. Number one, if he's in shape. Because, you know,
Oh,
he's had
we
troubles
know.
with
Likelihood of
right?
that. Where do you
Yeah.
put the percentage on that?
Yeah. Don't make me do that.
Okay,
right?
gotcha. All right. Yeah, best hopes. Best
Yeah.
hopes out there.
Yeah, at least if he's, 50%, if it's just they need him in spots or things like that to go in.
As an eligible receiver.
Yeah, right. Well, or maybe if he's if they think he's an eligible receiver and they don't announce it. That's what everybody's forgetting here.
Oh, I'm with you on that.
Because if he says 68's eligible, somebody's going to cover him, right? Or
would
you're going to
hope.
at least move your defense over to a little bit to that side, and you're just not going to assume that he's an offensive lineman. And so that's the twist that everybody has forgotten. I don't know who screwed up. Either the guy didn't report or the official got it wrong, right? But still, it doesn't. The reason they report is to let the defense know who's eligible to catch a ball. And 68 in football is not eligible to catch a ball. So if he's going to be eligible, then they got to announce that he is an eligible receiver. End of story.
There it is.
And did you see the interview with Decker, by the way?
I don't think I did.
He didn't sound really convincing that he reported. He was if that was me, I'd have been screaming from the highest mountain. I went in there and told him that, right? He very soft-spoken goes, yeah, I told him. I don't want to get myself in trouble and say any more. And it's like, I'd say a lot if I thought I was right, but then that's me, right?
You've been known to shoot off at the mouth a little bit, Mickey.
I think they tried.
I'm right.
Mickey, my opinion is they tried so much to disguise who the eligible receiver was because, like Troy Aikman after the game said, well, look, 68 goes up to the ref. The only reason he'd be going up to the ref is to say I'm an eligible receiver. Well, so did 58. 58 walked right there with them. 58, 68 walked there, and 70 sprinted at the three guys, the ref and the two players, like he was going to kill somebody for talking. And then, so the last thing the ref does is he catches out of his eye 10 yards away from him a 320-pound man running 20 miles an hour at him, and he's assuming, I'm just giving him an excuse here.
Right.
He's assuming, well, I've reported 73 times today, and he's sprinting at me like his life's about to end. And so I'm just going to report 70 because 68 didn't probably speak up too much. 58's over here too, and then 70 sprinting at me like his life's about to be over. So they tried to disguise it so much. I think they kind of fooled the ref on which one he was supposed to report.
I think you're exactly right, because there was no reason for three of those guys to be either hanging out there or getting ready to hang out there, right? How many times you see offensive linemen talking to the head referee?
Yeah, three of them.
Three of them.
I know 70 probably didn't get close enough to talk, but he got close enough to catch the eye of the head ref.
Maybe they need to come up with some sort of mechanism to announce who's when you get.
They have the red Scully, and so whoever announces, the ref then pulls out the red Scully and puts it on the guy's helmet.
There you go.
Now you have to. If you're wearing a red helmet, that doesn't work. We need another color. But
sort of like they do in practice.
Yes,
when they've got guys.
Here's
when
the guy.
The practice squad's out there, and they've got the wrong number, and they put the little bonnet on, right? And it's like, okay, that guy's this. Yeah, there you go. I like that.
Yeah, look at us solving problems already.
I don't know if we did solve it, but
okay.
I feel like it's an option, and that's what's most important.
It's like you got to put on a scarlet letter,
For people who haven't read that book, why'd she have to put on that letter, Mickey?
Just to point out that you got
because she committed adultery, Mick.
Scarlet
That's what
on.
happened. All right,
she got scarleted.
Yeah.
Mickey, I am kind of curious because I saw Damian Wilson is coming in to also work out for the Cowboys. What was Damian Wilson?
We talked to Randy White this morning. He might come in.
Yeah, Randy White said he wants a uniform.
Why not?
Oh yeah, absolutely, I'd do it. But yeah, Damian Wilson. What would his role be if he?
Well, another linebacker with experience.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's one of the spots they're really short on at this point. So. I mean, who's the next linebacker? If something happens.
We interviewed Randy White earlier. He said he will suit out.
Yeah.
He said if you give him a jersey, he will suit out.
Are you familiar with Buddy Johnson's work?
Not really.
Well, he's on the practice squad all year long.
There we go.
And he's the only linebacker that had elevations remaining, because they've already did it 3 times with Malik Jefferson.
Okay.
So to get him active on the game roster, they would have to sign him to the 53. So what they're looking for is to put guys on the practice squad that can be elevated, and you can elevate 2 guys on game day, right? And you don't have to put them on the 53, and it only costs you 1 game check for that game if you elevate them to the game, and it doesn't cost if you put him on but it costs if you put him on the 53, and even if he doesn't play, you got to pay him, right, for however long he's on the 53-man roster. So that's one way to try to get help, because you can't, if you poach somebody off somebody's practice squad, then they're guaranteed 3 game checks, even if it's at the end of the season.
Okay.
So that's the most inexpensive way to try to get some depth on your roster at this point. But, yeah,
It's something they
when's
need
the
right
last
now.
time Damian Wilson's played?
Last
Chiefs?
in 2022,
Okay.
he was in 17 games, but only started 5.
Was it the Chiefs?
It was the Carolina Panthers. And before that, Mike, it was your Jacksonville Jaguars.
I should have known that.
Yeah, you should have.
He was a very serviceable linebacker, I think, who, when he left here, he was starting games.
Yeah, he started 16, 13, and 17.
Yeah.
Kansas City, Jacksonville.
No, I agree. When he left, I wasn't like super pumped that he was leaving. And at this point, you don't have a lot of depth as you threw out there, Mick. So why not?
And the reason, it was a salary cap thing when they said, well, we just can't pay 3 linebackers, and so here you go. Good luck to you. But it wasn't because he didn't play well. It just wasn't the star. And when they had to shed some salary cap, they just didn't outbid. It was Kansas City first, right? Yeah. And so well, bring them all in. Let's see what they got. Put them on the practice squad.
Agreed.
Bring in Rolando McClain.
Okay, maybe not.
All right.
Agreed on all of that.
Yeah, let's not go too far.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
Thank you very much, Mickey.
I bet he's fishing right now.
We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
See you guys.
You missed us, I know. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we'll talk Mavs Jazz maybe for a minute, though they might not deserve it. But
Scored
also
90, I think.
It was 90. Yeah.
All right. Don't worry about the other part.
the moral compass. Shooting fireworks off within city limits on New Year's Eve.
Perfectly fine.
I was amazed how Oh, man, this is going to be fantastic. We'll do all of that next right here on The Fan.
Hey, laughing too hard in the office? We are too. This is the...
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We can talk about the Mavericks if you like. Would you like that?
From the 720, as a man currently on the run from the FBI for launching fireworks in city limits, I can confirm it's not worth it.
Okay. You running from the FBI. Like, they're going to give you a misdemeanor, right?
They're after him.
I don't
Wouldn't you run from the
entirely
FBI?
sure I believe
I
that
feel like it's a
text
Class
is
C
accurate.
offense.
Huh?
Like, you're going to get fined. You're going to maybe even have to do, like, I don't know, a hair of community service. I don't know the penalty for shooting off a firework. I do know in Oak Cliff there has to be 7 million people shooting off fireworks on special dates.
But Kevin, I think we can get into that in just a few moments.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
so. The Mavericks beat the Warriors and then lost to the Jazz.
By 37 points.
It happens.
And
in today's NBA, it does.
Jazz, though?
Are
No,
the
it's
Jazz?
it's not the amount of points they
They
gave
lost
up.
by 30-something to the Rockets, right?
Well, they sat out that game.
Don't worry about that.
Well, I would say last night, with Kyrie coming back, I was kind of excited to see him play. And unfortunately, the Mavs just overall energy, they have to have tremendous energy. They're undersized. They're a bad rebounding team. They're a bad defensive team. Now, they can be okay defensively, but just to be average defensively, there has to be tremendous effort on the Dallas Mavericks to be an average defensive team. And I was watching a little bit of the third quarter. It was a timeout or whatever in the UT game. So I flip it over. I was flipping over during, dead possessions or whatever in the UT Washington game. Luka didn't look engaged at all on defense. Luka has been awesome. I don't want to take a shot at Luka. I'm just telling you, last night when I was flipping over, there was a point where the Mavericks cut it, I think, to 3 points kind of early in the third. Maybe even we're getting close to midway through the third, but somewhere in that range. And Luka was like, I don't care to play defense, and allows an alley-oop dunk and allows a layup. And then kid calls a timeout. It's like now 74-67. He's trying to stop the momentum and the run, and it never stopped. That was the moment where it got completely out of hand. But the Mavericks have to be locked in defensively just to be average. And last night they're like, we just don't care.
Something really interesting that I was reading, and I know I give him a hard time, so props to Brad Townsend for putting this story out. Talking with Kyrie about the injury.
Yeah. Did he blame Dwight Powell?
No. Dang it. Well,
not publicly.
Yeah. That feels like that would be a
the
bad
nice
move.
thing to do when somebody pile drives you into a month of being out of basketball.
He said, I was scared. I was very scared. And any person that tells you when they go through a freak accident that it doesn't bother them mentally, they're lying. And so I just really appreciate, and a lot of times Kyrie will give you like an actual human thought. I know sometimes he probably wishes he didn't because people jump all over that, but that felt like a very relatable thing that he said right there. So I appreciate the fact that he's back, and I appreciate the fact that hopefully he's fighting through those mental problems that you might have when coming back from a freak injury.
Yeah, no, but I think that that's going to be a factor for him, but it should be quick for him. I do think it'll be quick because he knows how to be a professional at this level too. I understand the injury part of it, but he knows how to be a professional and what to do.
It stinks because we know he's going to miss 15 to 30 games. But you expect it to be because he got hurt twisting an ankle, or not because he's just, didn't finish a basket and is laying on the ground and is about to get up and Dwight Powell decides to hurt him.
Yes.
Like that, you didn't expect that to be the thing that took him out for, I believe it was 12 games.
No, I agree with you there. And that was really, really bad. All right. Now, I'm interested to see if you guys have different opinions on this because it happens every year. July 4th, New Year's, on and on and on. But the fireworks discussion has lit up the Nextdoor app, which I have to admit, sometimes I care about and sometimes I'm just there to see how the comments break out and everything.
I live near the Bishop Arts District in Oak Cliff. I'm just being honest here. Fireworks are shot off, it feels like, on a nightly basis, or they are gunshots. And I'm going to be honest, I think sometimes they're gunshots and sometimes they're fireworks, but we hear them outside of our house on almost a nightly basis. Now, it obviously gets extreme around 4th of July, around New Year's, it does get extreme. And I'm saying extreme with the fireworks, not the gunshots. But I didn't know. I knew it was illegal, but I feel like nobody cares because there's so many fireworks being shot off.
And that was kind of the crux of this thread. Apparently, the city, including the police, have better things to do than stop fireworks and gunfire. This is from my personalized Nextdoor. So this is for a specific spot around Garland. And I guess the fireworks has never really bothered me as much. I know all the people who are going to get mad and chime in. If people really were shooting guns off in the air, I have heard many times how many problems come along with that. So I get that part. Personally, it's never bothered me. I understand it's against the law. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying it doesn't bother me specifically.
Yeah, I remember my dad and I getting up on the roof once whenever I was probably about 8, 9, or 10, something like that, somewhere in that range.
Youngster.
And we got up on the roof to watch fireworks that were going, around at New Year's time. And my dad kind of reached over and he's like, "Oh, what's this?" And he picked up a bullet that had landed right above my bed. And it wasn't, I don't know if it landed that night, but it was there. It was laying there. So that's always kind of been one of those, hey, now we have an aluminum roof, Kevin. I'm sure that'll stop it.
You're in Plano. You don't have to worry.
That's right. The palatial estates of Plano, as Mike likes to call it. The fireworks, I feel like I understand it's illegal, and I'm not actively going out there and shooting bottle rockets down my alley.
Sure.
I do like to get the confetti poppers and blow those up.
That are not illegal.
Yeah, and some of it did get in my neighbor's yard. I'm sorry. It did go in his backyard, and I couldn't stop that. The wind carried it. My apologies. But I don't mind it so much. But obviously, like I just pointed out, it hasn't affected my household. If something was to, like, if it's going to hit my house and cause a fire, then I'm probably going to be like, dadgum, I wish they hadn't done that.
My dogs are scared to death of it. So they will jump in the bed, or they'll start barking or crying. So that's the only thing is, does it affect me? I don't care for the noise of fireworks till 3 a.m. But you finally go to sleep to it. You turn on a fan. You turn on a noisemaker to try to.
Is that the biggest factor? Is the biggest factor the noise keeping you awake? Is that what it is? Is what people are complaining about?
And the dog. I don't think dogs like it at all. So the dogs get upset, and then you can't go to sleep because your dog is just anxiety through the roof. That I'm just going to assume they think it's gunshots. They think they're in a war zone at that point, and so. That's the tough thing about it is, you know, especially if you have little kids and then the dog's barking, and let's just say we had a child like Noah, and now Noah's crying and you're not sleeping, the kid's not sleeping. So now, you know, they're going to have a bad day all day, which is going to have you having a bad day all day. So I think that's where people get really upset if they have kids that are getting scared of it and it's keeping them up, because then, you know, your world for 48 hours is going to be totally destroyed because your kid didn't get the sleep they needed.
From the 817, hell no to shooting out fireworks within city limits. My dogs are freaking out. And then from the 682, fireworks are a boomer thing to whine about.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And
I think once these young, I'm just going to assume that's a younger person. When you have little kids, you're going to feel very different about the noise and the sleep habits that can affect your house. And you're going to be like, oh yeah, so what? The kid's crying. Guess what? When the kid is crying and not sleeping,
and you got to take care of
it. It's not just over at 8 a.m. if they finally fell asleep and then they wake up. It is at least 24 hours of a living hell on earth if your kid doesn't sleep correctly at night.
See, I think you're sorry, Corey. I think you're onto something there, because if it would have woken Noah up either this year or last year and messed up his sleep schedule, I might have felt differently. It doesn't bother me a lot. Like, I'm not going to push for it to, like, these people need to have to sell their house and move away. And it doesn't bother me that much. However, if it continually woke him up, I could definitely see how it'd be like.
If you guys ever lived in the hood, Oak Cliff, where I live.
Well, maybe that's why HEB won't come there, because you keep talking about gunshots by where you live.
That's
Mike,
probably true.
Yeah, you're the spokesperson for Oak Cliff. And here you are.
There are times where we have discussions, me and my wife in bed going, was that a gunshot or firework?
Yeah.
And it's not just December 31st. It can be whatever, January 7th coming up, where we're like, somebody's still shooting off a few fireworks. That kind of sounded more gunshotty.
Now, I did hear, I can hear from my house the Frisco fireworks, I feel like. The ones that they do at FC Dallas games. So I feel like there's a lot of times where I'm like, oh man, and there's somewhere else, maybe it's Oak Point that'll shoot off some fireworks. I feel like that's in city limits. But that is, the fire department is there for all of that. They are the ones that set all this stuff up, right? Isn't that why that's okay within the city limits?
Yeah, because they get a special clearance and all
of
that.
How far out is the country? Like, at what point is it country, and how much rain do you need before you feel comfortable saying, you know what, the fields are nice and wet today?
I'm
asking the country people.
Okay. I'll have to think about that.
Our stick travels pretty far. We got 100,000 watts here.
I drove to Cleburne not Cleburne, but I drove through Cleburne, Glen Rose the last few days.
Me too, yeah.
And
probably high-fived on the way through.
In Cleburne and along the way, there's plenty of places to buy fireworks.
Yes.
Now, going back January 1st, all of them were closed up because they sold all their fireworks leading up to New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. But so I know out in the country, there is a zillion fireworks you can buy to shoot them off. And to your point, usually around July 4th, that's really a tough time. They want to sell a zillion fireworks, but it's a tough time to shoot them off because it can be a no fireworks zone because of the dryness. Right now, you can shoot off fireworks because you're not going to burn the whole city down.
And I think this might be a distinction for some folks. I understand this from the 916. Wait until an errantly thrown M1000 lands near your car, then you'll care. It's not just fireworks that are the problem. See, I guess in my mind, I think about like very simple fireworks or even bottle rockets and things like that. I'm not thinking about, I'm trying to put on an actual fireworks show for my neighborhood.
You're trying to get the Kaboom Town thing going. Gotcha.
I understand how that could be problematic. And then on the flip side from the 972, it's your decision to have kids. Why should other people care one night a year? Because it's against the law, I guess would be the follow back. And I'm not even that much against that.
You don't speed, huh?
Oh,
That's against the law.
Oh, no, I agree. You should not speed. Have I ever sped? Yeah, I have. And I will definitely admit that.
And that's where we rank the laws.
Those are people jealous you have a new kid.
They want, maybe so.
Yeah.
Possibility.
That's jealousy coming through the text.
Hey, I understand. There's a lot of times you should appreciate that. But then there's other times
They want
where
Dr. Bassick.
you don't need to be
What was that person's number?
Why are you going to text?
Sounds like you can't get somebody pregnant. That's what you were thinking, right, Kevin?
Let's not.
But like, what if that is a real issue in their life and you just like really hurt their feelings?
Well, they were kind of bragging that they don't have kids.
All right, well,
It's a dark turn.
God, there are too many segments on this show that take a turn down a path that we shouldn't go down.
How about the Mavericks?
We were driving back from Spring Branch, and we drive through Glen Rose, and there was huge signs that said "incident ahead," and we were like, "Oh my gosh,
On
what's
67?
And there was nothing there, and I was like, "Where was the incident?" And I'm like, "If you're gonna have an incident sign, there needs to be an incident." And there was no incident, Kevin.
There's a lot of unfortunately, there are in that Glen Rose area or close to. 67 is a very dangerous highway to be driving on 67.
You go from like 75 miles an hour to like 30, just like that. It's crazy.
We're the kids.
I love you, Glen Rose.
Hey, did the Mavs win?
No,
they lost.
They lost by a lot. I feel like you know that.
Did somebody say Jordan Clarkson had the first triple double in Utah Jazz history since for the last 19
I felt
years?
like everybody had a triple double last night for the Utah Jazz.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where the Detroit Lions find the bright side. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Attention football.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Play fake, looking left, throwing in the end zone, and it's the offensive lineman who just came in. Dan Skipper had come in, and he played tackle, and the regular starting tackle, Taylor Decker, caught the pass for 2. And as spotter Jake Goldberg points out, they announced Skipper as eligible.
We got another flag coming out now.
I think it's against Dallas. Maybe not. Cowboys are applauding.
Illegal touching by number 68. Oh, well.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's go around the entire NFL and maybe another football league and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dan Campbell is not going to linger on the past, all right? He says that he sees this 2-point fiasco, quote, as a blessing. He compares it to the New Orleans pass interference, not pass interference, playoff thing from a few years back. And he said the blessing is the Lions season isn't over and they can still learn from it.
If you're wondering, Corey, if he has energy yesterday at his press conference, I watched it this morning on Good Morning Football because I called my wife in because she's like, this guy's entertaining. I was like, yeah, he's an emotional bowl of gravy.
Mm-hmm.
And like spicy gravy.
Yeah.
And he's like, this has fueled me. I'm full of octane right now. Like, I'm just like, and he was full of octane when they got the penalty against him and then couldn't, think straight and just go, we probably need to kick the extra point that now we're pushed back to the 7. So he runs purely on emotions. He's a good coach, but in a way, the emotions can help.
Yep.
And in a way, the emotions can hurt. When he decided to go for it from the 7, the emotions got in the way of logical thinking.
I will say whenever he, in his emotional state that he is, a lot of times that team follows. They go along with him. They believe, they bought into him and the wild ideas of, we can do this. We can win this game on the road and those kinds of moments. So they bought in on it. It is good to move on. I don't think it's a blessing. I think that's just like, I think you're lying. But what? I mean, there a lot of things. If they had won that game, a lot of other things could go in their favor. Like they could be hosting.
They would be the 2 seed, right?
Yeah.
If they would have won this upcoming week, they'd be the 2 seed.
Correct.
And then whether it was Dallas or Philadelphia, they would host Dallas or Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Now, most likely, if they win, I know there's a lot of things that can happen
In the divisional round, though,
right?
yeah.
If they win in the wild card round,
get it to the divisional round,
then they would have to come back to Dallas.
Yep.
And we see Dallas perfect record at home, not a perfect record on the road.
Now, another playoff team. Did you see the Rams cut their kicker to bring back Brett Maher?
Right in time.
Did he get?
This is where he thrives.
Did he have an injury and they needed a kicker for a minute, and then they were like, "We'll go back to Maher again." I can't remember exactly why they moved on from him.
They thought their kicker wasn't good.
Okay.
After they cut Brett Maher
And
earlier
their
in the
kicker was
season because
worse.
they thought he wasn't good.
All right.
And so now they're like, okay, but you're
All right.
less not good than the other
Do
one.
you want to play the Rams in the playoffs?
Sure.
Right now?
It's at home. I don't care.
Okay. you are completely bought in that they're not
Yes.
losing at home instead of their due.
That'll be later in the week. That's a good question. Later in the week, who do you want to play in the first round? Obviously, you want to be the 2 seed. So I've been thinking so much that you're going to go to Tampa Bay or go to New Orleans that I haven't even considered until Philadelphia lost Monday, my days get Sunday. Is I never considered, hey, who would we want to play if we move up to the 2 seed? But now that becomes a real conversation later in the week, looking at different things. Obviously, you want to play the Rams.
I'm fine with playing the Rams.
I'm just looking at this. They beat Seattle 17-16 at home. They go on the road and beat Arizona 37-14. They beat Cleveland 36-19. Overtime loss 37-31 to Baltimore. Then they reel off
probably
wins.
should have won that game.
Reel off wins against Washington, New Orleans, and New York. They're giving up points. Like, just look at it. They're still giving up points, but they're also scoring enough to win. So that, I don't know. I'm perfectly fine taking them on. They lost early, 43-20 early in the season to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So, but I'm keeping an eye on
I
it.
still think you're going to end up getting Packers, Seattle, whoever doesn't win the division that no one wants to win.
Yeah.
I still think you're going to end up getting that in the first round. But we shall see. Now, Corey, we killed enough time to get to the story you really care about.
The story of the year, as you say.
Yes. Sure, we all knew.
The story of 2024 is?
That the XFL and the USFL were merging. I know you already knew that.
We knew that. I knew that.
We passed by that as quickly as we could.
Corey and I decided it's a merger of like, I can't even say.
It's like
it's a bad merger.
Yeah,
it's a merger that they had to do because they are both failing tremendously, and they're like, could we fail tremendously together?
And the answer is yes. But did you know that we got to keep our team? Tell me your live excitement about the
when you
United
say we
Football League and the Arlington Renegades with Bob Stoops still as your coach. What is your current excitement level compared to Carter's current excitement level?
I'm a Bob Stoops fan, so I'm happy that he has a job still.
That does not sound like you're happy.
I also watched Semi-Pro over the weekend.
The Will Ferrell movie?
Yeah, and have you seen that scene where they announce that they're merging and that 4 of the teams are staying together, and he thinks he's one of the teams, and he's just like, yeah! And that's how I feel like you are right now, Kevin.
Yeah.
You're that excited.
We did it. We're the defending champs of one of the failed leagues.
I'm not happy that they're staying around, and this is just personal for me. Because can you please stop sending me emails? The Renegades. Is there any way to take me off that list?
Is it to your company or your
just
or your personal?
Unsubscribe, right?
Yeah, just click unsubscribe.
Okay. When they send me an email, which feels like on a daily basis, can you show me how to not subscribe to
But
it?
as soon as they do, I will, and Carter's going to start forwarding you those same emails.
That's the only reason. It's fine. They can play minor league football out there. I just don't need the updates on their team or whatever.
Now, Corey,
What's it going to be? Have we decided? Is it UFL?
That's the UFL.
United
the United Football League, because they came together as one. And they're like, hey, you're terrible. Me too. Have you ever been to a wedding like that where you think two people were just like, we're both toxic? Maybe if we get married, it'll work out.
No, I don't go to weddings.
Yeah, no, me neither. All right. Do you think, Corey, you'll ever be rich enough?
No.
No. Whatever your question is, none of us are going to be rich enough. This question is already set up with a no for everybody listening.
Hold on. I'm going to go to Alec. He's got
Jerry
more of his
Jones
life in front of him. Alec, do you think you'll ever be rich enough that you can just throw a drink in somebody's face and then the NFL will be too scared to do anything about it?
No. That's an easy no.
That's a shame.
I'll try it, but no.
Because that's what David Tepper did when his team was losing to the Jags. He threw a drink at somebody from the suite, which is one of the fanciest sentences that has ever been said.
What a B move this was. Because not only does he throw the drink at the person, but then he
away.
runs off like, oh my gosh. Dude, you're already up in the suite. Nobody's crawling into that suite to come
What
box
did that
you.
person say from 15 to 20 feet away that you needed to do that? You are a billionaire.
Drafted
It was probably all
Okay.
game. It was probably the entire game. That person was sitting there just wailing on him the whole time.
They're 2-14.
Yeah, you stink.
So I asked this football question to Reggie last week. I know I don't ask the football questions till tomorrow, but I'm going to ask you guys this football question. How much longer would you give Bryce Young until you give up on him and say, we screwed up? We made a major mistake, and he's not.
I have to give
all of 24.
I have to give him a better team. I have to give him better receivers. I have to look at my team and self-scout it first before I say it's the quarterback.
How lucky do you think Bryce Young is that they traded everything to get him and they don't have the first pick? Would you give up on Bryce Young if you were the Carolina Panthers and you had the number 1 pick in this year's draft?
Don't think I would. I understand your question. I promise I do. I don't think I would, just because I could see the cavalcade of things I could get back by trading out.
Yeah.
He's so little. He's too little for this sport.
So you think
I think it's over.
You're out.
I would to your point, I would give them the first 6 or 7 games of next year because I don't have the pick.
But
I
not
can't
the
really
whole year?
No, because Zach Wilson proved he stinks at football halfway through his second year. Like it was like, yeah, I think it'll be all right. And you're like, it is not going to be all right. And he has proven in year 3.
And he had the team. They went and put together a team.
They had rookie of the year wide receiver, rookie of the year defensive player, cornerback. Like to your point, yes, the Jets have way more talent than the Carolina Panthers do. But I think this is too high of a level, unfortunately, for a guy of his size and Bryce Young.
Okay.
I can see that. I made the decision. If I made the decision to draft him,
I agree.
Then I gotta say that I knew that there was some
giving
growth.
up everything you gave up to get him too. So I agree with both of you. You have to stick with it. But it'd been interesting if they would have just been bad enough to draft him 1 overall, and now they have the number 1 pick again, and you have Caleb Williams sitting there. If you really say let's stick with the 5'3" quarterback who's 104 pounds.
He's taller than that.
Says you.
I'm concerned for this person from the 806. Nobody listen's going to be rich enough. Speak for yourself. I just sent my uncle's friend $500. He's going to turn it into $3,500.
Oh yeah, he is.
You just set that money on fire.
Tell us how so we can know.
All right, what's worse? That or the Baltimore Ravens making the bold move to honor Ray Rice as their legend of the game this weekend?
What?
Did you not hear about that?
This week they did?
Yes.
Or this upcoming week they
No,
are?
this past weekend.
So it happened. They were able to get away with this and everything. I feel like every time they tried to bring back the Baylor coach somewhere, it was like,
hey,
what's he doing on the field? Yeah, it's like, and then as soon as they announce it, within 48 hours, like, okay, so we tried and
he got a lot of applause at the stadium too. He went out on the field. They showed him on the Jumbotron. He did the parade wave.
Why? I feel like they have a good enough history. They didn't need to do this. I understand they can't take on the Baltimore Colts history or stuff like that. That goes back to the Indianapolis Colts, so they can't run out Johnny Unitas's son or whatever. But because they're not running out Johnny Unitas, that would be weird.
That's fair.
But Ray Rice, so they ended up going, let's Ray Rice this thing.
All right. Okay.
Is Ray Caruth coming out anytime soon for the Panthers?
So I truly understand why I was let go and why so many hearts changed. But hopefully people can see where I'm at now. That they say people can change, right? I'm not the same person I was 10 to 12 years ago.
And I will tell you this.
I like that.
I am super interested in knowing more, but he doesn't owe it to me. But
Right.
I'd just be super curious to learn more about the story. Did he work for domestic violence hotlines?
He was consistent. Oh, hold on. Go ahead.
I just did he go do work at shelters? I would love to know more about how that shaped him.
I'm with you, and maybe we don't know the whole story, and that's why he's being brought back, as he is over the last 10 years. You can tell a lot of things in his life have changed, and but that just seems like a weird one just from the outside looking in, that you would. I don't mind having him at the game or whatever, but
Sure.
that's a little bit odd to honor him.
The Sashi Brown, the president, said Ray undertook critical work within himself and to bring awareness and to educate others on domestic violence. Nothing will change his past or make it right. But Ray's work has allowed him to atone for his actions and rebuild relationships personally and professionally, including with the Ravens.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I can't believe I'm about to say this. In an insanely busy NFL weekend, what was the biggest result or story? Could it possibly be Joe Flacco?
Yes.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms. fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It was a crazy busy weekend in the NFL. I think there's a variety of things that could take the lead. Obviously, we've talked about one of them, the ending of the Lions-Cowboys game, a lot today. Is it possible that Joe Flacco was the biggest story, or is the biggest story happening in the NFL right now, even though that seems preposterous?
I can't think of, aside from maybe Lamar Jackson staking his claim to MVP.
Yeah.
I thought there was a moment where I was like, man, Joe Flacco MVP. Like, that needs to be floated out there for a minute.
You must have been talking to Brandon. He's on that time.
Is he
train.
really?
He says Super Bowl MVP.
Okay.
So just get ready
that'll
for
be,
it.
that'll.
Joe? Yeah.
That'll be most Joes do win in Super Bowl MVPs. That's kind of how it goes.
That's a good point.
I guess
Montana and Namath. Is that the only two
And
Joes?
Flacco.
And Flacco.
Oh, and Flacco.
He already did it.
I forgot him already.
But not Joey
I was
Harrington.
thinking Joe Morris, the running back for the Giants in the 80s. It's like he didn't win MVP.
Okay. I guess the only other thing that we could bring up is that Cowboys fumbling near the goal line is a problem for them. We need to fix that because there's 2 games now they've done that. Could have won Miami game had they not fumbled at the goal line early in the game. Anyway, that's a different story for a different time, Kevin. But yeah, Joe Flacco's rise to prominence, having big-time 300-yard games since December 3rd as he's been rolling through this thing. And there's a lot of people are trying to question why, but Cleveland has a good team. They were just lacking good quarterback play.
Let's go to cut number 14 because here's a highlight of him doing his thing, I guess.
Flacco on 3rd and goal. Throwing. Caught. Elijah Moore for the score.
All right. So Joe Flacco, by the way, could earn a ton of money for all of this.
How much?
All right. He gets
$30 million.
Okay.
That's a big contract.
Well, that's how much good quarterbacks get paid. At least, just good. If you're great, you get 40+ million.
That's true in the future. Just in terms of inside the season. You might be disappointed by the number, Mike, because it's not that much. He gets $75,000 per win. If they win a wild card game and Flacco plays, he'll get another $250,000. $500,000 for the divisional round. $1 million for the AFC Championship game. And if the Browns win the Super Bowl and he plays, he'll make another $2 million. So he could make $4 million just in incentives for winning.
That's really good.
And playing in these games.
Because they're like, give him these incentives.
Yeah, we're never going to be there.
We don't have to worry about this. He really is a good quarterback. Now, will he be a good quarterback in the wild card round? Because they're going to have to be on the road. They're going to play that first game against a team they'll be favored to beat. They'll be the 5 seed. But you look at it and you go...
You know who they line up with right now, right?
Yeah, I do. They'll lose. My team will lose. Jacksonville. Even though they shut out the Panthers. They made the Tepper guy throw a drink, so at least they got that going for them. But I look at it and think that they will beat Jacksonville if that's the case. Jacksonville, I'm going to be honest, they could easily lose to Tennessee on the road. And then the winner of the Sunday night football game is Indianapolis and Tennessee. Then the winner of that game would be the division champ.
Yep.
But I look at Joe Flacco, and I asked this question last week during Mike Ask All the Football questions. So I like this question. My question was, is he a really good quarterback? Because he is playing like a really good quarterback. And I don't know, will this continue? Because if you were just ranking quarterbacks on nothing in the past, only the last, let's say, from November 1st till now, because he wasn't playing before then, if you just look at kind of who's playing the best quarterback in the NFL for the last 2 months, he would arguably be in the top. He'd be in the top 10 for sure. He probably wouldn't be in the top 5 as I'm going through my head. He probably wouldn't be in the top 5. But I think once you get to quarterback 6 through 10 in the NFL and you just take November 1 to December 31, I hate saying this because he's way better, but he's playing better than Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is way better. It's not even close.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I do.
But if you just look at how they've played recently, you'd go, well, it's not fair to Patrick Mahomes. They have him out there with Arlington Renegades wide receivers. But, it's...
defending champions.
It is Joe Flacco playing great football right now.
He does have 8 interceptions right now, and
catchable ball.
Is that
so dumb.
He's 13 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. I'm not going to say
I'm going to take back how good he's playing.
But
then.
it's not like his career has ever been a 30 touchdown guy. You know, I think the most he ever had was like 25, 26, something like that. Maybe 27 touchdowns. But Kevin, for 4 games in 2012,
yes,
his rating was a 125.6, 116.2, 106.2, and 124.2 in the Super Bowl. He had 2, 3, 9, 11 touchdowns, no interceptions on that playoff run. He was phenomenal for that 4-game stretch. And it never was quite the same after that for Joe Flacco. I think 2016 may have been his next best year after that. But dude, he was done. He was with the Jets and they were like, sorry, you're not good enough. Joe Flacco lands with the Browns. They need a quarterback. They have a good run game with Jerome Ford. They have a solid defense.
And just real quick, Mike, that's what makes this story all the bigger, to Corey's point, is he wasn't that good. If you told me that Aaron Rodgers had come back from or he didn't have his injury and he just showed up with the Jets and was really awesome, I'd be like, oh, wow. Okay, so he's still really good. Joe Flacco has been off the map forever.
Like, if you're Cleveland, I don't think there's going to be another team compete in the offseason to sign him as their starting quarterback, right? I don't think Washington or whoever else has a bad quarterback situation is going to go, hey, you know what? Let's bring back 38, 39-year-old Joe Flacco to lead this organization. But I do think Cleveland, who kind of just took a flyer on him, now is in the offseason going to go, hey, with Deshaun Watson's history here, shouldn't we sign him to like a 1 year, $6 million or 1 year? I don't think it'll be this high, but $10 million deal to make sure that if Deshaun Watson either struggles tremendously or gets hurt, we've now seen Joe Flacco be able to come in and go 4-1 in the 5 games he started.
I'm not kidding. I think the next 3 weeks will answer that, because if this team keeps trucking along, I understand the defensive component of it. I do think they'll be inclined to do that. So
I've pulled up his game log, Corey. It's, unless you said this, and I'm sorry, I'm messing up. It's been 4 games in a row he's thrown for over 300 yards. So even with the defense and the running game, he is throwing interceptions. I didn't realize how many interceptions he's throwing, but he is throwing, besides his first game at 254 yards against the LA Rams, he's thrown for 300 or more yards in the last 4 games.
And also look at Amari Cooper's game log over that stretch too.
Wasn't he out some? Or has he played in all the games?
The 10th, 17th, and 24th. 77 yards on 7 catches, 4 catches for 109 yards and a touchdown. And against the Texans, 11, 265, and 2 touchdowns. He found Amari Cooper, and those two they were phenomenal together.
Did Amari get the drug testing notice like CD did after his game?
I don't know about that.
Is that why he sat out?
Good night. That is a fun
Just
comment.
think if Lyle Collins signs with the Cowboys. He hates peeing.
So
in cups, at least.
It could be Flacco. Could it be the Bears clinching the number 1 pick, the Ravens getting the number 1 seed, the 49ers getting the number 1 seed, the Eagles dropping to number 5? I realize for local purposes, the Eagles dropping to number 5 makes a lot of sense, but Lamar Jackson is about to win his 2nd MVP. And I've seen some people say this, and somebody even texted this in and said, are his stats really worthy of being MVP? And that's an interesting question.
You play to win the game.
And that's where I think you're spot on, because they have the best record in the NFL, and he's their quarterback. They've won 6 straight games. In those 6 straight games, he's thrown 14 touchdowns with 2 interceptions. You go back 2 weeks ago, nobody can touch the 49ers. They smoked the 49ers, and he was really good in that game. You go to a Dolphins team that obviously is fighting for a lot.
And possibly the 1 seed.
Yes. They smoke the Dolphins. And I'm not trying to discount the Ravens' defense, because in both of those games, their defense was also in control. But in those last 2 games, Lamar Jackson has thrown for a total of 573 yards with 7 touchdowns and 0 interceptions.
In the last 4 games, he's been the leading passer and the leading rusher for his team.
If stats meant everything, and I know that I'm picking here and it's not fair, I believe Jameis Winston has been top 5 in yards passing quite a few years in his career. So if we're just looking for, well, he doesn't pass for a lot of yards. Well,
Yeah.
guess what? Jameis Winston passes for a lot of yards and loses a lot of football games. So I understand the criticism of Lamar Jackson. But when you look at his career now, because his rookie year was 18 and he played in the last 7 games. He went 6-1, so he didn't play that whole rookie year. So if you look at, he's been quarterback in the NFL as a starting quarterback to start the year, and there's been injuries along the way, but 5 years in his career, he's been the starting quarterback to start the year for his team, and he now is going to have 2 MVPs out of the 5 years he's been a starting quarterback in the NFL. The only person that comes close to competing with that, because it's 2 in 6 years, is Patrick Mahomes. In the last 6 years, it's weird because this would mean Aaron Rodgers is about to go back-to-back again, because it went Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, and as long as it looks like and he's a favorite by a million miles, is Lamar Jackson. So there's a trend there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It goes backwards, forwards, or forwards, backwards. So out of the last 6 years, there's only been 3 people to win an MVP. They're all going to have 2. Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, and now Lamar Jackson.
And this is the thing. Like, I already liked Lamar Jackson quite a bit. This is only hammered home how much I like him, is just how many people, I don't know what they're paying attention to. Like, from the 972, I don't know what this person is paying attention to. Lamar Jackson's stats suck. All right, let's take a look at his stats. Where is he at in the almighty QBR? Because that's what everybody cares about, right? He's 4th in the league. Is that first? Absolutely not. But that doesn't suck. He's 4th in the league in QBR. What about touchdown passes to interception ratio? I think he's 3rd among the qualifying quarterbacks behind CJ Stroud and Dak. So he's high up on that list. He's better than Brock Purdy in that category. If you just look at, well, how many touchdown passes has he thrown? Neat. That is an outdated.
Yeah.
That is an outdated way of looking at this award.
I love what you're saying, because I've never been like I love Lamar Jackson, but I do like him. You have to. A quarterback's job is to lead teams to wins. Now, I get sometimes they do it different ways. Like, I get it. A few years ago, Jimmy Garoppolo, look, he's not a good quarterback. He's a below-average quarterback. He does have a team that allowed him to win quite a few games with the San Francisco 49ers, go to a Super Bowl, go to another NFC championship game. But Lamar Jackson is the leader of that team. He's their best player, and when he is healthy, he leads them to 12-plus wins every year. Now, obviously, when he gets hurt, right, he can't do that because he's not playing in all the games. But there's something to be said about Lamar Jackson, who is still a young guy. This is his 5th year as a starting quarterback in the NFL. Only his 5th. If you want to go 5.5 years, then 5.5 years. And the dude is going to win his 2nd MVP, and he does play the role in a different way than conventional. Definitely. He is more in the mold of Randall Cunningham or Michael Vick, at least in my lifetime, 2 guys that definitely did it a little bit different way than a traditional Joe Montana, or I guess in a way John Elway. He was more of a scrambling quarterback than you'd say Joe Montana or Troy Aikman or Tom Brady or Peyton Manning, but he does it in a way that deserves regular season MVPs. If you want to be critical of him in the playoffs, you can be, and the playoffs haven't happened yet. So a lot of this will be a little bit of, I don't know, Corey, if he loses, if he doesn't win the Super Bowl, or at least get to the Super Bowl, there's going to be a lot of criticism of Lamar Jackson, fair or unfair. So this is awesome MVP, but I know that his likely, like, being liked as a great quarterback will be based a lot on his playoffs.
And that's why winning the MVP could be a blessing and a curse, because if he loses anywhere short of, at worst, the AFC Championship game, he is going to get dinged a lot. And even that, I don't know if it's enough. I just real quick.
Yeah.
From the 817, Dak's stats are better than Lamar. That's if you ignore what's actually happening in the games that matter.
as a whole,
They're not watching Lamar Jackson play.
I guess that might be.
They're just looking at the box score.
But yes, if you look at the box score, like I just said, one of the people with better touchdown to interception ratio than Lamar Jackson is Dak Prescott.
Yes.
One of the people with a better QBR is Dak Prescott. What happened in the games that mattered? All right, I just told you in the last 2 games where Lamar Jackson has gone from 4th to 2nd to MVP leader. He's thrown for almost 600 yards total and 7 touchdowns versus no interceptions against the 49ers and the Dolphins. What did Dak do against those two teams? 2 key losses for the Cowboys. He had 3 passing touchdowns and 3 interceptions. Like if you look and 400 yards passing, if you look at the games that matter, that's what wins the award, not the compilation of your stats over the entire year every time.
That's why we said when Dak was winning, Corey, there's still a lot of time here, and these last few games are going to determine a lot. And Lamar Jackson played the best football in the NFL for the last 3 to 4 games.
Kevin, also take that stretch against Detroit, Arizona, and Seattle. I know, like, why would Cowboys played those teams too, and his team beat them 38-6, 31-24, Seattle 37-3. And like the factors are there. Dak has been exceptional, man. There have been moments where Dak has been fantastic.
He's actually second place in odds.
I would say
a mile.
I would say
apart,
the number that stands out a lot to me with Lamar Jackson is his completion percentage is 3 points higher than his career completion percentage. It's the best it's ever been.
and yards by like over 500 more yards. And you kind of have to stop it now because the other year that it was a 16-game season too.
Yeah, and that's a number. The completion percentage number is a number that's like everybody always bashed him about being a poor a poor thrower. And that percentage number, he's 1 point behind Dak, 2 behind Brock Purdy, and that's about it. Everybody else, he's right there with them.
I know we're out of time, and it's for another discussion. I can understand if you're a big Dak Prescott fan, and I do like Dak Prescott. I could see you saying, I don't want to trade Dak Prescott for Lamar Jackson. I can understand that conversation. But I can't understand the conversation of Dak Prescott has played better in 2023 than Lamar Jackson. That doesn't make sense to me.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the theory of and the Cowboys' struggles in the middle 8. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Anger will punt it away. Raymond is under it. At the 16, ran away from one tackler, heads left. 30, 40, dragged down then. Chauncey Golston came and got him, but that was the wrong time to give up a punt return.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You might be wondering why we played a not touchdown punt return right there. It's because I really want to dive into how much the Cowboys struggle in the middle eight. But before we go any further, are you guys familiar with the concept of the middle eight?
Yes, I've heard of the middle eight before. Those are the middle eight linemen that play defense.
No,
it's the middle 8 minutes of the football game.
It's more, and specifically people break it up. Although I know there are some people who backload the third quarter and break it up differently. But specifically the last 4 minutes of the second quarter and the first 4 minutes of the third quarter. Earlier in the season, maybe about a month and a half ago, we talked about the Cowboys' struggles in the third quarter in general. So with that in mind, would you say, without looking at the numbers, just your gut feeling from watching all the games, listening to them right here on The Fan, do you think the Cowboys are a good team in the middle eight?
I don't. I've only had one time this season, I think it was Philadelphia, that I thought they were good at it. And I feel like I can't remember if it was Philadelphia or not.
I'll tell you something about that game in a minute.
But there was one time where I felt like they drove down the field and did what they were supposed to do this season in that time period. I feel like there's been other times where McCarthy's flubbed it going into halftime, and then out of the backside, either they stalled on their drive to go score, or they didn't have the ball because they took it early in the game.
I think it's a good question. I would lean towards their above average.
Okay.
But I understand where they could be hurt because there were two games, obviously Buffalo and San Francisco, where midway through the third quarter, the Cowboys quit. And what I mean by that is they were so demoralized by the physicality of the game. That's where they were like, we can't compete with this style of football. We don't want to play this style of football. Let's just take our 40-point loss pretty much and get out of here because they're not going to stop bullying us and we don't want to fight back. So that's where you're getting destroyed in that area. So I wonder if those games, and not just
by
those
that
two.
point, you would be past the middle eight. So it wouldn't necessarily affect. You know what I'm saying?
Before 8, after 8. So those games don't. So I'm going to say above average.
Okay. So the whole reason this came up is I was part of the Cowboys crosstalk on Wednesday.
Fancy guy.
Free meal.
Hanging out at the store.
Had to wear a collared shirt.
Drinking that special Maker's Mark.
Yeah, I've been there
I did
once.
not do that.
That's for Blanton's and stuff.
They were like really disappointed with my dress.
Nate.
I didn't wear a dress, but.
Would you?
No, we're not getting into that right now. We have a meeting. Nate Newton was there, of course, and Dave Campo was there. So I was talking a lot with Dave Campo about the middle eight, and we got into that concept. And so I decided to dive into, specifically I focused on the 5 games that they lost. In their 5 losses, the middle eight, they were outscored 34-6. Then they were outscored every single time in the middle eights. And the reason why I wanted to check that out is because it lined up with something that happened in the Detroit game. Because I understand if you're like, well, they lost, so it probably didn't go well. Fair enough. The reason why I wanted to look this up is their middle eight against Detroit, it was awful. So they got the ball 3 times. Now, I realize one of those times was towards the end of the half. You don't want to count that. I'm fine with it.
One of them wasn't, it was too early or too late. The CeeDee Lamb fumble at the 1. Was that drive not in it?
No.
Because that was a good drive.
Yes, that was not in the middle eight. Okay. What happened in the Cowboys' 2 real possessions in the middle eight.
Okay.
And this is when it's 7-3. Okay. And the whole reason, I guess it's a good and a bad thing. We're able to break down micro levels of things in the games because you're going to the playoffs. Hopefully you'll be the number 2 seed. And these are the things that are going to make the difference if you want to go anywhere. They got the ball twice for real drives. It was 7-3 both times. What happened in those real drives? They gained a total of 40 yards and had a penalty on both drives. One was that preposterous delay of game where we just forgot how time works. And then Mike McCarthy dared to point at the thing that said 2-minute warning, even though everyone saw that those clocks weren't even, and then a false start.
Maybe he couldn't
Like,
see
you
where the
remember
clock
that,
was,
right?
yeah.
What were we doing there?
Everybody, like, even, right? I mean, now Dak's having a great year. I think McCarthy's having a great year too. And I know that he made a lot of mistakes the other day in a win. But how in the world didn't everybody know, like, when the clock was at 2:20, you're going to have to snap the ball? Like, everybody, I'm just assuming you guys watching the game, me watching the game, I'm just assuming all of our Tolos watching the game was like,
nah, it's going to work. Not
yeah,
going to work.
You
not
see
gonna
it
work.
2:20, you're like, okay, I see that. They're going to have to snap the ball before the 2-minute warning.
No, you're.
So it gave you at least 20 seconds to know. And I mean, you could know 30 seconds more. Like, we have to snap the ball. The clock says we have to snap the ball before the 2-minute warning.
I realize how much people are caught up about that 2-point play or the 3 2-point plays, and I understand that was the most mind-boggling play of the game to me. When you see there's 2:35 left in the game clock, and there's 33 seconds left in the play clock, and you're like, well, let's ride it out to the 2-minute warning, and you're like, that's not going to work.
Yeah, this is kind of weird that. I'm sorry, Kevin. Have you gone through the games they won yet?
No.
Okay, it's just weird to me, considering how much time they spend on this specific time of the game.
Yep.
How much they spend on? Maybe it's the fourth. Maybe it's just the 2-minute drill that they spend so much time on. But when we're out at training camp, we hear, "Hey, we got 4 minutes left in the second quarter, and we're going to this, and we're trying to do this," and they're trying to do all these things. And granted, some of the things we said we saw, we finally started to see develop later in the season. I mean, that touchdown pass to Brandon Cooks in this game, we saw that play multiple times. We're like, okay, there it is. So it's weird that they practice it so much, yet they look so disorganized whenever this time does come, or they don't execute it, or McCarthy, I don't know if he goes into this, you know what, I got Brandon Aubrey, I can just kick a 60 or 70-yard field goal and run the clock out here, or you know what, it always feels like he is trying to go for the dagger, and that ends up screwing them over somehow too.
And I know a lot of times people focus on the middle eight for you can double dip, right? You can score at the end of the second quarter, score again at the beginning of the third quarter. And sure, I agree with that. That's great. But the whole reason it came about, if you go back to, well, I'm sure it existed before, but the whole reason Bill Belichick focused on it is if you could take up the last 4 minutes of the second quarter, and then there's halftime, and then you take up the first 4 minutes of the third quarter, that other team's offense, that other team's quarterback is sitting there for what, 45, 60 minutes?
Yeah, but you at least want to have a 10-point swing there. Like, that's a factor that you want to be a big deal in that however many minutes that they're sitting not getting out on the field, that you have changed it to where they are now either only up by a few points or they are down by 10 points more than they expected to be.
Because in this game, it was 7-3 before, and it was 7-3 after, and you're like, great.
And, I mean, I don't know, Mike, do you remember the Spurs? It always felt like 2 minutes left. This is basketball that I'm talking about here. Just want everybody to realize I am changing this a little bit. But it felt like with 2 minutes left against the Spurs going into halftime, they were about to clobber you and you either climb back from a 20-point deficit or put you 20 in the hole.
Yeah.
And that was always a huge factor, was going into that's where they played their best. All game, they were setting you up for this moment.
And to your point, in basketball, coaches talk a lot about closing quarters strong because there feels like there can be a big momentum change if you do lose the last 2 minutes by 5 points in basketball. And you consistently do that. You're like, guys, we're playing great the 10 minutes of quarter, but it seems like as we get to the end of the quarter, they're taking advantage of us. They get momentum going into the next quarter, and we're struggling to make up those bad 2 minutes to finish out quarters. And so what you're talking about here is, are you saying we're below average?
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying that it's making it tough on the Cowboys for those final, 20 plus minutes.
Yeah.
That it's making it difficult on the Cowboys' final 25 minutes of the game.
No, you're right. 26, my bad. It is making it difficult, or perhaps more difficult than it needs to be.
Keeping the game closer than it needs to be.
Yes, because and
it's been a blowout season. I know this last game was a close game. The Miami game was a close game, but there's been more lopsided games in Cowboys history in a season than there's ever been.
You're right about that. And I'm not saying, like, this isn't an argument for, let's take the Bills and the 49ers. Like, great. you could have done as well as conceivably possible in the middle eight would have made a difference.
Right.
But let's take a look at the 3 games where maybe it could have made a difference. The Cardinals, you got outscored 6-0. That's when that game felt like it maybe was starting to get away from you. That first Eagles game, where clearly that came down to the end, you got outscored 7-3 because while you got a field goal, then you gave up a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's just not going to work. And then the Dolphins game, you gave up a touchdown and you scored nothing. The thing that alarms me in this is middle 8 points against the Cardinals, 0. 49ers, 3. Eagles, 3. Bills, 0. Dolphins, 0. Lions, 0.
They've had opportunities.
Exactly.
Plenty of opportunities.
And that's why I think the Lions game bothers me the most. Not just because we just played them, and I get it, it's top of mind. This was a team that it looked like you could have, I'm not saying it would have been a blowout, but it would have been a comfortable most of the second
Run
half.
away with it, yeah.
Yeah, but you were incapable of having that 10-point swing that Corey talked about. You did nothing going into halftime. You did nothing coming out of halftime. And then look what happened. The game came down to the last, 3 plays is what it ended up being.
Yeah.
Corey, this is kind of a topic off of the topic. And you talked about earlier in the show, you talked about how you're worried about the Cowboys defense in close games down the stretch, right? The last 2 games, they're kind of 0 for 2. I guess you could say that they're 1-1 because after allowing the touchdown, they didn't allow the 2-point conversion. In a way, they didn't allow. Ultimately, they didn't allow the 2-point conversion. So if you look at close games, because the Cowboys haven't played many of them, well, you just won 20-19, but that's a little bit of a scary one because you could look at it going, hey, you were up by 7 points there with under 2 minutes to go. The other team had no timeouts, and they easily scored a touchdown to really tie the game up. They just decided to go for 2. You're in a close game against Miami. You lost. You were in a close game against Seattle, and you won. That was a very good win. And then you were in a close game against Philadelphia after the bye week. I won't count the Chargers game as a great win. At the time, it was a great win early on in the year. But you're not really a good team in close games. To kind of your point here is, yes, you beat Seattle. Yes, you beat Detroit the other night. But in these other close games, which the Cowboys don't play, they've ended up failing at the end of games.
And that could be, not playing a lot of them. Could be a factor. The other part of it is it's a team that talks a lot about situational football. And that's situational football.
Oh, of course.
Knowing that this is the moment and everybody understanding what we're trying to accomplish here. Whether it is, hey, we're going to put one up and try and draw a 40-yard pass interference. That's the bailout at the end of this thing is that's what we're going to try and do. Or we're just trying to get a field goal. Or we're going to go down and score a touchdown. Knowing all these guys knowing what they're trying to effort towards is something that I don't understand why Mike McCarthy can't get that clear to these guys. That this is the situation and this is why it's going to benefit us. And I think if they can know that and understand it, they'll be able to execute it a little bit better because you have more clarity in your why, the purpose of what you're trying to accomplish in that moment. And they aren't going into halftime and coming out of the half.
I wanted to know real quick, I know we got Mike likes it. Are you okay with a random bit of audio that fits nowhere else in the show, but I just think it's hilarious?
I love hilarious audio.
Sounds like something we do and you don't.
Let's.
You're going off the script here.
That
I
is
like
fair.
it. Hey, it's a new year.
2024
Corey.
is
Kevin's joining our side of randomness.
Let's go to cut number 11. This is Victor Wembanyama talking about his first experience in Las Vegas. What did you think?
Your first experience with Vegas, too. What did you think about the lights and the weather?
To me, it's probably on Earth. It's the closest thing to a dystopia, so I'm not the biggest fan of Vegas.
A dystopia? A dystopia. So every movie that you see...
Where they don't have soap?
No, not dystopian.
It's an imagined state or society in which there's great suffering or injustice.
Like, whenever they talk about in the future and things have gone bad, I don't know if it was the solar flare or the AI or whatever.
The dinosaurs came back.
Well, that would be really interesting. Is there in a dystopian future? And that's what Wemby thinks of Las Vegas.
So,
we'll be there in a month.
This is interesting because I'm not a fan of Las Vegas either. I've played baseball there in the minor leagues. Obviously, I've been there for vacation. I'm not saying I didn't have a good time during vacation.
You saw Garth Brooks there?
I've seen Garth. I hung out with Garth Brooks a couple times there at his foundation stuff for baseball. I look at Las Vegas, and maybe not Las Vegas, because that whole town is built off of the gambling casino deal. It would just be a desert if it wasn't there. There wouldn't be a town. It'd be stupid to have a town there. There's no water, okay? But if
just save that, Alec, just for the future. There's no water.
If you look at gambling towns, like, I hate saying this because there might be people that are listening from there or whatever. I think Shreveport's a total dump.
Oh, no.
And I'm not saying that Dallas-Fort Worth will become a dump. I know that it's Mark Cuban, and I'm sorry, I always forget her name, the new owner of the Dallas Mavericks, that they want to have gambling and casinos here. I just wonder, because of the dumpiness of Shreveport, at times Las Vegas, when if you really there's a lot of, I don't know how to put it, but people there that are desperate people there, and it's the environment that is there. Do we really want to have that in Dallas-Fort Worth? I know that nobody wants Shreveport here in Irving or wherever. Nobody wants a city of Shreveport in our Metroplex.
Right.
I guess we're hoping that we don't create that if we do get gambling here, but I do worry everywhere. Atlantic City, everybody tells us in the baseball card, basketball card,
sucks.
like when they have the National there, it's the worst place ever. People are getting robbed. People are getting shot. Like, it's horrible. It's a horrible, horrible place. And so I just wonder, off of Wimby's experience, off of maybe my experience of going to gambling cities, I just don't know. I understand the freedom of doing whatever you want with your money and betting on sports and betting on cards.
I also think they view it I think a lot of times this gets viewed in terms of, think about all the jobs, think about all the money. And sometimes, I'm not saying what you're throwing out there is wrong. They try to lessen the impact of those negative things.
Yeah, they'll mute that for sure. And the money is the biggest sell. That's the biggest factor, is it's going to come into your state.
I guess
all these people are bringing this money into your state, into this community. That's all that they're thinking about.
The casino owners obviously get rich. I mean, they become billionaires off of it, if not more than billionaires. For our community, as I know Wimby's talking about Vegas, but there's a big thing happening in Dallas-Fort Worth, is pretty much a casino owner bought the Dallas Mavericks and wants to bring casinos to Dallas, or at least the outskirts of Dallas. And the outskirts, not very far, 10 minutes outside of downtown Dallas in Irving. She wants to bring it there, and so does Mark Cuban. And they will benefit tremendously from that. I just don't know. And I see the positive of the community benefit, but I just feel like there's more negative. The more I think about this, the more I think there's going to be more negative in our Metroplex if we bring casinos into our Metroplex.
I am kind of curious.
But there will be freedom. I'm not saying there's not freedom. There'll be plenty of my friends, not plenty. There'll be a few of my friends that I worry about tremendously if they have the freedom to gamble all they want.
You know not to worry about me, Mike. I only make big bets, all right? I only go for the big ones that cost a lot of money, Kevin. But I guess from what y'all have heard and learned, that area, are we still thinking Irving is the area for a resort, or is that an area for where the Mavericks want their facility to be?
Where the Mavericks would have their stadium / casino hotel built. It would be everything.
That would be my guess as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I see that area as I can totally see the vision. From their perspective of all of this right here can be developed into a bigger, another area just like it, because there's more around that. And then what happens from there, whenever you've gotten your spot, and now you're like, hey, what about this little square right here? Well, it's owned by a bunch of families. Well, we can get them out of there pretty quickly. And then you're taking over more. That's where I see their vision. I don't really care about what they bring here as long as they have a building where they can bring that money in.
All right. It kind of feels like we've already kicked off Mike Likes It.
I had no clue that Wimby was talking about Vegas, but I just
thought it was funny the way he phrased that.
Kind of the holidays, I've just been thinking about what the Mavericks want to do, what Mark Cuban, and once again, I'm sorry, Alderson, is that right? Mrs. I'm going to say Mrs. Adelson, thank you. What they're trying to do without laws being here to do, but it just makes me worry when I think about Atlantic City, when I think about Shreveport, when I think about parts of Vegas, on how we could really regret having all of that. Or we could benefit, or it could be good. I've just been, for some reason, thinking about the regret of if we do this, like in Oklahoma City, that's in the middle of nowhere. They just said, hey, here's a casino.
Yeah, there's nothing around there.
There's no community. There's no houses. There's nobody there.
Yeah, it's
to
just
disrupt.
Yeah, it's just they're like, hey, we have plenty of space to expand if we need to. We'll put some apartments over here that people can stay at while they're waiting.
There.
Yeah. Or they're waiting to go gamble the next day. I do have a question to both of y'all regarding not that part of it, but because they have so much money. Do you think
Who's the they?
The they, not Mark Cuban.
Big casino?
The casino, well,
or the
Addisons.
Okay.
Because they have so much money and their venture really is, what we've discussed with wanting to bring gambling here so that they can have their resorts and build new areas and, have another place that's very centrally located, international airport where lots of people can come and just land here and gamble and go do their thing, make it a destination. Do you think that they will be more likely to be willing to invest more into the team? And I don't know if this is a conversation for another day, and say
we can do this conversation.
Yeah, we are willing to go into the luxury tax for Mark. You take care of this.
I personally don't think so. I think this is what they had to do to get this specific foot in the door. You know what I'm saying?
Texas door?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, because obviously that family, they're plenty invested in gambling communities. I think this is what they needed to do to get their foot in the door for Texas gaming and gambling. I actually do not think that it's going to make that big of a difference in the team. I could be totally wrong. By the way, I'm sure y'all talked about this last week. Did you see where Mark Cuban said nowhere in the contract does it say he'll stay in charge of basketball operations? That's what I said, 2 years.
I think it's a great question. Ultimately, we don't know because this family really is not speaking publicly at all.
Right.
As most ownership families don't.
Right.
They're letting Mark Cuban do his thing.
Right. In fact, Ray Davis was a pretty quiet owner, even this year throughout the good year. Now, he spoke up, obviously, when he let go of Chris Woodward, when he let go of John Daniels after they let go of Chris Woodward. Like, I remember Ray Davis needed to speak then because he was letting go of the general manager / president / whatever else title that John Daniels had to say, Chris Young is now in charge of everything. There will be no more John Daniels in the organization. And he had to speak then. And he spoke, obviously, when they got the All-Star game and said, hey, Chris Young, I give you authority to do whatever you have to do to make sure Bruce Bochy is managing this All-Star game, which meant getting to the World Series.
Yeah, he's had two approaches. That is, I talk about business or I talk about my GM doing baseball. That feels like what Ray Davis says.
Throughout this offseason, right, the Rangers have won. I can't find you one quote from Ray Davis. I'm not saying that's good or that's bad. I'm just saying that Ray Davis has gone back to I'm not talking at all about baseball, or at least I can't find it if it has been, and I'm sorry, I've missed it, is I feel like this group, this family, I don't think they care at all about basketball. Now I
think you're right.
Now, that doesn't mean good or bad. If they say, we don't care because we have, I don't know, $20 billion, I have not looked at what their actual worth is, and I'm sure it's easy to find, but they're worth a lot more than Mark Cuban. If they're like, look, we don't care, Mark, we're going to let you run things, and if you trade for this person, when Derek Lively becomes close to free agency, just max him out. We don't care. Go way over the budget. We're going to become the Golden State Warriors. Go way over budget, and we don't care to pay penalties, whatever. That'll be great, even if we don't care about basketball. But I just wonder, when you don't care about basketball, and this family doesn't, if you don't care, and Mark Cuban, who is the runner of basketball operations for the Mavericks in a weird way, he still runs the basketball operations. If he in this offseason says we can do this trade, it's going to cost us this much, but if we're going to keep all the players we're trading for, it's going to cost us another $100 million in penalties and stuff like that. I just don't know if that family is going to say, oh, no problem. We'll throw another $100 million at the Mavericks. So. Or if they're just going to say, hey, we're selling out. You got Luka. We're making $150 million a year off of this team. I don't want to spend another $100 million and possibly only make $50 million this year. I'm in it for the business. I'm Ross Perot Jr. in a way, except have way more money. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I hope that they're like, we don't really care about basketball, but we'll spend as much as you want.
Yeah, the other question I kind of have is, because I've seen it a couple times already. You guys are, the smoke show's all there and y'all are falling for it. They want to move the Mavericks to Las Vegas.
No, they don't.
And I don't understand why the NBA would want to lose the team in this market. It doesn't make sense to me that the NBA would be like, hey, yeah, we're going to approve something like that. This market is important to the NBA. Now, maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe the Mavericks in Vegas is better for the NBA. Maybe that move. But
I think a team in Vegas is very important for the NBA. But you'd have a team in Sacramento over Dallas?
Yeah.
Like, if we need to move a team to Vegas,
The
there's
Mavericks
like
are not moving
10
to
to Orlando.
Yeah.
Like, Sacramento comes to mind. I do know that obviously the owner of LA wants to have two teams in LA, just wants his own place, which he's getting his own place, right? The
Yes, he
Clippers.
is.
So I understand that, but I just feel like there's a lot of other ways to move Charlotte. Who gives two crap? Charlotte doesn't give a crap that they have Charlotte Hornets basketball. I mean, they lost their team already to New Orleans. New Orleans doesn't care that they have a basketball team. So I understand, and this is a lady who has strong connections to Vegas, so she might want to, if nothing goes through in Texas or Dallas, Fort Worth, she might say, well, you guys had 3 years to pass this. You're not. I want to move the team to Vegas, but I would, to your point, have a tough time seeing all 29 other teams going, let's not have a team in Dallas.
would that be, Kevin, like a final push to Abbott is like, hey, fine, then we're taking this team with us?
See,
Abbott or the governor might say, well, we have a team in Houston and San Antonio. We still have two NBA teams in our state.
Yeah, I'm interested in the high leverage of politics where they're like, we'll take this team elsewhere if you don't build the arena. I feel like we would cave.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think they'd build the arena, but like Irving would vote for it, or Frisco would vote for it, or Dallas would vote for it. The problem is you can't have a casino connected to it. I don't know how you get, because that has to be, there's a lot of lobbying to go through that. So I feel like there's at least 2 to 3 years before this new family and Mark Cuban can possibly get ultimately what they want, and that is gambling in our state. And I guess I will now go on record. I've changed my mind. I'm against gambling in our state. I thought I'd always be for it, but I just have a feeling we're not going to turn into Shreveport. We're way bigger than that, but I think we will have a Shreveport area, and maybe it will be Irving.
I don't know if we need to go on the record then, but I will follow Mike's lead and go on the record. I am for both online and casino style gambling in the state of Texas.
I am on the fence.
Okay.
I like this. We're like 58, 68, and 70. We're not sure who's reporting. We're trying to confuse everybody.
All right.
Your reporting is eligible.
Yes. We're the KNC masterpiece on a Mike Likes It that I bet went in a totally different direction than you were expecting.
So much for who do they think is going to be most valuable player of the year in baseball?
And we didn't even talk about Wander Franco. What a bold decision that was to just no show with the police and think that'll be fine.
I guess if you don't show up, you can't get arrested.
Well, guess what? It took a whole nother day, and he did get arrested.
We got that one listener that's still on the run from the FBI because of fireworks.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Jimmy, Jerry, and so much more. We do it next on The Fan.
Tolos, it's been
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you, Kevin. By the way, next Tuesday, January 9th. Have you ever heard of January 9th and what's going down right here at our performance showroom, Kevin?
I have, but will you tell everybody?
From 6 to 8, we will have a hot stove. That's where, no, not a real hot stove.
I was flipping pancakes if you didn't see that pantomime.
It's where Jared hosts from 6 to 8. By the way, I learned hot stove.
Don't you make pancakes on a griddle?
Hey, for the purposes of this, he got it.
Yeah, the hot stove is it's basically the off season. And back in the day, everybody would stand around the hot stove and talk baseball trades and acquisitions and all that stuff. That's where that comes from. So you'll have the Jared Sandler hot stove January 9th at our performance showroom downstairs from 6 to 8. At the moment, Josh Smith and Josh Spores from the World Series champion Texas Rangers will be in attendance. And I do believe there will be a trophy there as well. So if you have not gotten
the World Series trophy,
is there a last out trophy?
I don't know. Is there?
They should make one.
They should make a last out trophy.
You made the last. Well, you shouldn't give it to like Ketel Marte. He probably wouldn't want that trophy. Congratulations, you made the last out in the World Series. But Spores should want a trophy like that because he created the last out.
That will be going down on January 9th. So be prepared for that. If you want to take your picture with the trophy, it'll be here. Is what I'm told.
That's awesome.
I was fortunate enough to get my picture already. It's on my Twitter.
Yeah.
I never talk about my Twitter. It's In the Majors if you want to go check it out and follow. But yeah, go check that out. It'll be right here in this building. Do you have to sign up to or just show up? It's free. Like that's free.
Yeah.
You just walk in the door and hang out.
You just answered your own question.
Yeah, there you go. And if you have any questions, gavin.spittle@odyssey.com.
The trophy is really cool up close too.
Yes, it is.
It doesn't look like just
it?
a piece of metal.
Did you touch it?
I know that's what
You're not
the
supposed
commissioner
to.
said. You can't touch it.
Really?
Really?
I touched it.
Really?
Yeah. They told me not to after I did it, but I did it anyway.
What, did you touch like one of the poles?
No, I didn't. No, I'm not going to touch the pole. You got to leave you touch the base of it. That's where
okay. That's wood. It's not a piece of metal down there. There's wood down there. Then there's a circular thing that's a really it's like a glass baseball looking thing, which is really cool. And then they have the metal poles going up to have all 30 teams' flags on it.
It's awesome. It's so cool.
Is that right,
Beautiful.
Mike?
And this is the first time we've ever won it.
So
if you want your opportunity to get a picture with the first time the Rangers ever won it,
there's
your
more
chance.
detail to it up close, isn't there, than you think?
Yes,
there
Oh,
was.
absolutely. Yeah, like my fingerprint that was on it.
Why'd you do that, man?
I want to know what it felt like.
You're not supposed to touch it. If you come to January 9th and you get to meet the Joshes, Spores and Smith,
Yep.
and you get to take a picture with the trophy, please don't touch it.
Are you telling me there's no part of you that wanted to touch that trophy?
I want to raise it and everything.
I do too.
But
you can't get away with that. But to Corey's point, and maybe if somebody else did it, you could just kind of go bloop.
I wonder if we're going to meet the person who got the job, who got the Rangers job. Remember, they posted a job to be the trophy guy.
Trophy guy. Cool job. All right.
Let's hope so.
That is, I'll cross that off the list. That's next Tuesday or January 9th, whenever that is.
I mean, it's next Tuesday.
All right, guys, I wanted to get y'all's opinions, y'all's thoughts.
The 13th is a Saturday.
That's a great story, Mike. How is that helpful to this conversation?
Now go backwards and figure out what day the 9th is.
Or you could just go off and he just said it was Tuesday.
Just to make sure.
Wouldn't you go forward and then subtract 7 days?
If the 9th is a Tuesday.
What?
You go forward to the next Tuesday.
Forward to what?
14,
11.
that's Sunday. 15
You're right.
is Monday.
The
16's
The 9th is a Tuesday, and I'm also right. The 13th is a Saturday.
You know what, Mike? I've met you a lot. There is no way that you double check your dates. There's no way that you go, well, hold on. It's this day.
I just did it with my fingers.
No, you don't.
No, I might not check my dates, but I'm saying I did it with my fingers. I went, all right, if the 9th is a Tuesday, and then the 10th is a Wednesday, and the 11th is a Thursday, and the 12th is a Friday, and the 13th is a Saturday, I just got to it. I did it. So,
all right.
So we're all correct. We got our dates right.
All right,
6 p.m.
I wanted to get y'all's thoughts on what emotions you were feeling on Saturday night.
Anger.
No, on Saturday night.
I bet you were when they scored that touchdown.
When at the halftime, when I thought that I heard them say in the pregame broadcast that they would not air the entire ceremony at halftime. Yet there they were, and the whole thing was there, and I was like, this is awesome. Thank you for airing this thing. I really appreciate
I
it.
have a major question.
So, okay, what's your question?
If Troy Aikman's jacket is way too big,
It's huge.
Why doesn't he go get it tailored? You can
They
go
gave
to
it. They
tailors.
just gave it to him. They just said,
Okay.
"Hey, wear this tonight."
Oh, wear it tonight.
Yeah, they brought it to him and said, "Wear
for
this
the-
tonight."
They really put that poor person in charge of wardrobe on blast.
Yeah. Yeah,
but
so
I wonder, he's a lot thinner
than when his
than
playing
he played.
days.
So maybe they were like, well, this is his jacket size in 2000, his last year in the NFL.
Yeah.
When LeVar Arrington ended his career. So I'm just wondering if they just have it fitted for his last concussion, when they gave him a jacket. And they're like, here's your jacket. We don't want you to be the quarterback anymore.
That is a valid question, Mike. Not one I was bringing to the table, so I'm glad that you're here.
What's so funny about that?
This is Jerry
Like I gave all
Jones
facts.
introducing Jimmy Johnson to the Ring of Honor.
How many times have I looked at you and you inspired me, man? You inspired me. You inspired me when we first thought of the idea of coming to Dallas, Texas, somehow, some way getting to be a part of Tony Dorsett, Roger Staubach, and the Dallas Cowboys. But Jimmy, I want you to know that not only did you inspire your players, and certainly you inspired our fans. But you need to hear me say how much you personally inspired me, always. So for now and evermore, Jimmy Johnson's going to be right here with Tom Landry, going to be here with some of the greatest names in the history, rightfully so. Welcome to the Ring of Honor.
There you go, right there with Tom Landry. And then he turned around and had Randy White and Roger Staubach and Tony Dorsett and Bob Lilly and Troy Aikman and Michael Irvin and Emmitt Smith, and he didn't say a single one of their names. He literally was like, Tom Landry and some of the best Cowboys players ever. You're going to be right there with them. And I just thought that was a weird moment. But
It was a weird moment.
But even still, whenever you finally got that, he finally said it. Now he can't take it back. That was my point.
He can take Jimmy Johnson out if he wants. It's his team.
That's a good point, man.
What were y'all's feelings
What if
whenever
next week, not next week, but next year to start, he's like, Jimmy's out.
You know what? Changed my mind.
Ticked me off. Ticked me off in the post-game show of a playoff game.
Kevin, I'm going to ask you how you felt in that moment. Were you excited for him were you excited for that moment?
Yeah.
Did you like Jerry's speech?
His speech was fine. I thought Jimmy's speech was fine. I did.
What?
I did like.
How about them
speech was
Cowboys?
amazing.
I did like that part.
He took a shot at all the haters out
Yeah.
there.
He's told Charles Haley, I know you think I'm an a-hole.
I did like that part.
And then it went, do y'all know why? It just went blank for a few seconds on my broadcast. Did y'all's too? He said,
I don't remember
He said
that.
a-hole, and then it went quiet for like 4 seconds.
They
and I
were
was
late
like,
on the sensor there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
all right.
someone back in Connecticut or wherever they are, yeah, they were like a few seconds late on that.
Gotcha.
So he tried to censor it, and even then, no, I thought it was.
But he didn't say the whole word. He just.
No, that's true. I thought it was solid. I was just hoping like they would take a little bit more time and talk. But he probably, I guess, with the restrictions at halftime, you don't have all the time in the world. So
what did you want him to talk about? Here, actually, Kevin, let's go to cut one here. This is Jimmy Johnson talking about their team.
People have asked what this means to me. I'm so very, very proud. Proud of what we accomplished. And when I say we, a lot of people. But more than anybody else, thank you, Jerry Jones, for bringing me to the Dallas Cowboys.
Love Fest. All the love.
Jerry and I worked shoulder to shoulder.
Together.
We took a team that was the worst in the NFL And in a short time, we won Super Bowls and became the team of the 90s.
I like that line right there because that's a fact. They were the team of the 90s. That they definitely were.
First half of it.
What did you want?
I just, I know that it was all lovey-dovey. I just kind of wish he would have been like, and if it weren't for that one thing, maybe we could have won 4.
Oh, so you really wanted to discuss that?
Yeah,
it was just funny. We worked shoulder to shoulder. All you got to do is ask either one of them in their book, "Hey, who made the Herschel Walker trade?"
Yeah,
and let's see how shoulder to shoulder
Yeah.
they worked. But it was great for me.
I teared up a little bit.
I didn't tear up, but I thought to myself, this is the last time in the history of the Cowboys, and I don't know this, but I feel like it, especially with Jerry still being around. And look, respect to Jerry, but it's the last time we saw the Cowboys as the head coach and the players were the face of the organization. So I think that's why it's cheered so much is Jimmy was the face of the Cowboys. After taking over for Tom Landry, a lot of people hated it, but he did such a tremendous job so quickly. You go second year 7-9, third year making the playoffs, fourth year and fifth year winning the Super Bowl. Is the face of the Cowboys was Jimmy. That's why we love him so much. And I want to say and, not just him. And in my order, Jimmy, Troy, Emmett, Michael, Jerry.
Yeah.
Jerry was a face of the franchise, but he was the fifth face, which we looked at like, man, thank you, Jerry, for doing all these things. But really it is, when we look at it, it's the head coach and it's the quarterback and then it's the other stars on the team. And so I look at it, I think the fans celebrate it so much because we remember when. Nothing against this team. This is a great team that has a chance to win the Super Bowl in 2023. But I look at it and go, okay, this is, Kevin, for me, when the coaches and players were still the face of the Cowboys.
Yeah, I wonder, though, I totally hear what you're saying. I wonder if the Cowboys, starting this year, I know this is a fantasy land, broke off 3 of the next 4 Super Bowls.
Would it match that?
Would it not be? Dak Prescott is a sports god. CeeDee Lamb is a sports god around here.
Yeah, I agree, yes. But would they be number 1 or would Jerry be number 1?
Oh, man, that's a good question. That is a good question because Jerry would want to be right there in the mix.
I could see how Dak would scoop number 1, but that would be the only one. I don't think CeeDee
And definitely not Mike McCarthy. I really like Mike McCarthy. I know he screwed up.
There's 2 things regarding that, Mike.
Yeah.
When Jerry steps out into the hallway, the media leaves Mike McCarthy to go to Jerry. Do they do that with Dak? If they win a Super Bowl and Jerry and Dak both stand up at podiums, which one's getting more people? I think it's going to be Dak.
I think so, too.
But I think Jerry's right there still in that conversation, probably ahead of Mike McCarthy. And that's where I kind of feel that is. And that is unfortunate, but that is kind of the way it's set up at the moment. And I understand what you're saying there. I really enjoyed watching Michael and Troy and Emmett in the background. It looked like their playing days where Troy just stood there smiling. Michael was just dancing all over the place and Emmett was having a good time. He knew Michael was going to have a better time than anybody in the whole place.
Now, to go along with this, did you put more stock in the curse of Jimmy Johnson being broken because of the way they won that game? Because of the way, think
against
about
Detroit.
Yep, the refs must have stayed out there during halftime and said, we have to make the Cowboys
team
win.
that beat them before they went to their Super Bowl.
And then you win on the most bizarre way. And it did still feel like they threw that flag 17 minutes after the play was over and we were going to lose the game.
Maybe it was the curse being lifted.
The curse is broken. When will you? Do you believe now? If not, when will you?
I don't really believe in that curse stuff, but I see where we're going with it.
Hold on.
I think there will be a curse if they don't make it to the NFC Championship game. There is a real curse on this franchise.
If they make it to the NFC Championship game, if they have to go on the road against San Francisco, like they did in 1992,
and Jerry Rice catches a touchdown, the second play of the game, and they call it back for holding,
and we win,
Devo.
Then will you believe?
Yes. And Kelvin Martin doesn't score a touchdown, but they call it a touchdown because there's not instant replay back then because you can see that the ball didn't really cross the end zone goal.
Hey, what are you doing right now?
It was back then. They couldn't do anything about it. There's no
change it now.
replay. But if you go back and watch the Kelvin Martin touchdown to kind of seal the deal, if they had instant replay, that would probably be down at like the 1-inch line or like 5-inch line.
The other thing kind of was,
Am I right,
like,
Kevin?
Yes.
How CeeDee Lamb was so special on Saturday night was pretty impressive too. And as I said yesterday, when Alec was hosting, we're doing a phenomenal job hosting yesterday, by the way. I hope all the people that said that CeeDee Lamb is a good number 2 receiver in the league have just like qualled that a little bit. Said, hey, we're not saying that anymore because that dude is a stud.
Hey.
Is the qual not a word?
I think
DJ qualled it.
I just want you to say
Quelled.
they need to qualm down.
Qualm down.
Well, you guys decided not to work last week.
What?
I said he's a number 3. The number 3 receiver in the NFL.
Oh, he's the number 2 receiver.
That's my
right now.
ranking. I do have Tyreek Hill and Justin Jefferson ahead of him.
Yeah, I understand.
And then I have CeeDee Lamb as the 3rd best receiver in the NFL.
He's a stud, dude. He's an absolute stud. It's been
And that was before 200 yards and almost 2 touchdowns.
It's like Dak goes, he's my first read, and he's open, so I got to throw it to him. Like, why would I go anywhere else?
After the first 2 possessions against Miami, he decided to only throw to him one more time.
That's super weird.
Hey, he's got 5 catches for 102 yards. What do we do? Let's not throw him the ball
somewhere
anymore.
else with it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Coming up next, any given Sunday, back to the playoffs. Bowl blowouts. I mean Saturday. I said Sunday 2 weeks in a row now. My bad. Any given Saturday. Don't eat this mascot.
Monday.
Let's do it next right here in the fan.
You are dialed in to the North Texas Baseball.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Milrow puts a man in motion, empty backfield, low snap, quarterback run up the middle.
Yeah!
He's not going to make it! Nowhere close as the Michigan defense stuffs Jalen Milrow.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's any given Saturday, and we're going to talk about some non-playoff stuff too, but I've seen multiple people text this in. No, I did not see the person flash when they went to the Bourbon Street cutaway.
Oh, I saw that on my feed this morning on Twitter. I didn't see it. I didn't see it, and I didn't see it. Like, I didn't see it in real time, and I also didn't click on it to see the girl's boobs.
I saw it live because they were going down Bourbon Street, and she was looking up, and she had a tube top on. I was like, oh no, is she? And then she did, and yeah. So that definitely happened. I texted my friends. I'm like, I'm not the only person that saw this, was I? And then it was everywhere.
Yeah, because I know it was on social media, and a bunch of people have been texting in. I did not see that as it happened. So.
Oh, yeah, I'm seeing it right now.
It's New Orleans culture, you know?
So she was flashing somebody up there that had stuff, right? Like
beads,
she wasn't
right?
just going, because she's looking up. She's looking up when it happens as the camera's rolling through. She didn't do, and everybody's looking up, Kevin. So I think everybody was trying to get some beads. It was just an accident.
Well, ESPN released a statement saying that they were sorry about that.
Good for them.
Yeah, good job. All right. You want to go back to the college football playoff, or do you want to talk about some of these other fantastical bowl games?
Say not the
There's
other.
no such thing.
The other New Year's Six games were not fantastical. So let's talk about some fun stuff.
That is
I thought
true.
Florida State really deserved to be in the
All
Final
right.
Four.
Now let's talk about that, because I think that is very misleading, and
100%.
I think what people have taken away from that is the wrong thing. I think the takeaway should be you left one of the wrong teams out there. We talked about if you're trying to find the best four teams, Georgia would have been favored over every single team in this field. And yes, I realize they lost to Alabama. They would still be favored over Alabama, and they beat Florida State by 60 points. However, the Seminoles were playing without 29 players, including their top two quarterbacks, top two running backs, top two receivers, starting tight end, 3 starting defensive linemen, 2 of their 3 starting linebackers, and 3 starting defensive backs. So that's a lot. I did get really...
You can still win a football game without those people, though.
I mean, yeah, but not against Georgia. I wanted to know your take, because I got really tired of people like, oh, that's why Florida State didn't belong in there. And I'm like, well...
He's making fun of me.
Sorry,
That's
Mike.
why they didn't belong in there. They lost by 1,000.
Hey, fart heads, that's why they didn't belong in there.
No, it's just sad because the committee really crushed Florida State's will, like to want to do anything else. Like
They threatened not to show up, and they didn't.
Yeah, basically. And Georgia broke their own record record last year against TCU. They set the biggest margin of victory in a bowl game. Then they took it up a notch this year. But no, this is not the same Florida State team that went 13-0, like clearly. But it's not even the same Florida State team that won 2 games without their starting quarterback. Like even that team was still very, very good. Most of those players didn't play. So Mike Norvell, I'm sure he did everything he could to try and get that game to be as competitive for
Did he, Carter?
them as possible.
It didn't feel like he did.
Yeah, like I said, the committee just crushed their will to just do anything. I think the whole program just gave up.
Do we think it's weird that the Citrus Bowl is sponsored by Cheez-Its? So it's the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, which I wouldn't necessarily...
Never putting citrus on cheese.
Yeah, think of those two things together. But did you appreciate the Cheez-It mascot having a sign that said non-edible mascot?
Oh, because he got replaced by the Pop-Tart guy, right?
Kind of.
I saw him. He didn't look edible. I didn't watch people eat him.
They took a bite out of him.
Yeah, I got to go find that video, too. Let me go close the window for that booby video.
The Pop-Tarts Bowl is really, I think it set a really high bar for all these food bowls.
Because you loved it, right?
I thought it was hilarious. Although Alec and Reggie brought up a good point yesterday. They told us the mascot itself was going to be edible. It was not, because he went into the toaster, and then that was not the same mascot that came out.
Oh, they did lie to us. I got
us.
lied to. I feel bamboozled. Disrespected. Ashamed.
This is how I felt when they said Michael Phelps was going to race a shark. And I really thought somehow, some way they were going to be in the same pool together and they were going to race.
It makes a lot of sense to just have a part of that mascot to be real Pop-Tart.
I know.
Even though Pop-Tarts are disgusting.
Looking back on it, I could see why you probably would have a tough time finding a human who wants to be in the Pop-Tart suit. And they're like, all right, so we're going to run you through the toaster super quick. And you're going to be like,
not you.
No, I don't want to do that. Just like Michael Phelps didn't swim in the pool with the shark. I understand the reasons that didn't take place. All right. Better old quarterback, Bo Nix?
Or Joe Flacco.
Or Michael Penix.
I think Penix is better. Yeah. He's beaten Bo Nix 3 times. But
that is true.
When Bo Nix plays anybody else since he's been at Oregon, he's been fantastic. He set the NCAA completion percentage record.
And Liberty's not the fake national champion this year.
Did you feel bad for Liberty?
They had a lead in that game at one point.
Was it 6-0?
It was 6-0.
3-0? I feel like it showed how bad their schedule was.
They hooked the extra point, and then it was downhill from there.
Yeah, and then Oregon broke off 45 straight points, and Bo Nix threw 5 touchdowns. So
4 in the second quarter.
Good for him. The most unpredictable result of the day, or of maybe the entire bowl season. I know LSU's defense is not good. I did not predict that Wisconsin would put up 31 points in that game.
Do you know that was their first game since, I think, 2019 that they passed for over 300 yards? Like, Luke Fickell is willing them into the modern era of football.
I guess so, because their quarterback, Tanner Mordecai, he had 3 touchdown passes in the first half. Going into that game, he had 6 all season.
That's a lot.
No, it's not.
It's not?
No, it's not.
Why not?
Because you're still looking at that booby video.
Hey, dude, I'm just a little distracted by the movie.
That was amazing to me. And, of course, people's favorite pastime is to want to make Darren Rovell look like a fool. And they said, he tweeted out, easiest call all day, take the under on LSU, Wisconsin, which I think was 48.5, and they combined to score 66 points.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yes, that is a lot.
But then he also said bet Alabama and Texas to win, right? I think that was also Darren Rovell, and then that went sideways for him.
Well, that didn't work out super well for him either.
Now, Kevin, do you have the note about sports bettors when Ted Cruz shows up?
Ooh, no. Hold on. I am actually super intrigued by that.
Your guy, right?
I wanted to throw out Iowa.
That was the most predictable result
they won
of the
10
weekend.
games.
Yeah.
Did they score 0?
They did score 0. Now, here's your factoid of the day, Mike.
Oh, my God.
They got outscored by Tennessee 35-0.
Are they firing their offensive coordinator?
He's gone. They fired him.
Remember they put it
November.
on LinkedIn or whatever if you wanted
They bring
to
him
take
back Tim Dwight. He shaved all the hair off his body.
I don't know who that is, but he could be a whole lot better than Brian Ferentz.
He's an Iowa guy, right? Tim Dwight?
In their games.
Punt returner?
In their games
Atlanta Falcons?
against ranked teams this year, Iowa got outscored 92-0.
Bring back Tim Dwight.
All right. Now,
are you still looking at boobs over
No,
there?
no, no.
You're like moaning. You're like moaning over there, making soft words.
According to Reddit, college football.
It's a great account.
Sports bettors are now 15-2 since 2017 when betting the money line against teams that Ted Cruz shows up to support in person.
Because he was there for the Longhorns.
They would have
right?
profited $2,344 if they placed a $100 bet on each game. So that's all. 15-2 when you bet the money line against the team he showed up for.
Do you think that's why when we had Ted Cruz on, he didn't want to talk about sports gambling?
Well, he has responded, Kevin.
Oh.
To all the dishonest press hacks blaming me for the Longhorns' heartbreaking loss. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure this
Is that a real quote? Did he take that?
I mean, it's
stat
$6.2 million. If you give me the wins I've cheered on too, the Astros World Series in 17 and 22, 7 consecutive Astros ALCSs, UT's 06 Rose Bowl, A&M beating Alabama in 21, and the Rockets finals win in 94. So
Could you quote tweet that and say, who are you rooting for in this year's ALCS? And really see
so we can kind of see where we're heading with that one.
Figure it out.
I'll try, Kevin.
I was looking up Tim Dwight. It says he is now a businessman and entrepreneur in San Diego. So he could be available for an offensive coordinator job at his alumni.
Look into that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Thanks.
We might not. Carter, the Georgia head coach lamented the transfer portal and everything like that. Are you sad that we have seen the death of the bowl game?
Kind of, because with the transfer portal, I think talent, especially this year, was spread out so much more than it had been in years past, because you look at both of these semifinal games, both excellent games, and transfer players were at the top of each of those games.
That's true.
Very important to all 4 teams. But then with the New Year's 6 games, 4 blowouts, right? Was there none of the other 4 games because Mizzou beat Ohio State
14-3. That was their first bowl victory in 9 years. But I took a look at the entirety of it. 21 of the 40 bowl games were decided by 13 points or more.
And this is what the playoff next year will fix, right? You'll get the first round games. You'll have 4 teams on bye, but you'll have 4 games in the first round, 4 games in the second, then the semis, and then the final.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
The Ohio State, this is a real good question. Okay. You deal with it. Is the Ohio State quarterback, if there would have been a final 12 like there is next year, could he have just entered the transfer portal like now, today? Let's just say that they're not in the national championship game. They would have won a game in the playoffs, then lost a game. He would have played for Ohio State in the playoff games, right? And then hit the portal. Why did guys have to hit the portal before the playoff or before their bowl game?
Well, right now, teams and players don't care about the bowls as much as they used to. They don't play for pride a lot like they used to. Now it's like, well, I need to move on, find my next spot. And the thing with the transfer portal, too, is the academic year starts now for these kids. Like, school is still an important part of this, and for that, in that regard.
That's nice that you said that, Carter.
There's enrollment deadlines.
For a lot of the
stuff.
kids, maybe it
really
is.
protecting his OU guys over there.
And we just
they're in Grand Prairie, fake selling cars for whatever, how much money.
Golly.
Late 1980s.
I think wasn't it a Grand Prairie quarterback?
I think that is correct, and that was in the 90s at least, right?
I think early 2000s.
They were horrible in the 90s, so probably. But with the playoff expanding next year, I do think more of these players will stay for these games. Now we have to see it first. We don't know how it's going to play out since 4 was crazy to have that many teams in a playoff.
True.
So 12 is, tripling that. We have no idea. Some players might still think, yeah, it's great that we're in the playoff, but we're like the 9 or the 10 seed. I'm just going to go ahead and move on. But I do think more players will stick around for those games. But also, you can enter the portal and still play in a bowl game. Like, you can have your name in the portal,
we
go through the
saw,
process, and still play. So that could be an option as well.
Can you be cut from your team and then play in the playoffs, though, Kevin?
He sucks. Is Michigan defensive lineman Chris Jenkins had my favorite line of the entire bowl season. He talked about how terrible Ohio State looked, and he said, I'm a hater, but that ain't the team that we played. He was like, they're even worse than they were.
Is there anything else on the college football front we need to know?
Just that this national championship game is going to be awesome. I think this is in its final year of this form of the playoff. We're finally going to get 2 great semifinal games and a great national championship game. Usually it's you get 1 good semifinal and 2 other awful games. This year, I think these Michigan Wolverines and the Washington Huskies are this close together. They're this intertwined because they're going to play again next year. They play next October with Washington joining the Big Ten. I just think these defenses are great, or Michigan's great defense, Washington's great offensive line, and obviously they're great passers. Like, it's just going to be an excellent end to this form of the playoff.
10-1 odds. I'll give you the good odds. This national championship game will be better than last year's national championship game.
How'd last year's go, Mike?
It was 0-0 when they kicked off. And then at that point, I think TCU was losing the rest of the way.
But now that record got broken.
It's true.
Good
And
job,
by the
Georgia.
way, I have Nate, who is one of our Tolos, also a big card collector. He says it was Rhett Bomar at Big Red Motors. That's who I was referring to.
Mid-2000s.
Wasn't he South Grand Prairie? Am I crazy about that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You should know. You're an OU guy. You know where you recruited the guy who was getting like a whole bunch of money to sit at a car dealership?
I know he stunk, and then Sam Bradford was good after him. That's what I know about Rhett Bomar.
He might be listening right now. Rhett, you can call in if you want.
877-881-1053,
no.
the D&M leasing hotline.
All right. Now, in the spare transaction front, Corey, are you in on this NFL player? What do we got?
Dalvin Cook was cut. They mutually parted ways from the Jets. So if you hate Tony Pollard, Dalvin Cook is your answer.
Dude, let's bring him in here, get him in shape.
Mm-hmm. Just like Lyle
He
Collins.
can practice with Lyle.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Damian Wilson.
Cook, Wilson, Collins. Give me the most and least likely to play on this team.
Collins
Zach
is
Wilson?
most likely.
No.
Damian Wilson. Collins, Damian Wilson, Dalvin Cook.
Okay.
That's my order in which it should be.
Dalvin Cook is averaging a robust 3.2 yards per
It would have been
carry.
better if he'd have had Aaron Rodgers as quarterback, right?
Maybe, but then again, he has no touchdowns and 2 fumbles.
Hey.
So, I don't know.
Man, we are so bad at running. We can talk about this tomorrow. That our coach was like, let's just pass 17 times with under 2 minutes to go.
That is kind of the way it felt.
Yeah.
Like, that's how much he trusts us getting yards with a running back.
Kevin, did you see the halftime interview with OU's head coach, Mr. Venable?
I did not.
It was about 3 minutes.
Venables.
Venables.
Yeah, I was like, wait, our bench coach for the Texas Rangers, like the
No.
next manager of the Rangers, is also working at OU?
No, they're 2 different people. My apologies. It's about 3 minutes of him just talking about how great Jackson Arnold was recovering from his, 4 interceptions, 4 turnovers to start the game or something like that.
He only had 2 in the first half.
Okay, and then it ended up being 6. But even still,
Oh, my gosh.
it wasn't that bad.
That's pretty
It'll get
bad.
better.
Let it be known, if you turn the ball over 6 times, it's really hard to win a football game.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece Fair right here on 105.3 The Fan.
But not
Coming up
impossible.
next,
Not impossible.
let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
One in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Heggie. How are you?
I am doing excellent. I have to admit, in this moment, I am somewhat perplexed because I've now had two people text me, like my phone as well, should the Cowboys go get Dalvin Cook now that he's parted ways with the Jets after having 3.2 yards per carry, no touchdowns, and 2 fumbles.
Adrian Peterson's still available, too.
Is Frank Gore?
Ooh,
he's boxing,
Corey, would you support
I'll take Frank Gore?
Hey, that's a guaranteed 3.5 yards a pop.
I'll take Frank Gore 20 years from now.
No difference between his prime and his old age.
That's called consistency, Mike.
Still is 3 yards to carry.
Steady.
Mark of a champion.
Steady
Joke
as
about
a
it all you
steam
want,
train.
guys. I guarantee the Cowboys are considering it.
Okay. Well, I mean, on a day in which we heard that Lyle Collins is here to maybe hop in the practice squad and work his way into football shape, it's hard to argue against.
Well, that and you saw Deuce Vaughn back in the rotation, so it's clear they're not happy with what their current options are.
Man, is it ever. All right. Damian Wilson, Lyle Collins, Dalvin Cook.
Kelvin Joseph.
Kelvin Joseph.
Jason Witten's like, guys.
What order are you putting the desirability of those players for the Cowboys in?
Well, I'm just still reeling from you putting the words Lyle Collins and work in the same sentence.
Yeah, that's what they said. He still has to pass a physical, too.
There's plenty of time for him to get in football shape right now, too.
Yeah, this is the meat of the season.
we have one game.
Actually, I feel like
this is the meat.
This is the dessert of the season. This is the meat of the season is like a few weeks ago, but you need offensive linemen. You know, everybody needs an offensive.
At least we know what Lyle Collins' New Year's resolution is. It's to get in football shape.
There you go.
It's exciting for him.
Is it?
It's the Cowboys' resolution for him. I don't know if it's his.
Now, since you mentioned New Year's resolution, Corey asked this question before the show even started.
All right.
How long can you go wishing people a happy new year before they think something is wrong with you?
Yeah, if I'm rocking out, hey, happy new year. If, like, let's say we have a guest on, all right, and I'm like, all right, hey, great talking to you, happy new year, and it's July. Are they going to be like, hey, hold on,
It's too long.
What are you doing, dude?
Definitely. I think you have possibly a week.
That's what I think.
At least a day. At least the first day back at work.
All right.
So today or Saturday.
Hey, do you like the joke I haven't seen you all year?
Yeah. Or I'll see you next year.
I love that one. That's the best.
It takes me back. The first time I ever heard that, I was blown away as a fourth grader.
Yeah, that's fine. As a fourth grader, if you are currently in elementary or maybe middle school still trotting that out, that's okay. Otherwise, they make my New Year's resolution easy. Cut that person out of my life.
Oh, no. I'm out.
Cut us out of your life, dude.
That's what I did.
Unless contractually obligated to speak to them 5 days a week.
I've been waiting like 2 weeks to say that to you, and the first thing I did was say that to you.
You did, too.
I'd seen him for 10 seconds. He came out with a smile on his face. He goes, wow, Kevin, I haven't seen you since last year.
Can I just say, like, I was trying to explain I was trying to explain like the Texas sense of humor to my family. And I should have thought of this joke and the smile on Mike's face, because it's like, I don't know in many other states where we take such pleasure in one of these, and you have a guy like Mike, like, yeah, that's funny, right? Yeah, that's
it's funny because I know how mad it's going to make Kevin.
It does drive me insane. It really does.
And then Corey backed me up.
Yeah, that was the last thing I said to Kevin when we got out. You know what you
next
say?
Year?
Yeah, say goodnight, Kevin. I said, see you next year, and he was like, "Ugh."
That actually is a pretty
I can't
close
tell you that
approximation.
tomorrow.
He started vomiting.
When do you not want to hear somebody say Happy New Year?
No, I think Dawson's right. This week, but if you're gonna see somebody in the span of a couple of weeks and they're like, "See you next year," in your mind, you should be like, "Or will you?"
Gone.
You should just consider making changes. I realize there's some people you can't cut out, but those
Like me.
you can.
As much as you
Yes,
try.
like Mike.
What do you do on the 27th, 28th, and 29th? When do you transition from Merry Christmas to Happy New Year? That's what I want to know.
I think I just say goodbye.
You just say goodbye
there's
until
like
New Year's Eve?
Yeah, there's like a 1 week.
Okay.
There's like it's like a dry spell, and you're just like, see ya.
I hate those.
Sure.
Dry spells.
I
Especially
just
if you have
love
3
this
young kids. I
conversation
can see
because now
it.
I know how many
it's a
different ways
desert.
I can irritate Kevin in the next
Why?
2 weeks.
Why is that your goal?
I just feel like it's fun, and you know what?
Fun for the
Corey
listeners.
smiles.
You're so good at it.
Yeah, Corey smiles when he sees what I just did. He
I feel
thinks
like
it's
you
funny.
should be on my side, Dawson. You dealt with this for what, 9 years? That feels like you should be on my side.
Oh, I am. But I'm also on Mike's side. Yeah.
Mike, you know, Mike's always
We're
said
just having
Mike
fun.
Dawson.
Hey, are you guys excited about Snoop Dogg being on the Summer Olympics coverage?
Doing what?
That's
Yeah,
my
man.
pivot.
Or would not.
Absolutely. Is he play-by-play? I hope he's play-by-play.
Is it the stuff he does with Kevin Hart? Because they've been doing that for a while. That's been a lot of fun.
I think we discovered about Snoop that he's amazing when he started narrating wildlife chases.
Like on Jimmy Kimmel or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, I was like, man, him describing action is pretty damn funny. You know,
Would you rather have
It
him
also
or
shows
Kevin
that
Harlan?
nobody really cares about the Olympics, and so they're like,
gosh.
let's
Yes.
just bring in Snoop Dogg and
Yeah.
see if more people watch this.
Yeah, we'll get Bob Costas spinning tales of somebody overcoming adversity to get here. and
Whilst
then-
having pink eye.
Yes, you guys
Oh
remember
my
that?
gosh.
Yes, but never saying
So did you say Wilts?
Yeah, he said Will
I said whilst. It was my New Year's resolution.
Oh my God.
to say it more often.
Yeah.
Proud of you, man.
What do you guys got coming up on the program
You
today?
hate New Year's resolutions too.
No, I don't hate New Year's resolutions.
What's your New Year's resolution?
I
Yeah,
don't
then
have
what's
a New Year's
yours?
resolution. If you want to make a change, whatever you want.
See?
But for some people, that's a great motivating force.
Okay.
I'm not here to hate on that.
So you want to make change, dude. That's awesome. That's a great resolution.
Like Michael Jackson.
For a second straight year, I'm going to try to do a pull-up here.
You didn't.
I don't think I've done one in 25 years.
He's going away from the diaper.
How close were you
So that
last
was
year?
your resolution last year and you didn't accomplish
I
it?
did not accomplish it.
When did you quit the resolution of
The
accomplishing
first
it?
time he tried.
10 days in or so.
Right about the time he stopped saying Happy New Year to folks.
Put a rubber band on your knees
Okay.
and to the pole or to the bar, and it really helps.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, I got a couple of different exercises that should get me there. I got a total gym. It's just a matter of staying with it. You know,
You have a total gym and a Peloton?
I do.
Mind over matter.
Rocking it.
You're Chuck Norris and Mr. Peloton.
From the 469
That's
best show of the year today, guys.
And Christy Brinkley.
That show of the year.
Look at that.
What an
It is.
accomplishment.
Hey, thanks a lot,
We
man.
set the bar too high.
That's a true Tolo.
We have G-Bag Survivor Chaos as multiple payoffs have tallied. We might have to bring back the Wheel of Misfortune just to
Jeez.
come up with the payoffs.
That
The
sounds
first time all
terrifying.
year, huh?
I think there's a total of 10 between all four of us.
Oh my gosh.
10 payoffs now.
All right, roll
I'm
home
sorry,
with
guys.
the GVAC Nation while you
That's
can.
a new year.
We have been the KNC Masterpiece.
We want to make you ref a game.
You can't
I'm
talk
in.
about this off air.
Oh, sorry. Turn your mic off.
Come back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for Corey and Mike, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Happy New Year, Kevin.
No.
You are officially a master. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour one, G-Bag Nation. Welcome in to the show here. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. There's Lucius Alexander, Eric Chiafalo, and Carter Freeman. Zach Wolchuk has the entire week off, right?
He sure does. Wow. He sure does. Yeah, just going in. His New Year's resolution this year was to work less hard.
Okay.
And so he's coming out of the gates just absolutely on fire, man. I'm happy for him.
He is. He's knocking it out of the park right now. And you should send Zach Wolchuk, Zach with an H, some love on social media. Ask him, what he's up to, and tell him he's missed in the G-Bag Nation. I sure did miss the heck out of you guys over the last 2 weeks. It's great to be back here in studio and talking about your first place Dallas Cowboys. Look at that.
How about that? You go away, and all of a sudden they decide they want to jump into the second seed.
So they lose 2 of 3, almost lost 3 in a row, but so did the turds of Bird, including the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
That's just unbelievable how that works out.
I think that Cardinal loss, I think you could chalk that one up. The Eagles aren't playing great. We understand that. That one's on Gannon, the coach for Arizona. That was that Mike McCarthy Green Bay game to him.
Yeah.
And I know he hadn't been in Philadelphia that
You're
long.
Right about that, yeah.
But if there was a game that he circled on the calendar of wanting to go win, and they got it done. And Kyler Murray played great in that game. Connor ran the ball. The receiving core is a mess, but they made it work because we know the Eagles can't cover anybody, when they don't get pass rush. And, Kyler, like I said, he's finding guys open in that game. But what a heck of a win for Gannon and that crew. And, probably cost him a draft pick, a little bit higher spot in the draft maybe. But how
much do you trust the Cowboys aren't going to let the same thing happen against Washington?
You can't.
Yeah.
You really can't. And that's the scary thing about it is that if you felt, there's 2 things that I'm kind of looking at right now. That if I'm ownership for the Commanders, I'm sitting in the second hole right now in the NFL draft. And if I lose, there's a possibility that I could fall out of that spot. If I'm telling Ron Rivera, we're going to lose this game this week. But then I worry about it turning into a Lovie Smith, Houston Texans situation where this very well could be Ron Rivera's last game coaching. And then all of a sudden he doesn't want to go out, he didn't want to tank a game.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, then, they find
the players are going to play for him too.
The players will play for him. Yeah. And that's the thing. And all of a sudden, what's ownership going to do? If I'm meeting with Ron Rivera and I'm the owner there and I say, we're going to lose this game to maintain the second spot and he waffles at all, I'm firing him today. I'm firing him because I do not want to get in a situation where he goes out and he messes up
a potential, that team needs a quarterback. And then 2, they're sitting there right there for 1.
There for the taking, dude. The first ever fired for waffling. I look forward to that Adam Schefter report. If it was me, I think you go into the presentation room with the projector screen, and you got Herm Edwards up there talking about you play to, but you bleep out win and you replace it with lose.
Right.
And you just have Herm Edwards send the message to Riverboat. And I think that's sort of, hey, one coach talking to another, the fraternity. Yeah. Let's go. Let's have each other's back
tanking here.
Yeah.
I don't know who did that video.
No one said tank.
Yeah.
We're just talking about losing, bro.
That's the thing that I would worry about, though. I would worry about these guys playing hard for Ron Rivera and the fact that, on the road, you haven't exactly been great.
Okay. That's a good topic at 877-881-1053. If you want to text into the show, we are going to do a 6 o'clock sound off in 4 hours. If you want to call in, that opportunity is coming up a little bit later on, but the truckwreck.com fan text is open right now. Please leave your name and city you're texting from. We're going to make you famous right here in the nation. They're 2-5 on the road this year. This is Washington, who they lost against late last year. I feel like with
Dallas,
yeah,
Dow 2-5, yeah.
No,
wait, actually they're 3-5, right?
3-5 on the road.
They won in with the Giants. They beat the Giants.
They've beaten the Chargers. Yeah,
and then they've lost 5 in a row. I think they lost 5 in a row on the road, something like that. So I mean,
the Panthers. They beat the Panthers on the road.
Yeah, there you go.
That was the third one.
Yeah.
This game here, how much to you, the truckwreck.com fan text, physical team on the road. I just can't imagine Washington putting up much of a fight offensively. I feel like this defense is going to go in disciplined, motivated, inspired, and they're coming off a good game. I just can't imagine Washington putting up enough points. I can imagine the Cowboys going out there and farting around and punting a bunch of times and ending up with only 16 or 17 points. Yeah. But I still feel like that would be enough to win because I don't think Washington's going to get to double digits.
I'm interested to see because I'll get to start studying them tonight. But and like I say, there's so many things going on there with ownership, and then they're going to clean house there, and that's the thing I worry about. That one final time, the one final time that they. That all of a sudden, Eric Bieniemy, they come up with a really good game plan. We saw what, Sam Howell was his first start last year, right? Against Dallas, kind of ran around, made things difficult, made some plays. You're right, Dawson. They fiddle-farted around. Dallas didn't play very well offensively, gave up some plays defensively. Yeah, you just don't know. You don't know the motivational factor. I mean, if you're Dallas, you have to go take that game.
Sure.
But if you let the Commanders just hang around, then it'll probably come down to another 2-point controversy for you.
It would be horrifying if you lose that game because right now I feel like the Cowboys are going to the NFC title game. I feel like this is going to be the year where you finally get to start talking about some real goals for a championship organization, not just getting back to the NFC title game. Nothing should stop them. They're going to be at home against teams they are better than.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean you're likely going to get Green Bay would be the 7th seed.
Better.
Well, we'll see. Chicago's playing pretty well right now. They might want to finish out, here they're trying to, there's talk about that Eberflus's job might be saved now. They've secured the first overall pick. I mean, things are kind of, they find a way to go win that game. Things are kind of looking up going in the offseason, especially with the draft position they have. So, yeah, Green Bay can mess around and lose that game. But yeah, I would much rather play a Green Bay than I would a Seattle. I've seen Seattle. And people say, "Oh, don't act scared." And all that. Everybody saw Seattle dealing with those wide receivers. Nobody wants to go through that again, right?
No, but at home, I feel like you'd be playing a team you're better than. How about you, Chief?
Well, there's a lot of teams you're better than.
Yeah, so that's why I think they're going to the NFC title game. That's the take. Do you disagree with that?
I think I don't. I'm saying though it's not going to be as easy as we all think.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
No, it never is. I mean, heck, I'm scared of going to FedEx Field on Sunday and beating Washington just because it's very. You could have easily lost that game on Saturday night. I mean, you were getting in your own way a handful of times there. Like this team getting in its own way to lose football games. And I thought the offense was going to come back in a huge way, getting back at home versus that defense. That didn't happen. So now I'm starting to wonder what is going on with the offense here, because now it's not just versus good teams on the road. Yeah. You came back home versus what is a relatively subpar defense, and you struggled for a while. So now I got questions there, and the refs and the Lions sort of out bleeped you, because you were doing things at the end of that game and really throughout the game. McCarthy just handing the ball up, like just some weird stuff where you overcame that one, and I can't necessarily trust you. The penalties weren't insane on you, but can you trust that that's going to be the case every week? Like there's just always something that gets in their way.
I mean, the Lamb fumble, right? That if you put that on the board, I think it starts to resemble a better game. I don't think Dak's going to throw another interception at midfield against a defense like that. So I think it could have easily been more points. The Buffalo and Miami games, for whatever reason, you stink on the road. I think the offense is probably due to have a sluggish game. They're going through a little bit of adversity, but I think at home with guys healthy, I don't think you're going to turn the ball over 2 times against defenses like that very often.
We'll see how healthy Tyler Smith is for this one.
We do have to.
Because the one strength that the Commanders have is their defensive tackle. And they did a great job the last time they played against them.
Okay. The truckwreck.com fan text is open here, 214. You're wondering if they could lose to Washington, but taking for granted that they'll win the first round game. What if it's Seattle? This team cannot be trusted. I think the chances of beating Washington are probably greater than 90%, to answer your question, because, it's a very astute observation by you. I think their chances of winning a playoff game against teams like Seattle, would be around 60 to 65%. That's just winning, right, outright. And those are the situations you love to be in as a coach, as a player. Dak's been in that situation once, and they came up short but they weren't really the better team, were they? Were they really the better team? I feel like now you actually are the better team, and you have home field advantage in a year where you're dominating at home. I think everything is lining up for you. Mike said it, Bassick said it during the KMC Masterpiece. If you don't get to the NFC title game this year, maybe the curse is real. Well, the Eagles are wow, this is lost 4 of 5.
Yeah.
Are they dead now? Are they dead?
Yeah,
they're dead. No
they're
chance.
Dead. I think that whoever, if they have to go play at Tampa, I think that will be a very difficult game for them to have to deal with. I think there's just too many questions in their locker room. Their players are starting to doubt the coaches. You're starting to, the head coach is having to defend the offensive coordinator for being conservative. There's a lot of things. They can't stop anybody on defense. They can't stop anybody on third down. And you can run the ball on them a little bit. Yeah, they're in trouble. Absolutely in trouble.
Okay, Texas lighting up with questions about Dalvin Cook. That's a story that's out there. And then they're wondering about Lyle Collins and Damian Wilson, who are going to visit the Star, the Ford Center this week. The offensive lineman, the former Cowboys linebacker, Damian Wilson. He did win a Super Bowl with the Chiefs, but he's up there in age, man. It feels like we were seeing him out in Oxnard like a decade ago.
He was playing, the last he was playing was with Carolina.
Okay.
Last year is when he was playing. So he
still got that championship pedigree, though.
He has not played.
Got to inject that into the locker room any chance you get.
Yeah, the thing that's interesting about Lyle Collins is they're looking at him as an offensive tackle, not as a guard. So that's the direction. And there are concerns. He's had a knee, a back, things like that. They need to make sure that he's completely in shape. There's a lot of people in that locker room that would absolutely love Lyle Collins, and people in the staff.
Popular guy, including Dak.
Yeah, and then
there's Micah. I remember Micah raving about.
There are a lot of people that really, and that's why I think they're trying to bring him back. But this is more about maybe having him for 1 or 2 games if something were to happen to Tyron Smith.
Okay, good to know that. So the news so far on Tyler Smith has been basically the same from Jerry Jones this morning as what Mike McCarthy said, just not ruling him out.
Right.
The plantar fasciitis or plantar fascia tear actually is what he has, a traumatic injury more than a repetitive stress type of injury. And I guess we're just going to have to see how bad the tear is and how we can get around as this week progresses, Brian.
The whole thing is, he could absolutely play. And that would be something that they would, with so much on the line for him this weekend, you'd have to surely consider that. But, this is something that a tear is actually better than the partial tear. A complete tear is much better that they can deal with, and then the partial tear. That's the one that's the problem.
The report, when I think it was Ian Rappaport tweeting out like it's finally torn, and it was just like it's extremely weird wording. So do we just presume that he's been playing with some pain there, and they've been waiting for it to just in real time fully tear, and then medically it's quicker to come back from? I don't know. It's one of those weird things that makes no sense unless you're a complete expert on the situation.
Yeah, they're okay with the fact, like I say, they say that he could probably play this week, and then the playoffs would be absolutely no problem with that.
Okay, Longhorns come up just short. I'll say this, man. The committee gave us 2 really good games yesterday to enjoy, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And, unfortunately for Texas, it was very reminiscent of them at the Cotton Bowl against Oklahoma. They got stopped down near, on the goal line there. The plays that they call, it just didn't give themselves an opportunity to win that game, at the very end. They played well, but Washington, the problem playing with Washington is they're such a big play team. And that's the one thing.
Gosh,
that's the one thing that Michigan is going to have to deal with is how many big chunk plays that the Huskies make. Now, the problem with the Huskies, though, they lost their running back. This is going to be difficult for them. And, but Michael Penix, you have to be a big time quarterback to beat Michigan. I think Washington has the better quarterback of the two. And that's what you're going to have to beat a pretty good Michigan defense.
Man, he was dealing last night.
Yeah,
that was extremely fun to watch, and it ends up like
their wide receivers are all NFL. Their wide receivers at Washington are better than what Mahomes is playing with in Kansas City right now.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
That is pretty amazing to say.
He's playing with pro receivers. He really is.
Texas had some good wide receivers too. They just couldn't make plays.
No, they couldn't. I mean, it's
just fumbling the football. He's running backs left and right. That hurt.
That hurt a lot. Yeah.
Well, it was an exciting finish, and it's a tough break there for the Longhorns. But
by the way, the Alabama game, terrible play call there at the end. They went back to back timeouts. The Michigan with the timeout, Alabama with the timeout. They thought but quarterback draw in that situation. That's something that Michigan was absolutely looking at for right there.
Could not agree more with you.
And a low snap, too, didn't help the situation.
Okay, yeah,
well.
that's what there was the low snap thing to where it was like, okay, was it? I have some stuff for the college football hangover that we can address there. But yeah, that one was a head scratcher. Like, okay, you're just running right into the teeth of the defense.
Okay, Mavs are going to get the Blazers twice this week, including Wednesday. They're 7th in the West now, hoping Kyrie Irving's return kind of restores order and roles. The Stars are among 5 teams within a point of the top of the West. If they host the Canadiens tonight.
Yeah, it's great. An original 6. They blasted Chicago. It caught Chicago twice. Had the overtime win, and then also just mauled them the other day. So good job of the Stars getting these stacking these points up.
Okay. If you've been tracking G-Bag Survivor, it kind of went quiet from about Thanksgiving through the holiday.
We missed about 3 weeks.
But we are paying the price
in
a major way as multiple of us are actually on G-Bag Survivor losing streaks. I believe the number is 10. We'll give you the tail of the tape and begin to brainstorm how we could possibly begin to pay all these off for your listening enjoyment. Then the G-Bag of the day is coming up next right here. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
They poke fun out of mutual.
Welcome back, Nation. It's time to recap an unbelievable period of time in the G-Bag Survivor and the bet payoffs that we have coming up. I believe Chiafalo has a possible suggestion on how we can take care of that. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. Go to truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333. Yeah, the 9-7-2 Cowboys win to lock up the division and preserve the no back-to-back NFC East winners. Yeah, it's been since Donovan McNabb was patrolling the division that you've had repeat winners inside this, and I couldn't believe it that it was possible that it wouldn't happen, but it did, as Philadelphia completely fell apart.
Yeah,
it sends Cowboys to the top of the division, and it sends a few of us into an all-time low in the world of G-Bag Survivor. As I did, I had a Philly. I'd saved them all year. I thought, here we go, and that completes 3 in a row now. Atlanta, Denver, and Philly have let me down against, this is who I've lost to, the Panthers, the Patriots, and the Cardinals. Those are the teams that have handed me 3. What do you say? The NFL is a strange lady?
That's it.
This B word is crazy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Brian.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. I've been, a chart to make sure we're not picking the same teams. It's funny to look down to see week 15, week 16, week 17, Atlanta, Denver, Philly, your 3 teams. And you just named the teams you lost to.
Unbelievable.
That's amazing.
Like if you had picked that on the money line and put $5 on it, you would be a millionaire today.
Yeah.
What I lost, I think they were all double digits.
Yeah.
One was 7. The Denver favorite was 7.
Thus, the first ever 3-game losing streak in the history of G-Bag Survivor.
I think it is because
congratulations,
we've had some 2-game losing streaks this year.
Right, we've had some two-skis.
Dawson had a week 7, week 8 with Washington and Kansas City.
By the way, sorry for not texting Woolchuck. He texted me last week looking for it, and I looked it up and made my pick and forgot to text him, but I had Philadelphia.
We were out of, if we didn't hear the message, we were automatically going to give you the Philadelphia loss.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
Which is
that
fine.
would have been actually preferred because I'd still have Philadelphia.
Still have Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Which it's not like they're going to beat DeVito and company on Sunday, even if I don't even know if DeVito's starting. But yeah, you're riding a 3-game losing streak. Everybody, Broadus, Dawson, and Wolchuk all taking the Eagles this week gives everybody an additional L. So Broadus has already been carrying 2 L's with him for a while, Doubtfire and getting hammered.
Yeah.
So now he adds one to it.
You're
thanks
on
to the
3
Eagles
as well?
I'm on 3. Yeah,
he's on 3.
Week 11, Washington, and then week 15, Tennessee.
And you didn't get hammered when I was gone, right?
No.
Okay,
we took a vote. We took a vote, and 54% said to wait for an outing when we're all
remote show
at a bar, and that's going to be soon around the corner. I have a feeling.
Yeah. So 3 for Dawson, 3 for Broadus, 2 for me. I got off the Schneid. I was riding a 2-game losing streak as well because I went with Atlanta and Denver the same way you did the 2 previous weeks, right. Dawson. So thank God the Rams found a way to eke by the Giants, and which was just a total nail biter. And then Wolchuk now has 1. He had been rocking and rolling for a while, but he took the Eagles.
Right.
So thank you, Kyler Murray. Thank you, Arizona. And now Wolchuk has a payoff as well.
That's Wolchuk's first loss since week 4.
Yeah, he was on a heater, man.
Yeah.
He really was.
Yeah.
He was due for a loss. It'll probably help him
total.
For the playoffs. He had 9 total. 9 total. Yeah. So I don't know. We know the little nitro gummy's still sitting in there, just a few feet away, and that's a twofer. So now that you guys have racked up upwards of 3 payoffs, that 2-for-1 special might actually start ringing a little bit more true for you.
There's no way an HE double hockey sticks.
I know. It's gonna happen for somebody. Somebody's gonna sack up and say, I can go toe to toe with the gummy bear. With Mr. Little Nitro.
It's going to have to be like that maniac that takes pride in being able to eat super hot stuff and does so regularly. He's like in shape. He's conditioned for it.
Yeah. There is that. I don't know that that's a skill that you even. I don't know if that's something that you can develop or if that's just God given.
Yeah. See, and I know you're a little more sensitive than average to the high Scoville stuff, but I'm not letting myself get overconfident by that fact.
Right.
I looked into your eyes that day and I saw an inferno.
Dude, that was one of the most painful. I was talking about it with my brother over the week or over the holidays because of the I was telling him like how we're gonna all have payoffs and stuff, and somebody like 10 feet away heard me say Little Nitro Gummy and came over and was like, "Dude, I took one of those and it changed my life forever." I said, "Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, it was stuck in my jowls for 20 minutes of just surefire pain." The other one though is I think my infamous 66-second question to Stephen Jones needs to, I will transcribe the question, and somebody has to word for word verbatim ask that exact same question to Stephen Jones here in the G-Bag Nation.
The same question you asked?
The exact same question, because it's a generic, how things get done in big moments, game management-wise. Somebody's going to spend 66 awful seconds reading through the treacherous terrain of what is the single worst question ever asked here on this station, and you're going to have to do it to the guy who heard it a few years ago, and it'll probably bring back nightmare memories for him as well in real time. So I will transcribe it. That's probably the biggest pain in the rear end here. I will volunteer to transcribe that thing.
Tunnel.
All the uhs and ums and just the weird ways that question went.
It's already been transcribed, right? Didn't Mark Lane do it for you?
I could maybe dig up Mark Lane's
I think
transcription.
I think he got that one done for you.
So nonetheless, I think that's a really nice, but that's not a little Nitro twofer. That's just a 1-for-1. But I think that's a pretty good payoff.
That's a hell of a payoff right there. I'm gonna have to take a look at your list. I don't know if if I could do that. That might be Wolchuk's.
What if we did it back to back? If you did it back to back.
You do it and then I do it?
Yeah.
You both hit him with the same question.
Well, I mean, we only get 6 minutes with Stephen Jones.
I know. Friday. It would honestly be perfect. I wouldn't have to ask anything. Wolchuk wouldn't have to ask anything.
Yeah, Steven, and then just go into it. Yeah, Steven, I was just curious, and then go into it.
I did add the wasabi stash. So you just wipe wasabi on as a mustache, and you just got to do the show that way.
Okay.
For a show, 5 hours of sniffing wasabi, and it just
5 hours,
just probably burning your skin,
singeing your nose hairs.
I don't know what happens to your
5
skin.
5 hours of that?
Well, it's the G-Bag Nation. It's a 5-hour show.
What about asking Stephen Jones questions as Stephen Jones at the end of the day? And obviously,
I'm on board for that.
Yeah, that might be a fun one.
I don't mind that at all.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, there it is. I mean, 9 payoff survivors. I cannot believe, last year, 2022, when it all started, I was on a miracle run by the end of the year. I'd only done 1 payoff, and I had these escapes. And it's it all came home to roost, the probabilities.
I gave up all my escapes on a drunken day at the ballpark. I gave you an escape.
Did. Yeah, I know.
I had 2 of them.
It could have been even worse.
Yeah, that was drunken championship euphoria.
Yeah. Okay,
nobody's going to blame you for that.
We'll get the payoffs going here before too long. Probably Friday. Friday's going to be the first of probably 3 or 4 in a row. And we still have playoff survivor coming up.
Yeah, dude.
And week 18 with all the good teams already gone. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucian.
Yeah! Here we go! Brand new year, baby. Happy New Year, everybody out there. Be safe. All that good stuff. You know how we feel. This is G-Bag of the day. This happens every day, every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. The Dirty 30. Ain't that right, Dawson?
That's right. Yeah.
Put that sauce on there for me, Flair.
It is the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. We play them all. Vote on which one we like the best. It's your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah, it is. Al Michaels. This would be number 3 if he wins today. Al Michaels, during Thursday Night Football, took some jabs at the baseball team down there in H-Town.
Him this time. He keeps working him out. Now he goes back inside, and that blitz right there from Newsom allows him to get his hands. Here he comes late, disguises it. You think Jim Schwartz right now is dialing a few things up, the defensive coordinator for the Browns?
Somebody pounding on that trash can. I think the Astros must be in town. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Go rip me. Out to the 34-yard line.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's a Dodgers fan right there.
You keep bringing that bell. I can't concentrate.
Yeah.
That's how you harness the cynicism in your spirit, Al.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
Use your powers for good.
Al's going out on one.
He is going out.
He's going out on one. He said, y'all trying to write me out of here? Well, look, I'm going to get mine off. I'm going to get all of mine off. All right, how about this one? Jerry Jones had an issue with his phone connection during an interview with RJ and Chop Show. Which one of these fools is Chop? Let's go to Jerry.
And but the big thing is that we're going to count on Schumer. We're going to count on our depth that we've been building.
Votre correspondant Orange est en ligne.
What? Jerry, there?
Oh, wow.
Well, what?
Can we get a translator for that?
What's going on there? Something that sounded French, but they said Italy. So I don't know what happened in there.
What was that?
Yeah. Jason Whitlock get a hold of Jerry's phone there or something? What was going on there?
Wow. Did they ever figure it out?
It's a good reference. No, I don't believe they figured it out.
I don't think they did, man.
But listening to it was just hilarious. I was so confused.
I didn't know what was going on either.
I thought he had a burner phone for that kind of commerce.
Yeah. Let me see.
Mix up the phones.
Hold on.
Which
here we go. Hold on. Let me try one more time.
And but the big thing is that we're going to count on Schumann. We're going to count on our depth that we've been building.
Notre correspondant Orange est en ligne.
Udunos.
Are you there?
And Donnie.
Man,
I don't know, man.
I'd like a translation of what she
I
said.
would too. I'd like an origin.
I'll take 2, please.
Yeah. What are we dealing with here, Jerry? Yeah.
Is that extra?
I'm reaching for the oxygen.
Yeah.
You got my card.
Let's go to College Game Day right here. You guys seen Jalen Milroe's merch?
Yes.
Lank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heard about it this weekend, as a matter of fact, Lucius, for the first time.
Yeah, I got so many emails and the DMs about this one right here, bro. Let's go to College Game Day. Let them explain what Bama's QB Jalen Milroe's merch means. It says lank.
Jalen Milroe often wears his own branded apparel reading LANK across the front. It's an acronym that stands for Let a Naysayer Know.
Bruh.
Being told by his former offensive coordinator,
That
Bill
is
O'Brien.
not what I thought.
Is that not what you thought?
Boy, let a naysayer know.
Let a naysayer know.
Of course.
The professional's right in the middle of his lead. That's all right. I just keep going.
You almost lost me again. It got real tight up here as you were. I just want to let you know.
Reese, you were too smooth with that. I thought it was going down. I thought it was going down out here.
Oh, sorry about it. Let a naysayer know.
Let a naysayer know.
Naysayer know. That's what we thought the whole time. That's what we all thought.
That's what we all thought.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Hey, man. I feel like his people got in touch with Young Thugs, lawyers.
Yes.
And was like, hey, man, we need a rebrand. We're trying to sell this to Middle America. Can you help us out? Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished.
Bro, that's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
I'm just happy I have a new replacement word when I'm listening to songs and singing along with it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to go with.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I really meant. Shout out to Roger Emmerich. The pimp means positive, important, motivated person.
There we go.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We're just rebranding everything. Rebranding while you got us. Wow, that's wild. All right, so I didn't want to play this one, even though it is funny. I just don't like how this Eagles fan brings up the fact that Nick Sirianni is Italian so many damn times.
He does.
I was like, yo, this is wild. This is not, I mean, it's funny, but it's not funny, bro. It's kind of, you're attacking this man. So I did bleep out Italian. I did.
Hey, thank you.
I'm sensitive, bro.
I appreciate that.
It sounds weird, bro, because you can replace it with anything else. You're like, oh, man, this man is out of control. But I guess it's open season on Italians. Nobody got mad.
It's our turn now.
Yeah, it's our turn now. Here's an Eagles fan mad at Nick Sirianni and the Eagles because of their loss the other night.
Let's talk about how Nick Sirianni doesn't belong coaching an NFL offense or an NFL team at all. He sucks. Fired the f***ing Italian douchebag boy. Watch this. 1st and 20. Let's run a college play that everybody can sniff out. Whoa, let's run the ball. We didn't know we were going to run it with Jalen Hurts. Who would have guessed that shit? Meanwhile, you got 2 running backs sitting on the sideline that aren't doing shit, that can actually run the football. Whoa!
It's wild, bro. It's like a 2-minute, 30-second rant. It's pretty good, but, you know, it's a little flagrant, a little foul.
Man, they got very disrespectful towards him.
It got highly disrespectful.
There's not a coach in sports that I'm going to love this massive serving of humble pie to more, though. This is just great.
No. That's why I played it, because it's celebratory. Yeah. I actually have reactions from Eagles fans and a whole lot of different fans in LA Live tonight. It's pretty toxic too. And before we get out of here, talking about toxic, listen to Charles Barkley talking about NCAA basketball. He was on the call, And, he is from, what college is he from?
Auburn.
What's their major
rival? Bama.
There we go. Doesn't like Bama. All right.
I can't root for Alabama under any circumstances.
Even though you like Nick Saban.
I love Coach Saban. He's been great to me. But I can never root for Alabama under any circumstances. I told you, if they played Afghanistan, I'd be pulling for Afghanistan.
Oh, no. Jeez, bro. Jeez.
You don't mess with those.
2024 is going to be wild, people. 2024 is going to be wild. This is how we're starting the game. I'm just telling you right now.
Sean McDermott's bringing in Barkley for a guest pregame speech. A little hype up.
Yeah, the Live Golf Tour is eyeballing Charles Barkley for the new spokesman.
They were.
Oh, my God.
They already have. Yeah.
Right up their alley. Is it Al Michaels, our reigning champ? Jerry Jones got an interruption from the operator on his international call. College Game Day explaining Jalen Milroe's brand. Eagles fan met at the coach. Charles Barkley talking some college basketball there. I'm going to go with Al Michaels. That's timeless. And I was just reminded the Rangers won the World Series.
That's right.
That's right.
Give me Jerry.
We're tied at 1.
Charles. That's what my grandma used to say. Is Charles on TV? I sure want to see Charles. Now, she don't give a damn about the Minnesota Timberwolves or the Lakers, but she sure want to see some Charles. So she'll watch a whole game just to see Charles.
It was a good pre- and post-game show.
Yeah.
And Brian?
College Game Day.
Okay, we're still tied at 1 then. We're tied at 1 across the board. That means you want to jump onto our Twitter account at GBagNation. We'll create an Insta poll where you can vote, and then we'll announce the winner on the other side, getting to Krusty's Corner. Where are you taking us with that, Brian?
Yeah, I've got some things from the All-22 on the Cowboys defense I want to focus on. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean.
Josh Smith.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. You can shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference, y'all.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on The Fan, and congrats to Game Day. They won a very close vote-off with Jerry Jones. Please, when you get on to vote at G-Bag Nation, follow us when you get there. We'll follow you right back. Here's Brian with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, Snow. Appreciate that. I did mention about the Lyle Collins, and I kind of reached out to some people about, were you concerned about some of the injuries and things like that, because, they are worried about his physical condition. They're worried about his knee, the back. These are all things. But they're also looking at this as the practice squad situation. That if in fact that could this be a better option for you, for 1 or 2 games if you had to have a guy play, especially in the playoffs.
If Tyler and Tyron, they're both kind of on the ropes now.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to protect themselves right now with the situation with Udoka. He's dealing with a toe. So this is, they're just kind of kicking the tires on a guy that they knew that everybody in the building really, really, as far as the locker room, he had a lot of fans in the locker room. And, we'll see about if, in fact, everything does work out for him, though. But it is a practice squad situation, and they would have to kind of make a move on that. But so it's looking to protect himself. I did take a opportunity to look at Dalvin Cook. I have the ability to pull all the runs that he's had this year and just kind of go through them. And the game that you talked about, Dawson, the Atlanta game, was his best game by far. He didn't have very many carries. So it's really easy to go through.
Yeah, 9 carries, 35 yards there in that Atlanta game. That was his high for both attempts and yards on the year.
Beast.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if it was Dalvin Cook of last year, you would absolutely kick the tires on this one. Dalvin Cook right now, they really didn't do a very good job of blocking for him. There were a lot of times where he was handed the ball and he had nowhere to go. You feel right at home with the Cowboys offensive line the way they do that sometimes.
He'd already been slowing down, though, for Minnesota.
He doesn't have the ability to get around the corner like he once did. The explosive.
That sucks because I think that's what they need right now. They need somebody with some electricity and speed. And Tony Pollard lost his.
Yeah. This guy catches the ball well, but he gives you absolutely nothing as a pass blocker. And I know that we were talking about Pollard. If Pollard can't run or make positive yards running the ball, his blitz pickup stuff has been really, really good. He is giving you something. Matter of fact, he helped Zach Martin on a pass that Dak threw in this game.
Cooks.
Yeah, it was the 21-yard. It was the 21-yard pass to Cooks along the sidelines.
Yeah.
And if they don't get that block, it is going to be a tough completion for sure. But
man, it's crazy how he transformed from being young and electric to like Zeke 2.0 in one off season.
Yep, you're absolutely right about that. But yeah, I mentioned with Pollard, they're gonna throw they're gonna get the ball to Cooks, and the Lions have got all kinds of twisting going on in front, and the Cowboys just don't pick it up all that well, and Pollard just launches himself into the middle of all that. He's just like, okay, I'm probably can't take any of these guys, but he just throws himself, and it does enough to give Prescott the opportunity to get the ball out.
And he's still standing tough and hanging in there with Hutchinson's crushing Steele.
Yeah, exactly.
Steele gets murked.
There's all kinds of things going on, and somehow
but Pollard saved the day.
Pollard saves the day by just throwing his body in them. He did. He literally the old jump on the grenade thing. That's what he did. He jumped on the grenade to try and save. The play would just got blown up.
It's one of those plays where you're like, I don't know who was more impressive there. Pollard giving that block, Dak with the throw he made,
was amazing.
Or the grab from Cooks. It was a trifecta.
Branch was just all over him.
All
over him too, by the way. And by the way, we need to get into about how teams are trying to take Ferguson out of these games.
Yes, please inform me.
Yeah, they're starting to do more, playing him like he's a wide receiver. They're putting Branch is their best cover guy. They were putting Branch on him a couple of different times in this game.
They definitely weren't putting their best cover guy on CeeDee Lamb.
No, that was for sure. All right, I talked about a little bit about the Cowboys defense and what they were able to do. And I want to focus on a couple of plays and just, this is a great game for Jordan Lewis. And I maybe Jordan Lewis is like all these Cowboys that were banged up last year, coming off major injuries. He's starting to play better for you, and you're going to need him to play better in that nickel. And he did a really nice job in this game. The screen to Montgomery would have been a huge gain. It would have been a huge play. But he did a great job of staying on his side of the field because the flow goes completely away from him. I mean, everybody wants to chase the ball. And as the flow's going away, he holds his ground because he sees Montgomery come in his direction. And to his credit, though, that's what you got to do. You got to play with your eyes. Once he reads the screen, I mean, he went flying forward. He saw okay, they're about to do something here. And what really helped the play out, though, was Oso Odighizuwa just beat Glasgow. The guard just destroyed him off the snap. And then Goff is under pressure, and he just flings the ball out there, hoping that Montgomery can grab it. But, man, Lewis saw the play the whole way, drives on the ball, gets the interception. Great job on his part to make that play. Great job on Oso Odighizuwa's part to create so much pressure on Goff that he just had to unload the ball. Cowboys.
Would you say Jordan Lewis has had a great game?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I did. I did. I mean, when you watched him and the coverage aspects of what he did, the interception, the tackling.
Is it just matchup dependent? It seems like he's so hot and cold.
Well, I think a lot of it too is there's guys that are clearly that he has to match up in the slot that are clearly better than him. And so that's, I mean, but I also feel like that injury thing, he hadn't fully recovered from that thing. I think that was some of the thing in the early year he was working through. But man, his awareness, his toughness, his instincts on some plays, I think is pretty impressive.
What he does well when he's playing great, it's a huge help.
It's
for
a
this
huge
defense.
help. You're absolutely right. The fourth down, the goal line stop that they had on 4th and 4. I believe that the defense caught a huge break here. And I'm talking about the Cowboys defense caught a huge break. The scheme calls for Curse to sit in the middle of the end zone and deal with crossers. And we've seen this down in the red zone where they've had problems with dealing with crossers. And so they're going to try and eliminate Detroit's crossers. But what happens is, and it's happened to him before, he starts moving. And he moves to his right instead of just sitting in the middle and dealing with the crossers. And Bland is covering Laporta. By the way, when Laporta faced coverage from Cowboy cornerbacks, he didn't have a catch. So that's maybe the plan of how you play Laporta. You don't let linebackers and safeties deal with him. You put cornerbacks on him. Like Bland and Gilmore had coverage on him in 3 plays, no catches.
Seems like that's the plan for Ferguson too, with what you were just hinting at.
Yeah, absolutely. But Bland's covering Laporta, and he almost gets picked off by Wilson, who's trailing Montgomery. Here we go again. Guys getting picked off in the flat, get picked off on crossing routes. Parsons' pressure on Goff right off the snap by getting by Decker is what really saved this play, because Laporta is going to be open, but the play shouldn't even have got there. Shouldn't even have happened. Curse has got it. Scott is moving, and I don't know what's carrying him out of that area. But if he stays right in the middle of the end zone, he might get an interception. The whole idea is to play the defense to prevent the crossers. And in this case, he moved out of the way, and then it allowed the ball to get to the back of the end zone. But give Micah Parsons a ton of credit for the way that he was able to play that play and get them off the field on that 4th and 4.
So, Texter's wondering what would you be saying if you're working with the Cowboys today? Do you want to take a look at Dalvin Cook? Do you think he can help this team? You're totally out?
I don't. I'm totally out on Dalvin Cook, and I don't think they would do anything with Dalvin Cook.
That's tough, man.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
Yep.
Because I feel like the bar is not that high for being better than what they have.
Well, they will tell you that Rico Dowdle is if they really had to lean on somebody running the football, I believe that it would be Rico Dowdle, more so than what Pollard is right now. Pollard is helping you so much in the passing game.
Yeah.
But I think if they had to, they obviously didn't trust Hunter Lipke very much the other day.
No.
And we saw Deuce Vaughn. He's limited in really what he can do right now.
It's crazy that, Chief, you can find running backs in the late rounds, but that doesn't mean all of them are sufficient.
No, for sure, and especially when they age, and they can age on you overnight. That's clearly happened to Dalvin Cook. We've seen it right in front of our eyes with Tony Pollard. These things that you can go from being I want you to, geez. No,
I think your adjustment has to be running less. Try to figure out ways to get more screens in the short passing game involved and spread them horizontally to make them defend the entire field that way.
Yeah, I kind of felt like that they would try to do things, help the running game and be a little bit better at. Maybe Pollard showed some things. This is going to be all about Dak and CD winning playoff games.
Yeah.
That's what this is going to come down to.
NFL news of the daytime, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Well, I got one good reason to bring Dalvin Cook to town. That's next here in the nation.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and a very busy week in the NFL. Glory was in store for the Cowboys, and here's Eric Chiafalo to recap everything that's happened and where we're heading.
On this day in history, happy anniversary, ladies and gentlemen. 2 years ago today, Bucs wide receiver Antonio Brown took off his jersey and just straight up bounced in the middle of a football game as a member of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the last time we ever saw him on a football field. One of the more bizarre moments in sports history, certainly NFL history, but today is that 2-year anniversary. So I know we all want to just think about and remember where we were in that moment and how far Antonio Brown has come in that time.
I really wanted to do that on my return flight. Caught a connection in San Francisco, back to DFW, and AC went out in our little section back there. It was bad.
Oh.
Bro in front of me, I thought was not going to make it. They had to move him to first class and let him sit on the ground just to get into air conditioning.
Yeah. Oh, he was
chewing ice and having a hard time breathing. Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, that's a nightmare. Being super hot on the airplane, it's already uncomfortable. But
that night almost put me in a Madden Cruiser for life, Brian. I'm not kidding. I'm so done with flying. I could vent about it, I think, for about 45 minutes straight right now, but I know it's time for the NFL.
We got some flights coming up here pretty soon. A couple of them.
Yes. And I tell you what, I'm actually thinking about spending the money to be in first class if it's an option, because
$240?
I will not be able to make it. That's how bad it is. I'm back there in row 31, getting all fidgety and claustrophobic, and the drink cart's getting on my side and sealing me into that row, and I'm starting to get panicky, bro.
Back there by the engine and everything.
I'm starting.
I think that's the worst.
Yep.
Yeah.
My problem is
the landing gear you looking right at.
It's my problem. It's not the plane's problem or the people's problem. It's me.
Okay, so you've developed this issue.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I've developed an issue.
First world problems right here. Coming at you live on 105.3 Fan.
I've developed an issue with sitting past the midsection of the plane, beyond the wings, the behind the wings. Because I feel like there's more turbulent. The plane moves more on the back end than it does the front end.
Oh, okay. You get the
tail. I feel like when you sit by the tail, you get shook back there more, and that terrifies me.
If anybody has any expertise on this, could you please text in and let us know if Broadus is just insane or if he's onto something here?
I try to sit at wing or forward the wing. Where it is. That I always try.
But ideally, as close to the cockpit as possible.
Close to that.
But when you see an accident of an airplane, God forbid it ever happen, but when you see one, that back end is pretty good.
The back end works.
That back end's pretty good, bro.
That back end.
Yep.
They got something special cooking in that back end.
Yeah.
I'd drive to Vegas right now if you guys want to for the Super Bowl. I'm in.
Really?
I would do it. Yeah.
Ooh, you know, Broadus is down for the feats of strength.
Yeah.
Always.
I think it'd be hilarious. I'd love to do that.
Broadus would be like, sure, I'll take the Greyhound from here to Vegas.
No. If you gave me
that spirit,
if you gave me the opportunity to travel in a mobile home, like the Madden Cruiser, not the Madden Cruiser, but an RV. You let me travel from here to Vegas in an RV.
Yeah,
I'm totally in.
I'm ready.
Where I could sit there and go to a refrigerator. I could make chili dogs for everybody. I could on the butt. I could.
We just need a driver.
Yeah.
We can chill.
I drive.
You'll drive and make chili dogs at the same damn time.
I would do it all. I would do it all.
You would.
Yeah.
All for the chili dogs, man. I love it. That was the second reason when you were doing your pros and cons list of just road tripping to Vegas.
Yeah.
Chili dogs were number 2 on the list there.
850 says you're apparently not getting drunk enough. And I actually thought, as I saw that drink cart coming, I was like, if I ordered 4 beers and just gunned them, I bet I could feel better right now. The thought crossed my mind.
It would have done the trick.
That's when I knew I had a problem because I was about to go back to drinking after 8 years.
Do you take Dramamine?
That's how much.
Before you get on the plane, a little Dramamine?
I do, Lucius.
Yeah,
I absolutely do.
Right, bro.
I absolutely do.
Is that drowsy? You make you drowsy?
It does.
It will, but take you some of those and some Zinfandel or something like that. You'd be good to go, bro. Especially if the flight is 3 hours or more, you'd be all right.
He's not wrong.
I do need to consult a pharmacist here.
Yeah.
In one way or another. Chief, back to you.
It looks like Leo Collins is at the Star, or certainly was. Patrick Walker noted that he physically looks great for whatever that means. So he was undergoing his physical at the time, but I saw a couple hours ago Patrick Walker did note that physically La'el Collins looks great. So for whatever that's worth. Now and he's a guy that the Cowboys are kicking the tires on, and a guy that some folks want the Cowboys to be kicking tires on right now is the recently released running back out of New York, Dalvin Cook. And I did see here, like if you're trying to get a guy who's hungry, a guy who wants to go and grind to a victory right now, I mean, Dalvin Cook is only 1,036 yards away in Week 18 that would trigger a $400,000 bonus in his contract.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So this is a guy who he's going to be hungry for every inch, every yard.
So he needs 1,000 yards. So if you gave it to him like 350 times, he might get there?
1,036 yards.
Okay.
Yeah, you're probably looking at about 500-ish touches there.
All right.
I would think.
He is not the same guy.
No, I actually looked at some numbers here, courtesy of Lindsay Rhodes, and she points out a ton of different advanced metrics.
The Jets don't block. They honestly don't. It was sad to watch them hand him the ball and him have no chance.
And there will be no difference here. You know what I mean? That he might just take that right in stride. He's used to playing behind a crappy offensive line when it comes to being able to run block.
Sure.
So that could help things, but he's fourth lowest on the season in success rate, fourth lowest in yards per carry, the lowest in expected points added per rush, fourth lowest in explosive rush percentage. He is second lowest in first down percentage, and he was second lowest in what they call yards created. So he is certainly not somebody, unless you factor in how hungry he is for those 1,036 yards to go get $400,000 on Sunday versus the Commanders. I can't think of one single reason why you would even kick the tire that is Dalvin Cook.
They won't do it.
That's unfortunate, man. That's a very quick fall off too. I mean, 2021 was really good for him, but 2 years is a lifetime here as an NFL running back, and at some point they're going to quantify this.
Yes,
it's fascinating how at 27, 28 years old, that still sounds like athletic prime to me. I'm not thinking you should be slowing down until you're like 31
for just
running backs.
Just every position. 28 is not a number to be fearful of.
No.
But the running back position, it absolutely now is. And so sometimes
I'm scared
even
of 27.
Yeah.
I'm like, I think we got 3 good years out of him, guys.
Yeah,
That's about it.
What's the mileage on this guy? Dating back to college, So now when it comes to other incentives, this is an exciting one for Chiefs wide receiver Kadarius Toney. He just needs 3 more dropped passes in the final week of the season. He'll earn actually an additional $1 million incentive that way. That feels like he's within striking distance of that one. He's definitely going to show up and play, ready to drop as many footballs as possible. Cha-ching, Kadarius Toney. The Ravens, man, they just smack around another what we considered to be a good football team, at least going into it, and that was the Dolphins. Yeah. The Ravens now have 7 double-digit wins against teams with winning records.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. They're the opposite of the Cowboys. They face good teams, and they have been demolishing this year. I mean, we'll have to see if they can keep it up in the playoffs.
They're basically the opposite of every team. I mean, when you go through from what I understand, when you go through basically every quarterback throughout the history of the world, let's see your record versus winning teams. If you're at 500 or slightly better, you feel amazing about it. And right now, small sample size of the season, but still, you're talking about Lamar Jackson and the Ravens not only being, 7-0 versus teams with winning records, but they're all double-digit wins. They're just beating the crap out of them. We remember the Detroit Lions game earlier in the season.
Seahawks.
Completely smacked them. The Seahawks, absolutely. Just now again with the Dolphins. I mean, what the Ravens are doing right now, and kudos to you, brought us before they went toe-to-toe with the Niners on whatever it was, Christmas Day. You said the Ravens are better than the Niners. And at that point, I don't think many people really believed that. They have totally shown it over the course of the last couple of weeks, what they did to San Francisco, what they did to Miami, and really what they've done all season when you look at just 7 double-digit wins versus teams with a winning record. I think that's super, super impressive.
Yeah, it is very impressive. All you really needed to see was what they did to the 49ers, and all they really needed to do was add a couple of wide receivers, and now that they have that and a good running game and that defense, that's your favorite to win the Super Bowl. And Probably agree with giving the MVP to Lamar Jackson. Even though he's already won one, this will be 2 in 5 years, so he absolutely deserves it.
Yes, he does. He does. I mean, that performance on Sunday is just touchdown. TD Tuesday will have a lot of Baltimore Ravens action in it today. The 49ers, the other dominant team in the league, first team in NFL history to have a running back, 2 wide receivers, and a tight end all hit 1,000 all-purpose yards in a single season. And they did it in the 16-gamer because it didn't even take next week to fully put that together. 16 games, that's a record that you can appreciate right there, and it just speaks to the incredible roster and just team overall that they have, certainly offensively. I mean, my goodness, dude, a running back, 2 receivers, and a tight end over 1,000 all-purpose yards. The versatility there with these guys is just crazy. So those are certainly your 2 best teams. They've locked it up. The Niners, the 1 seed in the NFC. The Ravens, the 1 seed in the AFC. Those are, I think, very clearly the 2 best teams in the league.
Pretty good week for the Harbaugh family, wouldn't you say?
Ooh, yes, I hadn't even considered that.
Coaching brothers.
John did an epic post-game dance locker room celebration there. I don't know how much dancing Jim was doing, as they still have work to do with the quick turnaround championship game coming up. But John, after beating the Dolphins, he was going full Ted Lasso in that locker room.
Weird Dancing coach season starts now, and it continues all the way through the NCAA tournament.
And you see it mostly in the college ranks.
Yeah.
But this is I feel like one of the more rare NFL coaches that is really getting after it.
Remember we had a Mike McCarthy with the
shimmy,
but he was that was
quick. That was, hey, I don't have the stamina to go. I'm not bending the knees. I'm not getting low. I'm not hopping around here.
No,
I got.
Did Harbaugh go
3 good
Ted Lasso?
seconds.
Did he go with the hands? Did he do that?
He was doing some level of air skiing in there. I don't know, hopping. It was impressive. I'm not hating on Harbaugh. It was a dominant victory. The Ravens have had a bunch of them this year, and he was fired up about it. So salute to him.
There's only so much wackiness one Harbaugh can contain for too long. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
And John probably is more stoic than Jim by far. But in the end, you put together another game like that, you're taking over the NFL. It's hit you. Guys, we're the best team in the NFL.
Yes.
It's time.
Yes, we've clinched. We're the 1 seed. We're getting bye weeks. We don't even need week 17. We're getting 2 weeks off if we want it. That is a pretty special feeling.
Lucius, swing.
Yeah, a little Bitty Goodman coming at you live on 105 for the Fan. Yeah,
swing.
See my hands?
Yeah.
Look at my hands.
Look at my
crazy.
hands.
By the way, that's just 50 yards a game from Lamar Jackson on the ground. That's all you need, I think, to rewire what the dynamics are. I don't know how any NFL team is thinking we should be trying to win with just a pocket quarterback, or running's not that important. I'm going to my quarterback from the day I draft him. I say, sir, we are going to have a lot of success together, right? You're a rookie. Once you start getting ready for your second contract, if in your mind it is time for you to stop running because you've proven it and now you're getting a little bit older, just let us know, because we'll happily trade you somewhere where they don't want you to run. But here with my team, my quarterbacks are running. And when you can no longer run or you're scared to run, just let me know, right? Don't surprise me, because this is our plan. We're team running quarterback.
It's Todd Monken coming from Georgia.
You throw for 3,000 yards and 25 touchdowns, and you're a pocket quarterback, you're bad. But you do that as a dangerous weapon with your legs, you're the MVP. And this is all I need to see, right? The fall off of Jalen Hurts, the fall off of the Bills, and the immersion of Lamar Jackson. Now, if you happen to get a Michael Vick type of player, don't think that you don't need wide receivers. That's the mistake they made for the first 5 years of Lamar Jackson's career. Now they got wide receivers, a defense, and still a good weapon at tight end. Now you have the league in checkmate. This is how you can do it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you 100%, because even on the plays where he didn't actually take off and run, just the threat of him doing that opened up so many different things for other people. It's truly insane.
You can pay it. You can pay your quarterback $60 million a year, $50 million a year, and not have it crush your chances of winning if he's a badass with his legs too.
Yeah, and it helps when you can also pack a top 1 or 2 defense.
Yes,
punch as well, like the Ravens are doing right now. But there's no question about it. The mobile quarterback, it wins, and when you can have an offense around him with other playmakers, and it's more new age as well. I mean, it wasn't even just the players that they had in Baltimore for so many years. It was the scheme of just we really want to run the football. When we throw it, we'll hit a tight end. But we're sort of minimizing what we can do here. Now everything's being spread out. He's throwing the ball all over the place, and it's like, how do we go about stopping this? I don't know. That's a huge challenge.
I believe they have cracked the code once again. That Baltimore organization, they do put together some dang good teams. Okay, Cowboys topics from victory. What do you think about the guys' level of aggressiveness that ultimately cost them a chance at overtime? Is that how you want the Cowboys to troubleshoot those risky situations? It's coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877.
Test and get a free camera inspection for peace of mind. Just another reason why.
Everyone loves bacon.
All right, welcome back, Nation. We are standing by. We're looking for any news on maybe the Cowboys making an addition. A couple of former Cowboys in town, Lyle Collins, and former Cowboys and Chiefs and Panthers linebacker Damian Wilson. They are in. Dalvin Cook's available. Number of players are available, and teams are looking to bolster their roster with some depth. There was a running back that jumped onto the Rams a couple of years ago about this time, and it ended up being huge in their Super Bowl run. So it's possible. You can't poo-poo anything that the Cowboys are looking into. And I think with their situation on the offensive line right now between Tyron and Tyler Smith being banged up, they have to make sure not only do they have guys to step in and play on Sunday, but then back up to those guys as well, because now you're an injury away from really being in bad shape. And I wouldn't be surprised if Lyle Collins is better than some of the guys, at least if all you need is a game or two. Okay, segment here. We're going to talk Cowboys and Lions and some of the factoids and takeaways, including the aggressiveness of one of Texas's own, the head coach of the Detroit Lions there, Mr. Dan Campbell. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. When I see Dan Campbell, I see a little bit of a wild man. I see a guy that could definitely get wrapped up and bleep it. We're going forward again. Chief, what did the numbers say? What did the analytics crowd say about his decision making?
That's what I was actually trying to pull up the numbers here to see what they actually said. And Broadus, you may have better access with this. Some of the next gen stuff.
Old man's trying to get on it right now.
Yeah, no problem. But I mean, that even felt to me like when they're like 7 yards out. That was a little bit like, as much as I love being aggressive and I love going for it on fourth downs and stuff like that, for sure. And I love going for two. If you're not backed up there and you're right there at the end of the game, just a normal spot to go for two to win it, I think that's the right move there if you're Detroit. But once you started getting backed up, then it became, okay, let's allow cooler heads to prevail here. As much as we want to win, as much as we're angry, emotional, whatever, I think that was an emotional decision there by Campbell.
Yeah, I think the testosterone was still pumping pretty good or pumping too much.
Always is.
And, with a guy like that, I think there's tremendous benefits to his energy getting carried away. But maybe there it cost him a little bit. Brian, what do you think? In real time?
I felt like the biggest mistake that Campbell made was not kicking the field goal at 7-3.
Yeah.
When he went for it, I talk about the 4th and 4 that they had, and they came out of that one with no points.
Yeah.
Early in that game, you're like, fine. I personally feel like that the decision he made on the 2-point play was probably wrong. And I'm not saying it's a hindsight thing. He had 3 shots at it and then didn't get. Maybe after the second one, you're thinking, damn, we just need to kick the extra point. The thing that I would have worried about if I was the Cowboys is, you really weren't moving the ball all that great against them. And here they are. They shredded you. So I'm thinking, if I'm Campbell, kick the extra point here, win the toss, I got a chance to do this all over again. And I know that Dan Quinn, there were things he was hunting on that final drive to try and minimize what was going on. And I believe he would have probably played them a lot differently. But, man, if I'm Campbell, I'm thinking, well, they can't stop my team right now. Yeah. I'm going to kick this extra point. Even if I give Dallas the ball, even if Dallas gets the ball, my defense is playing well enough right now, I might get this ball back.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would have. That's where I kind of would have gone differently.
I think from the two, you could think, hey, we're a legitimate threat to run or pass here. But once you were back, you're only passing. And Jared Goff against that pass rush was not good for you throughout the day. That's, I think, what lost you the game. You were running the ball, even though the Cowboys got some good tackles for losses on you. The Lions had a lot of plays where they were opening up significant holes and getting chunk plays out of the run game. So, but once you go back to 7 yards, I do think the emotion, got the best of them. And these coaches need to be more honest about the kind of quarterback that they have and how they operate under pressure.
Okay, here's what the next gen people are saying. That and which particular one were you interested in? By the way,
the second 2-point attempt where they're doing it from the 7-yard line, because they go for 2 initially. That makes a ton of sense, but now you've been backed up. And so that one I think was the most questioned. But then, you get another chance on the third. I think the first and third attempts were, hey, you should be going for these. But then that second one where you're 7 yards out, I think it was upwards of 10% in terms of higher win percentage to actually kick it.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
They should have kicked it.
They should have kicked it, yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, running game disparity is another interesting takeaway from that game.
Real quick, if I could. And I was just looking this up. That 4th and 4 I was talking about, that was ball in the Dallas 4, and it's the second quarter of the game with 5:45 left. The field goal, they say field goal 97.1 is you should have
just taken the 3.
You should have taken the 3.
I think that's your percentage chance of making it.
Okay, going for it 43.1. 40 go for it. It's got 43.1 is what they're saying here.
Okay.
On the go for it situation there.
So it's very close. I think at 43%, you get 7 points if you get it. You're going to get 3 points if you just take it. I think either one would have worked in that situation. It's close enough mathematically if you believe in your guys.
Chief, you need to look at this thing too. The coach's decision says go for it. Next Gen Stats recommendation said go for it. And they had it by 2.4%. Result was a fail. They have another category called go for it, 43.1%. They had 43.5% pass, 35.4% run. Field goal was 97.1 is what they were saying.
Yeah, that one was decently close to a coin flip. I think the numbers suggest slightly going for it in that situation for Detroit. But that was pretty close to a coin flip, I think.
Yeah, I think the big issue is going for it there on your second 2-point attempt.
I think so too.
That's 10 percentage points. 10 percentage points difference in your win probability for Detroit there. Going for it for the 2-point conversion at the end of the game from 7 yards out as opposed to just kicking the extra point, going to overtime. They would have given themselves a 10% better chance at winning that football game.
I think coaches look at it like I'm going to believe in my guys, but believe in your defense. Your defense is the one that, other than, the big play there by CeeDee Lamb, you had put together a great stretch early and a great stretch late in that game to, I think, make you feel confident that, you can go ahead and get this win in overtime. Believe in your team that way. I don't know. When I watch Dan Campbell, his mannerisms, his energy on the sideline, I think the inexperience is just seeping out of his pores. It's pouring out of his pores. It's not hard to look at. It's like, that's a high school coach's energy, when it pans to him at AT&T Stadium during the high school championship week. You're watching on Bally's. It's a guy who looks energized and almost crazed like Dan Campbell. And boy, those boys are rallying around him in a big way, and everybody's fired up. You need more deep breath. Like if I'm Detroit right now, I'm seriously looking at how that game ended and going, guys, we love Dan Campbell, don't we?
Okay.
But is he a strength and conditioning coach disguised as a head coach?
Thank you, Chief. Yes.
I think it's fair. And he was at the height of anger during the mess up on the ineligible and eligible situation. Watching him rip into that referee, it was actually entertaining for me.
It's great entertainment.
It was wonderful. Like the veins that are always there in his neck, I felt like there was a couple more. Yeah. And they were bulging just a little bit more.
Dude.
It was incredible.
20 gauge veins.
All right.
Just moving gallons of blood around his body. Yes,
Other
Brian.
than solid, he probably leads the league in vascularity.
I'm learning about this. Okay. Here's how they described it. According to the NGS PAT decision guide. Trailing 20-19 with 23 seconds left in regulation, Dan Campbell made the optimum decision to go for 2 from the 2-yard line. It's a 2.7 in win probability. However, going for 2 from Dallas's 7 was a negative 13.5.
Ouch.
And the Dallas 3 was a negative 2.5 for suboptimal decisions.
Yeah.
So he went from a positive of a 2.7 to the last 2 decisions being, and the second one from the 7 was 13.5 negative.
So, I talk about how I think you need to have a gut factor in these decisions as well. I think part of the analytics community would try to distill this down to just look at it as a computer simulation. I think Dan Campbell is doing the right thing by saying, tell me what the numbers are, and then I'm going to use my gut. But the adrenaline starts firing way too strong in him. He's given up 13% on your gut.
Yeah.
If I'm the GM, I'm like, dude, if we give up 13% on your gut ever again with Jared Goff as our quarterback, we're done here. I think that's fireable. Mike McCarthy's decisions late, decisions late, they couldn't run the ball.
Yeah.
So he tries to dial up a high percentage pass play to move the chains and end the game, and you're mad because he left a minute and a half on the clock. That one at least makes sense to me.
Yeah, the thing that's disheartening when you watch the play, and I'll show you the play at the break, is that Dak talked about he could have hit Ferguson in the flat, would have made probably 6-7 yards, kept the clock going. The decision that he made to throw it, he had Tolbert at beyond the first down sticks on a crossing route, and I guarantee you, if it was 88, if it was Lamb running that route on the deep crossing route,
he threw it.
He would have thrown it to him, and it would have been church.
Was Lamb on the field?
Lamb was not on the field.
Oh my gosh! So that just adds to the idea that you're going to throw there, and you're not even going to have Lamb on the field at all. Yeah. That is about as bad as it gets. Almost as bad
let me
as
check. Let me
losing
make sure.
13%.
I'm almost certain. I'm going to go to the play.
Okay, let me know
because I can pull it up. But I know if it was Lamb on the crossing route, I guarantee you Dak would have thrown it to him for the first down.
Yeah,
I guarantee it. I mean, the fact that it was Tolbert running that route, and nothing against Tolbert, but you're thinking, do I really want to make this throw? But I'll pull it up while you guys.
Yeah, let me know on that because that puts a cherry on top of a bad decision. And even if you can understand McCarthy on the sideline thinking I've dialed up a high percentage throw here because we're going to hit Ferguson or whatever, there's clearly a miscommunication between head coach and quarterback in a super high leverage situation. Yeah. That is a problem. That for whatever it's your coach, your quarterback, a combination of both. Now, how can I have trust that either one of you is going to figure it out? You're equally important here. So to me, that was like I don't think you should have thrown the ball, but if you are here, one, you need to have your best player, your best pass catcher on the field, let alone probably throw it to him. Otherwise, make sure your quarterback for sure knows, hey, we're not trying to throw the 9 route. We're trying to throw the high percentage play here, but it is just hysterical throughout the whole game where you're just, I would imagine everybody from home is going, why do you keep on 1st and 10 handing the ball off for no gain or loss? Why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep doing this? I'm pretty sure with 4 minutes to go in the third quarter, your Cowboys had 19 total rushing yards. I made a note of it. I'm pretty sure it's 4 minutes left in the third quarter. You have a total of 19 rushing yards. And for some reason, 19 yards rushing with 4 minutes left in the third quarter, that's what you had. But you had a propensity all game, Mike McCarthy, to run the ball on early downs and set yourself up for 2nd and 11, 2nd and 12, 2nd and 13. And then at the end of the game, when everybody, even the analytics who love to see you throw the football would say, when the team's got one more timeout and we're at this point in the game, you actually should probably go ahead and hand it off. And if you take the inevitable 1 yard loss, so damn be it.
Yeah.
Lamb was on the field wide left.
Okay, so he was on the field.
He was on the left.
That's good to know.
They had shotgun formation. They had Pollard sidecar left, Lamb wide left. They had Ferguson tight slot right, and Tolbert next to him with Cooks on the far right. So, Lamb was on the field.
Dak just wanted to do something to help the team win. He probably felt like crap after such a miserable game where you're struggling to beat the Lions. Can't move the ball for a third game in a row. You know, you want to put it out of reach. You get greedy there in those moments. That's what you're talking about in his DNA.
Yeah.
He wants to go for it. He wants to, put the ball up and score. And I think that's part of, what Mike McCarthy recognized at the start of the year, wanted to rein it back and be more conservative and balanced. That doesn't work because their run game is so terrible. And now with Tyler Smith, not 100%, it might even be worse.
Yeah.
The good news is the rest of the NFC is trash, and you're probably going to be at home. So I think you're going back to San Francisco for the NFC title game. One of the most epic showdowns we've ever seen. General needs to learn how to discuss Cowboys without sounding so negative. I see why that lady complained the other day. I don't enjoy listening to him. Oh, somebody complained about me.
No, it was Broadus. It was Broadus's negative, but wasn't it?
No, she says the station's very negative.
Oh yeah.
Overall, she didn't call you out.
I'll tell you what, honey. The truth tends to be negative. So whether you're the 469 or that lady over there, I specialize in the truth. That's what I like to talk about, what's really going on. And if you can't handle it because you need your sports announcers to be rah-rah cheerleaders, there's outlets for you.
I love standing at a game and just going, rah, rah, rah.
Let's go.
That's the best way to cheer on your team, man.
Man, how did he not hit him wide open, though? That's just crazy.
Rah.
There's multiple things you could do right there, Dak. I don't know. I'm just happy that this team's in first place and they're heading for a couple of home games. And I'm happy that coming up next, Chief, we got a best of the weekend. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir. Frank's Red Hot Cake Balls and the rabid nature of college football fandom strikes again next year in the nation.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who turn it on, leave it on.
Young, Leody Taveras, Nathaniel Lowe, Dane Dunning, and Gold Gloves presented to Lowe, Jonah Hyman, and Adolis Garcia. You can be a part of this special evening by purchasing a table or an individual ticket at Rangers.com/awards dinner.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. You can shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. Classic Chevrolet, find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. I mean, a lot of these textures, I think you guys, you're probably triggered that I'm so right, okay? Like the 401, you're just a complete moron. I don't know who the hell hired you. This is how it goes, okay, texters? And I think the YouTubers need to be addressed as well. You guys had so much fun attempting to destroy my character and slandering me while the Cowboys were on a winning streak. And I was saying, well, I don't believe it because nothing has really changed. And I believe Dak Prescott needs more help in the form of an actual running game and actual linebackers if we want to win the Super Bowl. I'm not buying it. And I said that. And how many people did shows on YouTube about how much of an idiot I was? Okay. And apparently some of you like those shows because you're echoing the same crap on text. You're just mad that I was right. Okay. And I'm trying my hardest to not windmill dunk all over you this show. Okay. You know how much self-restraint it took after the Buffalo game and after the Miami game and after almost losing to Detroit to not be like, hey, I told you so, but I didn't because I know it's a Cowboys party. Okay. So I'm not going to say I told you so. All I'm going to say is, please have some respect for me. Here's Eric Chiafalo with Best of the Weekend.
You dummies.
All right. Speaking of dummy, I did a dumb thing in the press box on Saturday night. It ended up being a little bit worse than I anticipated. For $20, we all are willing to do some things. Yeah. And we were eating cake balls together, me and Bobby. And there were chicken wings involved as well. It was sort of cake balls with a side of chicken wings where you get to douse your wings in Frank's Red Hot sauce of your own choosing.
Oh, my goodness.
And so the creativity of Bobby Bell, he was like, for $20, would you dip a cake ball into the Frank's Red? And I'm sitting there going, yeah, like I just lost in 4 out of 5 fantasy leagues this year. I'm down. I need $20 anywhere I can get it. And so I said yes, and then Bobby walks away for a moment. He comes back. Now, he said dip, but what he ended up doing is fully submerging a cake ball into a cup of Frank's Red Hot. So now he's already like moved the goalposts on me a little bit. But I was a man of my word. I hammered that thing, and I feel like that should have been like a bet payoff situation because for 30 seconds I really thought I was going to throw up.
Really?
The combination, like I didn't think it was going to be that bad. Now initially I'm thinking it's a dip, not a submersion. Okay, I didn't think it was going to be bathing in Frank's Red Hot.
It was caked.
It was caked.
It was
yeah,
caked.
not with the good stuff.
It was
as
like
a cake ball should be.
It was like a Dairy Queen dip cone. It was fully submerged in Frank's Red Hot.
Just marinating in that.
Yeah.
And
I mean, Frank's is an incredible condiment. I really think it's underrated.
It is
I love it.
Very underrated.
I love cake balls. I love Frank's. I'm like, this can't be that bad. But the two difference in tastes were so pronounced, and it's like my mouth knew like these two things don't belong in here at the same time.
Yeah, and your mouth is very experienced in troubleshooting those kind of situations.
No, like you got to trust your gut. Sometimes you got to trust your mouth. And in that situation, I just had to wait it out. Like the Frank's Red Hot ultimately had to sort of evaporate out of my mouth before I could actually get the cake ball down. But I did it, and then I got the alert. $20 richer. Would I do it again? Don't think so.
That morning drive cash, though, you need to hang out with him more often. That's a come up right there.
Well, Belt's he's a make it rain guy. Like he's at the media party at the Super Bowl last year where everything's free, and he's trying to find ways to hand people $20 for the drink they just poured him. He's an insane person.
Yeah.
But in order for him to give me $20, I couldn't just go get him a drink. I had to eat a fully submerged cake ball in Frank's Red. So here we are. I think that I'd be willing to throw that on the payoff board for one of you schmoes. Because it was a good 30 to 45 seconds of gag reflex. I think I'm going to vomit here in the press box.
We should have a contest during.
I never vomit in the press box. You know that.
Wow, this happened in the press box? This wasn't at a bar?
This is in the press box, man.
Wow, dude,
hey,
you are an animal.
Shout out to Legends Hospitality.
I love it.
Always bringing it. Well, hey, listen, and to my credit, I was leaving it all on the field. I didn't think we were going to get another opportunity at AT&T Stadium this year. I thought this was it. I thought this was lights out until September.
That's true.
But all of a sudden, we're going to have ourselves another opportunity if the Cowboys can beat the Commandos.
It's funny, like all the attendants there that help us in the press box, they're so nice, the guys and gals and the coats and ties. I was thanking them,
Been a good year.
I gave the guy the parking attendant. I gave him a bottle of Grey Goose vodka. For
Wow.
like
I know you did, because when I pulled up, he said, where's mine? Broadus hooked me up, where's mine? And then he sent me to the grass while you got to park in the good spot.
I'm one of those guys.
I was like, sure, twist my arm. I'll go to the grass.
No, but the thing about I was thanking all those folks. I was walking. Hey, thanks again for being so nice. I mean, I didn't expect to come back. I really didn't, but we'll see. Is that really going to be a potential bet payoff?
Cake ball submerged in Frank's red. Listen,
I would be willing to do that tomorrow to get one of the bet payoffs.
I don't think any.
No,
any
Broadus
food
isn't.
ones,
Yeah, Broadus isn't
No,
allowed.
no. Whoa.
The only consumption thing you can do is the little nitro gummy, or courtesy of Pappy and Carthage, you can drink the 1980 Georgia Bulldog, never been opened bottle of Coca-Cola that's been sitting through only God knows how many different temperatures.
Can I put it over ice?
I'll let you put it on the rocks.
It's got to be an actual punishment. Like for me, eating 40 wings, that would be like overconsumption, and I would throw up. For Chief, that's an appetizer.
That's Saturday night.
It would be a good bet payoff for him.
When all of a sudden did bet payoffs become like tailoring it so Broadus enjoys eating mayonnaise and Oreos?
It's been that way.
Broadus enjoys
Mrs. Doubtfire was built for you, bro.
Right around the time you started doing bet payoffs and enjoying the food you were eating, Brian.
If Dawson wanted to sign up for Mrs. Doubtfire, we'd say no, man. That's not a bet payoff. That's, again, much like me with the wings, that's a Saturday night for Dawson. So for you, Broadus, I think that's like some things are just tailored perfectly. Okay, and what we've discovered through sauna sneakers, hammering beers out of them, or mystery mixes that involve literal feces. You guys remember that from last year? Nothing affects you. Your innards are different. So no, I'm not going to let you just eat a Frank's Red Hot cake ball so you can dance on and like your Jim Harbaugh after a victory.
Pretty good.
Oh, not bad. Didn't even feel it.
I can't believe
Notes of vinegar.
Might actually start doing this from now on.
I just can't believe that we are now tailoring rules on bet payoffs. What do we come to?
We're getting good at it.
What do we come to? The fact that
dude, you get to get hammered for a payoff. Like, I mean, we come on.
No, we put that to a vote. I'm totally on for that.
And I think the average person says getting drunk with your friends. That's more of a that's a pay in, not pay off.
I think if it's part of the bet payoff system, I should not be punished for my stomach's ability to hold up.
If you think your stomach can hold up against a 1980 bottle of unopened Coca-Cola, then you can feel free to do that. But you don't get to eat Frank's Red Hot Cake Ball, and neither does Walchuk. Walchuk's experimented with that before by himself behind closed doors.
We're calling that a bet payoff.
I'm calling that a bet payoff. If you hammer home, yes, a bottle of Coca-Cola that, again, was built in 1980, was invented in 1980, and I know has been through all sorts of rigorous summers and winters and springs and temperatures and dust and only God knows.
In there.
Hopefully. Yeah. But it won't affect you, Broadus.
Hopefully.
Put one of us in the hospital.
I might go do that right now just to get a bet payoff off the books.
Be happy to. I actually got a bottle opener here.
I know
whenever you need it.
Because we did. We opened Yay Beers.
Shout out to the Red Stripe.
The Red Stripe.
MVP.
Yeah.
That's you.
Well, thank you, Chief.
You're very welcome.
Best of the weekend.
Covered
all in the press box. Hey, Cowboys Twitter, what's going viral, including what Jerry Jones said about the possibility of Tyler Smith suiting up on Sunday? We got that and more next. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live with Lucian. TeamTeamSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It's time to jump into some Cowboys Twitter top tweets going viral about America's team. As Brian Broaddus has gone into the bullpen and produced the 43-year-old Coke bottle of the 1980 national champion Georgia Bulldogs. He is attempting to open said bottle and consume it for a bet payoff. I don't know what the troubles are. Could that be fermented? Could there be actual alcohol that's developed in there? Could we get a hammered Broaddus out of this bet payoff as well? I don't know. I don't know how that works.
I need to find an opener because we tried to use Chiefs opener and it just busted the plastic.
Dude, there's
it's a bottle from the 80s.
Yeah, the strength of this bottle here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Gen X bottle.
It just completely smashed my Gen Z bottle opener.
This 1980 season culminated in a Georgia victory over Notre Dame in the Sugar Bowl, 1981 Sugar Bowl. This is the bottle. Yeah, this is the year before I went to LSU. That's how long ago this bottle has been.
It's ancient.
It's ancient.
Senior citizen. That bottle right now would get the discount at Luby's if it walked in.
Yeah.
Well,
we got to get this thing open because I'm going to try this.
Brian, that would be a hell of a bet payoff if you missed the 220. Brian and I both have 3 payoffs to do now, and it appears Brian is in a race.
I might. You know what I might do? I might just go for the nitro gummy for the dose.
Wow.
On Friday.
Well, that's 2 and 3. The nitro's worth 2.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
That's the 2 for 1.
But then again, I'm still going to get hammered with the Tolos, though. I'll still do that one.
You still would?
I'll do it on my own. I'll do that when I'm on. But
and honestly, you'll end up losing again here over the course of the playoffs and stuff. Like, you're going to get some of these wrong. You're going to have more payoffs ahead of you.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 minute ago from the Twitter account of Michael Gelkin as we start Cowboys Twitter. Cowboys are re-signing their former right tackle and left guard Lyle Collins to their practice squad. A person familiar with the situation has said underwent a physical today following his workout. He's now back in the building for a playoff run. I mean, if it wasn't Zeke, it was Lyle Collins, who was one of Dak's best buddies in his first 5 or 6 years in the league. He went on to the Bengals after the emergence of Terrence Steele, cut by Cincinnati like right after training camp or towards the beginning of the regular season, and has been available. And the Cowboys, with their injuries to Tyron Smith and Tyler Smith here over the last couple of weeks, have prompted them to go looking for some depth. Now, he's going to go on the practice squad. What do you think their plans are for him? Like, in case of emergency, break glass, or we're probably going to need this guy? What are their expectations here, Brian?
I believe where you're in talking to some folks in the organization this morning when it all went down is for him to come in, be on the practice squad, get in shape, and be available in case. And he is a just-in-case type of a guy. They're going to work him at tackle is what they're going to do. So this might have something to do with Adoga or with Let's Go or with Awesome Richards as well. But it just gives them that little bit of extra insurance, maybe for 1 or 2 games. That's kind of how you have to look at it right now, just in case for 1 or 2 games that he could help you. But they're going to try and get him in shape and see if, in fact, that they do have to use him. They at least have him there for the playoffs. It's not like they're going to have to go get him before, or during the week of. At least you give him a couple of weeks to kind of practice and try and get acclimated to what they're doing. But it is. I think this is more about trying to protect themselves against Tyron Smith and the problems that he has, and then Adoga dealing with the toe injury.
Yeah,
But Lyle Collins has played in some meaningful football games and a veteran guy.
Yeah, they need veteran, strong guys who know what time it is. And I don't know, at $10 million, he wasn't worth it for the Bengals to keep around for the year. They'd rather have the cap space than him. But if you're talking about league minimum, maybe he is better than the young guys on the team. Now, it's likely though that his conditioning is not great. If you remember how it ended in his time with the Cowboys, like COVID started and he just used that as, I guess football's out. So he got in the worst shape of his life and then got hurt when he was trying to work his way back into shape and never could resume the quality that he had in 2019 when he was one of the best tackles in football.
Yeah, absolutely. You get it right. I mean, he felt like that at that time that COVID was probably going to take the NFL season away.
Yeah.
And he decided that, well, I'm going to, and then he came in and he had the injuries and all that. He's dealing with the back. He's dealt with a reconstructed knee. But to a man, the people I've talked to, there's a lot of people over there that really like Lyle Collins.
Right on.
A lot of people. And I think that's why he's getting this opportunity right now.
When we got to talk to him, he was one of the coolest dudes.
He was.
Like, you could see why everybody likes him.
Yeah. He was in great shape, too. Remember him standing there?
Yeah.
Like shirtless.
He was.
He was
ready.
He was ready to go. And you're like, going, wow, okay. Here we go. But yeah, they're going to be, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for him, but it's a practice squad. It's not like you're having to cut somebody on the 53 to get him up on the roster. And you'll have the elevations. You have 3 elevations you can use with him too. So those things will help.
Big time in case of emergency.
Break glass.
Yeah.
It's a break glass deal.
There's been so much conversation about him on Twitter today that Zeke's name is trending now because they want to get the band back together, and they're asking the Patriots to release Zeke and get him in here. There's been a lot of conversation today about Dalvin Cook as well, but there's no reason to believe right now they're interested, Brian.
I don't think so. No, I do not.
Okay. How about we go to CeeDee Lamb and what Dak had to say? His career game arrived at a perfect time, wrote John Machota, and you can read this article in The Athletic. The quote, he's cold-blooded. I can tell you as long as I'm here, he'll probably stack these records each and every year. To be honest with you, this is only the beginning as he breaks Michael Irvin's single-season record with a huge game, his career game. And he's really making it look easy. To me, that's a sign when players, you can tell, wow, he's really just casually murdering this team. He's going to turn 25 in April. He has another 4 to maybe 7 years as one of the greatest in the game. I don't think we can overstate how amazing this factor is as well. He's become the first player in this offense in a long, long time to be unschemable, unstoppable. I mean, I know there's halves of football where it's like, hey, where's CeeDee Lamb? But that's normal for wide receivers. The coaches, the players, since T.O., I don't think have been able to get the ball to the guy. You can go back to Dez with Tony Romo. Oh, obviously you can go to Amari Cooper with Dak Prescott. Our guy needs the ball. And this year is the first time I've seen a player be able to do this in the Cowboys offense in a long time, Brian.
Yeah. He is your playoff fate. It will be in the hands of Micah Parsons, Dak Prescott, and CeeDee Lamb. That's where the fate of your playoffs are going to be.
What happens when it's not clicking like we saw Saturday?
Then there's going to be problems.
Who's able to do that? Who's responsible for doing that? Is it a great corner? Is it the pass rush?
I think what could take CeeDee Lamb out of a game is I don't think they can scheme him, because I think Mike can figure out ways to scheme him open, or Brian Schottenheimer can find ways. It's going to have to be somebody that plays him super, super, super tight and just does not let him get going. But that's hard to do because they move him so much.
Yeah, right.
He is just as productive. Michael Irvin said this about CeeDee Lamb, and he's absolutely right. He said the thing that makes him completely different from everybody else that's worn the 88 here, he goes, I never had to go walk and play in the slot. He goes, he can go and walk and play over there. I never could do that. There's all these things you could do for him. And, we see the jet sweeps, when they widen, they take motion and run it out when he's in the slot and create space for him there. He's just too difficult to stop. I don't see anybody really being able to shut him down completely because of how they figured out how to move him.
469 asked an interesting question. Do you think he's the best receiver the Cowboys have ever drafted?
Michael Irvin thinks so. Michael Irvin thinks he's the best 88 that's ever played at Dallas. And just for the reasons what do I said?
Michael Irvin's willing to lend voice to CeeDee Lamb being better than himself?
Yes.
I mean, I think maybe a couple of those T.O. years were just so unstoppable.
But they were talking about drafted, right?
Yeah.
Drafted players.
Yeah, if you were talking about the greatest receiver, I think he's maybe the most complete. We'll see how this plays out, though, because he could go on a run here with his age if he stays healthy, where he puts together the resume that gives him the.
We talk about Cowboy running game, like him in a 4-minute offense, that last 4 minutes, his ability to run jet sweeps.
Yeah.
Will get you. How about the time they put him in the backfield with the Miami game last week, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he got an 8-yard run. I mean, there's things that you could do with this guy that you can't with other players. And if Dallas can't run the ball at the end of the game, handing the ball to him on a jet sweep is not a bad play.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's crazy when you look at his next gen map of just the routes that he ran on Saturday night. It's just, I mean, you're in for a long night as a DB having to follow him all over the place. Like either side, being in the slot, being in motion, any type of route, he's running it. And I mean, it really feels like the only way that CeeDee Lamb gets stopped is when they decide to not
throw him the ball.
Decide to not throw him the ball.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you mentioned in the Dolphins game where he goes on this drought and you didn't see them doing anything different defensively. The Cowboys, for whatever reason, scheme, quarterback coach, whatever, is just neglecting getting him the ball. That's crazy. Dallas has only lost once this season when Lamb gets more than 10 targets in a game.
This is
like
where
he has to be the focal point.
We had 17 of them last week.
Yes.
Okay. You were playing a playoff football game last week. In my opinion, you were.
Oh, yeah.
These games are now playoff games. That's how you have to play the game.
Can he get open like that and blow up against San Francisco?
Yeah, absolutely he can. Absolutely he can.
Okay.
This is a different group with him now running the way he's not a stationary player anymore. He can move and he can adjust and teams are going to have a hard time dealing with that.
817, wasn't Jerry Rice also a slot receiver who could play the other positions? I think that's a good comp. Like out of all your goated wide receivers, I think maybe Jerry Rice is the most similar.
I just know what Michael Irvin said about the guy because Michael was asked about power rank the 88s that played here, and he put CeeDee at number 1.
Okay, we go to the Twitter account of Todd Archer. Cowboys are also bringing in, Damian Wilson was here for a workout.
Yeah.
And had some more details on Lyle Collins, who was a member of the Cowboys from 15 to 21. Damian Wilson was with the Cowboys 2015 to 2018. Okay, Mike McCarthy on the Week 18 approach. Let's be honest, the playoffs have already started, and that's what you're talking about right there, Brian. It's a playoff game type of situation. Yeah. How worried about Washington should we be here?
You know me, the former personnel guy. Everybody, think I'm a Chicken Little, sky's falling guy. I worry about games like this because I feel like that this is Ron Rivera's last game ever as a coach. I don't think Ron Rivera is going to coach anymore after this. The guy's got, he needs to, he beat cancer. It didn't work here at the end and for the Commanders. I think that his team will give it a great effort. I really, really do. I don't think they want him to go out and Washington will always play hard against Dallas. They'll always play hard. Well, are they good enough? Probably not, but Dallas and exactly, got me excited about how they played well, or how they played on the road, good or bad. They're capable of going out there and making mistakes like they did in the damn Lions game. Yeah. Defense saved you in that game. Yep. Your defense held the run. Yeah, the final drive. I mean, Dallas's defense got an interception. They didn't think they were going to have to go out there and defend a minute 40.
Yeah.
They maybe defend a minute, maybe defend 35 seconds.
That's crazy. After how bad they were against Buffalo and Miami and then really struggling to execute for a lot of the game against Detroit, I find it's fascinating that people would be like, how could you think that, Brian? Yeah. I mean, they're going on the road against a divisional opponent who's given them trouble with their physicality over the years.
The strength of their defense is up the middle with those two defensive tackles, and you handled them very well. Tyler Smith, Biotish, Martin, great job the last time they played the Commanders on Thanksgiving. This time around, let's see how healthy Tyler Smith is. Mm-hmm. That's all. Those are and I'll tell you what, Josh, they've done a nice job. I mean, TJ Bass has done a nice job inside.
Okay, speaking of doing a nice job, Michael Gelkin wrote about Tank. Let's give some flowers to our guy, DeMarcus Lawrence here.
Unbelievable player there.
Our weekly guest last year, and he did a tremendous job with us on air last year. But the premise of Gelkin's story was you're 8-0 at home. It could be 6-2 if not for Tank.
Yeah.
He is their butcher in high-pressure, short yardage run situations, routinely knifing into the backfield.
Yeah.
Saturday was the latest example, quote, he has a sense for where it might be going.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you something. On that play, and I think there was a gamble. I think Tank gambled on this play. They ended up getting down. They're down the goal line where they got stopped, but it was a loss of 3. But you've come to expect these types of stops from Lawrence in those situations, because what happens is they're going to run two players through one gap, and that usually doesn't work. You know, Clark and Lawrence ended up in the same gap. I guarantee you, Lawrence set up Glasnow, the guard, like thinking like, okay, I'm not going to go inside, and so he kind of hesitated, kind of gave him a little step, and then once Glasnow came down inside, he swam around him.
Yeah.
And then now he's in the backfield because he's able to keep his balance. He's able to swim the guy and then make the play. He and Clark end up in the same gap running through. And that's not supposed the way that thing's designed. That's Tank saying, you know what? I'm going to gamble on this play that I could get. Instead of going inside, I'm going to go outside, and the guard's going to overshoot me, and I'm going to have a clear path. And it absolutely worked for him.
Yeah, that's that veteran intersection where you're still very much in your athletic prime and you just see stuff because you've been in the league like 3 times longer than your opponents.
Well, and then he also had a stop on a 3rd and 1 that ended up in a loss of 4.
Yeah.
The Lions go unbalanced line, and for some reason Decker blocks in, Sewell blocks out, and then Tank has a clear run, right at the back, and so it's a loss of 4. That's the kind of stuff he does in those high pressure 3rd and 1s, 4th and 1s, goal line situations. He's got such a feel and awareness for where he needs to be in the fit.
Yeah, the first play of the game he makes in the backfield as a run stopper.
Yeah.
He has a great pressure on Goff that resulted in an incompletion in a big moment. And then there's the play where St. Brown gets the screen pass, and he takes it for a first down. It's like 12, 14 yards. Could have been even more. Tank on his tail, just relentless. That's just the kind of dude he is. But you saw it all from him the other night, and he deserves all the credit in the world for it.
It's incredible when a guy that size can keep playing at that high of a level. I mean, 2 back surgeries for the guy like 4 and 5 years ago. He is an absolute monster for you still. And it's amazing because when you get to this good, there's a bunch of players on your team that like could be the star, could be the face of a defense, and they don't get talked about as much because you do have a Micah Parsons or you do have a Trevon Diggs or Deron Bland taking all the headlines. But I feel like Tank Lawrence is one of the best defensive linemen in all of football still. And
he plays at a very high level. Sure does.
Okay, in 1 hour, we are going to power rank the possible week 1 opponents for the playoffs. Wild card opponents power ranked coming up in 1 hour. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10, Chief. We're going to be taking that.
Well, we got an NFL Blue Poll of the Week to consider, and we celebrate National Buffet Day, ladies and gentlemen, next here in the nation.
Welcome back, Nation. Coming up at 4:40, Two Guys, One Booth. We'll have an audio celebration from Saturday's victory. We got a college football hangover coming up at 5 o'clock. So much. And now it's time for the Woolchucks Top 10 at 4:20. Zach is out. Chief's in with his content. Segment's brought to you by Soda, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankl are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. So not only do you have all that content, but Brian Broaddus himself is preparing for an impromptu Tuesday bet payoff. The 43-year-old, coming up on 44-year-old Coca-Cola from the Georgia National Championship out of 1980 is going in the Fuzzies Mega Cup.
Oh my gosh, dude. Look at that's like syrupy. That thing looks thick and disgusting. Somebody texted in that this is worse. The 325 texted in what Broaddus is doing is worse than what some random dude on YouTube did 10 years ago who opened and drank a Pepsi Clear from the year 1992. That dude ended up vomiting all over himself on YouTube that day. So hopefully that or more is in store. Maybe a both end situation.
Did he vomit on himself later, or
I believe it was in throughout the course of, okay, we got the first sip. Broaddus is he's ready to just start chipping away.
He's going to house that.
He's got a 3 payoff situation he's dealing with. That was a pretty hefty sip there. How was that?
Super flat, really flat.
That's the only problem with it?
Yep.
See, when I just smelled it a moment ago, I thought it smelled half rancid, Brian.
Nope, it's just really, really flat.
I just remember
it's got no fizz to it. So basically what you're tasting is the syrup.
Yeah, it looked super syrupy pouring out of there.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But what about
there's
dusty?
No danger to it? Yeah, there's no... I mean, my Wheaties were dusty. The 1992 Wheaties that I ate from the Clyde Drexler's Wheatie box, that was bad.
And there was only one cockroach in that bag of Wheaties.
Yeah, it's
which
just
surprised me.
Super, super, super flat is what it is.
Wow, that's all we got here? Well, we'll see how this reacts to the body. We'll see how this reacts to the body.
This is a payoff.
Oh, no, this is a payoff.
This is a payoff.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, I'm
talking about our payoff of something, physically detrimental to you happening in front of our eyes.
No,
we're hoping just for your discomfort. The bet payoff is handled, Brian.
It might be something to have to do with...
Well, once he finishes all of it, it'll be...
It might be something... I wonder what, like I say, in like... If it's going to be a reaction like when you burp and stuff like that, but there's no carbonation to it at all.
It did have a weird scent to it when I smelled it.
Yeah,
it's
super.
And I saw the buildup of stuff gunky at the bottom of the glass bottle. Whenever I was like when Tim from Carthage sent that over to us in a little like gift basket last year, I believe. He said, make sure you don't drink this. This bottle of Coca-Cola has been all over the place. Yeah. It's sat in extremely hot weather, extremely cold weather.
It's flat.
It's been just completely disgusting.
Yeah.
So, but that's all you got for us. It's flat. We'll see. There's still about a half of a large Fuzzy's cup worth.
Well, that's an ice. That's a lot of ice.
There's a lot of ice in there. Okay.
Here's the thing about soda, says Google. It doesn't include anything that's going to kill you if it sits around, even for a few years. What happens with soda is that it'll eventually lose its fizziness and become a flat, tasteless version of itself.
Boom.
Yeah, there's no fine print at the end of that.
I need to go get me a 40-year-old Diet Coke and do a bet payoff. I do have a 12-year-old a Budweiser from the Mavs championship.
I'll let you do that one if you want to do that one.
I wish I could put some liquor in this thing, I
bet you do.
I'll make it a cocktail.
I get a cocktail.
You get 18 of them, we'll do another bet payoff for you. Let's get this man 18 fireballs.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So that I was scared of that one. Turns out I shouldn't have been, huh?
It's just flat. That's it.
Now
maybe my stomach, maybe it'll gurgle and make me, but I'm not feeling any effects right now.
So the guy that drank the clear Pepsi, he was probably just showing off. He's probably just doing some show business.
Yeah, maybe he was just, kudos to him. He knows what his people want.
Yeah.
They want to see him puke.
Unlike Brian. He's like, hey, look at this, bet payoff. Enjoying a beverage.
So, man, feats of strength. Broaddus is here for all of them.
I'm here for all of them.
Built different. That immune system.
I might do the nitro gummy today just to knock it all out.
You're right.
You could. That's on the table for you. If you want to do that, I'd be happy to go get that out of the locker there.
Yeah.
10 million Scoville and just one little gummy bear.
Chase it with some of my 40-year-old Coca-Cola.
That's right.
It could kill you. You realize YouTube flagged the video for self-harm.
But he had it. It didn't kill Eric.
Well, he's 30 years younger than you.
No, Gavin, you're right. My heart could explode. There's no question about that.
I mean, shoot, I might die from it. I ain't touching that thing.
Yeah, and we're not necessarily hoping for that.
No.
But, the brink.
Just some throwing up.
Can I ask you a question?
No.
How disappointed are you right now?
Here's the thing that's giving me great comfort is I know that there are 2 more payoffs awaiting you.
No, right.
But in this moment, I'm a little bit disappointed.
Level of disappointment, like how
I would call it being annoyed.
It's a good.
You found a loophole to these bet payoffs.
It's an 8.5 for me.
We tried to close the loophole in the opening hour, and you were like, "Nope, I'm doing it."
We didn't even get one from Broadus there.
Where are we on the the whole thing? If you put that cake ball thing on there,
yeah,
I could do that, right? That's a bet.
No, you can't do that. We've already decided you can't do that, and you just showed once again. I thought this was one of those things that could go toe to toe with your innards, but your innards once again for the upteenth time just completely crushed the difficulty at hand.
214 Brian needs to drink a Cowboys Super Bowl 30 Miller Lite. That's a fact. I'd say he needs a 12-pack. That would be a proper bet payoff.
Was that from 1995? Is that what they want me to do?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'd be here for that.
Do we have
Super
that?
Bowl championship beer?
That beer's
sure
got to be
does.
That beer's got to be flat too, right?
Very.
Yeah, it'd be flat. It'd be flat.
Yeah.
Well, I guess congratulations, Broadus. There's once you finish, you haven't completed a bet payoff until you finish that cup, but it seems like you're enjoying the taste so much that you're sort of savoring
I'm
it.
just kind of enjoying the show today, boys.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, we do have a top 10 list of the day for you, courtesy of the Wooly Bully. This is usually his time to shine, but he's out doing honeydews right now. I actually send your best regards over to Walchuk. He's officially in a house, and he's officially got a fiance.
Yeah,
and
she's pregnant.
And she's pregnant.
Yeah.
So he's starting to deal with life's, circumstances that lap upon your shores when you're in this situation. Like, honey, you got crap to do.
Yeah.
And now he's got a yard he's got to handle. He doesn't know how to spell lawnmower, let alone how to use it. Much like Broadus. First time he used a lawnmower, he was 43 years old.
32.
Give or take. So Walchuk is practically useless, and so am I when it comes to doing things. And my wife sees things that I would never see that need to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's on my rear end about it. I've got a year's worth of understanding now, still trying to figure it all out.
Mm-hmm.
Walchuk's now in day one. Okay, he's literally eating vacation time, so he can say, okay, honey, let's fix this. Let's try and do this. He apparently just texted me. He says, I successfully put up blackout curtains in the bedroom. He says, for many, that would probably be super easy, but for me, it's a hell of an accomplishment. So day one of honeydew vacation is successful.
That is a great accomplishment because it's an underrated thing. Those curtains are heavy.
Yeah.
You got to find the stud.
You do.
If you put that in drywall, it's coming out.
It's coming out.
Maybe in the middle of the night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tough job.
Well, let's be
Not for
honest,
me.
Dawson. Do you think he thought of that?
I don't know.
No.
I don't.
Gosh, no.
There's no
At
way.
best, he put the anchors in, which are good for about 2 months.
Yeah, he's going to be sleeping in the middle of the night. Those things are going to fall on him.
Yeah. This is more of a Band-Aid, probably, I imagine. This is going to end up. That wound's going to reopen here in the coming weeks.
Do you think he has even the proper tools to do it, though, like a ladder? And
Oh, no.
You know what's crazy about this handyman type of stuff? It drives women crazy in the best possible way if you can pull this stuff off.
Oh, it does, dude.
Yeah.
It's one of the sexiest things you
I
can
mean, she's
do.
she's not trying to nag you. She's trying to get horny.
Right.
Honey, can you do this? She's like just wondering if you could fix that. And if you do, you're the man.
I think modern women would appreciate more of you calling and having someone professionally do it. That you have the ability.
No way, dude.
No.
Nothing turns a girl on.
You have the ability. Text in, ladies, if you're listening. That
they're listening.
Oh, hey, we've had Woolchick and I've done this before. This texting in bit while you guys were gone.
Just ladies only.
It works.
On the fan text.
It works. Yeah, it works. But anyway, I think that ladies are more impressed that you have the bank to be able to get stuff professionally fixed.
Okay, maybe
like that
bank is going to be one. Okay, bank is one, but usually you go funny too. If you're the less attractive dude trying to gain, it's money one, being funny two. I think there's an argument for being the fixer guy at number two.
They will say funny. They will say funny at one,
but they mean fixer.
They mean no.
That's after you've got enough to support them.
No.
Well, bag one.
No. They will say you're right. They will say funny first, bag second. It's always bag first.
Yeah,
There's
bag
no
first.
way in hell they're not going to be with somebody that can't uplift their life.
Yes,
right?
Financially.
But they want the guy that's going to fix it, not call for the guy to fix it because they can pay $300. They want you to have the $300 to fix it, but still you're going to fix it yourself because you're minding the budget, which is taking care of your nest egg.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you're checking all the boxes over there, Dawson.
No.
Starting to get me a little bit fired up over here.
That's right.
I
got to get inspired to do this crap.
I just kind of feel like that the lady is really impressed that we're not going to put in a spa in the back, are we? We're not going to be that, are we?
No.
No.
I'd screw that up.
But we want the spa, right?
Yeah.
We want the spa done the right way, right?
Yes. We want
they
the
ain't
spa.
calling on us, right?
No, there is a level of professionalism, and it starts right around spa or fence building that you should call a dude for. What they don't want to see is you go screw it up. So everybody's got to know themselves on this.
That's true. There's some self-awareness that's key here.
Building back deck.
That was deck with an E.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want to see, they want to know
No
that
way.
you.
There's no
they
way.
just want to
No.
see you feel comfortable with a hammer in your hands. Okay, that you don't have to be going building houses. You don't have
Pause.
to dig out
Or
the
your
pool
pants.
in the backyard.
Yeah.
They just want to know that you look like you've been there before when it's time to go nail something into the wall.
Yeah.
Or hang up the curtains or something. I think fixer guy's better than funny guy. We're gonna have to find out on the text here.
I think funny guy is always ahead of fixer guy, and I'll tell you this: I don't think women are impressed that you can measure to hang pictures. I don't think they're impressed by that at all.
Oh yeah, there is definitely. You know what?
They do not care.
There's some fairness there in what you're saying.
They're-
They start to judge you like,
yeah,
oh,
if you
so what? You hung up the picture.
Yeah, you actually measured. No, they don't. They don't give a rat's butt about that at all.
806. I'm not a lady, but I can fix just about anything. And yes, the ladies love it.
Yeah.
972, the fixer's not on Tinder. Money guy still is. The fixer comes after you get married. The fixing thing only kicks in like once she's settled down. That's when the fixing is going to get her hot. You know?
Yeah.
Yep.
Or early on, she's like, oh, you're a fixer? Where's the money guy? Where's the funny guy?
Because the initial, if by way of
leave
hello, you're the fixer guy. Now I'm assuming you're definitely not the money guy, because money guy's not the fixer guy, because money guy has the money to pay to not be the fixer guy. He got rich, so he didn't have to be the fixer guy.
The money thing will allow you to say, "Hey, honey, I'm having somebody to come over and fix it. By the way, I'm taking you to dinner right now." Like fixer guy, guy fixes it and is tired and doesn't want to go do things.
Yeah, but now fixer guy's got a wife who's ready to do things. So fixer guy's ready to go take that shower and go to dinner and then close.
No. You're going to give it to honey. No, I just built the spa and back. I'm not going anywhere today. You're using fixer guy to not have to do things. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
If you're fixer guy, you can use that as an excuse to, I don't have to go do things with you because I'm fixing things.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't want to figure out how to fix some stuff.
Yeah, exactly. If you're not the fixer guy, then you have to go do things.
Well, we'll have
make her
to
laugh.
Yeah, or make her laugh.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
you can
yeah.
make her laugh while you're fixing it and also dialing up prime time resis at the local steakhouse, you are Mr. Perfect and you don't exist. Like you're listening right now and you don't understand all these things because you're maybe 2 of 3 at best.
Okay, how about does this count? I can make them laugh as being fixer guy. I could F it up so bad that it'll make them laugh. Does that count?
Ooh, no, I think because now you just bleeped where you eat and you don't bleep where you eat.
Yeah.
You know that. Okay, quickly here. What about buffet guy? Where does buffet guy come in on the list? Because today is National Buffet. It's not National Buffet Guy Day, but it basically is. It's National Buffet Day.
I was hoping it was my day.
I know this is, man.
I might go afterwards.
The buffet guy's my guy. So we're here together. Vegas is really just a buffet trip for at least a few of us. I know me and you, bros. We're just going to be hammering home buffets.
We'll check. We've already made reservations at a couple of spots.
At a couple of spots, yeah. It's going to be insane.
Already.
In front of me here, though, on National Buffet Day, I have the top 10 things you most want to see at the buffet. Lucius, does anything jump out to you? The thing you want to see most at the buffet?
I like the salad side of the buffet.
Wow, that is a take.
Wow.
Okay. Then you're going to like this list here.
I didn't expect that.
That was shocking to me, but I think actually Lucius speaks for a healthy portion of America. Gentlemen, where do you guys stand on the thing you want to see most at the buffet line?
Pizza.
Okay, pizza, that's a good take.
Orange chicken.
Orange chicken. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, number 10 is actually pizza. Orange chicken did not crack the top 10, but I'd like to think it was floating around somewhere in the outside looking in a little bit there. Mashed potatoes at 9. Like when you have a plate that consists of pizza and mashed potatoes, you are reaching levels of culinary art that very few people could actually one, appreciate, and 2, complete.
Pizza and cheesy bread.
Okay, garlic bread.
Or garlic
bread was number 11, dude.
Yeah,
just on the outside looking in.
Yeah.
Fruit comes in at number 8, inexplicably.
That's a 4th and 8 punt.
Steak at 7.
On a buffet?
Yeah. I mean, to me, this is just because the most people that are eating steak are like, hey, I want to go do the steak right. I don't want the buffet steak. That might not be completely, you know.
Yeah.
But number 6 is tacos. Number 5 is pasta.
Ooh.
The Mount Rushmore starts with number 4, fried chicken. Absolutely.
That's a good item.
Like when I was hitting Golden Corral, it was pizza, mashed potatoes, fried chicken, guarantee. And then we'll start to dance around with some other things. Number 3 is the ice cream sundae bar, obviously. I mean, if you don't have a chocolate fountain of sorts, and honestly, a cheese fondue one too would be nice. The salad bar is at number 2. How about that, Lucius? Came in at number 2. It was not
I told you. Yep. How about that sliced meat? That's always been
Carving
good,
station.
Carving station.
Ding, ding, ding. Number 1.
Oh, is that number 1?
There it is. 1 and 2. Good call, Lucius.
Is on this. 1 and 2.
Okay, your buffet. I thought Broadus was going to be buffet guy of the day, but congratulations, Lucius.
I will gladly hand over my my buffetism. I guess. Yeah.
You nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
Great stuff, Chief, as always. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, where are we heading next, Eric?
Well, a female Tolo on the 214 is saying, give me Fixer Guy all day, just for the record. But we got 2 guys, 1 booth, an audio celebration of Saturday night's victory. Brad, Babe, Christy, the whole 9 next year in the nation.
But go ahead and do that, and then we'll.
I'll do this.
Oh yeah, we'll do that.
You want me to do this, or you want me to do this?
You do that, and then we'll do.
I'll do this, and then we'll come and do that other.
All right, sounds like we're on the same page. I was on the same page with Brad here. This is how he kicked off the broadcast, and I was identifying with him maybe more so than I ever have.
First of all, Happy New Year. Second of all, if anybody knows what day of the week it is, please let me know. I'm really not sure if it's Monday or Sunday, or someone said it could be Saturday. I have no idea.
I think the entire holiday I was confused on what day was what, Christmas Eve's when, Christmas Day is what. Oh, now we have Monday Night Football on a Sunday night here with Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. I was all over the place, and it sounds like I wasn't alone.
I was in a bad spot myself, Chief, because I woke up and it was a travel day for me. And my dad said, "Oh, the Cowboys play today." And I said, "They do?" He said, "Yep." I said, "What time?" He goes, "Well, about 5:30 West Coast time." I looked at my itinerary. I said, "Oh, crap." So I watched the first half on layover, the second half on spotty airplane video, watching the Gamecast on ESPN. Really.
Oh, gosh.
It was terrible.
He's like, of course they play. It's Monday Night Football on a Saturday. Obviously. Yeah. Let's see here. Here is, I believe, a coin toss back and forth between Brad and Babe.
I don't even think you were allowed to defer.
Great country song, The Boys of Fall. I think it's Kenny Chesney. Yes, sir, we want the ball.
Yeah.
That's just how it always was.
Kenny Chesney, man. Any Kenny Chesney fans up in here? I know Dawson loves the term "Boys of Fall."
The Boys of Fall. It's that song he wrote about the college football about football season.
Just football. Yeah.
Who's Kenny Chesney again?
He's that rapper.
He's got his own. He's got his own channel on. Sirius.
No, he's he's a great actor.
Shoeless, barefoot, something. That's his barefoot channel or something.
Shoeless Joe Jackson channel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Here's Babe just mentioning something that we all know, but you have to mention it from time to time about these Cowboys.
Brad, I don't know if I mentioned, but the Cowboys have struggled when they got into that low red zone, 1st and goal at the 5. They have not been good, and they were awful right there.
Staying true to form. Appreciate the consistency.
Yeah.
Here is Brad Sham. This is just sort of a PSA when you're caught up in the air at at the restaurant.
Trips to the left, gallop to the right, 3rd and 10, back deep slant, caught, Lamb 45, first down 50, down to the 46 of the Lions. When in doubt, order the lamb chop.
That's right, baby.
Is that a pro tip?
That's a very pro tip. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. With the mint jelly.
Little jelly, little
mint
lamb.
Jelly. Yep. Work well together.
All right.
Both of them.
Well, you are an expert. You are a culinary expert.
I look at this stuff. Not an expert. I look at it, though.
Here is Brad and Babe being thankful for the fact that you don't actually have to be a genius.
So maybe we need to throw that out of the playbook.
I would say take it out.
And you don't need to be a genius here, Brad.
No, and thank goodness, or we'd both be out of work.
True words.
True words.
I believe we had a hot mic situation. I don't know, but Wanye Thomas was impressive at one point.
Wanye. Good Lord.
Maybe that is Brad correcting himself. Maybe he misspoke a Wanye, and then he was just sort of kicking himself there as they were in a commercial break. I don't know, but shout out to Ross for pulling it.
Was there a little dump button in there?
There was no dump there. There was no dump. I just think maybe Wanye, that could you could get tied up on that a little bit. It's like Igbenogany. Here's Brad. He's mentioning Dak, and there was that one defender for the Lions that was just all over the place.
And that's a first down, first catch for Tolbert. It's not what Dak wanted to do, but he looked up and he saw big 97 in the white shirt. He said, I know I've met you already. I don't need any of you.
I was sick of Hutchinson by the end of the game.
Hutchinson will make you sick of him. Yep.
He hit a stanky leg after sacking Dak at one point.
Very
disrespectful.
Dak's luckily he didn't break his leg.
He's the real deal. What were they saying about him coming out of college?
He was they questioned
the next Taco Charlton.
His upside.
Yeah, well, they were talking about all his pass rush moves was kind of his thing.
I thought it was mostly just about his sister.
Yeah,
and his mom. It looks like Brad was sort of going into the mind of Brandon Cooks here.
And then to the sideline, the Lions are saying he didn't catch it, but Cooks is saying, yes, I did. Look, here, I've got it.
Here it is. He made a couple of really nice grabs in the game.
Yeah.
And the one that you described earlier where Tony Pollard steps up and and just
sacrificed himself.
Hammers the blitzing linebacker.
Yeah.
Beautiful job by Dak there as Hutchinson once again was hounding him off the right side. But it was a great pitching catch there from Dak to Cooks.
Really good article today. I think it was Machota maybe on the good things that happen if you get Cooks involved. Yes. Like it's literally like, oh, Cooks is involved in this game plan. We're going to destroy him. Or
Yeah, he's a great compliment to CeeDee Lamb. Certainly proven to be. All right, here is a big word and a lot of syllables.
It's a 4-point game. Prescott on first down gives it to Pollard, and he wriggles and pushes his way into the middle, and he maybe get a yard. Yeah, I mean, you've got to throw the ball around judiciously, and you've got to use the clock and drive it down. And
I didn't know the word judiciously had 8 syllables in it.
Anything has as many as you want if you either wish it to or have had enough to drink.
That's a good line there, Brad.
That's very good.
Yeah. Absolutely in his bag. And then here is Babe and Brad once again. I believe Brad sort of described the situation late in the game, describing the game as perfectly as you could.
This game just feels like you ever see maybe in a war movie or a detective show where they're walking through a minefield and somebody steps on the mine but doesn't set it off, but they can't move because any one little bit of motion is going to cause an explosion. That's what's going on right now. They're standing on the mine.
I believe you're speaking of Kelly's Hero, the movie.
There's so many things.
Man, the routine these guys got going on some days is incredible.
It really
I meant to ask you this. Did they know that we do this segment every week?
I think they've heard it before. I don't know that they necessarily remember that we do it, but I'm sure at
one
point they were informed.
You guys started it. Did you tell them that you were
Yeah, because we had Brad. Yeah, we had Babe on, and we were having Babe fit in certain lines to the broadcast at one point. So he's somewhat aware, I would think.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but there it is. 2 guys, 1 booth.
Thank you, Eric. Little college football next. Tough night for the Longhorns in the end, but so much to talk about here as we pared 4 down to 2 and can look forward to that and the other big storylines around the college football world here next in the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. A lot going on here in the world of sports. Dalvin Cook has been cut by the Jets, and Cowboys fans looking for news on that. We have not received any of that so far. We did get news they brought back Lyle Collins, though, as the injuries piling up there on that left side of the line of scrimmage. Collins, a guy that had played both guard and tackle in his first stint with the Cowboys from 2015 to 2020. Then went to the Bengals, and his career did not continue on a good path. So he's been available for a lot of the year, and the Cowboys finally decided to bring him back, I guess, going into the end of the season and in the playoffs. They might need Lyle Collins, but at this point, the plan is to not use him. He is on the practice squad. And if we hear anything else throughout the balance of this show, we have 2 hours to go. Brian will be sure to pass it along. He's been working his sources.
I'm working my phones as we speak.
On all fronts throughout the day. What an amazing 2 college football playoff games. And I know that probably hurts for Longhorns fans to hear. Like, that's not a consolation at all. You want to win. But, I mean, for the rest of us, if you really didn't have a dog in the fight, I don't sit down and watch a lot of college football games. Dang it, I watched 2 of them yesterday, back-to-back. And I'm into it. You know, it's cool to have new blood in the game.
Yeah.
I feel like as far as getting to this championship thing, I think the NIL money in the transfer portal is a pain in the ass for a lot of people, but it's bringing different teams in. And I really enjoyed this playoff so far and looking forward to the championship game.
It was a lot of fun yesterday.
It was a lot of fun yesterday.
Didn't have for a single second think, oh, gosh, I wish FSU was involved in these proceedings.
No, it worked out. It worked out with the 2 teams. And, the more that you were – the committee had to be happy about the way those things went. Yeah. And just for the drama that you had at the end.
Yes.
That's I have the utmost respect. That Alabama-Michigan game, I give Michigan a lot of credit. I mean, offensively, they were not very good, but man, their defense was, and Michigan's offense as far as running the football, that's kind of the way they operate. But boy, I'll tell you what, that they did a nice job of playing against Alabama. Alabama makes some explosive plays, and that's the thing I noticed about Washington in that second game.
Oof.
The number of explosive plays that they make. That's going to be hard for Michigan to deal with, even though they've got a really good defense.
Maybe I'm worshiping the SEC, but one of my big surprises was just that Alabama was not more physical than Michigan, and maybe that's just the time that Harbaugh's had there to find good football players and put his system in. They're well coached and everything, but I'm just not used to that, and it's pretty cool. I think the Big Ten and Pac-12 teams are, capable of playing with the big boys. I think maybe the big boys took a step back to get there, but it's cool to see, Harbaugh in Washington. I grew up in Washington State. I know a lot of University of Washington fans, and they're excited. They're beside themselves. Just can't believe it, what Penix has done. And then DeBoer, in just his second year, he's kind of crashed the party, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's won on every level.
Yeah.
When you look at his head coaching record, when he was at Fresno, and then the opportunities that I think he's only lost 11 games in his overall career as a coach.
Jeez, yeah.
And throughout all his stops.
He's a breath of fresh air too. He just seems like a normal dude.
Yeah, he's he did a really nice job. But I'll say this too. I think the University of Texas is in really good hands with Sark. I know it didn't end up well for you guys, and I'm looking forward to seeing Texas in the SEC.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be some really cool matchups. They travel to Ann Arbor during the year. That's not an SEC matchup, but they get Georgia at home, Florida at home. This is going to be cool to have Texas and both them and Oklahoma in the SEC.
Yeah, Texas fans should be going in with confidence into the SEC. Like, okay, we're not going to get Texas A&M'd walking in here. Like, we're going to get in here and we'll be able to go toe to toe with these guys.
The money, the recruiting, the facilities, they don't have to take a backseat to anybody, and they'll win in the portal. They've got some good young players. The key for everybody now is keeping their young players. That's the problem. I mean, LSU lost a freshman offensive tackle, 5-star offensive tackle, played this year for the Tigers as a true freshman, did a great job. Now he's in the transfer portal. That's the tough thing right there, is of keeping your guys to be able to make these runs.
Well, I thought it was super impressive. Michigan offense kind of struggling, and then when you need it most late in the fourth quarter, you go 75 yards in 8 plays.
Yeah.
You have to convert a 4th and 2 at one point, and then you overcome your punt returner having a monster brain fart situation. There was a lot of punt returners doing stupid stuff, even in the NFL this weekend. Yeah. There was something in the water there. Punt returners were willing to field the ball inside of 5-yard lines. How about their end zone? Even into the end zone. Was Kansas that the Chiefs?
Yeah, Chiefs, yeah.
Chiefs taking a punt inside of their own end zone, which is never the right thing to do unless time has officially expired and you're losing and you need to go find a way to score a touchdown.
Devin Hester or something like that.
Yeah, or you're Devin Hester who gets the right of way anytime he wants to field the football. But yeah, Michigan overcoming that. And then we all found out in real time that the special teams coordinator for Michigan is the son of Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, it is.
So everybody was kind of, he immediately starts trending like the nepotism and everything that's involved there. But shout out to Michigan for being able to overcome not just the rabid Alabama fans that were there, but also, did you guys see a section? They were kind of blending in because of their colors, but there was a section of Ohio State Buckeye fans that were there just hate watching Michigan.
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, I was assuming this was Ohio State fans maybe like getting tickets to this game early, hoping that their team would be there. And then they just were like, okay, we're going to go anyways, and we'll just hate watch Michigan.
Wow.
Or this is them finding out Michigan is in the Rose Bowl and just deliberately saying, we're going to wear our Buckeye gear and we're going to go hate watch Michigan. I don't know. I've never seen it before, but I love the level of pettiness. It's so college football.
Sounds like a bet payoff. You got to go watch your biggest rival go for their biggest win in, what are we looking at, 30 years now?
That's the funniest part is, like, I wish I could see videos of sad Buckeye fans walking out of the Rose Bowl as Michigan just beat Alabama. Like, there's a lot going on there.
Buckeye fans walking out of the Cotton Bowl, losing to Missouri.
That's true.
So
what a pathetic game, by the way.
Did you guys see, though, the Texas fan?
Yes, I was going to get to that, too, because you have the college football rabid nature, which is a huge contingent of Buckeye fans being willing to fly across the country just to go hate watch their rival, peak college football fandom, and then a father of what looked to be 2 or 3 young boys, like in the elementary to middle school range, is sitting in like an end zone, like first row Lambeau Leap style at the Texas game last night. And at the end of the game, Washington players are going up and they're horns down in, and they're having a back and forth. And the Texas fan, who is clearly a dad, as the camera pans over, you see the grown man Texas fan pointing fingers, leaning over, yelling like, "Come get in my face," kind of deal, like bring it on, as his kids are standing right next to him. It was incredible.
It looked like to me that the kids looked very calm, like Dad does this quite a bit.
Yeah.
Dad is the guy that's going to fight everybody at the game.
They were just happy Dad wasn't trying to fight them.
Yeah, this was just their own reprieve from their drunken, rabid Texas fan father. This is just another day at the office for the kids. But yeah, he's yelling at them, like, basically, come fight me. Bring it over here right now. Come fight me. Right. I want you guys right now.
Chief, I got something for you.
He probably doesn't think those Pac-12 players are man enough.
Not man enough at all.
Especially, they said, we run the South. That's what they were hitting him with.
Oh, my goodness.
No. You know that got him just freaking peak anger. He was like Dan Campbell after the ineligible play.
Who scored more fantasy points this year, CeeDee Lamb or Tyreek Hill?
Well, you're asking me the question. I think we would all assume Tyreek Hill, but it's a trick question. It's CeeDee Lamb.
No, it's not a trick question.
Okay, then it's Tyreek Hill.
No, it's a trick question.
Okay.
I'm going with CeeDee Lamb.
Did you just see something on the television behind me?
Right behind you.
And you fired off a trivia question?
I thought it was interesting because most people would feel like that Hills probably has more fantasy points. And I don't play fantasy football. That was surprising to me. I thought CeeDee would have been in the top. St. Brown is number 3 for the Lions, by the way.
Yeah, he was super consistent all year.
So, but Lamb is the top fantasy football point getter.
It's been fun. CeeDee Lamb and Amon-Ra St. Brown have solidified themselves as top 5.
Where would CeeDee Lamb have been picked in a normal fantasy draft if you were I don't know anything about fantasy football.
I would say he was probably on average picked in the second round.
Second round.
He was probably on average picked in the second round.
Wow.
Does that change next year?
Yeah, he'll be a surefire first round pick. CeeDee Lamb will be.
Who's the worst pick you made in the fantasy draft?
Well, I will tell you this.
You said you lost 4 or 5.
I will tell you that the worst decision I made was in the championship game in one of my leagues this weekend. I played Matthew Stafford instead of Lamar Jackson. that was 45.5 points on my bench. And fortunately, my opponent in the championship game, his team sucked so bad I still managed to eke out a victory. So that was a poor decision. That didn't end up backfiring on me completely. But yeah, there's bad decisions all over the place. I saw something interesting where Christian McCaffrey's so good when it comes to just football in general, but in fantasy, the second best running back in fantasy this year to Christian McCaffrey
is like
had 122 points less than him.
Yeah.
Like McCaffrey is far and away the best player in all of fantasy and certainly far and away the best running back in all of fantasy. Did you guys see ESPN having to apologize for the Mardi Gras-esque move that was?
Yeah, we saw some
on camera.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, well, it was just the one. It was just the one.
Yeah,
a single baby.
They were like coming back in from a commercial break, I believe, and they show New Orleans as New Orleans is. And I mean, what do you expect? If you're just going to randomly drop a camera in the middle of the night in New Orleans on bourbon, you're going to see some things that are not safe for work.
Yeah.
So ESPN had to come out and apologize for that.
I should be safe for work. You know, it's just the female form. I'm offended for you ladies out there. You know, it might be hot and sweaty for you too. You know, you want to get a little ventilated? Go ahead.
Down there in the swamps of Louisiana?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Humidity,
it was sweaty out there.
a lot of sweatiness going on.
I was laughing, just they were constantly showing Matthew McConaughey on the sidelines last night, wearing his cowboy hat, hook 'em horns. At one point, I thought he was a coach.
Yes, he's pep talking dudes.
Yes.
In the middle of the game.
I was like, is he doing X's and O's here, or is he just getting super philosophical?
Have you ever seen the meme where he is like, they're on the bench during the basketball game? He's sitting on the bench. And like he stands
and
up.
He's got the whiteboard and stuff, and he's drawing plays.
No, he's clapping, and he looks at the other guy sitting on the bench. He kind of like, come on, get up, start clapping here. You know, like he stood up. You know, was doing that rah thing.
Yeah.
He turns to the bench like, boys, get up, come on, and like, what they do? They all got up, started clapping.
They don't call him the minister of culture for no reason.
Yeah.
I mean, if
they don't call him that,
if they're reacting to it and the coach is okay, you got to green light that as coach, right? Like when you get a new coach in Austin, it's like, hey, coach, this is what I do. Are you all right with that?
It's always green lights for Matthew McConaughey.
Who had more fantasy points?
I think that's got to be so annoying for the players. Matthew McConaughey does not know football. I don't want to hear about anything. Like one thing about like the high-end athletes, they're so annoyed by their friends and family members constantly telling them how they should play the game. It's like, dude, you are garbage. I am studying this stuff 60 hours a week. Leave me the hell alone, Matthew. I mean, we're struggling to beat the University of Washington. You know, we got bigger problems than whatever's rattling around in your head right now. Just save it, please.
That might have been. I mean, if Texas ends up winning that game, that's one of the biggest collapses in all of football history.
It would have been pretty bad.
I mean, the collapse at the end of that game. There was no reason why Texas. I believe with a minute and 2 seconds left, it was a 99.9% win probability for Washington.
Right.
The fact that Texas even had a chance to win that game at the end is insane, and part of it's because, you know, unfairly and sadly, Dylan Johnson
got hurt
in huge pain there at the end of the game, which is going to be a factor in the championship game.
It will be a factor.
Washington's running back goes down, but I guess the way the rules work is, you know, the clock completely stops at that point.
Yeah.
So instead of Texas having like 20 seconds to get the ball back, they had a full 50 seconds and they were able to march down. That would have been one of the most epic collapses in all of college football that we could remember.
That was tough.
It would have been bad.
Dalton Schultz or Jake Ferguson, who had more fantasy points this year?
Dalton Schultz did.
Yeah, he was piling it up big time. Yeah, he had the touchdowns. And
he probably had more touchdowns.
Ferguson had a couple big
Ferguson
games.
was 9th and Schultz was 10th.
Oh,
Ferguson had more?
Yeah, Ferguson was more fantasy points.
Well, I'm happy to hear that because Ferguson's definitely the better player.
Yeah.
I'm glad fantasy
They're starting to treat
that.
him like a wide receiver, by the way.
Hey, you know what? Can I also throw something out? Congratulations to Georgia football. I believe they have cemented themselves as the best clowners sort of in all of sports. Remember last year when they're just blowing the doors off at TCU in the championship game, what they were doing?
They were ordering wings and stuff.
They're eating wings. They're eating frog legs, you know, on the sidelines. It's the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
They've already put this game away.
Yeah.
And then what do they do over the weekend to FSU, who everybody clamored to be in the top 4?
Yeah.
After they beat the brakes off of them in the fourth quarter, their guys are once again eating and on Instagram Live on the sidelines. Guys that were playing in the game are now on Instagram Live because we got the third stringers in because we're up by about 50 points here.
Wow.
Georgia, like they've got that thing down and dialed. When we're up by 1 million, watch how we can embarrass you. You're not going to be able to run from it. There's still 14 minutes left of game time, baby.
Yeah.
You're going to have to watch from across the sideline as you're getting just boat raced on the scoreboard. Now we're going to start hitting at your self-respect.
Right.
So salute to Georgia for that.
I appreciate that as a coach. You know, if the other team is laughing, if they're smiling, if they're carrying on, I want my players to look across that sideline and just eat it all up and use that as fuel for the offseason because that should massively anger you. You know, if I'm the coach of the other team, at the start of spring football, I'm just playing that on montage on video. Don't like Clockwork Orange style. You know, keep your eyes open and look at what you let the other team do.
Yeah, no more blinking.
Yeah. I love that kind of stuff, man. I think it's probably a lot more motivating for the opposition than it is. I just don't know how Georgia felt like they could do that after missing the playoff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that. I know that's kind of like what we do. But I'd be like, guys, maybe we should, save that for.
They were trying to prove a point that they
games.
should be in.
Yeah.
They were trying to show the committee that you're messing up. But I don't think the committee messed up. I don't think.
No, I just think it was a year where there were probably more than 5 teams actually that could have won the championship.
Absolutely. And next year you have what, 12? So Georgia will be in next year.
Let's hit the expressway. We'll take you commercial free to the top. I want to rank